Hey, what's good? What's good, everybody? Welcome to Triggers 8. And I know we've been going hard, on these triggers and shit. So, it's gonna be another great deal tonight. That's how everything always going, when the fam's in the building. But you know how we gotta kick it off first. I gotta get into these tracks. Let me put up my disclaimer right quick, because you know how it be. They always gotta have something, say something about it. Let me get my disclaimer out right quick. There we go with our disclaimer right here. And I gotta give a shout out to No Emotions for letting me use a couple of his tracks. And so without further ado, let's get into it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no emotion. Yeah, I grew up around hatred. There's no way that I let my daughter date a Caucasian. Ebony and Ivory, can't we all get along? Are you serious? Which one of you guys broke my ball? I'm so drunk and gone off of one beer. I got a bite, it's a big one. I have many different slaves. Please pick one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I like kettles cooked popcorn. You might be a knight, but you was not sworn in. Excuse me, do you have any jumper cables? Scott Summers is the father of cable. I got picked on because I have an Audi belly button. White people don't understand my nigger nap. Don't pick on me because I have a low tolerance. Call No Emotion for credit consolidation. And I have some powdered sugar on the top of my French toast. I hate the French, that's why I American kiss. I love Hershey chocolate, but only the white one. Don't Indian people smell funny? I'm half American. I will risk my gun in your blood clot face. I told her I'm right there, cause I'm a quick comer. I had a girl give me a Hummer and a Hummer last summer. I know what you did last winter. I will fucking kill you. Your body looks so soft, how I wanna feel you. I wish I was a European so I could steal you. Peel a banana just to watch you slip. I owe Vinny money, he said he was gonna break my knees. Gay people like penis, and other gay people like vagina. I hate it when people ask me, how did you find me? The internet, you idiot. The hip hop gesture on some silly shit. I gotta take a buffet diarrhea shit. I'm such a glutton. If it's not food, no discussion. I went to the zoo and got shit thrown in my face. This is disgusting. Who's in charge of this place? Did you know that your race smells funny when it rains? Do black people really taste like chocolate? I saw a guy named Tommy Pickles get eaten by a crocodile. I love it when people say no emotion. I hate and love your style. Profile me like a 250-pound racist cop. I need more jewelry so I can form Captain Planet. I learned to say Hanukkah like you honk a loogie. I'm so cool I deserve my own movie. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask. Who am I? No emotion. Yeah. Oh, no emotion. Yeah. I hate my life more than you could ever hate yours. I will give you $5 if you do my chores. I was a demon child, couldn't join the church choir. Something is wrong with me. Fire is cold. At night around 11:45, I need a woman to hold. I broke the record in high school at pole vaulting. I learned about parental insulting by rich white kids. Disney World is so whack now that I'm big. I had a racist white person call me a coon. Well, if I'm a coon, then I guess I am a coon. I'm a tata. Your girl wants Danicus or some Chris's cock. I can dance better than the average black person. So how much exactly is 30% off? You're so black and your teeth are so very white. Wolverine, Magneto, and the Incredible Hulk. I failed the FCAT because I said I was a Caucasian. I had sex with a blind girl and it was amazing. I got roach eggs in my bottom lip from Taco Bell. I gotta pee so bad, but I want to finish this song. Dear God, can I please speak to your God? I need some real help. Deal or no deal, you got the wrong briefcase. Would anybody like something to drink or some appetizers? Oh, it's cause I'm black, isn't it? This beer tastes like somebody took a piss in it. Hey, do you like fish sticks? My new fetish is squeezing booty. You might see my golden mask inside of Tootsie. I can't even imagine not being able to imagine. Be careful, don't play with my new gadget. Don't let it get outside, somebody grab it. I want to be a drunk driver that will kill you on your birthday. I keep my ears hearing so I don't hear hearsay. I'm a nigger, but I want to join ABAC Latino. Should I become a member of Sam's Club or BJ? Hey, do we look cool or are we gay? Open up this goddamn door, it's your father. Dear father, my father won't stop touching. This fat bitch on top of me won't stop crushing. Who wants a strawberry slushy? My sperm keeps disappearing. I think my house is haunted. I wish I knew how to fly an airplane just so I could get higher. I am still a slave. No emotion, please save me. Every time I've been fired from my job, it's always been a white person. Hey, I'm not racist. My best friend is black. How cool are you now? You should buy this fan, don't you think? Thinking is bad when it comes to figuring solutions. I know you want to have sex. Open your legs and do him. My bank just hit me with 3 overdraft charges. I will face my fear when a buffalo charges. I cry when my wife credit card charges. It's my turn to smash. I'm a barge. You're at the margin where you need a little more margarine. I'm not from the Middle East, but I am a magic carpet kid. I was one of the kids that came out of the garbage pail. Billy Madison was my best friend. I love the taste of milk when it's stale. Your girl likes to eat you.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Bandit. We can slip. Yo, up atomically, and your whole entire empire stuck in crossfires, where the quiver backfires. Visionary symphony, the armies fundamentally a level higher. Plus bad analysis quote, the priest and the shrink was wired. Admired revolution on, superior to the heart. I can see right through your down history and a CAT scans of body parts. We birth the abilities of divinity, full 360 degrees of infinity. Now live infinitely, but well, we just fought to break dysfunction activities. A virus to control metropolis, acting permanently. Through this thing multiplied, it treats and spread like disease. Ultra self-destruction, taking everything with me, but brought back my senses. Return back to lightning speed, in a fetal position, shivering rapidly for the antifreeze. More future generations, business isolated immediately. A sober action across the thinking, there's no sequel once I press delete. Intact as long as God is in me. Still flying straight off of whiskey. Smoke like hippies. Short tempered, tempted to kill. Chase smoking, inhale heavy. Load run on the run like number munches. Headed east. Some like Pac-Man, any food that wake and eat. Number the pain with more sin, so high afloat. Ice is thin. Temperatures rising, situations hella surprising. Other loud is still climbing. Plus crystals, gems, and diamonds. See the gods beat and follow me like Simon. Out this world, ain't for nothing smiling. My source, my psychic. I'm badly damaged, but it gives me more boost to explode. Collecting more fear to infiltrate. Break mind and soul. Survival to finish unfold. Quick links to show. Clones get blown, split dreams. Shattered dreams and wishes. Navigate target missiles on impact crash collisions. Never let fear defeat with a protocol and mission. I'm the answer knives and wisdom of rap, hold my wisdom. Master blaster has the disaster. Dead futures. Up close and personal. Don't communicate through computers. Live shooter. Captain legs to find ears and boomers. Psychoactive predator mischief. Holding up by shot Ruger. Burn out winners. Cause you's a born loser. Quest the curse sees the bats and Naji servant breed. Elite nuclear energy. Enhanced mercury for atrocity.
Oh.
Let me take it to your world. I'ma go in space. Cause shit better physical, baby, we can buy. And a line, look like vibrations of our soul when all them synchronicities come. Baby, we can't help but know that them angels watching over us. Y'all gon' see the glow, so baby, don't trip. We a regular. Born into the glow, we go into space. Our race is simply UFO, UFO. Looking deep into a boom boom. The universe full of energy. Life cannot be a cartoon. And shit don't never make sense to me. But when I see 444, baby, something like an open door. I don't know what I'm chosen for, but my intuition said don't close the door tonight. My energy flows all in the road and I can sense divinity. My heart no longer stone from my past life. That's right, the shit ain't even real. I'm moving like my sight is aiming to describe my chair. Let me finish this world. I'ma go in space, cause shit metaphysical, baby, we can fight. Analyze the vibrations of our soul when all them synchronicities come. Baby, we can't help but know that them angels watching over us. And y'all gon' see the glow, so baby, don't trip. We a regular. Orange to the glow, we go into space. Our race is simply UFO, UFO. To the root, to the crown now. We gon' really get down now. Hey, to the root, to the crown now. We gon' really get down now. Hey, hey, looking deep into a full room. The universe full of energy. Life cannot be a cartoon. And shit don't never make sense to me. But when I see 444, baby, something like an open door. I don't know why I'm chosen for, but my intuition said don't close the door. We high, I'm feeling she. Too high, we get slow, and baby, I know you feeling me. The universe is close, the fact is my divinity. Even when you ghost, when I'm online, individually. When I turn up the most, I take it to the world. I'ma go in space, cause shit metaphysical, baby, we can fight. Analyze the vibrations of our soul when all them synchronicities come. Baby, we can't help but know that them angels watching over us. And y'all won't see the glow, so baby, don't trip. Be a regular. Born into the glow, we go in space. Our race is simply UFO, UFO.
Hey, hey. So we're back, we back. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace to all the goddesses, the gods, whatever you call yourself. High vibes as usual. We about to get deep down into these triggers, but I gotta address a few things that happened to me during this week. But first of all, I'm gonna address the you know, something about the eat the kick. And shout out to my little bro Super for asking me about that shit. But yeah, I be on the clubhouse, and I've been like in a lot of different rooms, and sometimes people they ping me and tag me into a lot of rooms and stuff. So I mean, I might be sitting in there, but most of the time, I'll just be listening to what everybody talking about and give my opinion on it. But I hope that answered the question right there. But as far as like I was triggered. I ain't gonna lie, I was triggered this week, but I'm just a vessel of always trying to bring the truth to everything that I speak on. So I had this debate yesterday with this Jew, and it was in the clubhouse room, and we was talking about they were saying like you can ask white people any questions and stuff like that. So I was on the panel, and it was like a whole audience of 500 something people that was in there. So I just basically was telling him, I said, could he explain the reason why that his people run the entire industry? He tried to say that I was being so anti-Semitic, answering a question, but there is nothing Semitic about something that's the truth. So he kept trying to deny it and say, no, he didn't. He didn't say that, they don't do this and don't do that. And then I asked him, I said, well, who was the original Jews? Then he backtracked a little bit, but he said it out loud. He said it out loud. He said it was the black people. He said it was black people. So then he tried to, everybody in the audience, they was kind of quiet about it and shit, but it was like, damn. They said the truth coming out, the truth coming out. And I ain't gonna lie, I got probably like about maybe like 15 to 20 more people followed me and shit. But they let us the moderator let us have a live debate. So, we was just going back and forth running it, and then he gonna tell me stuff about, well, he said his people was in the Holocaust and World War II, and I proceeded to say, well, you wasn't there, I wasn't there, so that's so pseudo. So you have no records of what you're talking about. But to make a long story short, I basically, the moderator and everybody was like, you said that was a good topic and opinions and stuff that we was talking about, and they was going to be using it for further usage and stuff. And it's just certain things you always got to be on your toes about, because these people try to deny you from speaking the truth on everything. But like I said, there's no stopping me, because like I said, some people say, man, that shift on the 21st probably didn't do nothing much. But I already know by me standing tall, standing on my 10 toes already, and that shit kept me going. It just kept pushing me to keep speaking the truth no matter where I'm at. And and we had like a little incident today, and you can always tell that you got the feds and all them watching, and I know they're always watching on all our lives and phones and phone calls, whatever we on. Just ain't got nothing else to do but just tap into what you're saying all the time. And personally, I don't give a fuck, because I'm always speak what I speak anyway. But so he was sitting in there talking about he was watching he's able to hack and generate any social media outlet that you're on and shit like that. But I'm sitting up there, I'm being quiet, and I'm just listening to what he's saying the whole fucking time, just peeping game on him. And he said he was from India, and he was 18 years old, and talking about, he said that he couldn't, his parents would have killed him, because if he would have found out he was on that app, and he was in his room, he been in this room for so long that he didn't been able to get contact with other people and shit. But I'm just like, I'm seeing everybody was just kind of like buying to his bullshit. Like they was even getting into his Instagram messages and shit, and was telling him asking him about helping him do a social media platform and shit. But the truth always comes out, because I was paying attention to every key word that he said about that shit. And you know how these motherfuckers are. And he kept saying it was all beta testing and shit like that. So like that already raised a flag on me, is that I never trust people. I always let them speak. They, spill all this truth on themselves like they always do and shit. But yeah, so that's just a little rundown for what I had going on with me during, the week on my app. But in my life off of the platforms and stuff, it's always the same, because some people say you're different from where being on the internet, and you're different from when in your own real life, your own reality. But I'm the same. And like I'm always confronted with a lot of people that always try to misguide my judgments, and try to make me change and say I can't say this, I can't say that. But I've never been the one to hold back on anything, because if I'm not feeling it, I'm always speak on it. So like I said, I just keep seeing there's still so many people that's still lost and not they just buying into everything that they see. And that's why I always, even when I have my biggest beef and I still want to go 12 rounds with Jesus, aka Christoph Serapis, the swine, whatever the fuck he is, I got beef with that motherfucker. And I'm just tired of seeing people buying into the bullshit and the lies. It's like it's time to wake the fuck up. This motherfucker ain't gonna save a motherfucking thing. So that's why I always say the little hippie Jesus, all he could do is walk around in his Nike flip flops sandals and go hit the corner somewhere. Because if I see that motherfucker, I've been waiting to see this motherfucker. And like I said, I got a 12 round pay-per-view set up for us. But having said all that and shit, I'm just tired of seeing all these pastors lying to the people. I'm just sick of it, man. This shit is ridiculous. It's like, tell these people the fucking truth. These people still sitting around here waiting and waiting and waiting, man. This shit is crazy. Like, even if you going, like, people going to these, you have funerals for your loved ones and shit. And the shit is so ridiculous that these pastors sit up here and bring the whole energy down because all they keep doing is sitting up here saying, "Well, the Lord called them home. The Lord did this. Jesus did that." Man, that's bullshit. Tell these fucking people that energy never dies. He just transitioned out of this old vessel. He's still here, or she's still here. Tell the people the fucking truth. Man, stop fucking having it. They gotta keep depending on you to keep believing that you gonna save them. You ain't saving a motherfucking thing. These people fucking dying over something that they never will see. It's like, it's time to start being real. Clear it out. Tired of it. I'm just tired of this shit. It just fucks me up in my head all the time, man. It's just you just seeing people that just stay so blind. They don't want to, change. They just continue to be who they, be this way, but want to push that bullshit on you. When you start speaking the truth, oh, these motherfuckers that can't handle it. They can't handle that shit at all. It's like, oh, you saying this, you saying that. Shit, they get quiet. Just like I said, we live in this world where telling the truth is always a lie, but a lie is always the truth. So it's like, man, this shit just drives me crazy all the time. And it's like I said, it constantly be one of my triggers. But like I said, I'm just get to the point all the time that I'm just keep speaking on it, and I'm not gonna stop speaking on it, and I don't care. And like I said, I'm always open to a debate for one of you cornball pastors that got a problem with it. You're always welcome to come up here. I mean, even like I said, I'm still even Jesus himself could come up here and speak on it, but I know he ain't gonna do it because he ain't never revealed himself in forever. So, having said all that shit, I do my little, I just was running a little bit. So, I'm gonna drop my link right quick, and before anybody coming through, we're gonna I'm gonna play a couple of more tracks or whatnot. But I got one more story I'm gonna tell, but I just want to take this little quick break right quick, and we get right back into it.
Trying to find ways to escape things. Trying to find ways to escape things. Trying to find ways to escape things. But even in the spirit world, the feds got me trapped. The leaders of the gates is fake. And now the soul has my back. But it's war when I come back. Trying to find ways to escape things. But even in the spirit world, the feds got me trapped. The leaders of the gates is fake. And now the soul has my back. But it's war when I come back. I probably would have died for this, but it was just don't feel the same way. Trying to flight to the fullest even when the vibes feel strange. Stealth to the pen to help myself make it through this maze. Activate better days till my physical ash decays. Another prayer from within. Please forgive me for my sins. A pilgrimage. Voice to the P now was symbolic. Journey through my memories, but I'm crashing high. I couldn't sleep. It's insane. Breaking the back just to make ends meet. I conquer poverty and penury. Lower class communities. Two piece for Tony. New diamonds and loonies, operate in a much higher frequency, nothing moves me. All these voices in my head, these spirits passing through me. Attack what you cannot see, spirits inside the body. Shouts escape my peripheral, like a horror movie. Like candles burn incense, another fat doobie. Lost not a touch, I'll bust, releasing fury. Chaos and havoc, getting aroused when people panic. My past life memories is both fatal and tragic. Awaken from horrible dreams, I'm hearing static. Advanced knowledge from underground, running the planet. Luciferians, witchcraft and black magic, spells in the English language. Corruption, total madness, prepare for future destruction to come this massive. A possessed population before the war's down erratic. Civilians getting picked off, bodies dropping rapid. Organ theft, human trafficking, people vanish. Yearly by the thousands, that's what's really happening. Came up with a sick life, within a sick life. Migrated from a sick life to a sick life, then went to Brampton. Laughed outside the courthouse, trying to tip the paddy wagon. To clear my name from all the arrests and the hearse. R.I.P. to all the demanding, trying to find ways to escape things. But even in the spirit world, the feds got me trapped. The leaders of the gates is fake. And now the soul has my back. But it's war when I come back, trying to find ways to escape things. But even in the spirit world, the feds got me trapped. The leaders of the gates is fake. And now the soul has my back. But it's war when I come back. It's war when I come back. Trying to Yeah, away from me if you be on that whole shit. You niggas that like hoes on that whole shit. Stay away from me, you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. Stay away from me if you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like all of these checks and niggas still broke. Deserve it, bro. We getting this bread, bad by the low, still chasing some more. We getting this bread, bad by the low, still chasing some more. Niggas with money don't have to say much. Check the money, yeah. All of this cash got her living like fast. She know that we got it, she shaking that ass. We pull up in foreign, she hop out of your car, she hop in my shit, cause yo, it's boring. Yo, shit boring. Niggas with money don't act like hoes. Rich nigga. All this ice on me, this skid on my neck. This is the type of shit that make you go hard or stay home. I'm going in, it's rich in the streets. Why the fuck you wanna stay home? I ain't sitting home. If it's bricks in the streets, why the fuck you don't flip none? Get money, yeah. You niggas trying to keep it with us going broke. That whole shit. Yeah. Broke. You niggas trying to keep it with us going broke. Stay away from me, you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. Stay away from me if you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like rather be rich than look like I'm rich. Yeah, I'd rather be rich. We already inside, you trying to sneak in. That's some lame shit. Yeah. Keep the face clean as is. That's plain shit. We throwing this money, we picking it up. That's some hoe shit. BBS let me shine like a star out of this world. She fucked me just cause of my car. Said make a pussy wet. I'm throwing this paper, I get it right back. Get it, I'm a hustler, babe. I get it. Delete all my pictures, I get them right back. Gotta get it. Niggas be watching, yeah, and hating. My niggas be plotting. We waiting, we got it on. Yeah. I hear them talking, but they won't say it to me. You niggas talk so much shit on God. That's some whole shit. God. On God. You niggas talk so much shit, you hoe. Yeah, away from me, you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. Stay away from me if you be on that whole shit. Hope we getting richer, we ain't never on no whole shit. Hope you niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes. Niggas ain't getting no money, cause you act like hoes. You act like hoes.
All right, we back. Hey, shout out to the TSL family. Shout out to the Straight to the Podcast family, and shout out to everybody that's coming through. Oh yeah, and also shout out to the Nothing to Something family too. But getting back to it, when I was my triggers. So another incident I had happen was I heard one of these goddesses. She said some shit about that everybody should take chemo if you get cancer because forget about worrying about taking herbs, using herbs and other shit because put all your trust into these doctors because these doctors always know what's best for you. And I just kind of blew the house down on that shit because I told her, I said you ain't supposed to use shit. You ain't supposed to have, use none of they tell you in these hospitals because they're trying to, kill us anyway when you go there. It's like you're just another number. I said, all you have to do is go back and learn what the ancestors taught you how to use. It's like, that's common sense. And it's like I said, a lot of people just be afraid to hear the truth and stuff like that. And I see I got a one of these Hebrews in here. Yeah, I see you trying to come in here with all these verse spells and shit. But I mean, if you want to debate me, you're more than welcome to come up on here. I mean, with all that pseudo BS and whatnot. But let me get back to what I was talking about. But other than that, it's like people still just be so conditioned believing that these people they consider to be in higher authority over them always have their best interest, and they never do. So that's why so many people take the bait, and that's why so many people just stay lost in the system and whatnot. But definitely, it's like you gotta continue to know self, because if you don't know yourself, you gotta you're gonna stay lost in this whole system. So like I say, I'm kind of glad I got, I'm kind of glad one of these religious nutcases came in here and trying to, spaz my chat with all this shit. But like I said, you more than welcome to come up on this panel and get a history lesson. I'm sorry, his story lesson on you and your pseudo beliefs of that whatever that motherfucker you want to call him, Jesus, whoever. I don't give a fuck. You always welcome to come up here because you probably still believe in evolution and shit too. Because you remind me of this other that I went off on named Jesus B. And I mean, I basically just made him, I just be making all these people tell the truth like they're supposed to be. You got to stop hiding behind your lies and shit like that though. But I just try to, like I said, just keep everything always 100 with what I say, because I'm tired. I'm just tired of people just saying it, going with the okie though. And like I said, it's like that's why so many people stay trapped in these loops. Like Chris said, get out these loops, but so many people still stuck in these loops and can't find their way out of this shit. But end time teachers, if you don't want to debate, then you can just you could, if you don't come on this panel and shit, but don't come on here with all these fucking word spells in the chat, because don't nobody believe that bullshit but you. So if you got an issue with it, like I say, bring your ass up on here on this panel and we could talk about it. But other than that shit, I'm not trying to hear nothing about these word spells because I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't want to check out your channel. You come to my channel and want to talk shit. So bring your ass on up here so we can have a debate, motherfucker. Like fuck you and your Jesus and your whatever other shit it is. Like I ain't gonna even say the word because that's word spells. So anyway, I'm getting back to the bill. So shout out to all the goddesses. I see y'all. But we're gonna keep the vibes high as usual. I mean, like I said, I opened it up. I set all these hashtags up for these Bible Jesus not supposed to come through. So I'm not gonna block you or none of that shit. But just like I said, if you believe so much into this hippie drunken Jesus, then you could come on up here and explain it. Other than that shit, just keep quiet and catch this his story lesson. But getting back, like I know today, they always consider this day to be almost a holy day and shit like that. But that's pseudo shit. We don't know. All these days was all fucked up. The time was all fucked up. It's like all this shit was just what they made it to be. I don't believe none of that shit. And like I say, some folks will be like, "Oh, I can't do this on a Sunday because I feel like I'm a sin and I can't drink and do this shit and that." You do this shit every day. So how the fuck is you learning about some day that you think is a holy day anyway? This shit like that just really kills me, man. And all the time it kills me. So and like I said, all these different religions, these religious people try to enforce all their beliefs on people because they feel as if what they saying is right, or what they doing is right. But we all know that's a bunch of bullshit. Because like, why is it that all you Christians y'all get so offensive and get mad when people speak on y'all beliefs? It's like y'all ready to fight, but at the same time, man, y'all be fucking sitting in fear of every fucking thing. It's like how you believe in something, but then you want to sit there and say, "Oh, I can't do this because this might be dangerous." Oh, yeah, you shouldn't go here. That's dangerous. This might happen to me or that might happen to me. It's like, man, it's like what y'all, so this belief here, this will keep you in the shell of fear, and this is what you telling everybody they should believe in because you think it's gonna get you somewhere. I'm like, shit, fuck all that shit. Like, I ain't never believed none of that. That's just bullshit. Oh, shout out to the 4-5, my nigga PR Corey. Peace, peace, peace. You know, so basically, like I said, man, these religious folks and their beliefs, it's just too pseudo, and it's just so full of shit to me. And these motherfuckers they can't seem to just clear themselves to get themselves together because it's like it's a big colossal mess of. And I say it's like once you break those spells of knowing who you truly are, you no longer worry about shit like this. But basically, like I said, all these pastor jobs these pastor cornball jobs is just to keep the people asleep. They'll never be able to wake up because waking up that's a fear to them because just like they keep looking for somebody to come and save them. They can't. They stuck. They can't. They stuck in neutral. They're afraid to go forward. If sometimes but they like to go backwards because they don't believe the truth. The truth hurts. So it's like you're seeing this shit every day. Every day you seeing how the reality of things that's you waiting on this man to come down here and save you from it. Shit ain't never happening. Like I said earlier in the week, I said Jesus still um hours late because of court. That c word still going around. He ain't come protect people from shit. And you still got people walking around here with these fucking masks on this shit. He ain't even stopping that shit. So I don't know what the hell y'all still on your knees and begging this man to come do something for you. He ain't gonna do shit for you. You just been sitting up there laughing like everybody else is laughing at y'all. So like I said, man, this shit it's just a crazy fucked up world and people are still stuck in these loops. So shout out to you, sir. You're a pastor. And come on up, bro. I know you be on Little Key channel, so come on up, bro. You can come debate with me. If you see the Aboriginal man too, tell him come through too, cause I've been waiting for him to come debate me. Shit. But yep, man. So if anybody y'all want to come on up and come talk your shit, talk about what happened to you during the week. I know a lot of y'all got some triggers with a lot of these religious folks, some Masons, all this shit, man. I know all this shit been bothering y'all. And even like, the capital shit that happened. And like I said, all this shit it's still prescripted. It's all set up to keep you, emotions high and to make you stay lost. But if most folks can't even realize that all this shit was seen on The Simpsons and all this other shit. So, it's just pseudo to me. Oh, but without further ado, man, we got my nigga the co-host in the building. What's good, fam? Wagwan famo.
Yo, well, Pop. How you doing, famo?
High
Y'all know.
five, high five. I see they made the new your new picture and shit in the group.
We been doing a lot of art, eh, this week. Yeah, I'm getting back into the art slowly, man.
Yeah, but I don't know if you was checking in the chat before we came, man. We got one of these little Hebrew Bible dumpers in here.
Hmm.
But it's all good, Sacramento. I see you, but as long as I see you ain't casting no word spells in the chat, so it's all good with me. You can stand on who what you believe in and shit. But I'm just saying, you know, I'm just
Then you gotta
still,
drop that link again.
I'm still gonna I'm still keep going at these pastors, and I'm still going at all these other religious. It ain't gonna never change, And I know Rashad said he had some shit he wanted to talk about too. We was talking about during the week. So I don't know if he off of work yet or whatnot. I know he said he wanted to come through too. But shit. Other than that though, famo. So how's everything been going? I know you had a loss and everything.
Yeah, I know. Lost my little brother. He died Friday morning.
Mm-hmm.
After being in a coma for almost a month. So, he suffered from seizure or a stroke. He had heart problems. He was born with heart problems. So, but he was 7 years old. He would have been turning 8 this month, 22nd. So, but yeah, I just been trying to keep my energy positive, same way. Kind of found myself, as you've seen, going back into the art, collaborating with people in art, pictures, and
Mm-hmm.
So I think I found a new love again, drawing and all that shit, But
That's what,
not only that, but I told you a little bit about it. Kind of surreal to a lot of spiritual shit been happening to me. Um, I told you I gained something not too long ago, like a couple weeks ago, where I explained to you about projection, right?
mm-hmm.
So it comes to a point where you kind of hit on the nail. You touched briefly on it with your situation when it comes to pastors that teach a lot about spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
But when you tell them your story of what you dealt with spirits and go through in your life, you begin to see the true colors in them that they don't really believe in what they preach. Because if I tell you, you talk about angels and demons and stuff like that in your doctrine. If I tell you about spirits that I seen in real life, I start to sound foreign. I start to sound unreal. But the
Mm-hmm.
same thing, this is what you preach in your church. So it's like they're not really spiritual, even though you preach about spirits. Because you think that I need help if I tell you my story. So I've been getting into a lot of astral traveling, all that type of shit's been happening to me, Um,
Mm-hmm.
projecting and being able to stare at something that you can barely see, but it's there if you look carefully. You can see it. And I tune into it as a form of like trance out to it, where I can see it clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And I end up going into that world, falling asleep to that world type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But not going to sleep naturally. It's just like a different form of sleep. I guess that's meditation, right?
Right. Right.
So that's been happening to me literally just right before the New Year's. And I can't do it every day. It's just certain days. And keep in mind, I'm sober as hell when this shit's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not being under the influence or nothing like that. This is just something that I was able to tap in because I am those spiritual individuals that they preach about. They're not spiritual though. I bring that story to you, they think you need help.
Mm-hmm.
So all these pastors and these churches and shit, you're fraud. You know how your hand's gonna baptize me and you're not spiritual, or you're a hypocrite in what you teach.
Yep.
False baptism. It's not you giving your soul away basically, or a piece of your energy is being spent to a deity who is all fucking crooked. You know, I took in a lot of these different things, whether it's Christianity, all these different Hebrew camps that have different belief systems, but you're still under the same doctrine, Catholics, all of them, you know. And you know what, you guys, most of you are not really that spiritual, because most of you just believe in what you can only see with your two eyes. I'm past that. That's why I don't get mad again at small things that have to do with the physical nature of life. I'm past that. In my own time and shit like that, you'll be surprised what I do. So all this doctrine of whether it's Hebrew or whatever, Christianity and all that stuff, that's good for y'all. I wouldn't say all of your doctrine's bullshit. There's truth in everything. I don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. I say it over and over again. But at the same time, you guys are not those people to really be speaking on certain things if you don't really believe in what you preach. So, and this goes for everything, whether it's Kemet or anything. A lot of people are not really spiritual. But you speak on it as if but you don't have the experience. So even if you have an example, it's always like to say scientific, or you can't really be there with me to understand because it never happened to you. So therefore, you think that you've been through it all. So something must be wrong with you while you're going through this. So
Yep.
basically, that means You think everybody's the same. That's what you're basically saying without saying it. And I say it all the time. We are not all the same. You know, you have some people that's just different. They're actually able to tap into these energies. They're actually able to leave their body. It
Mm-hmm.
sounds crazy, right? Leaving your body. How do you do what? What? What's he talking about?
Yep.
Can you leave your body and go somewhere else to find peace of mind and come back? Can you look at yourself sleeping, walk around your house?
Mm-hmm.
Can you project something on the wall that you can barely see? But the more you look at it, it begins to form something. And you tap in right there and you go right into that world. Can you do that? I don't think a lot of people can do that shit. That comes with high vibrational practice. So if you're on this physical nature vibration, you ain't never gonna see a thing like that in your life. It's always gonna sound foreign to you. You're just stuck with materialistic shit. Only what you can see with your two eyes. So that's where I am right now. And it is what it is. I don't care how people look at me if I tell them my stories because I know what I see. You know, I have tested it many times, whether I was drinking, whether I was smoking, whether I was dead sober for weeks, months. I tested it in every state. So music also helps too, like frequencies, like musical frequencies, like notes,
Mm-hmm.
vibrations on the drum pattern, stuff like that. Even that shit can bring it out of me every now and then. You know, I seen those shadows, those creatures, like in the fucking movie with Whoopi Goldberg and Patrick Swayze, with those shadow creatures and shit. Damn, they're almost every time I wake up from a sleep. You see it leaving. You can barely see it. If you're not tuned in, you'll never see that shit. I'm so tuned in, I'm starting to see the spiritual world around me, but it's not clear yet. It's becoming more clear depending on my state of vibration. I can see it around me. My dreams are now becoming different when I actually dream, you know? And it's crazy, man. I mean, I always had vivid, lucid dreams and shit like that, but it's even getting even more crazier this year, you know?
Facts.
Since right at the end of last year till now, it's been getting crazy. So I don't know if this had to do with when they said that, remember that 21st shit?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I thought that was bullshit, right? But I'm thinking now, ooh, maybe, you know,
That shit started to hit you.
it started hitting me. Yeah, all right. Not exactly on that day, but it was like a little after that, it started hitting me around like the 26th and shit like that, the 24th. And I was like,
But you,
damn.
yeah, but you did tell me that shit though. You was like, you said it may not be the 20th, but you did say that shit would be like that shit probably sometime later. But you know that how that shit been on me, and that
Oh,
shit been hit me with like I just really been more of telling the truth now. It's like I was before, but now it's like
yeah.
it's really like it's no holds bar no more.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't lie to you, Bronze, man. When it's shit like, I've been going through it my whole life, right? But it's like you're tapped into a even more serious version of it now. We're actually like in there, you know? It's kind of like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was a little bit paranoid for a little bit when it first happened, like heart beating, looking around and shit, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I'm just so programmed to like always keep positive, like in my energy, not let anything scare me or nothing like that. I'm not easily a person that gets startled easily. It's hard to scare me, you know what I mean? So I know a lot of people would probably go to a psychiatrist or probably move out their house or go spend some time somewhere else. I used to do that type of shit, but now I'm in there, in there. People don't really know what I mean by projection. Kind of like optical illusions. You know when you stare at something for a long time and you move your eyes away from that image and you start to see it,
Yep.
like on the walls and shit, and it's faded kind of. It's not clear, but you can see it
Mm-hmm.
if you stare properly. Sometimes when you blink though, it goes away. Things like that. It's kind of like you got to focus. I have that shit naturally now. I don't have to watch TV and shit like that. It's there naturally. So if I'm focused, you have white noise, right? You have colored noise.
Yep.
If you focus on those colors that your eyes give you, it's like those things could form into something. It's like a form of meditation. You can create your own reality, your own spiritual reality. And that's what I've been doing the last couple of weeks. I'm having fun with it right now, where I don't even feel like hanging out no more. I just like, if I'm not working or anything like that, I just like seeing how far I can take shit, my spiritual journey. It's crazy, you know? This is the first time I did that type of shit. It used to just happen to me, maybe through sleep paralysis and shit like that, the astral travel, like your
Mm-hmm.
spirit is forced out of your body for fighting
Mm-hmm.
to stay awake and shit. But
Mm-hmm.
now it's happened to me for just being awake, just staring at something.
Damn, that shit crazy. Cause
It's
like
like
that
a
shit.
power, bro.
Yep, that shit happened to me last night. It was like I'm laying down, and it's just like all of a sudden it's like I just started going into the round, and
Yeah,
I see three babies. I seen
shit.
three babies, and one baby was for my cousin. You know, two. Yeah, one was for my cousin. She don't have any kids. I have another cousin. She has a son already, and it was another baby because she had a girl. And then the last baby I seen was and I'm like, wow. And I'm just kept looking, like beautiful. She was just a beautiful little princess, and I'm like, damn. She was like all too real. Like I'm just like I just picked her up and everything, and at the same time, like all the other two babies, I'm sitting up there, I'm holding them too. This shit was just
Yeah.
wild. This shit was wild.
It's like another reality, right? It's like literally it doesn't feel like it's not a dream. It's kind of like another alternate reality type shit. That
Fact.
feels just as real as this world, you know? It's like you know when you're dreaming, you know the difference between a dream and reality. But this
Yep.
is like something else, like, you know.
Hey, this shit getting all too real. Cause shit, shout out to my nigga Chris.
Yeah. So I'm having fun with it though, you know. Uh, something new for me.
Shout out to everybody. What's going on, Bronze King? Shout out to you.
These people. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That shit just getting. That shit is just really getting the reality of everything. Man, it's like you just seeing like the whole vivid picture now. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting, you know, I didn't master it yet though, where I could say like I'm crazy with it. Like it's only on some days, you know. I think when I'm like rapid, I've got like high energy some days, like positive energy, rapid vibration. Like I'll probably tap into it easier, you know.
yep.
But I ain't gonna lie to you, man. That was one of the best things that happened to me. Just figuring out that I could do something like that. Like I'm seeing faces, but they're tainted. Like you can't see them clearly. You gotta really focus, and you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I
Mm-hmm.
first seen that shit, it kind of startled me a little bit because like I'm looking at my computer screen or something. Is it like a reflection of something that's playing on a device that's on, but nothing was playing. So I'm thinking it was like a TV show playing on my computer when I'm not looking or something. Computer was still. Nothing was on the screen, and seeing the face move, I'm looking carefully, and it's like the longer I stare at it, find myself falling asleep slowly, where I'm going into the world of the place I was just looking at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's like I kept fucking with it for like a couple of days, man. I'm like, yo, I've been seeing all these faces. It's just forming. The colors are forming into like faces and shit, but they're kind of like very tainted, like almost invisible, you know.
Yep.
That
Yep.
that that shit was like amazing. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah, that shit kind of like even when I was doing that, that astral projection yesterday, but it still felt like I seen some white light, like the white light that was just flashing the whole time, when I was
Hmm.
just seeing when I started going into it. So it was like, yeah, definitely, like I said, it's like it's a lot more shit
Mm.
going on.
You seen those little flashes, right, on your peripherals and shit, or
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when the projection goes away, it kind of goes slowly into an orb, and then the orb kind of disappears, like flashes and disappears, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's almost like the picture is an actual being, but in the form of a picture where it can shapeshift into an orb or a projection, or it could be me that's making a shapeshift because I'm kind of manipulating the picture too, right?
Right.
It's kind of weird, like.
Right.
But the picture that came to me, though, I didn't make that picture. It's just I'm seeing a person. I'm trying to make out who this person is.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to like my auntie. She said it could be an ancestor or something like that, but it looked like me. So I'm wondering if it's another alternate me in another realm or something like that. It's me somewhere else,
Yep. That's crazy.
and
It's
I'm
like
wearing a do rag, but I didn't have a do rag on. You know, like
mm-hmm.
me personally, I wasn't wearing a do rag, but in there, I had a do rag. I was smoking or doing something in a picture. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
how is this possible? I'm wide awake, not tired, nothing. It's like wow.
Yep.
Kept shifting, and then another person comes, like another other colors come, and it's like more faces and different versions of me. It looks slightly different, like some of you could tell it's you, but maybe he looks like a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like the
Mm-hmm.
face is a little bit altered, kind of thing, but you can tell it's you, right? Kind of like when you're looking at celebrities that was here before,
Mm-hmm.
like in ancient times, they look the same but slightly different, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like that.
Man, that shit crazy. Cause like now it gets to the point where you always say you got somebody that looks just like you, but then when you go and you astral project on this shit, it's like damn. It's like man. It's like now I'm seeing my self as my higher self. So
Right,
so
right.
it's like I'm looking at the face of myself now. So it's like of
And you got
course
to
it's like,
go to it. You got to go
right.
to him or something to be him.
Cause that inner self, like I think I said it a while back. It's like that inner self doesn't give a about what you go through on this outside shell. All this on the inside, it wants you to do is it just wants to be free. It just wants you to be that true, that true higher person that you really are. That's all it gives a fuck about.
Hey, if that was my higher self, he was still smoking and drinking. he was smoking something, man. He was drinking. I'm saying that
Exactly.
might be my lower self above my head right now. Look at him.
Exactly. That's why I was like, man, I see. I like folks be saying that shit about man, you go to heaven, you ain't gonna be able to do this and do that. And the fucking ancestors doing the same shit we did, the same shit we doing right now. You going, you be having family gatherings and shit like that. They still doing this shit. They see you still outside having fun, talking with friends, doing all kind of the regular shit you normally do. It's like it's just a different. You're just in a different realm, but you're still in. It's still the same type of shit. And that's why
Yeah,
people they don't understand. They get this picture of saying you gonna go to heaven and you're gonna see these pearly gates. That's bullshit. You're not gonna see none of that shit. Like I'm already seeing what the other side looks like, so I have no issues. If I can tell me this is not how this shit is gonna be.
Yeah. So I had this dream, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it about 2, 3 times within the same week. I think it was right before the New Year's or like a little couple days after,
Mm-hmm.
or both. This dream was basically another projection that I went into. Now it looked like a deserted type of place, uh, where it looked like a desert type shit. And one side of this picture of scenery, and you're staring at up in the sky. The sky was like two toned, right? Just like the oceans don't mix, like salt water and you know what I mean. There's a line in between the ocean where the two different waters don't mix. The
Mm-hmm.
sky had that, right? The sky had the same thing. The one part of the sky was dark, and the other part of the sky was like normal, right? And it's a fire and brimstone type dream. I mean, it's like shit was like apocalyptical type shit. There was a portal that was open, and shit was just falling from the sky like fire, like rocks, stones and shit. And I'm trying to run for cover, and this shit felt so real. It didn't feel like a dream, right? And I snapped out of that projection. Then I actually had a dream like a couple days after, and it was the same shit. But it was a dream this time. It wasn't a projection. Fire falling from the sky and all that shit. Coming slowly. It started coming slowly, and then it started raining fire and brimstone. Like it's crazy. I'm like trying to run for cover. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to like shit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a portal just there, like open portal, like at the end of the sky and shit. Just revolving like a spiral, black portal with like purplish colors around it and shit. And it felt so real, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, I woke up, man. I was like, shit, I wonder if that's a sign or something, because this is like the third time I'm having that dream now within a week.
Yeah,
So,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. It's like that ultra reality is just coming through. True and true to you.
They look so deserted. It look like, you see like, I don't know if they're real, probably fake shit, but like, see how people would look at like Mars or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the place looked kind of weird like that, like a planet or something,
Wow. Wow.
you know, like another planet or a deserted type place in Africa or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, shout out to we call for Rainbow. Welcome, welcome.
Rambo.
Yeah, Rainbow.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I've been having a lot of fun with that type of shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's a new experience for me, and it probably was always there. I just wasn't really that in tuned. I did a lot of things like that in the past, like years ago, but like I feel like I'm more in control of it now. That's the only thing that changed. Where I can just tap in when I'm ready, depending on how high my vibe is right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's time you just gotta turn off everything, like all your electronics and shit. Like turn off the TV, turn off the frequencies, the radio, the music, the computer, your phone device. Because I went in darkness after a while, seeing if it's even more clear. And there's times where it's even better, you know what I mean? If you just have everything off. Because I feel like those electronics now, it can kind of fuck up with your projection.
Oh hell yeah, most definitely,
Yeah,
most definitely.
yeah. But some people might be scared. Like if it happened to somebody else, you probably would be scared if you never went through it before to actually have all the lights off and be in the dark and all that. It could be
Mm-hmm.
scary for some people. But I said, fuck
Mm-hmm.
it. I tried it anyways, man.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta test your limits, man. Test out your fears and shit.
Right.
I felt the vibe when I turned the lights off. I ain't lying to you. I didn't feel alone in that room. You know what I mean? It felt like something else was in there where you were. You know, it's kind of creepy, but I test the limits, man. You know, I'm finally understanding when I hear about the black crows or the vultures or that shit that looks like a bat creature, that shadow bat. I'm seeing this thing every time I wake up for the past couple weeks now, and it just goes away. It kind of just is tainted, and it goes away and disappears. But it's right when I wake up, as if it's coming from me. You know, I don't know what. I only met one person that's seen the same shit, and she literally knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, and I heard another podcast where another person spoke on it, and another person spoke on it. So about four people I ever heard in my life, different places in the world that seen the same shit I seen, and they're
Mm-hmm.
struggling to explain it because it's very hard to explain.
Mm-hmm.
But from how they're trying to do it, I knew it was the same thing. It's something with wings. It's like a shadow, liquid type creature. When you see it clearly, like
Mm-hmm.
without being tainted, it's right in front of you type shit. In reality, that
Mm-hmm.
shit looks like liquid shadow type shit, like a dimensional creature. It doesn't look like he belongs in this reality. It's like the way it's projected. It looks like a creature but a portal at the same time. I only seen it one time or two times clear as day in my life. But the last couple weeks, I've been seeing it taintedly every time I wake up. If I'm staring at the wall, somebody see it. Like it just left me. Starts off as like a black portal dot thing. Then it flies away. You see it flapping, and it disappears. And it's just weird because if I turn my head, I look at another wall, you can still see it like going away. So it's kind of like it's like your eyes projecting it. It's like coming from you type thing. It's very hard to explain, but I know I'm not the only one. You know.
Yep. Hey, Chris, you had any triggers you had wanted to talk about?
Not at the moment right now, man. I'm just chilling, vibing, listening. Um, I ain't had very much triggers because you know what, man. We gonna have triggers. It's up to you to let that trigger bother you, or it's up to you to do whatever you need to feel to hit that trigger. But at the same time, it's an emotion that happens that triggers us to latch on or to react to something. So just like say Capitol Hill,
Mm-hmm.
that was a trigger. You know, it was a trigger to a lot of people. And what did most of us, well, the smart people did, just sat here, watch, did nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you get triggered, what the most can you do? You can act on it, or you can just sit there and see how shit unfolds, and you know, proceed however you need to go. I don't think it's no mystical or any of this other bullshit that goes on with the with this. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, you know. Um, but you know, I could I'll probably bring up some later on down the line. I'm just here
Cool.
vibing, listening.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. I go. I'll elaborate more on that myself because it's like even when all that stuff happened, and it's like a lot of people still believe in that. You know, oh, we got to just get down and hope. We could pray. This all this stuff will go away. But like I said, it's just like a whole act, and it's just the confusion that a lot of folks, just playing with a lot of folks' mental who are not aware. But you got to question it to the point of how much far they're gonna go with the shit that they're doing, and people still gonna keep putting stuff to the back burner that still believe something is gonna come save them. So, I'm just seeing how they keep testing the waters with these people and see how they, they already know how the reaction is because you sit down there, you tell them the truth, but they still looking at you like you crazy. But yeah, they got that confusion, that confused look on their face. Like, what am I gonna do?
I mean, a crazy person will look crazy to a crazy person.
Right.
So the look of the perception from the person really don't matter. However, in modern day time, people care about how they seem, and I really don't understand that shit. But it happens. But you have to really look at what's really going on, what's really taking place, and how it really affects you. And it really don't affect you, just like any other thing. Don't really fucking affects you. Just because somebody put a notice of something out, it don't affect you. If I am the president of my firm, my company, and I put out to the world, hey, I need a president for this, and I want you to vote on this and that. Nobody who know who the fuck that I'm talking about. Nobody really know who the fuck I'm talking about. And this is exactly what's going on every presidential candidacy, literally every fucking time. They'll bring somebody out of millions of people, and these motherfuckers don't even belong to the country, and we're voting for them to govern us. Bullshit. And then they attach everything to fucking religion, like just like you said, like something is gonna fucking come and save. Well, they closed the fucking church down for fucking COVID. Y'all motherfuckers prayed for that shit. Nobody didn't do nothing for that. You prayed for COVID to stop. Well, COVID's still going on. So, like, it's not the fact that they won't even wake up. They're still stuck in fucking schizophrenic. They're schizophrenic. It's schizo. Just research schizo people and see how hard is it to come out of that.
Right.
It's all and it's all illusion. It's all illusion. These people have no power. These people have no this, no that. They just front and talk bullshit. I see motherfuckers all the time giving them power. They this, that. These motherfuckers ain't magical. These niggas don't do shit. What magical white person have you met? What magical white person have you met? They don't do any fucking ritual in their fucking language. Why are you believing this shit? How are they the originators or of this or doing this or using some type of magic when they don't even speak their own tongue? Using the shit. And niggas make this shit all fucking mystical. This is this, this is this. Man, shut the fuck up. None of y'all niggas is proving shit. None of them niggas is proving shit. Ritual this. Do this. Da 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 da. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? What ritual can they motherfucking do that they're bringing power from the fucking heavens or hell and they're putting it on you? What? What are they doing? Has anyone been to hell and came back and said, hey, and brought you a snapshot? Nigga, look at this fiery ass place. Nobody. But everybody got this depiction of what they was told about what this is and what this is. And so people go off in their own meaning and head and mystical function of what this is and what this is. And you still haven't proved nothing.
Thanks.
The fuck?
Shit. And that's it. Like I be laughing when people keep talking about the hell on earth and all this other shit. But like, I'm happy I heard one of these goddesses. She said something that stuck with me during the week. But
Mm.
she said, all y'all you keep honoring God or whatever you call it, the creator or whatever. She said, but just take a step back. Honor your fucking self. Damn, just honor yourself for once. Yeah, you can honor him or whatever, but honor yourself. You the second person or whatever. You honor yourself because you are a God or a goddess. God damn it.
Mm.
And when she said that shit, man, I was like, I just couldn't help but start clapping because I'm like, this is what I've been trying to tell people for the longest. It's like, give yourself some fucking credit. God damn. Y'all just putting everything on everybody, these make believe people, except for yourself. Like, goddamn, you fucking control every fucking thing that you're doing. Yeah, sure, people can say word spells and all this other bullshit, but at the same time, you are in control. You in cruise control of what your income to your outcome is going to be. Like, you
Mm.
paint this pretty picture, you paint your picture how you want your shit to go. You want it to go good or you want it to go bad. The choice is up to you. Can't nobody make you do the shit that you do.
Mm-hmm.
You know that shit just drives me.
Yep.
And peace to the goddess Laurie One. And thanks for coming on, Goddess Supreme.
Laurie, shout out to the goddess. What's going on, artist?
And I like what she just said right here. Can't nobody put nothing on me.
Nothing on me.
I love this shit.
Right. And niggas be mad when you know your power and they can't even fuck with you.
hmm hmm
I laugh. Yeah, like you niggas don't know yourself.
Hey, Chris and Pre, I don't know if y'all heavy on that animation, but like one of these guys that she brought something to my attention. A show called Narado. Ship. I can't pronounce his last name.
Naruto, yeah.
So it was an episode on episode 250. She was breaking it down, and she was saying they had this, the description basically tells you what they're talking about. But they say Laredo meets a lot of truth in his pack and some shit like that. But she brought to my attention it was like a black spirit that was just sitting in front of this store, and they was saying something like it said House of Negroes or some shit, but she said if you look at the picture closely, it was of a spirit of a white person. She said they was trying to break it down to you to tell you how they look on the inside. So it's like when you say people say they see all these spirits and shit like that when at least white folks pass on or something like that, and
Mhm.
it's always something black. And it's like it said it's not the soul, but it's always a spirit or something like that. That's like, she was just breaking that shit down to some kind of way. But I mean, I looked at it and it kind of like it had like a little truth to it though.
Mhm.
But
I'm, I'm gonna have to go and check it out. I do watch anime, but I haven't watched that specific episode. But I do now want to go check it out.
mm-hmm.
You say she sees some black. You said, eh?
Yeah, it was like a black. I wish I could have took the picture of it, but she just said it was just like a little black, like a black spirit. Because I said at first I thought it was just I thought it was somebody black, but she said no. She said you just got to look real close into it, and it was like of a spirit.
Sounds like what I was just talking about.
It's
You
like
know,
I mean, that should maybe we have to go back. Like I said, I've been trying to think back on a lot of stuff that I grew up watching now, because even still, it's like everything still has the gems to it. You know, on peace to the King of Higher Self, peace God.
Salute to the guy. What's going on, bro?
So it's like a lot of that shit just have so many hidden meanings behind it and shit. So it's like you just you never would think about it. And it just basically, like I said, they tell you the truth right in front of your face.
I'm gonna take if you send me that link, Bronze,
Yeah,
like like
definitely.
in a messenger or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely send it. Peace to the guy, roster realities. Yep.
Peace,
And
peace,
like,
salute.
and like you said, we're going back to like how that capital shit too is. It's like I said, it's like all you have to do. Everything was depicted in that Simpsons cartoon, and I can't remember exactly what episode it was, but like I said, I remember the whole detailed episode. Even like I know with me and K Boogie, we was talking about that earlier, and they was saying like they was even showing how Lisa was a feminist representing Kamala and all this shit. So it's like I said, man, the shit just really just playing the whole rollout. So it's like I'm not. That's why I say I'm not even surprised by nothing. And I mean, I just sit there with my popcorn and I'm just enjoying the show because, like I said, none of this shit is affecting me personally. None of these presidents is affecting me because, like I said, I'm governing myself, and I got myself elevated to the level of me not having to let these people have any control over what I do or say.
Yes, sir.
I'm like they could do whatever the fuck they want, but they still ain't gonna stop. Like I said, you can strike your channel, they could do whatever, but they still ain't gonna be able to stop me from speaking.
Bronze, that same girl you mentioned, she has a channel.
No, she's on this Clubhouse app, and that's what she was bringing a lot of shit stuff to me. But I think I follow her on Instagram too, and I'm gonna hit her up because I know she be having a lot of info she be like to share. So I'm gonna definitely hit her up too about it. But I just know definitely she was just telling me to make sure everybody can just go back and check out that episode. Just see for yourself what you believe or not. Uh, and shout out to the King, the God. Peace, peace, peace.
Peace and love to y'all, man. Peace, Chris Cyphers, Prophet Pre. Peace, bro, guys. How y'all feeling?
Salute, salute. High frequencies. What's going on, fam?
You don't know, bro.
High vibes.
And just chiming in, listening to what y'all building on.
Shit, you had any triggers you that was bothering you this week though?
Shit, bro. Really, every day is a trigger. It's just how you handle it. You know what I mean? We gotta be Neo in the Matrix, dodging all these bullets. You feel me? So there hasn't been one that I can just really, you know, identify with that made me have to maneuver a certain way. But like I said, every day, when you wake up, you got to realize your own triggers. You know what I mean? You got to wake up and realize that you can manifest a trigger if you don't know yourself. So nothing major, but that's every day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Facts, facts. And it's like it's all in how you handle it because, like I said, a lot of people they don't know how to handle shit, and that's why it's like the mentality is like they have to go take it on somebody else. Or like I said, most of them they just still sitting here waiting for somebody to come and save them and get them through everything. But like I said, it's like I don't get to the point now. This is that from growing up to where you were at to where you are right now, you should be aware. You should be more aware. Even the dog. I know animals are smart in general, but even like if the ants and all them can recognize things, the slightest things you should be at least be able to look up to the sky and say something not right. Something different. But a lot of folks, it's just like their mind is just I don't know, man. It should just be like it kills me because it's like why you just can't? What is your refusal just to not just a little bit, just to see something? But just like you're afraid of seeing that or saying something because you think it's not right. You're already living in fear, but you just thinking to yourself, you scared of judgment of others or what they will say about you.
Yeah, I say it's not more of how you handle it, because if you say how you handle it, now you're accepting things as a trigger that you could look at as not as a trigger. It's all about the
Yep.
perceptions. You have to read the problem first, and you have to look at it. So you can look at the problem, and it don't even have to be a problem, or it don't even have to be a trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Reasons why things might seem as a trigger from one person to another person, it might not be a trigger because of how they read it. Then you handle it
Right.
after you read it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's not more like you have a trigger. It's more about how you see and how you read it. And I just don't believe that, every day is a trigger. Though we have things that may trigger us, um, it's all about how you read it. Because if something keeps happening and you haven't figured out a way to get around it, nigga, look, nigga, something is happening and you can't get around it. That's your fault. That's not a trigger. You're trapped. You're wrapped in something. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, read what's put in front of you like a book. And if something that you can handle with no problem, it's not even a trigger. You can handle it. You know. That's why, like, today, I don't have triggers. I have not one trigger today because of the same example that I've seen. And I look and I put into play. Like, oh shit, let me get that. This ain't no trigger. This shit can't even make me mad. Fuck this shit. Whoop de whoop. Da 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 da. Do my silly dance and I'm gone. I'm back in my studio. Nah, nah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Be stronger than what you been told you are. Um, because a lot of people don't even know themselves and they don't even see a lot of shit as a trigger.
That
So
part.
he's like, what? Right. So it's like, what? Huh? How you? Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that don't see a lot of shit as a trigger. It's very calm and collective when shit happens, and they just know how to handle shit because they know how to
Right.
read and react to it. Right.
Now that
So
it takes a
you
certain
don't
level
you
to
don't
get
have
there,
to
bro.
you don't have to look you don't have to look and set things to be a trigger as every day, because that's what they want us to do, so we can have this fear, have this bullshit we have to worry about. Because when you're worrying, you're caring or fearing of something that's coming, something is of some sort, and that's putting fear on you, just like Jesus coming. You say Jesus fucking coming, nigga, we don't know what the fuck gonna happen. It was like, come on, you got so many people in that bitch. Like, oh shit, I got baptized, but I still had sex 30 fucking times before I got married. What the fuck? Man, it's just is not about that. Stop limiting yourself. Stop limiting yourself. You are degrading and limiting yourself. Stop. Just because this shit is a prison, you don't got to be in a prison.
Facts.
It's a prison of energy. It's not a prison of space. It's a prison of energy. A prison, not a prison of space. The motherfuckers that the white boys is trying to push, the reason why you get that 4x4 foot to live in, right? Come on.
Right.
Stop limiting yourself and get yourself to the highest potential. Stop worrying about all these motherfuckers you giving power to do all this shit. Stop giving these niggas power. Why the fuck y'all niggas giving these niggas power for? They can't do nothing. They haven't done nothing yet. They haven't done nothing magical, spiritual yet. And y'all niggas giving all these niggas power. They can do this according to the cosmos, rituals, all this other. These niggas haven't done nothing yet. We're still waiting for these niggas to do something. The fuck out of here, man. Niggas is fucking
Yep.
cornballs. Niggas is straight fucking scared. Nigga, grab your balls, be a fucking man, and stand for your shit and stop falling for nothing. Point blank. Point blank.
That's why I think we can't. That's what to the point is a lot of people forgetting how a man is supposed to be a man and a woman supposed to be a woman, but letting everything just suck them in and take over them and shit. Just like you fearing something that you would never see, but you don't even realize that you're fearing your own damn self.
That part. That part.
Like I ain't gonna lie though, sometimes I just be feeling like, man, I want to go. I be feel like I had enough of it. I just want to go stand right in front of all these fucking churches and really just be going off on them so bad. And I be like in my sometimes like I'm doing this shit. And like I'm just to the point of it that I just had enough of this shit. I mean, I'm just tired of seeing this shit. This shit just aggravates me. And it just be like to the point where I'm just really fed up with these people constantly just trying to enforce that shit on me. That's the problem with it. But I can't speak to you about what I believe because that's evil and that's considered witchery and all this other shit. So I had to just go along with whatever y'all tell me. That's my head with these folks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm shit, bro. I'm the same way. Stop putting that shit on me. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop knocking on my door. I don't want no parts of it. Get the fuck out of here. Point blank. But the crazy thing is, regardless of any of all this shit of what's going on right now, none of that not spiritual. Let me retry. None of that religious bullshit. None of those ideologies. None of that fucking magic, ritualistic, all that. None of that shit is doing anything for any Masonic, Freemasons. None of that shit is doing nothing. Out of Africa theory, in Africa theory, all of that shit, whatever you fucking want to call it. We originally from here. We originally from there. Da da da. None of that shit is doing nothing right now. But everybody got some mystical bullshit to give. Oh, do this, da 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 da. But you don't even know how to fucking read your own body. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Niggas, you can't tell me the 4 stages of sleep. Stop talking to me about astral projection and dreams. Point blank, niggas is around here talking about all this other shit, and niggas don't know shit. I am narcoleptic. I have to know about my brain at this point. I have to know why I'm falling in my dream state in minutes compared to y'all, which taking y'all an hour. I have to search that. I have to know why. But that's the shit that make people like me know this shit. Because I'm experiencing it. Your daydream might take 30 minutes. My daydream might take 30 seconds. It's a big difference. And nobody can tell me the 4 stages of fucking sleep. They got to look that shit up. Nobody can tell me what happens in your first, your second, your third, or your fourth non-REM sleep stage when you're in your dream state. Nobody cannot tell me that without looking that up. But all these niggas got mystical shit to talk about dreams. You teleporting, you doing this, you traveling, you die. Nigga, shut the fuck up. That's still dream bullshit. When are you gonna wake the fuck up? You gonna stay asleep and follow the dream shit? Trust me, I've been in and out of it. I've done it. But then motherfuckers want to say, oh, well, your dreams are recorded memories from your ancestors and your past lives and all this shit. Is it your past life or is it something that you can do in this life? What the fuck is it? Because I see waters falling from clouds and I've never seen a waterfall from a cloud in physical fucking life. The fuck are we talking about? But niggas be coming mad because when I be shutting that shit down, all that mystical bullshit, that what the fuck, fuck, oh God, what, da da da. Almighty power, this, da da da. Almighty power, what? What is almighty power when that shit can't even be expressed right now? You can't express that shit with no God, no Jesus, no none of that. None of the old African gods that they say, or Rishus, or all this other shit. Nobody can. The Hindus, the Buddhas, all. Nobody is you. Any of all that shit you use. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is helping you right now at this point? Pray to all of them. Pray to all of them. What is gonna stop what's going on? What the fuck is your reality? A story? He say, she say? Or what the fuck is looking out of your eyes? Because obviously, what the fuck is looking out of your eyes is not your reality. And you dumb as fucking ignorant to me. So if none of these niggas ain't got nothing to help and uplift people. I'm not talking about information. Anybody can give information. White people give information. What are you doing to help people right now? Financially, for their business, to help their families? What are we doing right now for it? To help your careers? What's going on? But everybody out here, day to day, talk about this bullshit, regurgitating this bullshit all fucking last year, and the shit is still going on in 2021. Now niggas is talking about magical powers. Really?
Yep.
You're not even fucking organic, and you're talking about tapping into magical powers. Get the fuck out of here. You're poisoning yourself as you're telling people you have to know yourself and tap into your powers. Get the fuck out of here. I yield the mic. I said enough. My fault.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's it. Shit just crazy to me. It's just crazy. And like I said, ain't no magical powers coming out of nobody no time soon to do nothing. And it's like I said, it's like everybody just put too much emphasis on these people that's just
Bro,
regular people.
check this out. Check
Mm-hmm.
this out. Let's say we don't know each other, right? We don't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We just on opposite spectrums of the motherfucking goddamn country.
Mm-hmm.
You got some fucking plasma rays coming out of your eye. I could control metal. Now, we know since we have these so-called mutant powers, there got to be more people around with these mutant powers.
Facts.
Right? Think about it. Do you really think there would be any peace or any type of coalition in this world if motherfuckers is running around with fucking godlike powers like that? Just think about
Fuck.
it.
Fuck no.
Everybody will be killing everybody and turning on everybody even more than what's going on because they be benefiting off their own power.
Yep.
The
It wouldn't
fuck?
even be no. It wouldn't even be no need for guns and shit. Cause now I could kill you with my mutant powers. You know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Brother, you really think you're gonna get some fucking mutant powers? Man, keep dreaming and keep working on that shit, bro. Just let me know when that happened because I'm pretty sure the first person who's gonna have some mutant powers is gonna put that shit on YouTube and Instagram, and that shit is gonna go fucking viral.
Yep.
Point fucking blank. So stop with the bullshit like there's some other extra shit coming on. And if you teaching some shit like that, nigga, you should be the first one showing us your fucking powers. Point blank.
Yep.
Obviously, you haven't tapped into it. So why are you telling me some shit you haven't tapped into? Niggas be accepting shit from everybody, and I'm like, no, y'all niggas swear like, oh, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Y'all niggas don't understand. Y'all niggas is getting nothing but bones.
Yep.
You ain't getting no meat. You ain't getting nothing. You getting nothing. You getting straight bones. You
Yep.
paying your attention to motherfuckers that's giving you fish bones, and they're not giving you no fucking meat. They literally just took the meat off the fucking fish and gave it to you for scraps. And you thinking you can spit, eat the meat, spit out the bone. No, nigga, there's no meat. You fed into some shit without getting fed. Reasons why you're still hungry for the truth. You're still hungry for the truth. Do you hear what I'm saying? We're
Mm-hmm.
still hungry for the truth. If we've been eating and spitting out bones this whole time, why are we still hungry for the truth? It don't make sense. Niggas, sit the fuck down. It's not that serious.
Right. Hey, pretty King, y'all want to tap in?
Yeah, I'm listening. Well,
Oh, wow.
listening.
Yep. Shit, that's why I say, man, that shit is sometimes can understand this shit a little bit better because it's like I say, all these people walking around here thinking like that way, man, y'all just full of shit. Like the only magical powers that you could think about is the magical powers that y'all let these people actually believe that they can control you and do whatever they want to you. You tell these motherfuckers, I had enough. You know how fucking fast that ship will sink. They can't do shit. They're already powerless, but you just bulk. You just boosting the ego, keep making them think that they can keep doing this and they can keep doing that to you because you letting them control your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just crazy. It's like, man, you go from everything, between the banks, all this shit. You just letting all these motherfuckers control whatever you do. Grocery stores, etc. Like, man, come on. Y'all these motherfuckers telling y'all you gotta keep walking to my store, coming to my store with a fucking mask on. But excuse me, motherfucker. What if you built your fucking store on land that I had already? So I should be telling you what the fuck to do. That shit crazy.
Facts.
And just to piggyback off of what Chris was saying, man, that's why I say a lot of people don't apply shit to they self. Like bro was saying, man, everybody preaching, we all preaching, everybody preaching, right? But a lot of motherfuckers ain't even applying the shit, and that's what I had to step back and look like, man, hold on, like y'all say, oh, meditation, do this and that, but half of you motherfuckers don't even really meditate.
Meditate.
Half of you
Exact.
motherfuckers ain't even in the nature. Y'all talk about go to nature and this and that. Nigga, I swear I'll be the only nigga in nature, bro. Like, I swear to God, like, it be fucking me up. Cause I'll be like, damn, man, I'm actually doing shit. Y'all niggas is just behind a fucking computer screen. Like, that's
Right.
not gonna solve anything, bro. And that's where I had to realize, like, you gotta really pay attention to everything. Like how we were saying, Chris, on your channel last time, everything
Uh-huh.
ain't always that deep. It's simple shit you gotta look at sometimes. And the
Fact.
simplest shit will show you the deepest shit. You'll be like, damn, like I said, you'll just take a step back, like, damn, hold on. All these people on YouTube, but nobody's out in nature, yet they talking about nature. What the fuck is really going on? Simple shit like that, like how ain't you in nature talking about nature? Like you get what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro. Salute.
For
You know,
real.
You know, you say that's deep what you just said right there, because it's like you're so conditioned, manufactured by the system that's in place that by the time you even go into nature, you're so like low vibrational that it's not going to do much for you anyways. You know, it's like you got to kind of be on a certain vibe and ready to deal with nature rather than kind of just rushing into it with a low vibrational state of being.
And now I can agree with that, but this is where this is where I'm at, Prophet P. Um, you shouldn't be speaking on something you're not ready for. Then, and this is from experience because when I went through my journey and I got all this knowledge and information, my throat chakra was activated. I was ready to just preach to the world. Like I found the truth. But what I had to realize, I hold up, slow your ass down. You don't
Right.
know none of this shit because you just learned it. You gotta experience it. You gotta heal yourself. You gotta, like we was just talking about, learn certain things that trigger you so you don't have them triggers. You won't even have the motherfuckers no more. And once you do that kind of shit, it brings a whole nother enlightenment to where you can look at other things simple and be like, dude, this ain't even like that's why certain people, like you saying, that vibration, certain people are not aware of how a fucking mask isn't gonna save you. It's so simple. But their vibrations off because they haven't healed themselves. They haven't learned who they are and the things they experienced that created them to think a certain way. You know what I mean? And not just
You're
people that are what we will call sleep, for the lack of better words, even the conscious community. Like there's a level even in there where it's like, okay, like I'm saying, how many motherfuckers gonna stay behind a fucking TV screen though, or a computer screen, or a phone, or whatever the fuck, electricity, a technology device, and yet you want to talk about how powerful the sun is and the electromagnetism in the ground and all that shit, but I don't see none of us putting our fucking feet in the ground. Show me a video of niggas doing that besides some weird cult shit like Nature Boy doing. You know what I mean? Show me some real shit that
right.
everybody preach about. Then I'm like, okay, now niggas are doing shit. They're going somewhere. It's not you. I don't know. It's just levels to this shit. You could talk about it, but be about it. That's for lack of better words.
For example, I know there's like a lot of walks of life, different walks of life, but for myself, what I would do slowly, since I know I had to work myself up to it, what I would do is slowly get experience until you're full blown ready. Like as you just said, planting your foot down here when the summer comes around. I try to get as much nature as I can, much practice with different things that I'm catching on to, with getting more adapted to nature. And then slowly you find yourself disconnecting slowly. You're not out there in nature yet, but you're getting enough to kind of build yourself up. And then eventually you're going to find yourself wanting to really do it more, depend on your experiences or who you are. And slowly, it will come a time where I can adapt fully and I'll be ready.
There's
So
videos where I'm at beaches and shit. I do meditations a lot, and I'm
facts.
I'm I'm in I'm in nature as well. Um,
But
I
you're
do have
doing
video,
it though, Chris.
huh?
You're doing it though. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
that's what I
yeah,
was gonna say to Prophet Pre. Like that's where some of your frustration comes. Like bro, I was listening, and the root was, what are we doing? Like, and
right.
you're right. I mean, shit, you right, bro. What the fuck? Like, okay, we got all this information. Okay, now what? Because we've been doing this shit for how many years now? How long have niggas been woke or conscious or whatever the fuck we want to call this?
Mm-hmm.
Right, 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 right. Yep, you on point, bro. You on point, bro.
And the reason why I'm on point, bro, because I be alone. Like, bro, out here, I'm in Colorado, bro.
Mm.
out here, a lot of skin, people with our skin color are not on this shit
What city?
like that.
What city? What city?
I'm in between Denver and Aurora. I'm like alternate between both.
All right.
Denver
So when I come out there, we linking up, right?
hell yeah, on
All
me.
right.
Hey, don't
Cause
be
I
surprised if I don't come out to Cali. I'll be coming out there every once in a while. Shit.
all right, bet. I mean, cause I got another one of my bros that I need to link up, that I really need to visit and over there too as well. But I snowboard and shit, so I want to go out and I want
Hell
to snowboard. I
yeah.
want to have a killer time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hell yeah. Hey, we can make that happen. For real, for real.
And I
Um,
keep thinking about just like a whole mass meditation though, man. That shit like that's what I keep thinking about. That's
we could
crazy.
definitely do that too. We could do that
but
too,
see,
Bronze. We could but
that's what I'm saying.
I think it would be dope for us to link up first,
Hmm.
do it first with the meditation personally, so we can get get each other's vibes, feel each other's vibes and energy, so we'll
Hmm.
know what to pick up and latch on to when we doing it separate. Because if we do it separate before doing it together, then it's like kind of like what are we kind of like reaching for at this point, you know?
Right,
Right, right,
right.
right, right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, this is the point where niggas need to be doing this shit. You know what I mean? Like, we need to be. That's what I'm saying. We talking about that's real work. That's real spiritual shit. Like you saying, that's the real. This shit on the computers only get us so far, bro. Like it's great because we get to connect, we get to enlighten each other. It has its positivities, but it's supposed to take us to a next level with this shit.
Mhm.
And that's the kind of work that people should be doing. If we gonna really talk about we gods and all this shit, then we
Right,
need to be doing God fucking work.
right. That
For real.
part, that fucking part, bro. That part. Shit, we need to be creating more suns and more plants and more healthful shit that's going
For
on.
real.
Gods, we need to be acting like gods.
Bro,
Fact.
just like we was talking about the animals. Remember how we was bringing and how much animals could teach us shit
Yeah,
Mhm.
and plants and shit. Like that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
That's the kind of the
exactly.
simple shit, bro. It don't even
Yeah,
gotta be super deep sometimes.
yeah. Facts. We were just talking about that on the last build I was doing.
And the crazy thing about it is niggas can't even give you one report on something from nature right now. They can't even just give you the simplest things of how an ant or something works. But they could damn sure sit there and tell you about everybody that's in on the industry, everybody, the shoes and all this other shit. But it's like, man, it's just everything just sitting there. It's like
Facts.
even though I could be out of nature for weeks, but as soon as I go right back in there, it's like I never left. Because it's like I'm already educated on what's going on.
Hey,
You know,
hey, hey, Bronze. That's why they saying, nigga, you back like you never left, nigga.
exactly. And that shit, like, even though sometimes I get mad because I don't go when it be so cold because I get my vibes off of when I feel that heat. That heat just directs me more. But
Hmm.
it's just like whenever I do get the time to come back out there, just to go back in there, I don't care whatever something that was just put up new in there or just whatever it is. It's like I already have that bond regardless. So it's like I already know. I could tell if there's something to change or if this is this animal is missing, and it gets to that point where you just kind of like you really know it now.
Hmm.
You know, I say also getting to fit in with it, like find where you fit in the best with nature. Also, practicing different things like building, growing, agriculture, things that can help you learn as much as you can here in the system so you can apply it to nature. And I found myself last summer what I found very happy doing. I never really did it before, but trying it out, like actually growing my own vegetables and fruits, and that made me feel. It gave me energy doing that. It felt good, barefoot out there with the bees and shit. The bees didn't even sting me. The honey bees came around, pollinating my plants and watching them do their job. It just felt like even though I wasn't out there in the real nature, it was still a form of it where I can say, if I decide to transition fully, I think I'll be comfortable. So I tell people, do as much as you can with what we have now to know how to apply it for when the time actually comes. And I think that's where I fit, with growing things and building things using raw material.
Hell yeah, prophetry. Um, that goes into you said a lot right there. Like the first thing that resonated was just using what you can. Like, I go to parks. I was telling Prophet Chris, I was telling Chris, I got plants in here in my home. I talk to my plants, animals, pets. Like you said, that's another way to connect with nature. Uh, Even just looking at the birds and the squirrels, like bro, sometimes I walk out on my balcony and I just pay attention to the fucking squirrels and watch how they maneuver and play and do all that shit. And it teaches you about yourself in a way and how nature works and how animals work with nature. Like you're right, just the little things of what you have now that helps you. And the second thing is I actually forgot the second thing I was gonna say, but yeah, you said a lot. You said some real shit there, bro. Just wanted to build on that.
Because
No
you,
problem.
you want to you want to have certain skill sets and certain trades, when it comes to that type of life where you don't feel like you're missing out on anything because you left the system. Like, there's no more this, there's no more that. But really, it can be all there. It's just like how you have the electronic ways of life, materialistic ways of life. A lot of things were really replicated from nature, but in an electronic way. But you can still get this stuff with what's there, the sun, the moon. You can still have fun as much as you could in the system. So it's good to learn as much as you can before you leave. So you don't feel like, what am I doing here? Like, fuck this, You don't feel frustrated like you fucked yourself over. Just learn as much as you can. And unfortunately, most people are not ready to even, or maybe never will. Who knows? But for the people that really care about that, it's in you. You feel like you want that. I would say to get on it from now. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, a lot of climates right now is in the winter where you can't maybe grow certain things. Or as soon as it picks up again, plant some seeds, man. Watch that. You'll be surprised, man. A tomato
Oh,
tree grew so fast for me. Pepper trees.
you just remind me what I was gonna say when you said that. I wanted to ask you how you felt when you seen your food from the seed that you produced in the ground. You planted in the ground. When you seen it grow and you seen the birth of it, how did you feel? Because stuff like that, you get to nature shows you things when you just plant seeds. You know what I mean?
Uh, I felt excited, like rapid vibration, man. I felt excited to the point I got addicted to growing. I want to grow as much stuff as I can. Even things that people would tell me that can't grow here in Canada, or that's not going to grow. I proved a lot of people wrong. I ended up growing
Mm-hmm.
things that a lot of people never thought would grow. And you know what? I think it was also because of my energy,
Mm-hmm.
why those plants grew the way they grew, in abundance. You know, it just kept growing. And those cherry tomatoes, for
Mm-hmm.
example, I basically lived off that shit for the whole summer, mostly cherry tomatoes and getting food from the sun. Literally, people need to start. making use of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like I never thought it was like that real until I tried it. You know, literally, you can get full off the sun. You find yourself not eating in a couple of days because you're doing so much sun gazing. And I fell asleep under the sun so much times just staring at it and bringing me somewhere else and shit like that. Escaping, coming back next day, you see the tomatoes are getting more riper. You know, I was like, this is crazy. You know, and I just got addicted to it. You know, but hey, things come to an end where okay, we go into the winter season now and trying to figure out where I need to be in life because I don't like the winter season, right? But got more built for heat, right? So I'm trying to figure that part out right now of where I need to be in life as far as living, like because I don't think right down here is doing it for me unless they go through a climate change or something. But I just want more of the sun. That's basically what I'm addicted to right now.
I'm with you, bro. I'm a sun gazer. I've been sun
Yeah,
gazing for the past year now. Like I said, I'm in Colorado, so it get cold. One thing about Colorado though, it could be fucking 10 degrees. The sun was still shining, so we get a lot of sun, but it be cold as fuck.
and
Hmm.
guess what? This is all through coronavirus or whatever the shit that's going on.
Hmm.
And you know, I never faced the reality that a lot of people felt that face because when you're so much for the system, you start to miss out on shit and all that. I never had that problem. I grew my own weed, so I don't have to see no dealers and all like that. I got addicted to doing that too. I kept growing them, making tea out of it. And you know, I just never faced the struggles of this epidemic. It's like I was in my own world, creating my own reality. And when I got bored or tired of it, I just went right back to sun gazing or moon gazing, and then dreams taking me somewhere else and things like that. You know, just leaving, getting away from society. It just, I just had a great time, man. That's what I tell people: get in where you fit in. What feels good to you, you do that. But for those that's for the system, hey, that's for them, man, and that's where they belong, I guess. So you know, and it's like it's funny because every time I seen even my most positive friends, a lot of them started becoming negative because I guess I was getting more positive, and then I'm seeing what I never seen in them before, you know, and it's things like that. I started seeing a lot more negativity when I was starting to see people because I was changing. So it's kind of like to say I was living with a lot of negativity that I didn't once realize. And, you know, it pretty much changed me a bit. So I don't know, man. The more I went, the more I found myself to myself, you know, but I never felt alone anymore.
I found it amazing how you said when you was planting what you was planting, the bees and stuff just came there and was pollinating and everything, and it's just
Yeah,
like. And the thing that's the thing I love about with nature is just like they don't complain. They just know their job, man. It's like they
yeah,
see you doing this shit, and they just like without questions, they already know it's time to go take care of this. Without that's the shit that just gets me. It makes me just sit in amazement when I'm just standing up there watching them.
yeah. It's, you know, I just told you, you know, about my loss already. You know, my little brother died, and just like even after that, I still had high vibes. You know, just I'm still living off high energy, and it's kind of like it's like nothing is getting me down anymore. You know, nothing could bring me down anymore. It's like no matter what turmoil happens, I'm just that set me up to be who I am. You know, right now, that whole summer of just being in nature and shit like that, it raised it so high that it's still high till this point. You know.
That's a good place
Question.
to be.
And um, and I guess just for everybody, anybody can answer it. I just want to ask, do you feel that there's a purpose and you have a purpose, and if so, what is that purpose?
Um, Me, bro, my purpose is just to be me, connect my higher self and my lower self together and be a wholeness of myself and be me, reflect my light out and show everybody how to do it their way. They can look at me, see how I do it, and be they fucking self. Teach people how to be who the fuck they are, bro, and live the best life I can. Anything I want to do, I do. That's my answer.
Yeah, I mean, I just thinking that I'm just doing what I can to keep myself going, and like I say, vibrating high all the time. So it's like, at the end of the day, just like I don't know, just kind of submitted myself into my higher realm of myself now. Is just that I no longer, care of all the bullshit or dessert no more. Just like I'm just ready to keep going to the, whatever's next in store for me.
Pretty much, pretty much all what y'all said, um, along with just excelling to the next purpose. It's like many purposes, and then those purposes bring me to a new purpose. Because what I used to think was my purpose, it was just momentarily to help me grow into
Shut
finding
your
another
beautiful
purpose.
ass up, nigga. Your beautiful ass, nigga. I don't want to hear that beautiful ass shit, nigga.
Yeah.
What's
Fuck
up,
wrong with you, nigga?
This
Talking about
nigga.
that beautiful ass shit, nigga. Ain't no on to the next thing and no on this. Nigga, we focused in the moment, nigga. Ain't never no next thing.
Nah,
Get your
bro.
game up, nigga.
Nah, man.
Get your ass out them books, nigga.
Let him finish. We ain't talking about books. We talking about
Okay, and then I'ma
yourself.
kill him, then I'ma kill your ass. Go ahead,
Nah,
finish, nigga.
you ain't killing shit. You gonna stay in your spot, and he gonna finish. That's what he gonna do. So go ahead, Bree.
That's all, man. Let Horse John get the floor.
No, say the name right, nigga. It's John Horse, nigga. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it conflicted. If I come on this bitch, nigga, I come with the truth, nigga. Don't do me like that. You understand? I'm trying to correct your perspective, brother. Cause you be talking some melodic ass, beautiful ass shit, but it don't come with no solution.
Triggers.
You know, hey man, we done did 2-3 podcasts together. Times them bitches, high time, Kurt run them bitches. Nigga, know what I'm saying? That's like 6 podcasts in one, nigga. We done did 2 podcasts in 24-hour type shit. So nigga, that like 6 of them.
And the classic battle, John Horse and Free.
Yeah, I mean, cause my whole thing is, man, like I say, I'm a soldier, bro. It's all about being direct. You understand? We can talk melodic all the fuck we want to, and that's beautiful as fuck.
We was
But we
talking
missing the
direct.
message.
We was talking direct. We wasn't talking upon of
Oh
what
no 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 no
how
no no
you
no no no
would.
no no. Check this out. From my perspective, just listening and observing, bro, it wasn't direct. So now I mean, you can come
You
with what you
wasn't even
come with,
involved in the
cause you
conversation,
sound like
so that don't even
you
matter. That
sound
don't even
you. No
matter.
no 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 no
That
no
don't
no.
even
Let me
matter.
talk now, cause I was listening to y'all talk before I jumped off in this bitch like
But you
WCW.
came in here while on the conversation that was actually
Oh
peaceful.
yeah,
You
cause I
made
was
it. You
listening
made it.
first.
You made it unpeaceful.
Cause I was listening
So
first, and I totally object.
you fucked up the
I
whole
totally
energy in
objected.
it. But
He
go ahead. Go ahead
did.
though. Go ahead though, John. Horse for horse,
Yeah,
John.
that's what I'm talking about. Let me
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, I gotta go to work tonight, so I'm trying to get it in, get it out. But
Hey, well,
you know what I'm
hey,
saying?
Chris,
Shout out.
ask him the
Hey.
question.
No,
Ask
no, no,
him the
no.
question.
Hold on. Before
Shit.
we start, just respectfully, just respectfully. Shout out to everybody on the panel. It's no malicious shit. Everybody, if you new to the chat or whatever. These my brothers, these my dudes. This is how we clown. This is how we do that shit. I just seen my boys in the perspective. Hey man, like I say, I'm always the one who just, you know what I'm saying? I bring that energy. So don't think it's nothing
Hey,
like,
peace
you know what
and
I'm saying,
love to
some
you,
beef
bro.
type shit.
You
These my
good?
people,
You
you know
good?
what I'm
We
saying?
know.
So we joking and fucking off right now.
We know.
Peace
You
and
good?
love to
You
you,
good?
brother.
Yeah, but the people don't know. So I had to let them know, you know what I'm saying? It's like a disclaimer type shit. You know what I'm saying? They be, oh, them niggas beefing and shit. Next thing you know, we pull up our name. It's so-and-so verse so-and-so. Like, what the fuck? No, that's my brother. I can call him right
Fuck you, Horse
now.
John. Fuck you, Horse
Hey,
John.
man,
You
fuck
can
you
never
too,
war
you
with me.
beautiful bitch. You
Horse,
beautiful bitch. Fuck
Horse
you,
John.
bitch.
Horse John can never
It's
war
good
with
to
me.
be, it's good to be bite, though, man.
He
It's
called
good to
that
be
nigga
bite,
a
though.
beautiful stallion. You beautiful.
Yeah, not the hey, but the whole thing about it is, get what? I know I'm a male horse. Y'all better go tell Meg she ain't. Hey, I don't know what that bitch got going on. Shit, I get the pass for being a stallion. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, mean. That was fucked up with our community right now. Everybody be trying to sound so goddamn smart. You know what I'm saying? They don't even understand the words they be goddamn using.
That
You know what I'm
part.
saying? I was listening to the radio Breakfast Club. Hey man, I'm sorry, I'm addicted. It is what it is. We
I
all
listen
in
to
the
them too.
matrix.
Don't worry, don't worry. I'm
So,
one of
all
them.
right, so you probably caught this shit last weekend where the lady was talking about how she addressed her son and shit and how she done took 2 days and just
Yeah,
brainwashed his ass with CNN.
and then
I'm
yeah,
like, and amongst a whole bunch of other shit. But she was so, you know what I'm saying? She stood on that shit. Like she stood on it like, this what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my
yeah.
God, this is not what it is. Everybody is doing that left and right shit. Like, bro, listen, if I want to ride a surfboard and I'm a black man and I want to goddamn wear a long sleeve long john with some shorts and some flip flops, who's the fuck tell me I can't do that? I know
Facts.
that's
Right,
far fetched, but that's where we going at with it. You know
right,
what I'm
right.
For
saying?
real.
You can use your mind to do any of the fuck thing you want to, but you got everybody around this bitch following the status quo. I'm looking at a commercial right now. Motherfucker got a mask on. Hold on. My cousin looking like the flavor. What's up, cuz? Talk to me. Hurry up, cuz we can't talk long. What? Huh? What's up? Man, you don't get the hell out my hey man. But yeah, go ahead. Somebody else go ahead.
Hey, no, bro was speaking some real shit. I was just saying, motherfuckers don't know how to be they self, man. That's my purpose, Chris. I just want to show niggas how to be they motherfucking self by me being myself, bro. On me,
I
and we
got you.
gonna elevate at the same time. You feel me?
And you know what's so crazy? If you look at it, the more you try to be yourself, do you see the outside society, not people in general, but just the social engineering and the social construct try to contain you more? And the more
Mm-hmm.
you feel more volatile, you know
Ooh,
what I'm saying? But it's not in a
hey,
bad way. It's
you
more like,
speaking some
man, I
shit,
gotta show
bro.
you motherfuckers what the real is. Like,
Hey,
I
you
got to
speaking
be
some shit,
myself. Like,
bro.
I got to explode like a rocket. You know what I'm saying? That's why I came on this bitch. Man, well, hold on, man. That my dog. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I had to say fuck you on your goddamn narrative. Like you
Hey,
can't
John.
you talking about reincarnation. You understand? You put it in a beautiful way, but you talking about reincarnation. We not on that fuck shit. We in the moment right now. We stuck in this motherfucking dome. We trying to get a motherfucking goddamn hold of what the motherfucking silver lining is. And your ass is up there talking about beautiful perspectives and shit. We not gonna do that. We ain't on no goddamn rainbow shit.
Y'all
We on some
niggas is
black and white
funny.
shit. I'm sorry if you don't like that, but that's been the narrative for the last goddamn 400, 500, 600, 3,000 years. How the fuck you want to put it? You know what I'm saying? Fuck them goddamn brown people and all that other shit. Yes, I said that shit, and I ain't with no social
He
engineering. Let's be real.
he
You know what I'm saying?
said on
Let's
the
be real.
rainbow.
Let's talk about it like this, like music. It's either country music, pop music, whatever the fuck you want to call it, which we call white, or it's rap music, or drill music, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's black and white. Nigga, we ain't Telemundo ain't over this bitch on the radio. Let's keep it real.
Telemundo.
Yeah, all that bullshit, man. Y'all niggas take a step back to the side. Your struggle ain't my struggle, brother. You understand? But I appreciate your alliance. But motherfucker, you friends. You friends. I'm America. I don't need your help right now. You sit in the background till I call on you, Mexico. Fuck these niggas got going on, man.
Oh,
John Horse, man. Like I said, man, I'm in YouTube jail right now, but like I
shit.
say, shout out to my dogs. You know what I'm saying? If you like this bullshit I'm spitting, you know what I'm saying? John Horse, make sure you put your channel. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you put the channel and go ahead and subscribe. I got plenty of bullshit like this.
So horse John, what is your solution?
Hey man, you say my name one more wrong time, I'm gonna come find your ass and I'm gonna post your ass to let you know I found your ass. Don't play with me. Say my name right, and you can ask the question. Don't
I'm
play
gonna
with
say it
me.
again. Horse John, what is your
See,
solution?
see, 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 See,
John,
that's why
now.
your
Hey,
name
John.
pre.
Hey, John.
That's
John,
why your
John.
name pre. Cause them hoes say you be
Little
preying all the
Johnny.
time. Them hoes say you
John,
be preying
John,
all the time.
John. What is
You
Little
your
pre
solution?
nut
Johnny.
coming motherfucker. You don't look at the
Little
whole perspective. That's why
Johnny.
you pre nutting. You want to get the big bang, motherfucker, and you got a little bang. Sit your head down, man. No
You
homo.
say
Pause on all
Johnny
that
just
shit, man.
tripping.
Sit your
you
gay
be
head down
clear
with that
for him.
shit, man. You hate when
John.
somebody else got. You hate when somebody else is the elephant in the room. And they ain't even trying to be the elephant in the room. You point. You put the eye on that shit. You pre-nutting ass motherfucker. Don't play with me.
You the
Bitch, I'm
clear form.
Charlemagne the God of the podcast world. Don't play with me, boy. You know what the time it is. Come on, Pre, but go ahead and ask the question, bro. No disrespect. Go ahead and ask the question.
What is your solution, John?
Hey, but just like the brother said earlier, man, the simple solution, man, everybody got to learn how to be themselves. What I basically mean, all right, simple. I haven't watched the playoffs. Somebody's gonna ask me tomorrow, hey, what you think about this game? What you think about this game? I swear, I didn't try. I just did me. I know I be watching YouTube videos and shit like y'all and shit, know what I'm saying? Or I be listening to music. I just really did my own thing and didn't feel forced to watch that shit. So I don't have an answer for a motherfucker. So that excludes me right then and there from the equation that they trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? Which is the whole collective following the narrative. And I'm not on that type of shit. You understand?
Yup.
Yes, I know football and all that other shit. Yes, we know about the Matrix. But in the Matrix, if you looked at it, Neo and them, when they got off in that bitch, they was nothing like that. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, you dropped the gym.
You know what I
Go
mean?
ahead. Go
My whole
ahead.
thing is you got to be your motherfucking self. Put on them goddamn horse blinders. Why you think Neo and them rock motherfucking goddamn shades in that bitch? You know what I'm saying? It's to hide the fact that they are the motherfucking light. And they trying to keep
Facts.
you from being blinded from looking into their eyes, motherfucker. You understand?
Ooh.
But you
Mm-mm.
motherfuckers think, oh, goddamn, they trying to not see us. It's you blinded to the light. You in the darkness, dumbass. You know what I'm saying? You trying to find yourself. They trying to blind you from the truth because you can't handle it. You'll go crazy. You'll go chaotic. But that's good though, because that's what everybody need right now. Everybody need to go chaotic so we can get this shit in order. You know what I'm
All
saying?
I gotta
Universal
say,
law.
check this out. All I gotta say is Bruce Leroy Glow ain't got shit on me, bro.
And you know what? That's a beautiful thing. Because that's how you supposed to look at it. Because if Bruce Lee was gone, and I mean, if he came and he gone now, and you know, like, goddamn, I done studied his art. I know what man, fuck that. He did this. He doing the same shit that you gonna do. I'm gonna take your style, make it better, show you that I studied it and I mastered it. Blase, squaze, whatever, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the rules. But at the same time, if you look at it, all it is just taking DNA or taking the past or taking memory and, you know what I'm saying, regurgitating it for a better cause or a better meaning, depending on the intent behind the motherfucker. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? If the intent bad, which is to keep in control, this is go back to the other podcast when I was talking about Batman is the bad fucking guy and Joker is the good guy. Joker, yeah, he got money, but he still got them going against the rebel cause of control. You know what I'm saying? Batman say he was fighting for the people. How the fuck you fight for poor people and you the rich man and you got all the gizmos and gadgets? You ain't Superman. So ultimately, goddamn, what you doing? You using your money to goddamn have your influence control or have the narrative over the goddamn situation. This is how we get to show Batman. Don't play with me. I'm on one right now. Anybody got any questions? Cause I gotta go to work. But come on, hit me with it now.
Uh,
I don't see um your perspective, right? Is Joker is the bad guy, Batman's the good guy, right?
No. My perspective is chaos. It's not duality. When you said two names just now, that's duality. I'm not about duality. I'm about the perspective. You understand? Because I'm looking at it in the Joker's way, and I'm looking at it in Batman's way. We
Right.
both had that. We both got they past and what
So
they about. We know Bruce Wayne and where he come from. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying? That's ultimately that Eminem shit. You
bro, check
mad and hatred at your
this out.
parents and
Check
all
this
this
out.
other shit.
hold on.
Why? Because they
Check
Slow down.
goddamn doing charity,
this
but they
out.
ain't doing real charity.
Check this out.
You know
Check
what I'm
this out.
saying?
Check
The
this
Joker
out.
come from some real depression ass type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
Some triple
bro.
X motherfucker before we even get triple X. You
Now,
understand? And he
bro,
fighting against
bro.
his oppression. So
bro,
how
bro,
the fuck
bro.
can
Check
we
this out.
really be mad at Joker when he has nothing but everything to gain?
No, bro,
Why
check
the
this
fuck
out.
is
Mm.
Check
Bruce
this out.
Wayne
Check
doing
this out.
everything when he has everything and
Bro, bro,
everything to
bro,
lose?
bro,
This
bro,
is
All right,
why
John.
he trying
bro,
to hide his
Let me
bro,
identity.
ask you a
John,
question. Let me
Bitch
John,
ask you a
ass
John,
fucking
question.
Batman.
John,
Fuck
John.
Batman. I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
John. John,
I'm
check this
sorry.
out. Check this out. Check this out. No, 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 no. You cool. You cool. You cool. Cause I wanna keep it going. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I just got a question. What's the difference between Joker and us?
Choice. Choice.
Choice?
Choice.
Nah, nah.
No, 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 no. It's
Okay,
choice. Because
okay.
guess what? You believe in what you believe in, but you ultimately have faith in what you have faith in. You
Yeah.
understand? So it's a
Check this
choice.
out.
What Michael Jackson say? I'm gonna make it real clear. What Michael Jackson say? I'm looking for the man in the mirror. Okay,
Okay.
y'all know the
Check this out.
song.
Check this out. Check this
I
out.
gotta
Check this
sing the
out.
whole song.
All right. No, 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 no. You good. You good. Check this out. Check
Okay,
this out.
okay.
Check this out. Check this out. Joker is damn near each and every one of us. What was Joker trying to do? Overthrow the system and show his power. Right? The difference between him and us, he figured out a way to do it and he acted on it.
You looking at it too much in detail.
Oh, I'm
You
not
looking at
looking
it too
at
much
it.
in detail. What
No,
you
don't
gotta
say
look at it
no, no,
like this
don't
here.
speak.
You
No, hold on, hold on, hold
absolutely
on. No, no,
right.
no, 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 no,
Hey,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
no, no, no,
no.
no,
Don't
no.
speak for me.
You
No,
listen,
don't
listen,
speak for
because I'm
me.
flowing
Don't
with you.
speak for me.
Flow
No,
with me
speak
now.
for
Flow
yourself.
with me now. I'm
No,
flowing
no,
with you.
no, no,
I'm
no,
flowing
no,
with
no,
you.
no,
I'm
no.
flowing with you. I'm flowing with you. Check this out. I'm
Horsey
flowing with you.
Jonathan. No,
Hey, no,
no.
no, 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 no. Now,
I'm
ain't
just
no
saying. I'm just
disrespect.
saying. You can't
Ain't no
speak for me.
disrespect.
You
I'm
can't
flowing
speak for
with
me.
you, brother.
You can't. You
I'm
can't
flowing
speak for
with
me.
you.
You can't speak for
Listen.
me though. You can't speak
No,
for me.
I'm
Don't
not
tell me
speaking for
how.
you at
Don't
all.
tell me how I
No, no,
perceived it.
I'm
Don't tell me how I
elaborating.
did
No,
that.
no, no. I'm
Mm,
elaborating on what you're saying, brother. I wouldn't dare
right.
disrespect you like that. I wouldn't
Okay.
dare say
Okay.
I'm smarter than you. That's
No.
disrespectful.
No. No.
I
No.
wouldn't.
I'm not
I'm
saying. I know. No.
elaborating on your correctness. I'm
Right.
telling you, you're correct. I'm just elaborating on it. That's
Okay.
all.
Okay. Okay.
They
Okay.
do
Okay.
that
Go,
shit in
go ahead.
radio
Go
all
ahead.
the time.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, what you were saying was, you said Joker was all of us, right?
Yeah. He's one of us. Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm basically saying, and I said you went too much into detail. You know what I'm saying? It's about simple feeling. You know what I'm saying? This person oppressed me. You know what I'm saying? I feel this way. Joker felt a certain way, just like you said. You was absolutely right. I mean, right. Each individual, you were saying this without saying this. Each individual has different aspects, perspective, and emotions about things. You know what I'm saying? Batman was ultimately the fucked up ass person because he believed in one way, and this is how it
I
should
ain't
be.
worried about
That is the
Batman.
definition of fucking social
I ain't
engineering.
worried
You know
about
what I'm
Batman.
saying? That's why I say Joker
I ain't
was the
worried
shit
about Batman
because he went
because
for his shit.
Batman's not coming from our perspective or our struggle or our life or our
Right.
situation or or our experiences. So I'm not worried about Batman. Reason why I never mentioned Batman. So you don't even have to mention Batman because that don't even have nothing to do with it. So I think you're going too deep into detail when I just mentioned something simple.
I understand because I feel where you're coming from. All I'm look and it sounds like I'm going deep, but it's actually just a bigger perspective. That's why I involve Batman. A lot of people look at it like yin and yang, and then they, like I say, a lot of people look at the circle, but look at the space around the circle that creates that circle. You understand? The space is very much important, just as much as the yin and the yang. You understand? So not to leave Batman out because his story is just as much important
Mm.
as explaining Joker's story. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is our story. You know what I'm saying? When we
Mm.
tell our story, a lot of the time we use the example of the rich kids are privileged or the white kids, however you want to put it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
This is the shit of duality that we got to get past. And this is why I say in the physical, duality has to be gone. It's different perspectives now because we have what they call God or technology. You know what I'm saying? That'll help us expand our mind, help us step outside the box. Some real Matrix type, you know what I'm saying? Neo type shit. Because nobody can say, if you say you're suffering, that's a choice. You know what I'm saying? Because we have all kind of types of shit out here to help us advance. You know what I'm saying? We just have to take that shit and we have to hone it.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? We're
Okay,
not used to it.
check
You know
this
what I'm
out.
saying?
John,
So my
John,
whole
John,
thing when I
Check this
said
out.
that you were
Check this out.
speaking in detail, when I say you were speaking
you,
in detail,
you
I was
contradict
just saying
yourself
that
right
you
now.
ain't looking at the
Yeah,
overall
exactly. Thank
perspective.
you.
What
You
I'm
just
saying
No,
is
contradict
you
no, no,
yourself.
wasn't
no. I did
wrong
not.
at
I did.
all.
No, no, no. Hold on,
Oh,
hold
I'm
on,
John,
bro.
sorry. Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
did
I'm
not. Hold
sorry.
on,
I'm
hold on,
sorry.
hold
I'm
on, hold on.
sorry.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this
I'm
out. I'm
listening.
gonna, I'm
I'm
gonna give you
listening.
real quick. Pre. I got you. I'm gonna say this real
I'm
quick, and I'm gonna
listening.
pass it to pre.
I'm listening.
However, you said I went so into detail. You said way more than what I said, and I gave you like 2 to 3 sentences. So I don't understand how too much detail that you thought I went into, but I just went
Are we
into an
talking about
overall
time? Are we
perspective.
talking about are
I
we
went, I
talking
went
about
into
information?
I just went into overall perspective. You went into detail into all these other situations and tagged it onto this and tagged it onto that and tagged it onto that, but told me that I went into detail when you went into more detail than I did. You can't do that, brother.
That
Go
that
ahead,
that,
Bree.
that that's
Go
the
ahead,
whole
Bree.
that's another perspective thing.
Go
Are we
ahead, Bree.
talking about time? Are we talking about
Go ahead, Bree.
information?
Go ahead,
Are we
Bree.
talking about time? Are we talking
Go,
about information? Because if you're
go
talking
ahead.
about how long I talked,
Go
it
ahead,
was
Bree.
way
No,
shorter
no,
than my perspective than the information that I gave.
not
Because the
really.
information I
Not
gave, I
really.
could have elaborated on that for 48 to 72 hours.
Oh, but let
Bro,
pre
but,
on
but,
get
but,
into it
but
right
that's
quick,
the
y'all.
thing. That's the thing. You went too long, and you said I went into detail, and obviously you was going into detail more than I did when I only gave 3
So we
sentences.
talking about
Go ahead,
time.
Pre.
Okay,
No,
we
you're
talking
not.
about
No, you're not.
time.
Go ahead, Pre.
John, you kind of sounded contradicted, so I want you to clear that up because what you just said is we ain't worried about all this shit. We're stuck under the grid or the firmament. But then you just said that your struggle is a choice. You just
Mm.
said that. So I want you to break that down. You're stuck under the firmament, so we weren't worried about none. But you just said that your struggle is a choice. So how do you
Another point.
simplify that for me to understand?
I
That
mean,
sounds
I
like
tried to do
contradiction.
it. I
That's too
mean, I
far.
did it when I was talking about the Michael Jackson song. You got to look in the man in the mirror. Of course, like you know these answers, Pre. You know that we stuck up under the dome. This is why
No,
you
I know
use
the
these.
answers, but I want you to break it down because since
No,
you're a
no, no.
good speaker, right?
I'm breaking it
Right.
down. You understand? I'm breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? It's not a 1, 2, 3 with me. You know what I'm saying? It's a chaotic goddamn. You got to put a picture together, man. It's just like Picasso. I'm gonna give you a pretty picture. You just tell me when to stop and when to go. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's go.
All right. All I'm saying is basically, as far as like what you were saying,
Get your
No, what
popcorn
you were
ready.
you
saying.
looking at, huh?
Hour.
No, what you're saying, just what you said. I just want you to clear that part up for people that's listening. I understand already. I just want you to break it down more for people that
Break what
also
down?
look at
And
it.
be
Get your
more specific.
popcorn.
Break what
I
down?
just did
Hour.
Pacific. Stuck. You said we're stuck under the firmament. So all that other
I
shit doesn't
never,
matter.
I
That's what you
never.
said. What?
Okay,
But you
now I
just
know
said that.
exactly where we at.
But you
That's
just
what I'm
said that
saying.
it's a
Listen, what I
choice. Your
okay, no.
struggle is a choice.
Yes, because guess what? The most powerful tool, and when we talking about physically, is our brain. You know what I'm saying? So guess what? When we use our brain, that we know that we can think outside of the firmament. You understand? And
So
a lot of melanated people get these senses. Not saying anyone doesn't have these senses, but we get these senses a lot stronger. You know what I'm
all
saying?
right. So you're basically saying what I was saying earlier.
We
But you said that I'm talking a lot of beautiful stuff, which is what you're saying right now. You're making it sound beautiful. I just
no,
said what you
I
said
wasn't
right before
talking
you
what
came
you was
on.
talking. See, you was talking more spirituality shit.
But you
You were
just
talking
talking
like
about
some
spirituality right there.
reincarnation shit. We'll
No, you
get a
just said the
chance to
same
come
thing, man.
back and everybody get a chance to
That
do it
was like
again.
an
I
hour
didn't
Like,
say that. I
ago.
didn't say
no,
that. I
hell
didn't say
About
that.
no.
that.
I didn't say that.
He didn't say
I'm
that. It was
talking
like an
about.
hour ago.
But I remember everything, bro.
I
I
didn't mention
remember
Do you
anything
exactly
about.
remember?
what he said. That's why
Do
I
you
jumped in
remember
the
the previous?
conversation.
But
That's
we're
why I
not talking
jumped in the
about
conversation.
an hour ago. Do you remember the previous stuff
He
that
just
Pre said like a little bit ago? Not an hour ago, but a little bit ago.
I just told you I remember everything.
He
But
said the
pre
same thing.
himself, hold on, hold
Okay.
on. Pre
Okay.
himself was just talking about what I had said earlier. If
Right.
you was understand, like you so
But
quick to jump on me, you don't understand what Pre is asking me. Pre, please ask the question again so he can understand that you
And
was getting
I
at the
was
I think he
subject of what.
understands. I think he understands, John. I just want you
No,
to
he
break that
thank
doesn't.
down.
you, thank
No,
you,
he
thank you,
doesn't, because
thank
he's thinking I'm not
thank you,
understanding
thank
you.
you,
All
When you
right,
know what I'm
thank
John.
you.
saying, that's the narrative. Listen, the narrative that he was going off, I saying that it was more melodic and not physical bound. You understand? He's talking like a Tupac. You talking reincarnation and
No,
all that
see,
other
stop
bullshit.
talking, bro.
man.
That's
Stop talking.
bullshit.
Nah.
No.
No.
This is what I came in on.
Yeah, you
Now,
did.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I came in on, and this is what Pri is asking
Right.
me about.
Go
This
ahead.
is what you're telling me that I'm not listening on. You know what I'm saying? I am listening, bro. I am very professional. I'm very professional, no matter how ignorant I sound.
All
What
right,
did
And
he
John,
you
break
know
say?
that
that.
down. Break
What
it
did
You
down.
he
know
say
that.
before that though? What did he say before that though? Right when he was going into
Bro,
that.
that's not what he asked me.
What
Why are you challenging me when that's
I'm
not the question?
asking you that,
Listen,
but I'm
that's not the
asking you that.
question.
I'm not
Listen,
worried about that.
you
I'm
gave,
asking you that.
listen, bro.
I'm
You
asking you
gave
that
Pre the
now.
flow, right? You gave Pre the flow, right? So
I'm
Pre asked
asking
me
you
a
that
question.
now.
You asking me a whole nother question that Pre did not ask. I just pointed out the question
All right, let's
that
stick to what I
Pre
asked you,
asked.
John.
Yep,
Okay,
You
yep.
let's stick
sound
to
All
what
right,
I
silly,
asked you.
bro.
cool. Go ahead.
You sound goofy, bro.
You goofy. Shut the fuck up, bro. Just talk. You going
Now
everywhere,
you want
bro.
me to shut the fuck up because you sound goofy.
All right,
Come
I,
on,
let's
man.
break that.
Pre,
Let's
go ahead and ask your question,
I
bro.
sound
Because
goofy.
that's
all right.
what you was doing before your dick rider hopped on and was like, Pre, my dog.
Dick rider.
Huh?
Yeah,
Did
dick
I
rider.
even say that?
That's what
Come
you
on,
were
man.
Did I
doing,
even
bro.
say that?
John, we ain't gonna do
Bro,
that.
No,
you
We
the
ain't
no,
one
gonna
who
do
no,
that.
let
no.
Pre
Don't
have
do
the
that.
flow.
Don't do
You the
that.
one who let
Don't
Pre
do
We're not
have
that.
gonna do
flow.
this,
Don't
John.
do that
Ask the
because
question.
no, don't do
Listen,
that.
bro. You
Don't
let
do
We're
that.
Pre
not gonna do
have the
that,
Because,
John.
flow.
because his questions came
Bro,
up,
you let
up
Pre.
upon the questions
Bro,
and
no
shit
matter
that
how
we
much
were
you
talking
yell,
about.
bro.
So
No matter
apparently
how
you
much you
on my
yell, is
dick
no
if you
matter
want
how much you yell,
going
there's
against him.
information in
All
this,
right.
bro. No
So
matter,
you on
I'm
my
gonna go
dick if
step
you
by
going
step.
against him, nigga. Nah,
I'm gonna
get the
go
fuck
step
out of
by
here, nigga.
step,
Get the
bro.
fuck out of here
No
with that
matter
All right.
how
bullshit,
much
nigga.
information, no matter how much you yell, bro, it's information in this, bro.
Okay,
All right.
You
Let me.
told Pre, go ahead, Pre. You told Pre, go ahead, Pre. Even though I did interrupt, you
Pre
said go
spoke.
ahead, Pre. Pre asked
Did
his
he speak?
question. I was answering his question, and you interrupted being on Pre's dick before I finished answering the question.
Come
Let's
on,
be
man.
real. Let's be
Nope.
real.
All right, John.
Let's be
Nope.
Answer this
real.
question. Answer the
Nope.
question, John. Let's go
Nope.
back to the
You
question.
talking about
You had
no?
like 5
You
different
sound
times
like
to
a
answer the
you
question.
sound like
Your
a
ass kept
hoe who
jumping.
got caught tricking and saying they wasn't tricking. Fuck
This
Tricking.
is
you
a
mean, bro?
John.
Tricking.
We gotta teach,
Everybody
right?
just
You
heard
haven't
that
said
shit.
nothing
I'm
the whole
listening to
time
you,
you've been
Pre.
on here. You haven't
I'm
taught
listening to
nothing
you, Pre.
the whole time
I'm
you've been on
listening to
here.
you, Pre.
What have you
Hey,
said the
That
whole
John.
nigga
time you've
goofy,
been on
bro.
here, nigga?
No,
You a
What the fuck
goofy,
you
bro.
talking
hey,
about?
Hey,
Chris.
guys,
Let's don't worry about
hey,
it,
yo,
man.
yeah, just,
All
yeah,
Let's
right,
that's
go
the
back to
bet,
the
question.
question.
bet,
Let's go.
bet. Go
Don't
ahead.
worry. Remember,
Go ahead.
high vibes all the time, man. People are listening.
Right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's,
Okay.
John. I want you to clear it up for people that look at it as contradictive. All
Little
right.
John.
I know there's one, two people that you just said we are stuck. Fuck all that beautiful shit and all that. As you said, we're stuck under the firmament. This is what we're dealing with and shit like that. Then you said right before I asked you the question, you said, but it is a choice. Your struggle is a choice. So I want you to break that down.
Okay. All right. Which part you want me to break down
I
first?
just ask you what to break down.
How is it not a choice and
Stupid.
how is it is a choice?
Fucking
That's
stupid.
basically what we're talking about.
You fucking
All right.
John,
stupid.
When I say
John,
it's
you're not
not a
working with me
choice,
right now, man.
when I listen, let me talk. When I'm saying it's not a choice, the power of the mind. That's basically what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? When you choose that it's not a choice and you feel like you stuck, you believe in the concept, you believe in the narrative, you believe the shit that is outside of you. Basically, that's A and B
Okay.
C
So
without talking the whole hour.
even when you just answer the question, you're still being contradictive in a sense because if your mind if your mind was if your mind is the answer, right? Your mind has power and shit like that to escape. Wouldn't you say that we're not stuck?
Yes, I would absolutely say that. You
Okay, so
understand
what
why?
you
Because
said earlier, you're just talking out your ass, basically.
listen, bro. No, I'm not talking out my ass, bro. Because I'm from the hood, bro. It simply explains why I know dudes who can do goddamn
Oh, I'm
life
from the
and come
hood.
home after 30
So you're
years
going into
and
other
still
things, John.
remain solid,
Good,
bro. It's a
nigga.
mind
You don't
thing,
need
bro.
shit.
It's a
So
mind thing. When
so
I
John,
say yes, when you're correct, you're saying yes, we're stuck up under the firmament. How can we be stuck? You're stuck because you're in your mind. Outer space is just like being
no,
out of
you
your
said
mind.
that,
How
John.
do
You
you get
said
out of
that.
your mind? You take off from the launching pad. The launching pad is your mind. It's creativity. It's imagination. I don't know why y'all trying to contradict me. Y'all trying to
No,
contradict
you
me like I'm the damn Bible. But y'all looking like y'all going off the realms of the Bible. If
no.
anything, I'm using nothing but pure chaos. That's the fucking goddamn answer. The answer is no answer. To give love is not
Okay,
to give a
John.
fuck.
John,
Do
we're
you
about solutions,
understand
right?
that?
Right? We're about solutions, right? That's what you said. It's about
To give
Yeah,
solutions.
love.
exactly.
Now check
But
this
did you
out.
listen? Did you hear what I just
Hold
said?
on. I'm gonna ask you some
Okay,
something
I
else
know
now.
nobody ain't listening to me. I'm
I'm
answering
listening to you,
questions
John.
now.
I'm listening
Okay.
to you. I'm gonna ask you this now. You said
If
the power.
anybody just heard what I said, please back me up. If it made
Nobody
any
said
sense to
Everybody
shit,
heard
y'all.
you,
bro.
man. We all
Nobody
heard you, man.
said
Okay,
John, I'm
all
gonna
right.
ask you this now. Okay, it's about solutions. I spoke my piece earlier, but you saying that what I'm saying is different from what you're saying. So I want you to tell people what about the mind is powerful and how can you escape using the mind?
Because the creation starts in your mind. It starts with the idea. But for
I'm,
you
I'm
to
not asking
say,
you how it
but
started. I'm asking you how do you use your mind to
but you still
escape?
in the hood.
exactly.
How
I
do you do
got you.
it?
I got
Explain
you.
to the
I
people.
got you.
Get your mind
Listen,
out the hood, bro.
simple example. Don't follow false idols like your boy Tupac, who goddamn resonate the whole goddamn message of reincarnation and all that other bullshit. Do you know there's people out here who would die for his goddamn message that he spent, but don't understand his fucking message? And quick to tell me, oh, he wrote this good song, he wrote that good song. Man, bro, fuck Tupac, bro. Fuck Tupac. The better you say that, the stronger you'll get. When the fuck you gonna goddamn stop submitting to a motherfucker who wrote in the goddamn took pictures in the goddamn tub with gold on them? That picture mean nothing to me.
John, you're
So
going
just
into
as
other
much
things right
as
Fuck
the
now.
into
song
You're,
Dear
Tupac, nigga.
Mama
Nobody give a fuck
don't
about no
mean a
Tupac,
goddamn
nigga.
thing to
what
me.
you're saying is not going
Dear
to
Mama
help
don't mean a
people to
goddamn
actually
thing
use
to
their
me.
mind.
Cause guess what? Just
Bro
as
got a
much as
vent.
y'all saying I contradict myself, Tupac
He venting.
contradicted himself as well.
Nigga,
John,
You
nobody
John,
care
understand?
about
But those are
Tupac.
the false leaders
This
and
nigga
the
start
people who
venting
y'all
on us.
build y'all morals after.
Nobody
John,
care
John,
about
You know what I'm
Tupac,
saying?
nigga. Nobody give a
John,
fuck about that shit.
What Tupac got to do with the brain?
Tupac has
John.
shit right.
Let's
Oh
go
my
back. Let's
God,
go
bro.
back. Let's go back,
You
John.
talk
Let's go
about
back a
self
little
and
bit. All right.
shit, and now he's bringing up Tupac and shit.
Let's go back a little bit, John. All right. I want you to explain how do you use your mind to escape the firmament?
Oh shit.
How do you use your mind to escape the firmament since we're about solutions like you
Bro, I
mentioned?
just told you simple.
No,
Imagination and
no, that's not
creation.
enough. Because
Nah,
even if
Tupac.
That's not
I hope
enough.
that ain't the answer.
Imagination and creation, the building blocks of goddamn building. The shit that goddamn
Imagine
your
Masons build
imagination,
on.
how
You
do you
mean to
use
tell
your
me that
imagination
that's
is getting
not the
over.
goddamn answer?
and how do you do
You
that?
more lost than I am, brother.
How do you
You
do
looking
that,
for
John?
more detail than you need to, brother.
But you still haven't
You
John,
gone
you're
out
understand?
kind
there
You
of, you're
lost
from
the
kind of,
essence of
from
your
your
child when you're
imagination.
not using imagination and creation, bro.
okay. How do you use your imagination to escape the
Bro,
firmament?
the same way you did it as a child, bro. You just do it like Nike, motherfucker. I gotta give you a 1, 2, 3 step guide how to use the shit that you was born with. That's
Bro,
retarded,
We
Pre.
we all spoke
Come on,
about
everybody.
it,
Pre.
John. We
That's
all spoke
retarded,
about it
Pre.
earlier.
Stop trying to contradict me and listen to me, Pre.
John, we spoke about this earlier. That's what I want to know. You said that what I said is talk about reincarnation. So I want you to
Bro,
explain how you use the
and
mind
Pre,
to
that's what
escape
we
when I
always have a
just talked
problem
about
with,
that.
bro. Cause you so worried about your alter ego and so worried about being up. You worried about goddamn being right about what you said. Listen, bro,
I ain't
I'm
worried
not
about
finna
that.
change what I said,
I
and you
want you to
not finna
teach me.
interrupt what I
I
said.
want you to
I
teach
came
me.
in on the live and saying your shit was bullshit. Period. And I'm
And your
telling
shit
you
is
what
bull.
I stand on by explaining to you why your shit was bullshit.
John, you have no base to
Listen
stand
to
on
me,
right now.
Pre.
You
Why
have
we
no
gotta
ground
keep
to
doing this,
stand on.
Pre? Stop trying to make yourself right, Pre. You
John,
not Martin Luther King. Yes, goddamn, what's that motherfucker in Cuba? What's the
John,
goddamn
you
nigga in
have no
Cuba?
explanation. You have no explanation.
Castro or some shit? Nigga, you sound Cuban to me, man.
You're talking
Fuck
about
wrong with
ego. Now
you?
he's now
You
you're
need to
going
be
into other
putting that
things now.
same energy towards Trump. Why you trying to put it towards me?
I keep
You
telling
understand?
y'all,
Because you're on the
motherfuckers
panel, buddy.
always
You're on the
using
panel.
mystical
Of
fucking
course I'm on the panel,
bullshit.
and I'm on,
Exactly.
Niggas
So
using
understand.
mystical
but
You have a lot to
I
bullshit
got
say.
the
and keep
opinion to
telling us
disagree,
bullshit of
and
how
that's
to
what I
do this,
came in
how to
on.
do that,
Hold
how
on,
to
let the
do
dick
this,
rider
how
speak.
to do that. And these niggas is still stuck in their own situation and they're telling us how to get out the fucking firmament. Man, this fucking shit is bullshit. I told y'all
Bro,
all
you dumb as hell.
earlier,
How the fuck
all
you
this
gonna get out of firmament?
bullshit.
How
Early
you gonna
bullshit.
get
If
out of
you were
firmament?
here,
If
why
they
are
John,
you
you're
giving you
on
so
contradicting
much
yourself again,
bullshit
information,
John.
to
do you
tell
got the
us
slightest
that
idea how
we
to get out this
motherfucking can
bitch?
get out the firmament with our
If they
mental
giving
and
you,
you're
if
still in
they,
the hood?
no,
You're
John,
only
you're
still
thing
in
they
the
contradicting
told
yourself
you, you
hood
was
again.
with
stuck in
your
the
mental,
place.
nigga.
They ain't give you
You're
no
hood with your
goddamn
mental.
deal how to get the fuck out of there. Why? Because
Yo,
they want
niggas
your
is
dumb
Get out
ass
silly.
in
the
there.
hood with your
You better
mental,
stop looking
nigga.
at them
You
books,
smart.
dumb
You
ass
smart
boy.
with your
Why
mental.
the
Get out
fuck
the
they
hood
want you
with
out
your
of the firmament when
mental.
they got your dumb
The
ass in
fuck out of
control?
here.
You listening to all that information that they wrote in the book. You got to be silly as fuck. not to follow intuition, not to follow your imagination. You crazy as fuck.
tell you how to get
You
myself
know that
up
shit
good
wrong,
looking
bro.
head
I
ass.
love
You
y'all
still
niggas,
follow
man.
indoctrination, bro. Dick riding ass little boy.
Oh, Dick
Nigga,
riding
get your
that little
goddamn
boy. I
education
want to
game
tell you
up,
how to
bro.
get out
Your
the
knowledge
firmament.
is
I
weak.
want to tell you how to get
Your
out the
knowledge
hood,
is weak,
head
bro.
ass.
Expand your horizon, brother.
Ass little boy.
Expand your horizon, brother.
Shut up,
Expand your horizon. That's all you can do. You sound like the Democrat, bro. You throwing shots and names. Why? Look. You
Shut up.
sound like a
Use
white
your
person.
mental to
You got
get
that
out the hood
Oreo in you, boy.
and tell us how to get out the
You
firmament.
got that Oreo in you. Watch
How
the
about
Disney
that?
Channel
How
growing
about
up, didn't
use your mental
you?
to
Like
get
the
out the
Disney
hood?
Channel growing up,
Use your
didn't
mental
you?
to get out the hood. Then tell somebody how to get out the firmament because you still in the hood and you haven't got out that. So
Bro, you
can't
the
tell
one who
nobody how to
talking
get out
about
the
getting out the
firmament.
fucking
Go get the
firmament.
fuck-
I
nigga,
just
get
told
out
you
there,
how to
get
get
out
out the
there.
firmament.
Nigga,
You
haven't
looking
been
for a 1,
travel,
2,
nigga.
3 step guide
Travel.
how to get out of
Travel
it.
outside the
I
country.
just told you a
nigga.
simple way,
Travel
and you
outside
can't
the country.
goddamn take it. No, that's not
Travel
the answer.
outside
That's
the
not the
country.
answer. But if
Travel
Jesus
outside the country.
motherfucking Christ
How
came
about
down
that?
here and
Travel
told you,
outside the
use your
country.
imagination, G, you be falling right
Travel
down
outside the
behind
country,
Jesus
broke ass
Christ.
nigga.
Hey,
You
can
be
Travel
we?
talking
outside
about
the
who
country,
broke?
broke
Who
ass
Hey,
nigga.
broke?
can we?
Hold on,
So
time
Travel
out.
outside the
Time
country,
out.
broke ass
Time
nigga.
out. Who broke? Who
Travel
broke?
outside
You
the
just
country,
caught my
broke
ear
ass nigga.
now. Who broke? Who
John,
broke?
Again,
John,
Who
travel
John, I
broke?
want to ask
outside
you this,
the
Hold
John.
on,
country.
time out. Who
Travel
Hey,
broke?
outside
time out.
the country.
Who broke?
Travel
John, I
I
want to ask you
understand.
this.
Somebody just called me broke.
travel
I
outside
just
the
gave
country.
you some rich ass information now. I can tell
Travel,
you physical money now.
travel
I'm a
outside the
stunner
country.
now. I
Travel
got
outside the
money now.
country, which
Don't
you
do
haven't
that.
done.
I got
Which
money,
you
bro.
haven't done.
Don't do that.
Travel outside the
I can
country.
act like an
How about that?
ignorant
So you
rapper
can
now.
learn. So you can learn
Okay,
worldwide.
John, let's build right now, okay? I want to ask
All
you
right.
something.
So my
What
question
what
is,
what
Fuck
what
outta
did
here.
you disagree with what I said before you came on?
I just told you your shit was more spiritual than physical.
But
You
when you
got a
use
better
your
chance of
mind,
using
when you're
your
using your mind,
imagination in the physical than that goddamn Tupac shit your ass
you
talking about
see,
reincarnation. All
I
those
didn't say
is
nothing about
thoughts and
reincarnation.
perspectives of other motherfuckers' ideas on how to deal with shit when they bring
All
their
right.
ass back here. Cause you gonna bring
Hey,
your ass
hey, hey,
back here.
let me
Why?
hop
Cause
in.
your
Let me
ass is
hop in
trapped
real
in the
quick.
There
motherfucking
was nothing
cell,
that
which
involved
you said
reincarnation, what
a
we were talking about
firmament,
earlier.
which is opening energy. So what is you gonna be if you ultimate energy in this motherfucker? You gonna be the negative or you gonna be the positive? You understand what I'm saying? And to be the positive is to be your motherfucking self. To be the negative is to follow the negative.
all right. So
What you're
we
saying
got
is spiritual, right?
Get out
When
the
you
hold
say
hood.
on.
using your mind to escape.
Let Bronze get the mic.
I
Let
just
bro
want,
get his.
and we got we got somebody else on the panel that probably want to jump in on it too. So we got my nigga Chance the Rapper, aka Eric Deep in there. Salute.
Salute.
And we got Balance Troop. Salute.
Salute, balance.
What's going on,
Peace,
guys?
gods. Peace, bro, gods. Hey, let me real quick. This is what I just want to ask because I'm listening. I'm listening real good. And so this is my question to John. Uh, is using the mind spiritual?
You know better than I know because you know the answer right before you answer. It's a 3-round thing. But I was just pointing out. I was pointing out using the spiritual aspect. I know
I was
the
just gonna ask
spiritual,
John
the
the same
physical.
thing.
Listen, I know that the spiritual, the physical, and the unseen goes together. It's a three-thing thing. But I was pointing out Pre's aspect because I felt like looking at Pre's perspective and what he was telling me, the information that he was giving me, that was directly spiritual. You understand? And it related me to the goddamn trap dash shit, like Tupac, just for an example, that got us in it. Oh, we struggling. Oh,
It
our
can't be,
mama's
John.
doing
It can't
bad.
be just
Oh, we
spiritual.
fuck our daddies and all this other shit. That's
It
that
can't be,
spiritual
John.
realm shit. That's that reincarnation shit. It's a 3 thing. You understand? Just like a flower. A flower needs water, sun, and it needs the great soil. You understand? It
And
needs
what do you
all
need to
3
use your
things to
mind? What do you
grow.
need to use
You
your mind? You
understand?
need your body, right? You needed your body first, didn't you?
Bro, how the fuck you need it, bro? How you needed your body first when you wasn't your body
You
first? Your
see,
body ain't nothing but a
you're
spaceship, bro.
contradicting yourself.
But
Don't you
bro,
sit
you
there in
was here
sun
before
gaze?
your
Doesn't
body,
your
bro.
body sit
You
there
was
in sun
collective
gaze
energy, bro. What the
to
fuck is
get
you
into the
talking about?
mind? Don't you have to
Bro,
use
you was a
your
thought, bro,
mind
before you even
within a
became a
temple?
body. That's
a
how I
thought.
know, bro. You sound
They
beautiful,
already
but you
relate
sound
it to
smart,
a
but
thought,
you's a
but they can't
dumbass,
You're
bro.
not
explain
you're not
right
How
making
do
now.
no
you know
sense,
that
John.
you're not collective energy
They
before
can't
John,
you
you're not
even
making no
they
sense.
go
can
into the
explain
body,
it.
bro? How
They
do
can
you know
explain
that
it
the
right
body is
now.
not even a spaceship? You tripping, bro.
None of
You're
these
not
You
niggas
making
talk
can
any
about
explain
sense,
it.
John.
They
astrology
explain
and
it
all this
right
other
now.
shit,
And they talking
but bro,
about
this
thought.
you listening to
this why
man, bro. That's that Western knowledge thinking, bro. You tripping. When you get in mythology, come holler at me. Cause your stories, your stories don't add up.
Hey, I thought you said we dealing with the now,
right.
not the
I
Right.
just told
not
you
the.
that. Past, present, and future. But you got to put all of them together, bro. How you gonna go beyond the future if you don't know what you did in the past and you learn right now? You understand?
But mind, body, and soul never separate
That's what I'm
until you
telling
die.
you. When I say that pre came from the spiritual perspective, he separated the other two. You understand?
And then
Like,
it
oh,
was
okay,
that
this is the
wasn't the
way how you do it.
conversation though,
This is
bro.
the
That
how you
wasn't the
come. Go
that
ahead.
wasn't
Cause like I said, I
but
remember everything.
hold on,
Like I
bro.
said on the
Let me
last
that
live,
was the
you can
whole
go back and
point
listen
Chris
to
was trying to
everything.
tell you
I ain't
though.
contradict myself.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Fuck you, you
That was the
motherfucker.
reason why it seemed spiritual to you
Hey boy,
because
stop choking on that dick, boy. Like laughing and shit. That
Fuck
nigga
you,
stay
you
laughing on. Stop choking on the
motherfucker.
dick, boy.
Shut up, because you
Yeah, boy.
nobody care about what you saying. Shut the fuck up, boy. You
no,
mad.
let me just play the
Non
narrative real quick.
ass nigga. Go ahead, bro.
When Chris asked us the question, Prophet Pre was in a spiritual part of the answer, but it was a physical question. So that's what it was. It was the whole. That's what Chris was trying to tell you. Like, no, we're not in the spiritual realm, bro. But there's the Trinity to it. So he was explaining, hey, I feel like this, boom, 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 and then it led into the spiritual realm. And you hopped on. I'm like, hey, we ain't talking about no reincarnation, but the the question was based off of a root. It was we went from root chakra to crown chakra, bro. And you caught him in the crown chakra. Let's put it that way. You caught him in the higher realm, and you was like, God damn, man, here we go with this shit. You
Hey,
feel me? That's what happened, bro. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you just by listening.
motherfucker.
And that's what Prophet Pre's trying to tell you, like, bro, what's the difference from what you did than what I did? Because we talking about some physical shit. Then you start talking about the mind and shit. He's like, well, damn, that's what I was doing, and you got on me about it. So that's how that happened. That's what I seen and listened and heard.
And that's why I had came in and I said we wasn't talking about that, just like as you said, bro. Just like as you said, and this dude said I wasn't even know what the fuck I was talking about. So thank you for reiterating that. And Pre said, yes, actually, I know what the fuck I was talking about, because that's exactly what we was talking about. Because I'm the one who asked the question.
And we not ganging up on you, John. We just clarifying. You know what I
I'm trying to
mean?
work with John. Y'all see me? Yeah, I'm
We all
talking
what
calmly to John.
we all was.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
I'm trying to just
I
ask you
had,
certain
I had to be
questions.
all these. I had to
Bro,
be all
I ain't
these.
say
I had
none of
to be
y'all was
all these.
ganging
I
up
had to
on
be
me.
all
If
these
anything, I'm whooping all y'all
and
ass.
all this other
So I
No,
mean,
you won't,
bring it
John.
on, cause
No, you
I'm
won't,
whooping
man.
all y'all ass.
No, you won't.
You go back and listen
No,
to this live. I'm kicking y'all ass. So bring that
No,
shit on.
you're not,
Like
John.
you
no,
ain't. I don't worry about
He's
no
still
gang
on the
gang
same
shit.
energy.
I'm
no. This
whooping
ain't no
y'all ass,
verses.
bro. I'm clearly
This,
whooping y'all ass.
Same
But pure
energy,
this not a
mythology,
dog.
bro.
verses. This
He
not a
Y'all
mad.
verses.
brain
This
is
a
still stuck
build.
in the box. I'm way up out the box. I'm
Uh,
so
Okay.
out the box. I'm coming back in to try to pull y'all out,
John,
just to
if you
look at
ask
y'all
me,
You
selves.
ain't doing
John, if you
shit.
ask
Y'all
me,
fucked up.
John, if
Illusion.
you ask me, you're more
Illusion.
materialistic than spiritual. You're more physical than spiritual. You're not
Free. If you
balanced.
don't sit your 1, 2, 3 ABC
Hey,
ass
Horse
down
John,
with
you
that
better sit
bullshit,
down,
man.
man. You got to sit down, man. You just got to be quiet and listen.
Bro, that's always what you want me to do because you want to hear your alter ego speak.
No, we
I
Hey,
don't
don't
want
give
to
a
hear
fuck
quiet.
you
about your
speak.
alter
I'll be
ego. It can
quiet
We
for the
don't want
speak,
to
but
hear
I'm
ladies.
going to
you
crush it
speak
every
because you
time
speak too
because it's
much.
little to me.
Shut the fuck
Fuck you
up.
got going on, nigga.
Shut
I'm a
the fuck
god.
up,
Fuck you got
nigga.
John,
going on.
John, I'm
Damn.
a co-host. I'm a co-host to this show.
That's what you is, a co-host. You's an add-on nigga.
So
You's a
I
Robin
gotta
ass
speak.
nigga.
I gotta
You's a
speak
I
every
got
now and
next
then.
ass nigga.
And
You's a
you an
Carson
extra
Banks ass
nigga.
nigga.
Shut the fuck
You know what I'm
up.
saying? I'm a boss ass nigga.
You
I'm
an
a got
extra
money
nigga.
ass nigga.
You an extra
I know
that
what
was
I'm
added
talking
to the
about ass
panel.
nigga.
You was
Come
an
on,
extra
Tyler.
that
You
was added to
understand?
the panel. You ain't no boss. You ain't running shit. Your
How
ass need to
you
off the fuck up
know?
off this shit. Shut
How
the
you
fuck
know?
up. You ain't
Hey, so,
all that
so
shit.
Calm the
Hey,
fuck
damn,
down.
everything
Nigga,
I'm
you
saying.
ain't
Why would I have a reason to lie to you?
you don't
Why
even
would
know
I
what
have a
you're talking
reason
about.
to somebody ego done been hit.
You don't even know what you're talking
Somebody ego done been hit. This nigga crashing. This
about.
nigga got nothing but shots to throw at a
Somebody
real nigga.
has been
You ain't
here.
got nothing but shots to throw
John,
at a real
what it
nigga.
is, John. It's like when you answer the question, sometimes you gotta like give a pause so I
Nah,
can
what
like
it is, man, we in the
ask you,
dark and I'm the
so
light.
you could break something
What it
down.
is I'm the dark and I'm the
Hey,
light. And
Yeah, but you're
y'all
just
so
speaking right
attracted
now.
like little
You're
gnats.
speaking. You're just
But
speaking.
Y'all
you
keep
came
asking me
here.
questions. Y'all
You
like little
came
gnats.
here.
You're
You
Y'all like
speaking
came
little
on the
here.
hey,
gnats.
people
John,
right now, man.
John,
You
hey,
came
Chris,
for us. Nigga. Get the
I
fuck
just
out of
want,
here.
I just want to give, I want to give like, give everybody else a chance to speak on it because I want to see what Eric and with Balance Truth have, what their views is on it too. So, yeah, Eric of Balance Truth, y'all can say it.
Yo, I don't even know where to jump in at. I don't even know what's going on. What's the topic? What's the heat? What's the beef? Man, but I'm listening, bro. If anybody can elaborate and explain, that'd be cool.
So basically, John was just basically saying that he uses the mind as figurative and imaginative, I think. And he said everything else everybody else was saying was kind of pseudo and stuff like that.
Because it was a physical question that I initially asked.
What was the
The
question?
question, what do you think your purpose is?
Exactly. And if you have a purpose, my question was, do you have a purpose? Do you feel that you have a purpose? If you feel like you have a purpose, what is that purpose?
Fuck shit up so goddamn
Right,
people in the future.
and John responded like what?
I was just finna respond.
Well,
I ain't respond yet.
he didn't respond. What he did was he come in and intercepted Pre while he was giving his explanation
Hey
and
man, get off that man dick because I ain't even gave an answer
disrespected
yet,
him
man. I just
and
told you I didn't
disrespected him
respond yet.
and
Yeah,
I just told you I ain't
disrespected
respond.
him
I was finna
and
get
He
ready
trying
to
to he trying to
respond.
catch Erica, bro.
This
He
man
trying to
just
catch.
asked a
you a
question
little
to me,
girl,
man.
nigga.
Shut the fuck up.
You
yeah,
wilding
He
like a little
trying to
pony.
catch.
one
You
mic,
like a
one
little
mic, one
pony.
mic.
John the Pony. Shut the fuck up. God
One,
damn, nigga.
Bro, the man asked me a
Nobody's
question.
talking
Did
to
he
you.
ask what's
John
your
the
name, bro?
Pony. John the
What's your
He
name
Pony.
said
so the
John
chat can know
Pony.
your
John the
name?
Pony.
one,
They just know your voice,
The
bro.
Pony,
Tell the
one,
John.
people your name,
Calm
bro.
one,
Cause
one
down.
mic,
he
one
sure
mic,
ain't
one
asked
mic.
you a
Calm
question.
down, little
He ain't
pony.
asked you a question. He asked me a question. So go ahead. Answer
Little
my
pony,
question for me, bro.
little pony. The whole fucking conversation came off of my fucking question. You dumb fuck. You stupid.
Bro,
You're
don't nobody even
stupid.
fucking know
You're
you,
fucking
bro. They just know your
stupid.
irritating
The whole
ass voice.
conversation is from my
They know
question.
more pre than you out your goddamn mouth than they know you. They
Y'all
don't
see
even know
this?
your name. They know
Y'all
you
see
keep
this?
hollering pre name.
You know
Hey,
my
Be
name.
real about it, bro. That's what
You
I'm
know
talking
my
about.
name.
Using a bigger
John,
perspective.
You know
hey,
my name.
John,
You
hey,
niggas
John,
so
hey, John,
crazy,
hey,
man,
John,
bro. You'll
hey,
never
John,
get it, bro.
hey, John and Chris. What the whole thing was, though, Chris did ask the question about what was the purpose. So everybody had their perspective to say. So basically, I just want to give, like I said, I just want to give Eric's perspective on his thought on it and balanced truth thoughts on it. So before y'all, argue about it or whatever, but I just want to hear their perspective first. So they just came on, and I don't want them just sitting here like they can't speak or nothing.
Thank
hey
you.
John, no disrespect, but I think you like the way you sound too much. You like the sound of your own
Hold
voice.
on,
Yeah,
pre,
recorded his voice
pre. Let
before.
let let balance truth in them get it though. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, let them get it.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric. You can go first.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Eric.
The purpose of life. Well, we all have different purposes and we all have different reasons for the things that we do, which gives us purpose, in life. It's a difference when you feel like you have a calling to do something. Then besides finding something within to motivate you and find a drive to, be determined to see the end goal out, even though it might be short or even long term, be willing to go through the fire. The purpose in a man or any individual is just to be willing to submit to that wheel of, okay, if I have to do this, let me have faith in that. Regardless if you don't believe in a higher power, believe in yourself. The purpose in life is just to make sure if you are afraid of anything, is to overcome that obstacle. Because you can only grow when you overcome certain barriers in life that's been holding you back, no matter what it is. So that's why I feel like the purpose is for us in life.
Nice.
Well put,
Balance.
bro.
Go ahead,
Good,
balance.
good shit. Good shit. Good shit. So I think my purpose would be just learning, um, just because I try to learn from everything, good and bad situations, even if it's like you know it's bad for you. I would learn how not to act or what not to do from that situation. But the evolution is like, I mean, we don't know our purpose, and if you try to plan something, it'll never go as planned. You always have to adjust. So if you notice in life, you got to kind of go with the flow and adjust on site. You know what I mean? Or as it's in real time, you got to make those decisions in real time. It ain't no really like pre-planning everything or knowing something beforehand. It's just dealing with it accordingly. So I think the purpose of life is adjusting or adapting.
Mm, damn. Nice. I like
That
that.
was a good answer.
Yeah,
Nice.
everybody gave good perspectives on it.
Hey, Chris, we never
Can I?
got your answer, bro.
Right. And well, I was gonna get to that. I asked that um for a specific reason because when I look at life and how we operate and go according, um, it's not life. Okay, so what I think our main purpose is just life itself, and what do life do? Live. I don't think we have a certain purpose. We have certain attributes that might highlight us. We might be strong. We might be cool in weightlifting. We might be athletic to a point where we can play all the sports, but we may be a basketball player like LeBron James. But is that his purpose? What is that purpose serving at this point? You see what I'm saying? So I don't think there's a certain purpose to a certain angle. I think it's just for us to live and just like the brother said, adapt to what's accordingly. Even though we might be a blacksmith, we can still be a father better than a blacksmith. So our purpose wouldn't be to be a specific job or a certain angle or something that was made to be a job, but it was just to live because that's what you're just doing. You're living. Within living, you experience. Within experience, you learn. You gain wisdom. You pass it on to your young ones. This is just a natural form of life, just like plants. When plants have other little young plants, they're doing the same thing. It's no indoctrination. It's no, oh, I'm giving you this Bible, or no, I'm giving you this, or no, I'm giving you this idea or concept, no, or this analogy. No, it's none of that. I'm giving you a part of me to to prevail in this society, to make you stronger. You have yourself, and you are part of me, and you are here to grow.
Now,
That's
John,
why I asked the question.
oh, you were finished, Chris?
Yeah. I'm finished. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, all right. Now, John, I want you to hear your perspective on it. You know, what coming from with your views, what you think on it.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh. You say what were my views on it?
Hey,
Oh, my view on it is I came to this motherfucker. My perspective is the fuck up goddamn chaotic ass goddamn shit. You know what I'm saying? Out of that, the future will bring order. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad I ruffled some feathers. I'm glad we goddamn got this goddamn dialogue across. Cause the whole point about it is we hit somebody and made them think. I don't give a fuck if I was right or wrong to y'all guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm here fulfilling my purpose. And my purpose is to let a motherfucker know everything in what you see is exactly what you not see. You know what I'm saying? It's upside down, it's left, right, whatever. It's all fucked up. And it take a person like me with chaotic ass motherfucking energy and no goddamn 1, 2, 3 ABC perspective to let you know that. But you won't figure it out. You be dead and gone. In the future, they'll look back on this shit like some Dick Gregory shit, and they be like, "Oh, right." That's my purpose, though.
Can I just say something real quick, Bronze?
Yeah.
So John, I think we feel you, right? But we got a lot of things that we battling already. Like we come here to build and lift each other up. Like we can deal with the Masons if we want to get triggered and motherfucking our ruffles feathered. You know, we deal with these niggas over here because they about building and bridging the gaps of what we don't know. Like we get your purpose of trying to stir the fire, but the fire already lit.
Cause, bro, I'm like, dog, how you listen, man? They said that shit in the Bible. Foolish man built his house upon the sand. You trying to build, but goddamn, what you building with? Pain and anguish and shit that the goddamn education of the white man give you? What I'm doing is interrupting your goddamn education, just like a Morpheus.
That's what he
I'm
doing.
telling you what you see is not what you see. And you can build on goddamn that energy that goddamn telling you that this shit is wrong. Reverse that shit, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I cannot correlate to a Western theology of thinking, a Roman theology of thinking. What I'm saying with it, basically, anybody who put any shit in the book and called themselves an author is absolutely fucking wrong. Period.
I don't think
Because I
nobody
see
over
holes
here.
all in the contradiction.
Yeah, but I don't think nobody over here following no books.
I didn't say anybody was following books. I was just saying from the perspective that I see, brother. Now you looking in the mirror and you looking at your alter ego. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I struck a nerve because my dialogue is not directed towards anybody. It's an overall perspective.
Right.
I mean,
But
so you can
you can't
elaborate on
trigger
what
me.
you mean
Yeah,
as
you
far as
can't
like what you think I'm
trigger
talking
me
about.
though. But I'm too balanced for that. I'm just trying to correct where your
You're
energy.
not
Your
balanced, bro,
energy
because I
gotta
just
be.
shifted your shit. You wouldn't have said what you just said if you were so balanced. So please correct yourself. Elaborate on what you
I'm
were
trying.
saying.
I'm trying to get you to
Man, your
understand
ass
that.
sound like rainwater. Get the fuck up out of here. You sound like some Mo3 rainwater shit now. Come on, get that shit together now, bro. Ask what you
All
was
right,
gonna
buddy.
ask. Stand up on them 10 toes.
All right, buddy.
John, you just wanted to answer the question, you know, what you said,
Man, what the
instead of
fuck? He
working
just asked
around
me
it.
the question.
Y'all niggas, boy.
Shut up, Pre.
Good
Let that
nigga,
man stand up on
Fuck
his
you,
10 toes.
fuck you, horse
for
John.
real, bro, man.
Yeah,
God,
fuck you too.
Little John.
You know I love you, ugly ass Pre.
Johnny.
Fuck you, man.
Fuck you too, bitch.
Oh shit.
You gotta love my energy, bro. Because
Nobody.
what it do is it open up perspective. It open up horizons. For real, it make you think. It make you mad. It make you just do something.
No, it
That's what
don't.
I want. I don't want to sit up here
You
and agree with all y'all and be like, yep,
You a
we
We
struggling
all
all the
hold on.
same.
like
Yep. Hell
We
no.
all
I
don't
want to do something to
wait, wait,
spark a
wait, wait,
fire
wait, wait,
and
wait,
make
wait.
a bitch
We
goddamn do
all don't
something.
agree with each other. Let's not get that twisted.
Even if it calls getting mad at me, I don't give a damn. It make you do some research and see if I'm wrong. Do it.
research.
I don't give a fuck.
Research
It
nothing.
calls for action.
We don't require
Research.
research, nigga.
Research.
Research, nigga. We don't require research, nigga. You
It don't
stupid as fuck. Get the fuck out
shit,
of
boy.
here.
You need plenty of research.
No, nigga,
You
you
need.
plenty of
I still
research.
don't
You
know
gotta
your
know
goddamn
somebody to give
name.
a fuck about
So
out
you
the
need to
firmament.
research
If
on
you still ain't
introduction.
out the hood,
I
nigga,
learned how
I've
to
been out
introduce
that
yourself.
motherfucker. What the fuck you talking about,
See,
nigga?
look at that.
I got
See,
multiple
everybody just
streams
know
of
you from
income,
cussing. You
nigga.
that little
And I got
irritating voice.
motherfucking
You
goddamn
still ain't
income
said your name.
recession.
Nobody still don't know this. Hold on, let me look at the panel so I can know this nigga
You
name.
still rely on
Who the fuck is
recession
this nigga?
money, nigga.
King what?
I got recession free money, nigga. What the fuck are you
King
talking about?
herself?
Fuck it. I own
Ain't
land, nigga.
You
nobody
talking
said
about
nothing
me?
about no
About.
money. This nigga
Nigga, what
sound
do
like
you
a
do?
peon
You
ass
still in
nigga.
the hood, nigga.
This nigga sound like he gotta go to
You
work
still in
tomorrow.
the hood, nigga.
He do.
It-
I guarantee he sound light skinned, but he a
Exactly.
dark
So that
skinned.
means you
No,
don't know
he
how to
might
get
be
out the
light skinned.
firmament with your mental, because you a dumb
That
fuck,
nigga
nigga.
that crazy. He's still going
You a
off, or
dumb
he's still
Johnny.
snapping.
You a dumb Johnny.
Like he said, he hurt.
Johnny,
He big mad. What they say? That nigga big mad.
Johnny,
I'm stuck in nerve.
Johnny,
You got me, Johnny.
Johnny. Answer
That nigga big mad.
Answer a question, Johnny. Answer a question. You could think I'm mad, but
They
I'm
keep
not.
telling me to
You
answer
make it seem
questions,
like
bro.
I'm mad,
This
but
shit
I'm not.
funny.
But anyway, answer a question, Johnny. Answer a question. Do you take oaths?
What the fuck kind of question is that? Did we just dumb it down the goddamn conversation and ask, do
Dumb
I
as
do
fuck,
some
so
Illuminati shit?
I have to dumb you
That's
down.
what I thought he just asked. He
You
just asked
stupid. I
me,
have
did I
to
do
dumb
some
you down. So
Illuminati shit? Like
I'm,
he was clever.
I'm asking
Like he
you.
just went around some
I'm
shit.
asking you. But
The fuck?
why are you dancing? Why are you bug dancing around a simple question? Why are you bug dancing?
Yeah, bro, I take oaths all the time. I'm taking the oath with my cousin now. I'm letting him know I love him. I got his back. You know what I'm saying? To death do we part. And everybody on this panel know that shit. So we just took an oath in front of you.
Okay,
The
cool.
fuck, nigga?
cool.
Get your, hey, man. Hey, go get that
Well,
dictionary
I
and
don't think
learn
he
what
a
oath
Mason.
mean,
I
man.
think he's just immature.
I mean,
Is.
yeah, I'm
He is.
immature because
He
guess
is.
what? The
He is.
information that y'all
He
spewing to me
he
is
came on his homie.
lackadaisical.
He came on his
It's
homie
lackadaisical.
bill.
Y'all
But
He
you
have
came
here
still
though,
lacked to
bro.
challenge my
You
knowledge.
here though. You here
You
and
still lack to challenge my knowledge.
no.
To
Check this out. Check
educate
this out.
you,
you
brother.
ain't dropped
Because
no
guess
knowledge
what?
yet.
Guess
You
what?
Balance.
ain't dropped
Still
no
sharp,
knowledge yet.
still.
But
Still
balance.
sharp
Check
and
this out.
still.
Balance. Check this out. He
Still
came on his
sharp and
homie
still.
bill to disrespect his homie.
Hey
This
man,
is why
Mortal Kombat, nigga. What
you
the fuck you
know
got
he
going
don't have
on? I
respect
ain't
for
no
his own
Freemason. I ain't
people.
here to build with you.
He
This Mortal
disrespect his
Kombat.
own homie shit.
This
And
Mortal
this is why I
Kombat.
don't fuck with niggas like
Finish
this.
him.
Because
That's what my
this
little
is what
cousin
it
say.
is.
Finish him.
This is what
Hey,
it
this
is.
Mortal Kombat. I ain't no Freemason. I ain't here to build with you.
Listen to it.
I'm here to
Just listen to it.
goddamn steal verse
I never
steal.
asked about a Freemason.
Make
I
you
just asked about the
better.
oath. You
You
don't
the
have
one who talking
to
about
be
a
a Freemason
Freemason
to
because
take
you
an
talking
oath.
about building. I want to
You don't
build
have
with
to
your
be.
dumb
You don't
ass
have to be a
information.
Freemason to take an
Foolish
oath.
man
You
built
go
his
into the
rock upon
military
the
to take an
sand.
oath, dummy.
Foolish
You
man built his
stupid.
house upon the sand.
You're stupid. You're stupid.
Think I'm
You
stupid.
you
He
can go
talking
to
about I'm
the
stupid.
military and
Yeah,
take
I'm
an oath.
stupid.
You don't have to be
I
a
could have
Mason
sworn.
to take
Did
an
I
oath.
say
You
anything
dumb
stupid?
fuck.
I sound either entertaining,
No, you are stupid. Stupid.
enlightening,
Stupid.
uh,
Stupid.
You just kind
informal.
of you threw
I
the
could have sworn
energy
I
off,
sounded
bro.
informal.
When you came up, you just threw the whole energy off of the show, bro. Just to let you
He
know
ain't even
if you
No,
think you
triggering me.
I
building.
thought the
you
energy
know
was
what?
good.
Stupid.
Oh,
It's
I'm
just all
sorry then.
family.
I'm sorry then.
Even
I'm
if
sorry. I
it
threw
may
the
sound,
energy off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's not even a
it
trigger.
might
He's
sound like that,
stupid.
but really, it's not. You don't allow these things to lower your energy. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you
That's why
just
it's not
Yeah,
a trigger.
he came in
I can
pulling
engage with
triggers.
him. I can
Right.
engage with John without argue with John. I wouldn't.
No, he was
You wouldn't
trying to
even
do
win
that
an
though. He
argument.
was trying to do that.
Was trying to do that,
Yeah,
and that's the thing. My shit is so high, he can't even fucking fuck with me because I don't even look at it that I know what it is, and I know what is imposter. So that's why I'm keeping cool with my energy, and I know where my energy at. Y'all know how I get Super Saiyan and shit, and I've
Mm-hmm.
always been telling these niggas like, yo, I'm calming that shit down. I'm cool. I ain't even fucking with that shit. Da, da, da. And you know, like da, 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 I'll go back and fuck with you a little bit, but it ain't get to the point where I'm super mad or I'm not able to build with my brothers. Nigga, we was building, we was cool. We had a dope discussion, and for him to come up on it and target and subject one person was fucking stupid. So it's just like, yo, like don't do that. And it was like, no, I'm not riding nobody dick or nothing. Like, nah, like I'm not sitting here like I'm not, ask Pre himself. Ask him himself. I'm not riding his fucking dick. Think I'm telling the truth.
All right.
that's his defense mechanism. That's why he doesn't have when he doesn't
That
have any
part.
facts or nothing. He just that's his way of because he never answered any of the questions fully. He worked around it without answering the question. You know,
That
we
part.
kept trying to get him, but I just don't have the patience to really speak over people anymore. I don't really care about it. I just
Yeah,
wait till
nobody
people are
want to
finished.
fight
You
to
know,
get their words out, bro.
right?
That should be
I was like
irritating.
that at one point, but it's like I just don't
Hey,
have the
hey,
energy for that shit no more.
And that's
nah,
like
like,
I just kept my energy still the same because I said I'm used to how everything is, and then
mm-hmm.
and I said I don't always like I said I don't pick no sides on that. I just always hear the views from everybody's perspective. So like I said, it's not gonna shake or rattle me no any kind of way, but my energy's still the same way. I ain't
Right.
I ain't gonna I'm not gonna keep getting mad at another nigga that may not know everything. that we're speaking on, but try to, like he'll say, he'll come and play a different role. So it's like I'm not gonna get mad at that shit. My focus is mostly on all this shit that's happening and why these other folks keep lying to us and keep trying to put us, back into that same hole, like we don't know shit. That's what my like, people that do shit like this, that shit like me, shit come to me, that'd be like, they don't really, they ain't nothing to me at all. I'm
Hey,
like, my
you
vibe is
gotta
good.
remember, everybody, everybody that's listening, everybody on the panel, you gotta remember, this is triggers. So
I'm
we
not
need
sure.
people like John at the end of the day, right?
Right.
It's good, it's
Hey,
healthy for
hey,
this build.
that's where I was gonna go with it, Prophet Pre, because I didn't want to go deep. I mean, I go deep sometimes, but like
Yeah,
you said, it's triggers. So you gotta
right.
think, man, we attract that
You
kind of shit
supposed to
just
go deep,
because.
bro.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
gotta let somebody talk, bro. Like I don't care
Right.
if
that's
you
the only
trigger
thing.
somebody, but don't talk over the motherfucker
Oh
when
no,
you
no, no,
like
no, no.
that's that dumbass energy.
But listen, balance truths. That's the trigger. That's what I'm
That's the
saying.
trigger,
Look,
right?
That's a
we
trigger.
on here talking about triggers. This has became a big theme, and now it's listen. Our triggers was tested just now, bro. Like it
Mm-hmm.
was live. Fuck talking about it. It was live.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
Right.
what I'm saying is we attracted that because what we talk about, what the title is, it's in the algorithm. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not
hmm
always gonna be that high vibe shit. Like we saying. Think about
No,
what we
no,
talk about.
I was just trying to clarify to him, like you not talking, you can't talk down on nobody you don't know. You don't know you or Chris or Pre or Bronze for
Right,
that
right, right,
matter.
right.
But he
Like you
do know
don't
me
know
though.
what we know. Like you don't know what we studied or fucking like you calling people out like they
Right.
dumber than you. You know what I'm saying?
He called
Right.
me a
That's just,
Mexican and a European in the same
Yeah.
breath.
But
yeah.
I
Like,
know him. I know him though. So it's like I kind of like, I know how John energy be sometimes. So it's like you say, he'll say certain things, but like he joke around with this
Yeah,
shit.
he's just joking around. I
Yeah, but
know. But
sometimes,
No, I get that part, bro. Listen,
you
I'm
gotta
not
learn
a
to just
dick.
let
You know what
people
I'm saying?
speak at a point. Just that's it.
that just, that
Exactly.
just
oh
like
yeah,
Like it's a little order. Like you can trigger whoever you want, but let them talk. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
When you
like
try to
like
cut
like
people off, you just you ruining the show. You know what I'm saying?
We right. We
We
right.
It
do it
ain't
to
for
each
you.
other
It
all the
ain't for
time.
you. It's for
Oh,
everybody.
right. I'm a.
exactly. Like it's like Bronze. You met me personally,
Mm-hmm.
stayed over my place,
Mm-hmm.
and what did I present the whole time?
And you stay the same way all the time. Never change.
Facts. So anybody that could even speak for me or say anything over that would be Bronze. If you're not that, because you haven't even known me and we haven't even had no personal face-to-face talk, do not speak for me. Do not say I came this way. Do not say none of that. Because you don't even fucking know me face to face.
I feel you
Yeah.
on that. You
Ask the
can't
question
say
if you
you
want to
can't.
know.
That's
Right.
that was the problem. I'm gonna tell you that's the problem. What you just said, Chris. He came in telling motherfuckers what they said and what they think and all that. That's where you fucked up. You can't tell nobody what the fuck they thinking or saying or no. You gotta listen. He didn't come in with that energy. That was the problem. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't the joking around. It wasn't the, you know, creating chaos and shit. Like, nah, it was you disrespecting by telling a motherfucker what they thinking and what they nah, you don't know what the fuck he thinking. Let him get it out so you can get a perspective.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You got
And
two
that's
ears and one mouth.
And then like he didn't even like get to the point where he could have been like, come check out Chris on the TSL, and then that way you could get a more perspective on how his views of things and how he acts. So it's like I said, he know how I am because when I come on, I used to come on his lives and stuff. So he know my perspective was I still stayed the same, even though I know John talk shit, but I still be like the same way I am right now when I be on there. So that's why I'm like I be trying to, when people come on, it's like really you gotta get to know people more where you can really speak on more, about them. So if you don't really know too much about them, right, like y'all saying, it's like yeah, you can't speak on certain things that you don't know nothing about.
or you can ask them their perspective and then build off of that. But you
Right.
just assuming you know what the fuck they talking about or where they going without them getting it out.
Right. But I
That
already
And
know he'll be back on another bill. And then, like I said, just like it's a learning process because a lot of people, like you said, like we still have, still got the immature side, but it's like, yeah, you're gonna have to learn. Eventually, you'll get to learn more and more because it's like you see how everybody energy is not going to shift or change because we already kind of like we build on, we know each other a little better.
But
and
just to
we
give
know what a trigger is. That's what the show
just
Right,
is, right?
just to
right,
give people a perspective, right? Triggers are basically for these conversations, and now we have some called two faces. Two faces is like a break from triggers. So on that platform of two faces, it's going to be less tolerated. It's more tolerant now because of the what it's about, right? Triggers.
hmm
People are going
hmm
to get triggered, and that's why it's allowed. But if it's happening on like two faces, it's more going to get shut down. Like quicker.
right,
It's because it's more calm, it's more subtle, it's just really building. Triggers, we can go off like this, but it just comes a time like what Balanced Truth was saying, where we gotta let people speak at a time, even though it is good, everybody getting riled up. It is healthy for this
hmm
build, but we just gotta get that in order. Like learn when to stop and let the person, okay, interject, ask you another question, or just
right,
everybody needs a chance to speak.
right.
So that's the same. But hey,
I think I mean in pre I agree with you. And the crazy thing is like we was doing such that before that happened. We was doing just that before, the whole, oh, I'm gonna go at this and I'm gonna da 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 and I'm gonna target you and then I'm gonna go at everybody else at the same time, but I'm mainly targeting you at the same time. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? No, no, no. And like he said, like he purposely came to cause chaos. And I listen to shit like that, and I just be like, yo, like, are we really listening to what he's saying, or are we listening to what he's doing? Which one? Because both is saying the same thing to me. Allow this to destroy the build, then it's gonna be fucking crazy building because we all trying to build, we all trying to get somewhere, with this. Like it's not even just and the crazy thing is, I know it's triggers, it is triggers, but in the title you have the word solutions.
right.
So when we talking about it as we were as such before the misconjunction,
Mm-hmm.
we could have came to start going to solutions, right? We could have been doing a lot of stuff other than that whole mischief of hour of bullshit, right?
You're right. You're right.
So this,
And I try to break it down to them like we're not ganging up on you. We just trying to put a little order to the shit. Like it ain't like you really doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing but just talking. But
mhm,
this shit
Like
is
to me,
irritating.
this how see this the thing. He talked about you gotta have that chaos energy. I'm gonna be real. I agree with him, but not against us though. You do
Right.
that, you supposed to cause chaos against the motherfucker that's really causing chaos.
Like the Bible believers and the motherfucking
Bro,
ops.
yeah, you go. That's when you use that energy at. You know what I
hmm
mean? That's why I'm like, yeah, you right. We need that duality, but you in the wrong fucking spot for that. Like, bro, you trying to put fire
Right.
in the middle of the fucking ocean, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
Hey, he contradicted himself even with that though, and I was gonna get into that because he even said he's here to bring chaos, but in the same breath he said that he's trying his purpose is to really kill chaos. So
right.
he basically going to be fighting fire with fire, which is not going to turn out well.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then
and,
like
and
There
if
is
you
no
can't
solution.
and if you can't own up to your own shit, like correct yourself or just know when you're wrong or just listen enough to hear some shit, like
hmm
you ain't gonna never get it.
and that was
Yeah,
just like earlier in the bill when we had this other Bible dumper came in there and was trying to spell all these word spells all in the chat and stuff. And I know what he was trying to do too. He was trying to trigger, and that's why I told him I said I asked him to come on the panel. He didn't want to come on there. I already told him, I wasn't gonna block him or nothing. I just wanted to come up there and try to debate on your perspective, but he didn't do it. So he was trying to trigger everybody off, and the vibe still stayed the same.
Yeah. Well, I hope to do more. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know, I know he fucks around and jokes around a lot. You know, yeah, still love and I hope to hear more from him because we got to learn how to work with people like that to make them get better in their speech and how they approach things. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, John,
is the
John
more
ain't
we
gonna
hear from him, the more we get better.
John ain't going nowhere, and they're gonna pop up on the next
Right?
bill.
Fuck you,
Yeah,
Pretty.
probably next 5 minutes. It's all good. Like this all love. Like
Yep.
We not looking at
ain't nobody mad.
we not looking at the dude like he's an enemy. But however,
Nah,
to the conversation, you caused a lot of friction, and that shit wasn't cool because we're building and we coming together. Because like I said, the word solutions is in the title, so we have to hit
yeah,
each other out. We have to, and along with that comes solutions. And if you come into the point where the last person is being said and you attacking them, of course, me, I'm gonna fucking attack you as well. I don't care if me and the person cool and we not cool. It doesn't matter. You destructing what the fuck we doing right now. And
yeah,
that shit right there, you can't come destructive to my projects. Anything in my life, you cannot be destructive to that because I'm gonna start attacking you. I
Yeah.
feel like you're attacking me. I
Hmm.
don't
And my
care.
mom.
It's not about pre. It's not about bronze. It's not about me. However, it's about all of us in a collective, and we coming together
Hmm.
as a collective respectfully, regardless of what the case may be. We coming together respectfully,
Hmm.
amongst gods respectfully, getting this shit settled through. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
for that shit to happen, like, no, yeah, no. I'm still I'm ride for all these motherfuckers that's up here, regardless if we have a disagreement or not. And I don't give a fuck if you
Hmm.
feel like, oh, just because we got disagreement, just because I ain't gonna ride for somebody who down for the same cause, you fucking stupid. You fucking
Right.
Yeah.
stupid.
Right.
And my brother's keeper.
Right?
Exactly.
We vibe with our tribe, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
Exactly. So, regardless of what it is, I'm still gonna hold it down. And it ain't no dick riding shit. Everybody know it ain't no dick riding shit. It can be your mechanism, and that's cool. But I'm gonna state that, and I'm gonna make you look stupid yourself,
Yep.
point blank.
yeah. Bronze, if I would probably before we do another build too, I probably want to get a word like to speak to him
Oh yeah,
to
definitely.
just to tell him certain things that he needs to work on
Yes,
before we
definitely.
do another build. You get me in contact with him
Oh yeah, he I
because
know
you know
John will probably comment on it, but I'm like, he'll probably comment on the vid afterwards. But then like I always see him when we be on low key channel too. So yeah, I definitely talk with him and tell him,
yeah, you can just send him some type one of my links or something and get in contact with him. You know because
yeah,
it's good. I like it, but then sometimes it goes too long where we're not
hmm
getting anywhere. Even if it's triggers, we need to come to a point where okay, we got to shut up and go into a new question or answer the question, that was asked in the first place without arguing and you know what I mean?
right.
And
Even
this
to
is
the
catching
point,
up.
yeah, even to the point, like even if he come on and wait for someone to speak on things. But if he have a question or topic he want to discuss during it, that'll be even better because then he's like, okay, we could kind of see what your perspective is on what you saying, and then you allow somebody else to respond to what they feel on it. And it don't always have to be an argument with it, but he got respect for
Right.
somebody else saying and vice versa. So it's like, yeah, so that's just like that's a lot of things, and sometimes folks just don't realize is that you do have to work on those things, and it's not making you a weaker person. That's just your growth. And like I
Right.
said, I don't mind if people tell me, Vaughn, you wrong for saying this. Vaughn, you doing this wrong. And I'm always open to. I want people to tell me, man, you need to do better with this or do better with that. And this is why I say, I keep the shit, keep my shit like this because I don't do it for myself. I always do it for everybody else because I want it to benefit the next person, not just me. Because I'm just the middleman through all this shit.
Facts.
Yeah, we only can go too far with disrespect, even though it's cool to a certain extent here on the triggers, but well, you can go so far because simple questions turning into disrespect. It shows a lot of immaturity. And you end up seeing
Mm-hmm.
people leave and stuff like that. I'll come back when it calms down, and you want to like look, you want to have always keep a high perspective, a high energy, even if this happens. So we can argue without putting that negative energy into it.
Right.
Yeah, you
A
could
healthy argument
disagree with the information. Don't make it a personal
get you
thing, you know?
angry, like personally angry, or
Yeah.
throwing out these personal stuff like that's
Mm-hmm.
not who the person is or whatever. Call him out his name.
And we welcome the challenge of the information. It ain't like we shying away from this shit,
Exactly,
but state your
exactly.
Right.
point, and then we can build on it, or we can disagree, or see where we got differences at.
Right.
Right,
Right.
right,
That's the whole point of fucking building.
Yep.
right.
Pretty much. And Chris said it the best. Like anybody can get a lesson. Like I don't think I'm the smartest nigga in the room. I learn from all y'all. Like especially King of Higher Self. You be dropping that moon shit in the sky shit. I'm completely like a preschooler. Like I be listening like shit,
Yep.
trying to
Appreciate
absorb
that.
that shit.
Man, I feel the same way. Like when you be dropping them links, I don't know, I shouted you out one time on Chris's shit, but bro, you be dropping some links in my comments, bro, and I watched the video, I'm like, God damn, hold on, let me sit down and learn some shit. Like I learn from all y'all, bro. That's why I be up here. Like it's not
Right.
like yeah, I want to teach a little because I know some shit, but it's like shit. I'm not gonna go up to no fucking panel where I don't feel like I'm gonna get enlightened. Like I don't want to be with no dumb niggas on no panel either. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like I need to be on the panel with some motherfuckers that's gonna teach me something, tell me something, give me a perspective, or elevate my perspective. You know what I mean?
Yep. And that's why it's like
Right.
I get bits and pieces from everybody that I learn stuff from. And I ain't gonna lie, like I be mostly on TSL and I be learning a lot more over there that kind of like helps me when I speak on certain things too. But it's like I just take bits and pieces from almost everybody who I follow and just everybody who I'm connected to. And I mean that shit right there, that's what excites me more than anything, the knowledge of the knowing, some stuff that I didn't know and moving forward. Like I mean, you have most people like, man, I'm excited about a video game and all this other shit. Nah, it's been the knowledge of learning more things that fuels my fire, that keeps making me go harder and harder. Like I just get, and it's like somebody trying to be dumb. That shit kills me because I'm like, my narrative is I can't sometimes always go sink down to that level. I mean, I could do it, but at the same time, my thing is that I'm just keep trying to get higher and higher as I go.
'Cause you got to keep in mind, some people, well, a lot of people are going to always feel like they're right, right, and they're going to always oppose you, and it doesn't mean you're wrong or right, but they're going to always shoot their gun. They're always going to pull that trigger to oppose you in these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter what you say to them, it's not going to change their perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like they're playing devil advocate without even knowing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, it always will come back to an argument. We got to keep that in mind. So even the people that come on and play devil advocate, we just got to get them to a point where they
They're
got to
they're
know when to stop
and they're
or to
stating
pause.
they got a state where they disagree at. They got to clarify that shit. They can't just say, "Oh no, you wrong," or "I don't," you're not spinning facts.
Right,
Elaborate on that shit. Let me know where you don't agree at, or what you
exactly.
think is different.
Right. And, even when you do that, you have to understand most of them won't be civilized in the sense where they're not used to that, where it gets them more aggravated.
Right. They
Like
just
you
want to
see
be
him,
right.
right? I already told you, and he didn't, right? He didn't answer the question, right? So it's kind of like to say, we got to learn how to work with those type of people. I like how you guys worked with him, though. And I already know Chris is going to defend himself when he feels offended. So you know what I mean? Or he feels like this
Facts,
person ain't doing
bro.
shit. So,
Facts,
um,
bro.
so people have to learn each other. We just gonna have to learn each other.
I
Let's
think
get
that's why we kind of let Chris do that too. We already knew who was. We already
I
knew
mean,
who was gonna say something. As soon as he started tripping, I was, oh yeah, I'm gonna just laugh in the background. I already know how this going.
I know Horace John's probably
I
used
mean,
to me
like,
getting wound up and arguing back with him and stuff like that. So sometimes I got to be the bigger man, just tone myself
Hey,
down.
hey, hey,
And,
yeah, shouts out to you, Pre. I love how you handle that. You ain't let him trigger you at all. You like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
you funny.
yeah, you did handle that pretty dope. Hats off and salute to you for that.
So
I
you have
mean,
to see I'm getting better.
we know how wild I get, but however, it's like, bro, like, calm the fuck down. We're not trying to get
mm-hmm.
there. We're not trying to do that. I'm not trying to get to that point. I'm trying to build with the brothers so we can get to somewhere, and we can,
Mm-hmm.
um, find things that can help us, right?
Exactly.
That's why I'd be like, yo, like, and that's why I went off. I guess I went off the rant earlier. What are we fucking doing
Right,
to help each other right now?
right.
Right
And
now,
as far as as far as the
you know.
solution, when I asked him, what would be your solution, and we went to the mind thing. How do you escape, right? Deferment, whatever.
Hmm.
That's what he said. That he brought up this ferment thing and said that in the same breath that we're stuck at the same time, right? And but it's just a choice at the same time. He was kind of contradicting. So I said, what is how do you explain to people how to use your mind to escape and shit like that? And what he said was putting down idea not ideologies, what do you call that? False idols, like worshiping for false idols type shit, like Tupac,
Yeah,
putting down those things. And it's kind of like to say that's not really a solution. That's a step into a solution, but that can't help you all the way. You have a lot of people that already put down the frequencies of music and musicians and entertainers, and they're still stuck. So it's
right.
kind of like to say, I was looking for more because that's not going to help alone. Even if they do that, you might find yourself still stuck to the point where you go back to listening to what you used to listen to. So I was just looking for more, John. If you're listening, I was just looking for more of what you have to give because that is not enough. Trust me, it's a step. It could help a little bit, but that's not going to clear up. That's not going to detox you fully mentally.
Right. And that nigga hard as hell. But that nigga, like I said, sometimes it's like that nigga know like I said, he be trying to just pull your body to ruffle their feathers and shit. But it's at the same time, like King himself said, you gotta direct that shit towards the ones that's trying to attack us, not against us.
Hmm.
Fact. But yeah, I like niggas like that around. Man, trust me, I got some hood niggas around me, bro. But we understand how to use energy, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like niggas gotta, man, that's the shit that Chris was talking about. Like, bro,
That
okay, yeah, you chaotic, but bro, what are you doing with that energy, bro? Do you know how to use this shit? Like that's the shit that it's like really knowing how to do shit now. Okay, you know what you know, but what do you know what to do? Like that's where it's at with me. Like, bro, you shouldn't be attacking motherfuckers that's on a positive vibe. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, yeah,
Hmm.
it's cool to joke around a little bit, but you took the shit far. Like, bro, use that energy against the motherfuckers that's brainwashing niggas. That's who
Right,
you do that shit against.
right.
and it's crazy because um um King I itself, I'm pretty sure you was there. I remember you being there because you asked me a question as well, where I was talking about energy on my channel and I was talking about energy transference.
Yep,
The
I remember that.
this is the point where transference happens because this is where they come. They come and they soak up the energy because they get to your emotions, and this is why I said he can do whatever he want. He's not gonna tap into my emotions and make me a radical or barbaric against him. I might say a few things, but I'm not looking at him like I'm trying to kill him or saying, I'm like, fuck you, nigga, whatever you're saying, da 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 da. You know, it's not.
it's to the point when you understand transference, you have to tap into an emotion to give off the energy. So when you can control your emotion and not step overboard to the point where you're actually starting to give your energy, you can actually control that. And this is why I tell people and I let people speak on my channel. I let people speak because just because you're getting whatever you're feeling out don't mean that you're recessive to the energy and giving off the energy to what's taking it away from you. That doesn't mean you're recessive. You're just expression. You're just at a point of expression at that point. But a lot of people don't know because they don't break shit down and they don't go to the fucking root. And they tell you their ways and how they feel and all this mystical bullshit that don't mean shit when you're going by something that you don't even fucking make a definition of. You don't make a fucking language of. Who are you at this point?
Mm-hmm.
And you're disrupting a bill. You're nobody right now. You fucking shit up. You fucking
Yeah,
shit up.
and
And the worst thing about it is we're on the same side. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
no, I was just saying you can't make somebody show a shit show, yelling over the people and then just trying to get your voice out. Gotta
Hmm.
fall back sometimes.
Exactly.
And
You know.
it's crazy because a lot of people don't know that we're on the same side, fighting the same fight. Go ahead, Pre. My fault.
No, balanced truth. Say, this, I was basically agreeing with that. What you just said.
Right, right, right.
It's like you,
So,
you know.
oh, good. Like
Go
again,
ahead,
like
Chris.
before all that shit happened, um, I appreciate y'all and I appreciate y'all. I appreciate how we was building before because it was very
Mm-hmm.
calm, collected, respecting. We was treating each other as such, and we was acting as such. So I could do nothing but commend y'all to the highest regards and salute to every one of y'all. Pre, Bronze, Balance, King, King High yourself. Salute to all
Salute.
y'all. Salute to everybody in the chat. It's part of it as well. It's y'all part of it as well.
Already,
So
bro.
salute to everybody because we was having a great dope build before all that happened, and I just wanted to bring that back to that dope energy that we was having and we was bringing as a collective.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Can we all give like a solution?
Yes, sir.
Um,
Yes, sir.
that's
Yep.
Let's
where
go. Let's
that's
go.
that. I was just finna go. That's where we was kind of going, and I was talking about shit, connecting into nature and shit. That's where we was going, bro. Now you making me
Mm-hmm.
think.
Well,
We was
that's
talking about doing things because, like I said, bro, I'll be meditating a lot alone. Like I'll go, bro. I'll go to the park. I'll chill, feel the vibe out, and I'll sit there by a tree, bro. Find a tree, connect with it, make sure it's comfortable with me being there, feel the energy out. And bro, I'll just meditate in the middle of the fucking park, bro. The best I can to just resonate with what's going on. And every thought that comes, like it could be about the fucking or government and all the bullshit they got going on, or something personal in my life, or some shit on YouTube that I'm listening to. Like sometimes I meditate on the shit we talk about. Like these are the things that I would say we need to do. Like, okay, we got all this information. Now let's meditate upon it, figure out how we're going to use this to create a reality. Because like I said, we're going to say we're gods, then that means we create anything we want. So we got to start tapping in. That's my solution. Tap into yourself, tap into nature, and figure out what you want to create in this realm.
Thanks. That was well said.
Good shit, bro.
You know. Uh, it's probably not my answer right now, but I have a small answer. Maybe later on I could give a better, in depth. conclusion, but I would say tapping into things, find what other things make you happy, what makes you feel good, away from the usual. See if there's something else that you never tapped into before. That sometimes if you never tried something, you might have your ideologies on how it is, or but if you finally do it, you might find yourself liking it and saying, "Wow, you like it so much to the point you start putting down some of your old habits for a little bit just to have more of this experience." And then you start to become fuller the more you do that. You start picking up other things that you never did before. You tried it and you found yourself building up a like for it. I'll use an example, kind of like shit. It's not really a good example, but I'll say like say football, for example, sports or something like that. I wasn't big on say football, but I played it a couple times and I enjoyed myself. And I started wanting to do it a little more often, and then it filled up more activities, outdoor activities. And I say, okay, let me try playing this, or you can do the same thing with parallel with foods, maybe try going on like a fruit diet, and maybe you just might start falling in love with it. Just different things like tapping into different energies to make yourself more full, more complete, where you're productive all the time. Uh, a great solution would be to always try and override tiredness or laziness, or just always trying to do something with your day, finding new things that can complete you. Just like me, I told you, I was never into agriculture and stuff, but last summer I did it. This is where we left off. And, I found myself falling in love with it, where I'm going to make sure at all times when the climate is at the right time to grow things, I'm always going to do it now. But if I never tried it at one time, I probably would have never tapped into it. It's just things like that, just tapping into something new, especially if it's natural, organic, or something that you would do if the system wasn't in place naturally, type of thing. So like, just trying new things, especially that involves nature, and you'd be surprised where it might lead you. I'm telling you, it works out. It works, man. And even if it's not growing things, you might find yourself falling in love with building like a cabin or something like that. Tap into some people that's out there in nature, they're building in the woods or something like that. Say, hey, I'll give you a hand. And what is your intentions when you're doing that too? If it's genuine intentions where it's not really for the profit, even though we all need money in this system or whatever, but sometimes you'll be surprised doing things like a favor for you helping somebody out of this genuineness, and you'll be surprised you might make a new friend where it's like you find yourself actually making profit off doing this now. And you can make enough profit where you can actually just go out there in nature now. You don't need profit anymore. And then, you meet new contacts, things like that. People that's actually in this event that you picked up and started falling in love with. Then you meet new walks of life, new people. And now you can connect with people of all walks of life type things the more you keep going. And I used to catch myself because I would say to myself now that I always look at a lot of people the same, because it's like everybody, it's like people have the same ideologies, or you end up people end up taking your kindness or weakness or something like that, and it's like why is it like most of the population that does that type thing? But really, when you start doing that, you start differentiating and learning that there's actually different people out there. There's actually some good people out there, and you're always going to run into fuck ups or people that's you know not in your best interest and shit like that. But the more you do it, the more good contacts you get, and you can always have a way to escape if you are surrounded by a lot of people that don't mean you well. And I actually did that now in this time. Uh, So I met new contacts, and I found myself doing art collaboration, for example. You seen that, Bronze,
Yep.
and that shit made me feel so good to know that I can draw something and it's not finished, but somebody else picks up where I left off and they finish the picture and hey, we have an art collaboration. They're going to do a book soon of just arts and just different things like that, man. And you build new talents, new uh, new passions, things like that. You know, so I encourage people to just try stuff that's new and don't always be in the same. To have the same old habits, or maybe some people that's where you should be because maybe that's where you should be excelling in. If you're still on the old habit, try to excel in it as much as you can, where you can say, okay, I've done enough here. Let me try something else. It's just keep moving forward, keep making your energy get higher and higher, until you just feel complete, where you can actually make profit off of something, And there's different forms of profit. It doesn't always have to be money. You can profit in your mental growth, your spiritual growth.
Yep.
Right. Peace of mind is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So you know.
Go ahead, Balance Truth. What about you?
Oh man, I gotta I wanna change mine a little bit just by dealing with this situation. I would go to letting your ego not overwhelm your senses. Like if you feel like you doing something and you don't get the response that you assume uh that you was gonna get, you know what I mean? You get if you think you building or you think you're doing something, you can't be the one that determine that. It got to be somebody else to say, "Oh yeah, man, that's dope," or "Yeah, that's a good build." Like you don't know that until you put it out there, and then you got to adjust. Like you got to kind of back up when you see people ain't feeling what you saying, or it's not going the way you expect. Like I didn't want the guy to run. I just wanted you to calm down and build, and I didn't think it was too much to ask for. And then you want to attack me, but that's crazy because I'm too calm for that. Like I don't even this internet shit. Like you ain't in my face, so ain't no way you can trigger me. But so the solution would be to let your ego aside and learn to fill out your situation. Like it's more about a feeling than action, and that's it.
And then, like my perspective on solutions is that, like, basically, like my phrase, and what I always love to say is always knowing yourself and engaging yourself. And once you get those key elements, and that gets you so far in life. It's like nobody can touch you. You can't do nothing. It don't matter what nobody say to you or do to you. It'll never change your frequencies. And basically, it's just that you take these journeys, and sometimes a lot of folks don't understand why they're on this journey. But when you figure it out and you start to master yourself, then you reap the rewards. You know, you start to see things in a different perspective of life, man. It's like the shit just overwhelms you, but at the same time, it's all good because you're seeing yourself in a different perspective. So, my solution to tell everybody is, just trust yourself more, honor yourself more. That's all. That's all you need. Those key elements right there that will keep you going. That's all I got.
Facts. I second hand
Good,
that.
good shit. Good shit. I I think Chris, you the only one not to go.
Word. Um, what I would say solution.
there's no solution. Let's use what we think all of the solutions are. Since we all have different characteristics and we know different people have the same struggles that we have, since we're different bodies coming together, let's express it as different bodies. So, what I mean by that is we all, well, you all answered into a perspective of self, re-engineering self, helping self, getting to know thyself, everyone. And I'm going to say it like this: King of higher self, you said meditation. When you meditate, you go within self. So you're talking about self, power of self, awareness. Nice. Pre, tap into self, tap into your, I wouldn't say powers, but more of where you prevail at. You know, it's more of just tapping into where your power relies. That's what I got to understand from that. And then Balance said, he mentioned more of the ego, how it could be overwhelming, but still relating to the ego is still relating to self, right? Learning how to figure out the situation. And then, Braun said, more of engaging yourself, of knowing thyself. So what I'm saying is my one perception of what I think is a solution for us is not enough. But rather than choosing all four of you guys' solutions, as it would come to one solution, would be more than enough. Since we all know that we have to work on thyself, and we are all talking about thyself. So that's my answer right there.
All facts. Everything is internal.
Indeed.
Ain't no outside savior. Period.
You are the outside.
Right.
That's what like you
And,
gotta understand you attract your outside. Go ahead, Chris.
right. And I was just gonna say, if I have your perception wrong, and it doesn't mean that it's your full perception. It's just what I got and what I kind of understood and put together of what we're all talking about in conjunction. So if I got it wrong, please let me know. Respectfully, let me know, and I can get a better understanding. But however, that's how I saw things. That's how I received it. I didn't receive it in a bad way or anything. And I think everybody is still on the same track. And that's one thing I can appreciate from all of you. So salute. And again, hats off to all of y'all.
And that's funny how we was all talking about the same thing and probably didn't intend it to be that way, but it just turned out to be all about
Exactly.
yourself.
Exactly.
But
I
So
mean,
that's the balanced perspective of things. Like if you come neutral with everything, you can see where everybody else is off.
mhm,
hmm that's what I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say if you don't take care of yourself and know yourself and heal yourself and all those things, how can you even be a hand to anyone else? A proper hand, I should say. That's why, like I was saying, you attract your outside. So
Hmm.
if you got situations or issues or triggers or whatever the case may be, if you don't know how to handle yourself in the situation you are in, How can you help anybody else with any motherfucking thing else that's outside of your situation?
You motherfucker. You're fucking right, bro. I love that
Yep.
statement. How can you how? Tell me how.
Right.
And that goes to what I was telling y'all earlier. I had to learn that. Like I had to humble myself, bro. Like I'm fucking hella. I know I'm
Mm,
smart, but I
mm.
had to.
No. I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off. Never fucking humble yourself. Don't humble yourself.
Why you say that?
Why did you go to the etymology of humble? This is why. Because somebody gave us a song and told us, not them, but us, because we are their crowd, be humble, sit down. So, if you're being humble, first of all, if you look up the etymology of it, you're already down. Why would you bring yourself low to the ground? That's what you're doing when you're being humble.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, you can let go of your ego without being, humble in it. You could just
Well, let
be
me. Okay.
balanced. Be
Right.
balanced. That's it.
Let's put it this way. I had to check myself because it still was self.
Right.
Right,
I can
right, right.
agree.
All right. Bet.
That's how I'm gonna use it. Cause you're right, Chris. So yeah, I had to check myself when I got enlightened because just because this is the thing, this is another solution right here. Just because you know all this shit and you could be the smartest motherfucker or the most enlightened, conscious, woke motherfucker ever. If you are not doing anything we said as far as self, exploring with yourself or meditating or learning who you are or letting go of egotistical ways. If you're not doing nothing near that, that knowledge and shit ain't nothing. It's nothing. And that's where I had to check myself. And I realized that, like, okay, I need to work on myself before I even speak or teach or explore with others. A lot of people haven't came to grips to do that, bro. And that's what
See,
I think a lot of us are seeing.
higher
Go ahead.
self.
I yield.
What you just said is basically the last thing I worked on with myself. You know, the last one I did. Um, yeah, very important. What helped balance me out was just hearing the perspective from, like, say, different women. Can learn a lot from a woman, and like
That part.
girlfriends and cousins as girls, they'll always tell me, like, you
That
don't
part.
have to. You already know you can do something to this person if you wanted to. You already know that you don't always have to prove yourself to people if you already know yourself. And therefore, when somebody call you names or calling you out of your name or trying to argue with you or engage with you in a battle, I just learned this helped me so much when I learned it. That patience in the sense of letting go. I know I can win this argument right now. I know I can win this battle. Or it feels good to engage right now just to prove something to this person in the long run. When it's all said and done, I'm going to come out the winner. And I just learned that it goes back to ego, letting go of unnecessary ego, where it's like, I can now just sit there and just show an example rather than speak. The example would be seeing that this person is arguing by himself at this point. Because as he's arguing with me, my voice tone is calm now. I can still be the bigger man and not engage in the war, right?
That's winning the fight without throwing the punch.
Exactly. And that's the biggest lesson that I actually working on slowly, and I'm getting better. Because before I would like to engage with that, for example, John. you know, oh, you think he's loud? Let me get louder than him. And then what's that going to do? It's just fighting fire with fire. Even if you win in the long run, it may just come back again. You want to go round two now. But now you can just say, you know what? I look like the bigger man now.
And we see your growth, pre, and that's everything. Like we see you growing, and that's
You
what
know,
we do this for. We put out the truth for people can learn and grow from the shit.
yeah. I'm glad you guys see that, man. And, you know, 'cause I was always arguing before, always, and you want to do something, and you know you can catch him right now. But what is it going to do? Because I don't like to back then just argue. I want to show you in action because you calling me out of my names thinking I can't do nothing. So I want to actually do
Mhm.
something. And now I can just laugh at it and just not even play a part because it's just going to get you in trouble or you're on the run, you're under investigation now, or you know what I mean? It's just not worth it. None of this shit's worth it. So I got to sit back now and look at them like they need more growth. They need to grow more in their ego, you know? And they're those people that come like that, they're just challenges that help you. That's why I look at people like, say, John. It just helps me out. I know John loved me at the end of the day. He really loved me.
Ah,
well, it's just friend. You know what I mean? It just look at it like a friendly competition in a sense where
Yep.
you just use it to help you grow.
Yep.
yo, check this out. Check this out. Will B is in the chat saying some shit about humble. And he said being humble can also be having discipline or patience. He's not understanding what I'm talking about because you're talking about a word that you didn't make up, nor English language that you didn't make up. So we're not going to your perception because your definition of humble do it not bring patience, nor do it bring discipline, nor do the fucking definition of the people who made it brings any of those two words, even etymology. So when I say etymology, I'm talking about where the word came from, the beginning, the meaning. So you can give all this of how you perceive the word. You can give all that, but you're not speaking of your meaning. You're still speaking of someone else's meaning. So I'm going to go according to someone else's meaning since we're going according to that. Stop being ignorant to your own shit. Stop contributing to your own miseducation. If you didn't make up the word, go by what the people said it by. I'm not saying live your life by it, but you never made the definition, never made the definition
Hey, let me speak on that,
of
Richie,
the
real
word.
quick.
So when I bring the definition and then I bring the etymology of the definition and then you bring your opinion, okay, cool. You can have your opinion and that's cool. I'm not taking that away. We're not talking about opinion, and I'm not going off opinion. So if
You
you
know
think
what?
at this point you can make everything your belief and everything this of what you think it is, well, that's the problem we have with these fucking Bible thumpers.
It's a good what you call it there? A good thing to speak on though. Humbleness versus patience, because a lot of
Uh,
people won't really know the
but, but
differentiation of it.
before you go there, pre, let me just say this real quick. That is the exact reason why when you said it, I had to think about what you're saying, and I'm like, you're right. Because one thing I know, because I do this on my channel, I talk about words all the time. One thing I know is that these words are literally spells. So when you understand that the vibration of the word and the reason why they made that word to be used for a certain reason, then you should or should not use it accordingly. And at the time, the way I was using it, Chris understood that that wasn't the appropriate time to use it because it was talking, the vibration of the word was talking about being low or lower. That's why he even brought up etymology. So it's like, no, don't think of it as in lowering yourself. Let's take the word out. Let's take the word out. He's explaining the vibration of the word. And I'm like, you're right. It was more of a reflex. So I like, let me say, check myself. So this is the thing about words. You gotta understand the vibration part. It's not always what the motherfucking definition is. It's okay. You read the definition. Is that a high vibration or low vibration? Should we use that word if it's low vibration? Depend on what you're talking about and if you're aiming it towards something. So that's all I want to say.
Yep. Hey, we got Rashad up here. I know he had wanted to break something down. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Rashad,
Yeah,
what's up,
good.
bro?
What up, what
Peace,
up, what
bro.
up, y'all? What up, y'all? King, Bree, what up?
Peace, bro,
Chop,
God.
what's
Peace.
going on? Chris,
Hey,
what up, dog? What up, Balance Truth? What up now?
What up?
Yeah, I'll let y'all finish. You know, I ain't gonna interrupt. I'll let y'all finish.
What up? Bet. So check this out. What I'm saying is, you, if you didn't make the language, you cannot have your own meaning if it has its own
Facts.
definition.
Facts.
You can if you want, but according to the language and how things work, nobody is going to operate according to your meaning. You cannot do that because that means you can say, "Oh, if I stop at a fucking red light, that shit don't mean stop. I'm stopping at a red light." But if you drive past a red light, you would get a ticket and nigga, you would have to pay. So that's not reality. I don't deal with that bullshit that's not fucking reality that we're not under right now. You have to deal with what we are understanding and what we're going through right now. So if you want to make your own definitions for words that you didn't make, go ahead and do that. You're still stuck in a loop. I'm going to get out of that loop and figure out a better solution. I'm not going to stay in that loop and keep trying to figure out why I'm stuck when I'm putting myself in a stuck situation that do not make sense. That's insanity, and that's self-insanity. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I know right or wrong. I know the difference. I know what's gonna get me by. I know what's not gonna get me by with any system that I'm in. Why? Because I had the experience. So whoever say experience is nothing, you fucking stupid. You fucking stupid. Because if you didn't learn to pull out when you was fucking your fucking bitch or baby mom, because I don't want to disrespect her. But if you didn't know when to pull out and you got a baby, what the fuck are you talking about? You didn't know shit. So stop talking for shit that you fall under, but you never fucking progressed over. Like I'm saying, niggas is in a hood, but telling you how to get out the firmament. No.
If you're still under that oppression, you cannot tell me how to get out of this world, nigga. I got myself out the hood, but you didn't. You can't tell me shit right now. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. You can't tell me shit. Because if I did it without anything of what you're the fuck talking about, why are you telling me how to get out the firmament? It don't fucking make sense and will never fucking make sense. That's why I say all this mythological bullshit is not doing nothing for any fucking body, any one of us who is doing and getting out of their situation with their shit. Nobody, because he said, I'm still in the hood. Well, if you still in the hood, why you ain't out the hood, but you in a fucking conversation trying to tell us how to get out the firmament? This is simple shit. Simple shit. You don't need a scientist for this. Simple shit. Why am I telling you about a fucking child when I haven't went through the process of raising a child myself? I've raised a child and I still don't go through those conversations with anybody who personally have theirs. However, how can I tell you how to raise your child when I don't even have one of my own? I'm talking as a person who has a child, raised a child from the womb up to almost about to be 18 years old this year. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, oh, you baby daddy, you decided to be there, No, I'm talking about from 0 to where they're at right now. And I'm not the biological. But why can I talk more about the fucking situation? Because of the experience. So any one of you niggas is talking about the experience and you don't even fucking have a child or something like that, nigga, you fucking stupid. And I'm a dread to the day that you have your own. And when you're going through that shit, you're gonna be like, these niggas, yeah, nigga, we was telling you, Nick, yeah. Like, come on. Come on. I'm not the only one. And I'm not the only like y'all are some of y'all are fathers as well. And when y'all speak on y'all stuff, you know what I do? I shut the fuck up. Anyone tell me where I overruled you or argued back and forth within a father situation and we talking about some shit about the children? You let me know. I won't. Because for you to have that much respect of being a father, I know what comes with it. Because I experienced it when I was fucking 15 to 16 years old. But I would never tell a father, biological father, how to be a father. Never. Never.
What's good, Will B?
Salute, salute. Respect to everybody on the panel.
What's up, Will? What's up, Rashad?
What's
Can
going
you
on,
Peace,
hear
Will?
bro,
me?
God. Peace, peace.
What up, y'all?
I don't know if anybody can hear me or not.
We can
Yeah, we
hear
heard
you.
you.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, I
Can
just
you?
wanted to cause Chris was making a valid point like a little minute ago, and like uh it's like a debate, but it's not even a debate, cause he got a point like everything has its own definition, and it comes from a source. So somebody came up with the word humble, and they put their own definition to it and said, "This is my word, and you will not take my word out of context." But if you want to be technical, the word nigga, we use that every day, but we didn't come up with that word, and we give it our own definition. The word what's up, who came up with that and gave it its own definition, but we use that every day. So it's like simple everyday words we use, but we use them in our own way. Like that's the only point I was really making for real. Like you can define certain words and things in your life without having to go like outside of yourself, because that is the responsible thing to do, is to get the real definition. So when you have kids, you don't raise them the wrong way. You tell them exactly the truth, but you should still tell them that they can live their own reality and put whatever they want to a word or a thing in their life. They can do that and look at it that way, whether it's good or bad. But I fall back.
All right. So check this out. How do you know what a cat was? How did you know what a dog was? How do you know what your mother was? How do you know what your father was? And I'm talking about in language. We're not talking about, oh, you just hopping out. No, we're talking about language now, because you speak the language that you don't control, nor you made up of, nor you had definitions of words. So everything that you know of as of right now still came from someone else initially before you made your own definition. And this is what I do. I go to the root. I don't oh, we could do this and we could, okay, yeah, you could do this, but what language do you speak? English. Did you make up any words? Did you make up any definition? No, you didn't. So you're following someone else's. So you had to learn words and the meanings and what they were, and then interpret them. And then later on, 5, 7 years later on in your life, all of a sudden pick a whole new definition of what it is. That's basically saying, oh, okay, well, they told me what an angel was, and that's what it was. But now I'm saying an angel was a superhero. That's my Superman right now. It's going to save me right now. Do that still make it the definition that it was initially put out of? Do it make it the initial meaning? Do it transpires across when you're translating and connecting with other people who recognize the word as what it is and not your meaning? So you can go all through this world making your words up, manipulating words from other people, and grabbing your own meaning and doing whatever you want to. But we understand at this point right now in life, if you was out of your situation, you could give us those clues. You can give us those that information to make us stronger and uplift us. You can give us the information to bring us out of the oppression that we're under. You can actually free us according to how you're expressing the information, but how that we all fail to that, because we're still in the same situation. And that particular idea is not getting us anywhere, because you're going under a false impersonation of what you and how you see things after you grasp a meaning of stuff. And that's still not getting you nowhere as of self, not just us. Fuck us right now. Self. Where would that get you? Where would being humble get you right now in COVID, in a pandemic, and what we're going? What would being humble? Well, complying to wearing your mask, complying to getting a vaccine that's gonna fucking disrupt your DNA. So that's what you're telling us to do. What's really going on with this? Because people can get streamed in different ways according to your analogy. Everybody have their perceptions, so people are going to take your stuff in different ways. So if you don't have no primordial stance on how everybody's going to be cured and you just have a perception, then you're leading everyone off the fucking bridge. Face first, teeth first, chin first, eye first. Off the fucking bridge. I yield the mic. Thank
So
you.
let me ask you something, because that's a great point, and you made me think of something. So you said basically a word has a source and it has a real definition, and basically anyone could put their own belief of that word in their mind. They can make up whatever it is, but it still has a factual definition to it. So, and you said I could make up my own word and put my own definition to it, and that would be my word that I created.
Mhm.
So my question to you would be, because if I was to make up my own language right now, my own dictionary, a set of words and everything, a whole speaking in tongue that nobody's ever heard, and this is my language, I gave it its own name and every definition of word. How would anybody know that my definition is the actual definition? Because if somebody else hears the language that I created, they can turn it into something of their own. As if, like, for example,
Are we talking dream, or are we talking reality? Because I'm actually
reality.
out reality
Reality.
as of right now, because we really can't make up a word called state, because state actually has its own definition
Yeah,
and
you,
everything else.
you,
So
you
so so what I'm saying is, when we speak, when we make things, or we bring things to life, we it gets an energy, and an energy is
yeah,
created.
yep.
So if a word as dog is already there, and now you're trying to give your own perception or your own definition to the word dog, you're going to be fucked up in your own shit, because dog don't mean what you think dog is. It
But
has.
see, you taking it to the point I was about to make.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
literally taking it. That's why I said I had a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Cause
Go ahead.
that's why I brought up the example with the language. So basically, okay, let's use dog for examples. Okay, so um, dog has a definition to it, and we all know of the definition of a dog. It might not be accurate, but we all know the definition of a dog. So if someone came up with the word dog, my question to you is it one person coming up with the word dog and giving his own definition, or is it Someone coming up with the word dog and giving it a definition, and everybody as a collective is agreeing to that definition. Because instead of him just saying it's his definition, people are agreeing with him and saying, yeah, that is a dog.
Right, right, right. So check this out. Check this out again. And this is why I bring language. Sorry, there's a lot of noise in the back. Okay. And this is why I bring language. Are you speaking your language or are you speaking someone else's language?
That's the question I had.
No, no, I'm asking you right now, still real life, right now, since we're talking about
Oh,
real,
of course,
right
someone
now as
else's.
a present, you're speaking English. Is that your language or is that someone else's language that you learned?
That's someone else's. That's of course.
Exactly. So when you speak of words and you're speaking the language of the person that made the language, you're speaking of their meanings and definitions because it's their language.
But that's the question I had. What if one person didn't make up the word? What if a collective of people made? Because if you look up basically damn near any
You're,
word on Google, on dictionary, it has more than one definition. It will have two or three or four definitions to one word.
do you look up etymology when you're looking up definitions?
Of
Because the
course.
etymology bring you back to where it first
Yeah.
expressed.
Latin and Greek and French and Old English. Yeah.
Exactly. So still at this point, what are you talking about?
Like, I don't know.
There's not no what if these people that they actually came up with the word dog.
See, but see, that's the point I was making.
No,
One
no,
person didn't do that.
no,
A
no, no, no,
collective
no,
did it.
no, no, no. You didn't get it. They made up the word dog, not saying as oh they came up and they made it like a secret recipe. I'm not saying that. They came up with the English. They
I see
interpreted
what you're saying.
yeah, they came with the English. They interpreted the way that they wanted. Now the collective perceive it the way that they perceive it because that is the main definition because they created the language and this is the language you
Hmm.
speak. Till you make your own language, your definitions is not your own, regardless of how you do it. It's not your own because you're still speaking someone else's language. You're not speaking your own. This is what we have to understand. And this is why when people say, oh, well, they gave us the Bible during slavery. Well, this is what you have to understand. They gave us a translation of something where we didn't know the language, right?
Yep. Checkmate.
So we didn't know the language, but they gave it to us and then they taught us the language. And this is the language that we speak now, which is a made up language, which we didn't made up language. We didn't make up. However, when you make up this and people and millions of people are speaking of this, now when the language come assert, now energy is being created. Regardless if you believe in it or not,
Yup.
the energy is being created because they created the English and they created the belief for people to stand behind. So this is why I'm saying if you created the language, then the word and the definition would be substantial to what you're saying. If you didn't, then you cannot say nothing. Reasons why humble do not really mean what we think it is. Humble means being low to the ground. It's telling you to bow the fuck down without bowing the fuck down. Reasons why Kendrick Lamar said, be humble, sit down, because you're already there if you're being humble. And who is he talking to? He's not talking to white folks. He's not talking to Germans. He's not talking to Arabs. He's not talking to Australians. He's not talking to English. He's talking to the people's fans who he's supporting. Be humble, y'all. Sit the fuck down. That's one of the fucking hottest tracks that he ever fucking put out, according to their numbers. Don't y'all go according to shit with numbers? If you go according to breaking everything with numbers and you're breaking this shit down not by numbers, nigga, you still lost.
Yep.
Point blank, you still lost. He's telling you, be humble, sit down, because you're already low to the ground. And you're below your majesty.
And that's deep, cause it's like he's telling you, when people hear that, you're thinking, oh yeah, be humble, sit down, and just, be great, but just stay in my place. But he's really saying, no, bow down and sit down and be in your place like I told you to. And it's like he's laughing the whole time.
You want to know how deep it goes? That actually comes from the Bible, bro. That be humble, sit down. There is a verse in the Bible that says be humble, sit down. I'm gonna look it up so I can so we can build on that some more. But if you know, Kendrick Lamar is into the Hebrew Israelite shit, so
Yep.
that's another reason. So that's why, like Chris is saying, the words go deep because you don't even know that that is also a Hebrew Israelite fucking term or thought form. You know what I mean? A biblical thought form. So he put that shit secretly in a hip hop song and don't even know he was putting y'all niggas in church. You know what I mean?
No,
So
no, he know and Busta Rhyme
no,
know.
he know. No, 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 no. I'm saying the people. Of course, Kendrick. No, he's man,
Right, right,
dude.
right, right. My bad.
Some of these motherfuckers are, bro. They know what they doing, man. You know what I mean? Some of them
Yep.
know, and even if they don't know, they know what the fuck. Like what I'm saying is, say Kendrick isn't woke, right? He know the fact that he put that motherfucking phrase in there for a reason. He know what he was doing when he did that shit.
Facts. And Busta Rhymes know exactly what the fuck he doing. Just like you said, nigga, I heard that shit, nigga. You right. Salute for that shit. Nigga, you fucking right. That nigga know exactly when he put out that fucking song Caesar, which
Oh, bro,
Yep.
my homegirl is in, the light skinned shorty on the right with the
bro,
blonde short hair. Yeah, that's Tay. That's
bro.
my shorty Tay. Shout out to Tay. Fucking love that girl. She's dope. However, it's called Caesar.
Yup.
And he
Hey,
had
bro,
pillars of women on the side of his fucking chair. If you didn't
bro.
break that shit the
Hey,
fuck
but
down,
check this out.
Hey, I got a video
Listen to
breaking
what
that
you
shit down,
said
bro.
though.
if you didn't break
Listen
this
to
shit down,
what you said. Say it again.
all right, I'm gonna say this shit again. He had females as pillars in his video. And I'm gonna say, if you haven't broke this shit down and you within this group, nigga,
Bro, I
look
got a video
at
doing that
the
shit,
motherfucking
breaking
video.
that shit down.
Look at the video. I already know it. I know people that's in the video. That's how we get to it. I know people in the video. The shorty on the right side is a light-skinned shorty with blonde hair. Am I lying or not? Am I lying or not? Somebody tell me, am I
Nope.
lying or not?
Fact.
You not lying. You not lying.
Exactly. I know her personally. I know her. This is what I'm saying. I know her. I can contact her right now. I already did contact her and she's like, nigga, is this you? She's like, yeah, we did that shit a few months ago. Da, 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 da. Yes, that's her. I know her. I keep telling people I know people in this industry, and motherfuckers be looking at me like, oh, I'm just some fabricated motherfucking lie. I'm like, okay, cool, awesome, cool, awesome, dope. That's awesome. You feel that way? Dope. However, I can show people differ. So I don't worry about that. However, I worry about what's being said to us. So when I looked at that video, I was like, oh shit, my homegirl's in there, da da da. That was cool. Congratulate her and everything. Posting vids and everything. And then when I went back and I looked at the video from my perception and what I know, I was like, yo, this shit got gems.
Stupid gems in it.
This shit got gems. Motherfuckers need to look at this shit for real, for real. Bus is telling us something. I don't know what it is, but he's telling us something.
Bro,
And,
if
and he using the feminine energy.
yo, and bro, because if you look, there's a part when he's in the ocean
Mm-hmm.
and it stops, and then a dove comes. You remember
Yeah,
that part? And you know
yeah.
the dove symbolizes what? The
Goddess,
goddess of love, Venus. And he
and and
used that dove energy, bro.
and and rebirth, bro. And
Exactly.
rebirth. Check this out.
Exactly.
Now, check this out. Just for a short segment. When motherfuckers baptize motherfuckers, what do? Why do they baptize?
Mm-hmm.
Rebirth. That's all I wanted to bring it back to. Go ahead, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and he used the shark symbolism, and he was wearing all white, bro. That's full crown chakra, aka king,
Fact.
aka Caesar,
God
the
self.
ruler.
Yup.
Mm-hmm. And
Yup.
then, bro,
Yeah,
the czar,
I was gonna say that with
the
with the
go
name
ahead,
of
go
that
ahead.
song is really like if you like Caesar in the name of that song, if you kind of like said kind of like with some etymology type shit, it kind of go together. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I first seen the video, I was like, is he saying? I mean, I know he's not saying Caesar, but
Bro,
in a way, I kind of thought that's what he was saying. You know what I'm saying?
he
I
is.
actually know what he's saying, but
He
Look how
said
he did it
yeah,
he
though.
the
that's not
czar.
getting it.
No, no, no,
He
but
the
Czar,
czar.
look,
He's
let me give y'all some shit though, real quick.
he's
Czar,
saying he's
it,
saying he's saying I'm
go
gonna give
ahead,
it back to you. I'm gonna give it right back to you. I'm gonna be real quick, bro, real quick.
go
He's
ahead.
saying because in the depiction, it's not what it is. It's the depiction in the story and the narrative. Caesar was fucking Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't know. Caesar was fucking Jesus. And this is what the fuck he's saying. He's fucking God. He's Jesus. Everybody
Right.
representing Jesus as fucking God. He's Jesus.
Look,
Yeah, C
look,
Saying,
raw, C raw.
look, check it out, check it out.
yo,
Caesar, Julius Caesar had money, coins with his face on it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Czar, if you pay attention to the way Busta Rhymes spelled it, is ZAR. When you look up Czar, it goes into the currency that's in South Africa. So he was talking, he know what he's doing, bro. It's hidden codes,
That's
bro.
I
So
wherever
Czar
you seen
is
that
still,
from, bro. I seen that
bro, I got
same
a
shit,
video.
bro.
Bro, I got a video on that shit, bro, on my page, bro, on me. I decoded that video. That shit
And
goes
he,
deep.
and he's saying God money,
Mm-hmm.
matter of fact,
Right.
God money,
It,
it might have been
it,
your
it,
ass. I seen the video from. I seen the.
it probably
Yeah, it might have
was.
been the video. I seen
you,
your channel.
you probably was on there, Rashad.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead though.
bro.
My
I
bad.
want to see
No,
that.
but
Hey, yo, King, I want to see that. Can you send me matter of fact, I'm gonna just go on I'm gonna go on your channel, but is there like a title or something I can
it says Busta Rhymes. As a matter of fact, bro, is his name in that
all
motherfucker?
right, all right, I got you. Thank you.
But
You still finna go?
Uh, yeah, bro. No, I was just saying
You was
czars. Yeah, so czar deals with the currency of Africa, bro. So
Yeah.
it goes real deep. Like that's why he spelled it a certain way. That's what, just like you saying, bro. The spell, man, that should be going deep. These words is for a reason. Like he know what the fuck he doing. Why he spell it that way? Because he's talking about a certain type of people, bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
Caesar, as in Julius Caesar. So cool. Yeah, etymology in that form. But wait, he used specific letters to
Right.
say the same thing.
Hey.
And it's a whole deal going down. That I mean,
King,
it's a
King,
whole deal going down.
nah,
Exactly.
King. Let me add to that, bro. I gotta add to that because I know you from the East Coast, right?
Nah, bro. I'm Colorado.
All right. Oh, yeah. You originally from Colorado. All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
born and raised. Yep.
So. All right. Bet. Check this out. Do we remember Rockefeller?
Yep.
All right. So Rockefeller. Just say that. Rockefeller.
Rockefeller.
All right. Wasn't there a family of currency of Rockefeller?
Hmm.
Right.
I already know where
So
you're going. Go
who
ahead.
represented that family of Rockefeller?
I already know where you're going, bro. I
so
want them to go. I
so
want them to answer because I already know where
so
you at.
I no. We gotta spill it, bro. We gotta spill it. Check this out. So check this out. This is what I'm saying. If you're representing the name, trust me, you're there. You're in it. You're in the parties. You're all that. In that. There's no way I'm gonna let somebody black where I know where we benefiting off of come off of my name and me not come up off of them. Remember, Rockefeller didn't just wasn't just entertainment, clothing, movies. Then they start the state prop, clothing within state prop, movies within state prop, which is still by Rockefeller.
Hmm.
So when you mention these other entities, trust me, they have a someone else that's representing them in the same way. So when you take the face or you take a name similar to the face, know that they're representing them. Like when you have Amazonian
Hmm.
and you have Wonder Woman and you have Amazon and you have Amazon Prime.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. They Amazon blew up around the same time Wonder Woman was like coming out. Now thinking about that shit, that's
Ex-
crazy.
exactly. And bro, you on point. So check this out. Remember the symbol in front of her crown? That's a
Hmm.
Scientology symbol.
Ooh, show the fuck is.
Ooh, that there you go, brother. Scientology symbol. And I put this out on my
God
channel
damn, it show
before.
is, bro.
Scientology symbol. That star symbol is a Scientology symbol, and it's a reason why it's on her crown. She is a God killer. That's what they're not telling y'all.
Bro,
They say it in the movie. She is a God killer.
It's about
that's
the
what
women,
she's
bro.
doing. That's what she
Females
is
are
doing.
God killers.
They are, bro. Oh, now you going super deep. Woo. Cause see the goddess Kali, they don't even know about that. If you go and if you really study this shit, the goddess Kali saved the world and almost destroyed the world in this at the same time, bro.
Yep.
With, and check this out. I'm gonna add to that. With 6 heads a nation on her fucking belt.
It was and had Vishnu, which is basically the Jesus of Hindu, on the ground. That's whose foot. People don't even understand that that was Vishnu, bro,
Mm,
on the ground.
Mm.
and was damn near suffocating her until he touched her to like let her know like you about to kill me, and he's a god, bro. So when
Mm.
you talk about a god killer, bro, you know what the fuck you talking about. That's really studying the goddesses.
I told man that's why I be telling these niggas, what the fuck are you talking about?
See, niggas ain't on that level though, Chris.
Oh, so the so the dude that was on the bottom of her foot that was Vishnu.
Oh, I want to. It's either Vishnu or Krishna. It's one of the two.
No,
But
I'm asking because shit, this I know about that all you know about all what y'all was talking about, but I ain't know the dude that was on the bottom. I ain't know
yeah,
that.
it was not no, because the okay, the if you pay attention, she has all them heads like Chris was just saying, right around her neck.
Yeah, yeah,
That was
around her
who was trying
like
to.
a necklace.
Yeah, that was who was trying to conquer the world. Vishnu, see, Vishnu and Krishna is the same thing. It's kind of like Horus and Osiris. So that's why I'm kind of
Yep.
confused, but it's one of them two
Mm-hmm.
names. Okay, so he was having a problem with that god, that devil, for the lack of better words, that was taking over the world. He called upon the goddess Kali. She had more power than everyone
Whipping their ass.
and destroyed all the different versions of that devil, which is why there's multiple heads around her neck. But
Mm.
she got her power was so strong. It was just like X-Men Phoenix, bro. Her power was so strong she was finna destroy the whole fucking shit, bro. That's why the Phoenix in X-Men, that's why they do the goddess. Think about it, bro. It's always
Is
been
it
there.
is it is it
The black
Kamala Harris?
See,
Kamala Harris?
oh, hold on. No, it's not Camilla Harris, and he brought it into the Phoenix, and this is why I want to I wanted to step in. Check this out. Lilith is the Phoenix.
boy, you going deep.
I'm just going to tell you, Lilith is the Phoenix. You don't know about Lilith? She was actually the first Eve. And this
Yep.
is the reason why she was brought off of rage and emotion because of how she was docile and belittled, fraud upon, just like how we were, how we are right now. The same thing of how she reacts, and she's depicted as a dark fucking goddess or all this shit. That's bullshit because she was literally the first Eve. So if you was the first Eve and you didn't take the fucking bite of the fucking apple or the fucking tree, which they're making money off of now, Apple, how would you fucking
Hmm.
feel when they making money off of you?
Not
This is
even
what
that, a
the fuck
big
is
apple.
going on. Literally, what the fuck is going on in
And
front of us?
and you know what made that? Cause you just made me think of something so crazy. Cause you said apple, and then with Eve biting an apple, and God told Eve, "You have cursed the whole earth, the whole planet now, and everyone and everything in it, and now they're cursed forever." And they gave us Apple, a cell phone that has a half bitten apple, and they gave it to us, and now Apple is all over the world, even in kids' hands, and people can't even take it out of their hands.
Right, because they benefiting off of the lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. They benefiting off of the lie. They said somebody bit a fucking fruit, right? Let's take Apple out of this right at this point. We're talking biblical. She bit the fruit. She didn't eat the whole fruit. She
Mm,
bit the fruit. So now, bring in modern times. When you look at the Apple logo, somebody bit the fruit. Why are we not comparing, contrasting?
This is why they're taking our mental away because we're not compare and contrasting. Who took a fucking bite out of the fruit? Point blank. Eve did it. Okay. Who took a bite out of fucking Apple logo? We know
Queen
who the fuck
Elizabeth.
is running Apple logo. The person of Apple. If you can't put that shit together, get the fuck out of my face, you stupid fuck. You stupid fuck. You're not here for the people. You're not here for your own people. You're not even here for your home. You stupid fuck. That's what it boils down to. How are you going to protect your fucking home when you have Apple in your home? This is why you have to be firm. Fuck you. Fuck you. Point blank. Point fucking blank. If you ain't with it, nigga, fuck you. Cause you ain't doing for nothing. You ain't doing nothing for us right now. So fuck you. While you looking at us and waiting for us to reply, you're not doing nothing for us but comply. And that shit rhymed. I'm sorry. It rhymed. But that's just what happens. So don't show me how you're not going to comply with federal. Show me how you fighting with the people that's going against you in your country. That's what it's about. If you going through the shit, I'm going through the shit. Fuck what we talking about on YouTube right now. How are we gonna get out of this shit? And if we going through the same thing, don't we got a fucking common enemy, nigga? Oh, am I speaking only for a person who went across customs, who traveled outside the country? Am I like what the fuck? No. Nigga, if we're fighting for the same cause, are we on the same team? So
Hell
why
yeah.
are we acting like we're on the same fucking team fighting for the same cause? Like I had somebody on my fucking Instagram shit. Nigga, hold on. Do you know me? And do you even know why I post this shit? Or you assuming and you were paying attention to the caption? You dumb fuck. And he didn't answer nothing from now. And that shit been about a day and a half. Still haven't answered. What the fuck are you talking about if we're fighting on the same cause? This is why I went on my rant earlier. Let's go. Why aren't we starting right now? Why aren't we starting yesterday? Why didn't we start a week ago? Let's start right now.
Exactly.
Point blank.
I just finished eating an apple, by the way.
What happened, Pre? Go ahead.
No, I just said I just finished eating a green apple, by the way.
The sour ones, the bitter ones, the ones that
Yeah,
fight cancer, the ones
yeah,
that's healthy.
I like them ones. Yeah,
Exactly. They my favorite ones, and I'll
yeah,
fuck.
those my favorite too.
The
People don't
granny
like them
apple or the
green ones.
California apple.
People
Yeah.
don't like them green apples either.
Damn
I'll be
right.
like,
I just went
shit,
and
give
got
them
me a
here.
bag today.
Them motherfuckers be good. Hey, have you ever juiced them? Oh man,
That
that apple juice is different, bro. It's
Yeah.
fire too.
Man,
If you
Mhm.
juice some, Juice some green apples if you
That's
ever get a
crazy
chance,
because I
bro.
just
That's
went and got a bag today
I
at the
like. I think
motherfucker.
those are my favorite ones, man. The green ones, you know,
yeah. A
a little
lot of
bit
people don't
sourness
like
to
the
it.
green ones, bro. For real.
It's called a Granny Smith.
Yep. I feel you though, Chris. Real shit, bro. Real shit.
That
But yeah,
potassium, you know.
But yeah, like to get back into what Chris was talking about earlier, and what who else was talking about? I think him and will be like for instance, like you know how they'll end up like putting something like making their own dictionary, right? And then they'll give us a dictionary, like for instance, black. We think, how we look at black, and then how they got black in their dictionary, it might mean blank, empty, like nothing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn,
And that's exactly
these folks really
how
playing the game on us.
that's
hmm
exactly how he fucked my head up earlier because it was like I said, it wasn't a debate. I knew what his point was, but the way he explained it, like, because they have, like you said, they own set. They obviously, like, that's out the gate. Like, we're just not about to play about that. They have their own set of language. And like Chris said, they made up the English for us. Because they knew if we learned the language that they know, we will find out something on our own. So they gave us the English because they knew that we would think of words a certain way. Like he said, humble and happy and praise and stuff like that. We think of those things as good, but once you look up the etymology, you'll find out wait, my people, my ancestors been using this word for thousands of years, and you mean to tell me they didn't know it was wrong? We've been saying bless and blessing and bless me, but the whole time it means sacrifice.
It don't mean
And
blessed. Don't mean sacrifice. First of all, I want to bring everybody up to the correction of the etymology of the word blessed. Blessed do not mean anything of what we think it is. Blessed goes back to the
Facts.
etymology. I'm not even looking this up right now. I'm not doing anything. Etymology goes back to a drop of blood on a pagan, a pagan. You know what I'm saying? Ancestral place. So basically, those altars that you say, oh, my grandfather, my grandmother, da 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 da. Da. These are altars. Where blessed come from is dropping a pagan blood on your altar, which means it's disrupting your altar. That's what the word blessed come from. So look up the etymology and research the word. It don't mean what we think. So our ancestors could say, "Oh, da 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 da." They've been using it since we got the Bible.
Yep.
So it's not
Facts.
about our ancestors and
Facts.
how long they've been using the word. When was they given the word? That's what it's about. Who gave them the word? How was the word used? And when you tap into the etymology, the root of where it came from, then you would understand. This is why I don't say everybody bless you, bless this, bless that. I don't say bless you when somebody sneezes. I don't say nothing bless because bless is nothing but a pagan fucking drop of blood, which means what? It's an oath you're taking, it's a
sacrifice.
contract you're signing to something. When you're dropping a blood on an oath, you're dropping
hmm
a blood on a contract. That's what it is.
It doesn't mean anything from our black people because our black people didn't come up with that word. Our black people was given that word. Our ancestors was given that word. And that's facts and truth. I have both to provide it. It's facts and truth. That's what blessing means, and that's why I do not say it. I don't say blessing. I don't say bless you. Ask anybody around me. I don't say none of that shit. If you sneeze, I'll say salud, which is in Spanish, and it don't mean bless you. So no, I don't use they pagan bullshit because that's what it is. Look up and research what you're using. Your English is everything. If you haven't researched your English and where it came from, you're not suitable to be in this conversation because you're still using the English and you're telling me something different from what they said according to what you are or what you said. That's not English. That's just your opinion.
That's facts.
And you know what you got me thinking
Check this
about?
out. I was looking at this, cause this what Bronx want me to come up here and tell y'all. See, I was looking at this video and this dude was breaking down this, basically he was breaking down Jesus, and he was like, if you just take the, of course we know back in the days, the J, you know, it wasn't an 11 J, but he was like, forget that though. He was like the S on the end of it. He was like, if you break that word down in the Oxford dictionary, the etymology, you know, you know, if you break it down in that dictionary, that that word come out to be swine. It come out to swine, yeah. And then of course we know what swine is, but he he kind of broke it down and was like, look at the word and take the S off of swine. What did Jesus turn water into? Wine. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whoa, this dude here just broke this shit down. So, but basically, man, with that Jesus word, bro, we don't even know what we saying with that shit, man. Bro, that shit really like, bro, it's a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying?
What did you say? He said
Hey,
sus,
Yeah,
Rashad.
right? He said
We
sus is swine, right?
yeah. If you break it, I think it's in Latin. It just say swine.
Yeah, sus and swine. And then no
yeah, I mean,
J's, right? No J's. So
Yeah, that
I mean, we could
It's
even
a lot of
yeah.
words, bro.
at the we don't even have to do it. We can go to the Bible and break the Last Supper down. So this is what I'm saying. When um I forgot the name of the so-called disciple that was the one next to Jesus.
There was two of
However,
them.
he laid his head on his bosoms and said, "Oh, they don't fear for you as my Lord of thy Savior." Basically, they don't think that this motherfucker is a savior or anything. They don't believe you, sir. Sire, they don't believe you there. Basically, is what he's saying. People don't fucking believe him. Some people did, and some people did. I mean, some people didn't. And we know that at that point. But the main part is why is the person asking him the fucking question laying on his chest when they're sitting on chairs as men amongst men? It literally says lies on his chest or bosom. So if I'm sitting down, which I already know, because I read the verses before and after, I know during the supper they wasn't sitting down, they was lying down. There was no chair, there was no sitting stool, there was nothing. They was all lying down amongst each other in a group. This is just me. You can do the research if you want. However,
No, I know what you're talking about. It said,
right,
I know what you're talking about.
right. And he laid his head on Jesus' bosoms and said, "Why don't thou shall believe you, sir, sire?" And this motherfucker's right there. When you have your head on somebody's chest and say that shit and you looking up at them, all I'm going to say is, bro, you got some sugar in your tank, bro.
Your ass
Call
laying
me daddy.
down.
Ah,
For
ah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying,
you,
I needed a good little laugh.
for you to lay your head on somebody else's chest and say that shit, nigga, you nigga, you got some sugar tendencies, nigga, like point blank, point blank. And anybody just correct me if I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying. Cause I've done my shit, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, we got Raph in the building.
Salute,
Peace out,
salute.
familia.
Peace to all my gods and goddesses everywhere here in the chat and on the panel. What's up, my family? How's everybody doing?
Peace, bro. God was happening,
All
rough
right.
brother.
Chilling, chilling. Just land when I just landed. I just got home a little while ago from New York. So I'm chilling, chilling. Good to be back in Florida in some warmer weather.
Yep.
¿Qué pasa, papo?
Tú sabes, estamos aquí tranquilo.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Nah, man.
Hey.
¿Qué
Aquí
pasa?
fumándome mi blunt.
My brother,
It's
salute to
good to be
you,
back.
brother.
It's good to be.
I'm
It's good.
glad. I'm glad you reached, your destination and you touched down safely. And salute to you. Salute to the fam as well. We saw the pictures and stuff, and it looked like a great time, and that it looked like something that you needed. And I just want to say big ups to you, bro. And keep doing what you're doing as a father, as a brother. And we here for you. We got your back, bro.
I appreciate you, brother. That means a lot, man. And yeah, man, I really, really did need that trip. It was good to see the kids. It's been 3 months since I seen them, and as I'm talking right now, I'm tearing up because I missed the fuck out of them and shit. It's tough saying goodbye and having to leave and things like that, but it was well needed, even though it was just 2 days. But I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate those words, man.
Oh yeah, your journey will lead you to what you need, my brother.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate that. Those are my babies, man. That's my world right there, man. I do anything for them.
Oh yeah, that's the spiritual recharge.
Yeah, I needed that. Just to feel them, just to feel their energy. I needed that. It gave me a bit of a recharge.
That's that motivation right there.
Yeah, that just that pure kid energy where it hasn't really been infected like that. It
Unconditional love, bro.
yeah, yeah. And like Chris, I'm an empath as well, so I feed off a lot of energy. And when
Mhm.
I'm with them, that pure energy, that love, there's nothing like it.
Right, right. Facts, facts. All I'm saying is,
I'm just waiting for your kids to grow up because you a fool and you always throw out fucking zingers and jokes and shit. So I'm just waiting for the new shit they gonna present for us.
Well, you know what's funny?
I
This is
know
how I
you
know. This is
hilarious.
how I know my son is my son. So before I left, I jumped on the plane today. I took
Mm,
my kids to go see my dad.
mm,
So we hung out with my dad for a bit, chilled, and then after seeing my dad, I took him to go see my mom. My mom and dad been separated since I was 2 years old. So, my kids, they already know that. But my son, he's silly. So as we're getting to my mom's house, he was like, Dad, we came to see your dad's girlfriend. I was like, what the hell? You little silly ass boy.
Damn,
He didn't want to call her grandma. He's like, we coming to see your dad's girlfriend right now? I was like, yo, you little smart ass.
he didn't even know.
And he's there cracking up. I was like, you a little silly boy. Yo. He's only 6 years old talking like that.
that from you.
Yep. And you know what's funny? That's exactly what his mom said. He's like, look at him being a little silly ass like you. I was like, well, like father, like son.
Right.
That's my boy. Nigga learning quick.
That's dope. That's dope. That's dope, man. I love
Yeah,
that.
that's what's up.
I love um fa- um I love the father part of parenthood because we don't get highlighted as much work
Right.
as we actually do, especially when there's a lot of fathers with daughters, and that takes away because I'm one of those dudes is like I want children, and I don't mind if it's a boy or girl, but do that really matter when I'm ultimately going to be there for the child, right? So when right when I see fathers that's actually there, and I'm just like, yo, like this is a whole this is a whole nother like husbandry, you know, what we call it in reptile world, just husbandry, just taking care of your children, and that goes a long way. And I don't think a lot of that for us um get get acknowledged. So um basically what I'm saying is, bro, I commend you for everything that you do for your children and everything that you do for your family itself. And it's major, and that's thing that we really need to congratulate each other on, because some of us never had that father figure. Some of us never had that sustaining father in our lives. And to see one of our brothers doing that without congratulating him, I think that's disrespect. I will always congratulate my brother for how he's being as a father, first and foremost, besides as a brother. And when I see that as a father, man, that's nothing but joy for me. Me looking on the outside, that's nothing but joy. So, like I said, I commend you for that. Salute you for that. Keep doing you. You're setting the standard for fathers. And bro, I'm here behind you. And as an uncle, a brother, just know you got my support.
I appreciate you, bro. That means a lot, man. You already know. It's all love, always love. And we're here
Same,
to always
same
hold each other
here.
down.
Big facts.
We're always here to hold each other down. And you know what I like about what you said, you didn't it's not that you didn't care whether you were having a boy or girl. You know, you you have it makes you a parent at the end of the day, whether boy or girl. You're a
Mhm.
parent. And to, to be that, that's a gift in itself, just to be a parent.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Most definitely. I've learned that with my nephew.
Right. I was just about to say you don't got to be the dad to be a parent.
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was a parent at 15, so he taught me. My nephew, he taught me a lot, and as the brother Raphael speak, I feel how when he taught, you know, and because I was there for him, for my nephew, just as he was there for his children as well. So when I look at it, I don't say like, oh, it has to be a biological thing upon the situation, but upon the situation, he is a father, and he is the father, and he is the biological father, and that means more. I understand my position. Don't worry about that. But he is the biological father of his children, and he is there. And every child need their biological father there for them. And I will always push that. And I will always commend any father that's there for their children. Point blank.
I'll keep it a buck with you, my nigga. You got me tearing up, bro.
I agree. I agree. Good shit, Ralph.
You got me tearing up, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Much love though, bro.
I appreciate
Oh,
you.
Uh,
Much love.
it's all love, bro. You already know. Yeah, no, bro. I'm here. Other than that, just continue to do what you can. You know, as you continue, pretty a lot of will follow, and not as followers, Instagram or whatever, but following the footsteps of a father that's there to take care of their child, and the more examples we have of that, the more we can, set forth to that path.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Ralph, just some words of encouragement, man. I've been on like a 3 year journey. You got to sacrifice the time away from the kids to get yourself together, and then everything will work out. Like if you got a good plan, you know what I'm saying. So don't worry about that. Like if you working towards your goals, like sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You know.
Yeah, that's why I moved down here. The only reason why I came here just to, work on me, set up what I gotta do, and build this empire. So when I'm gone, you know, they good.
Mm, yeah, peace of mind is priceless. You know.
I want to make sure that they're good and their kids is good, and they're, what I'm saying, we don't want to leave a legacy because a legacy is doing too much. We want to leave, you know, a piece of us because to me, legacy is the thing that
Good story.
And that's the greatest thing that any man could really do as a father is to think of the future of his kids and forget about the future of his own. That's the greatest deed that any man could ever do. S- Thinking about how am I going to get the future of my kids together instead of worrying about my own and how my kids are going to view me. What am I going to leave my kids?
yeah, man. That's facts. That's facts. That's my goal. That's my goal. That's why I'm here.
Fucking, fucking triggers number 8. Um, as far as the segment, I know we did it on a couple other triggers, but I don't know if people here mind to share. But it's about solutions, and I'm pretty sure questions in your life or things that you're going through. Maybe people that's tuning in, they might have actually the same situation. So I wanted to know if there's anything anybody want to share, like any questions that you have, like in life or that you're going through or currently struggling with or trying to figure out.
I just think it's most of the time you answer the questions yourself, and I say you go through all these journeys and you go through these trials, and it just makes you better and make you stronger. You can always go back and tell your story about it.
Man, like what you just said, literally, I cannot lie. The whole time, like y'all haven't been seeing me or like even hearing from me, that's literally what I was doing. Like,
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, bro.
yeah, like basically, cause I don't really like giving my life out on this internet shit. I don't really care for sympathy or anything like that. And me personally, I don't like speaking on shit that make people feel bad for me, cause I don't like that. Cause I know what I need to do in my own life, and I know what I need to do to help myself feel better. But it was just too much shit, like just family, and then like money, and then like the living situation, and then it's like I was literally lost, like gone, like my mind wasn't together, my energy wasn't right. Like every day I wake up, go to sleep like in a whole different type of mindset. Like I just didn't feel like myself, and it took me a good month, like just to figure it all out. Like, what am I gonna do next? How am I gonna do this? Like, what am I gonna do about that? How am I gonna get rid of that? Like, I'm still going through shit now, but just like Brian just said, like it's about recreating yourself and just getting past those challenges. Like every day it's a new thing, so it's either you overcome it or you let it be the end of your story. That's what really kept me moving forward.
Hey, Will B. I don't know if you heard what I was saying earlier, but that's what I was saying. Like I got real enlightened. I learned a lot about life and the lies that was being told to me, and I found out my truth, right? But I realized like none of that matters if I haven't checked myself, and
Yep.
that's what it seems like you just said to me. Like it's not when I say check yourself, it's not like that you always wrong or you know you're the reason why things are going in the opposite direction of where you would want it to be. But it's more of before I get on to the knowledge and really thinking I'm so enlightened, let me really pay attention to my reality real quick because that's what it's all about. That's all they doing is changing our reality. So when you really check your reality, that's when it really matters. That's when life really matters. And then you can apply all this knowledge that we gain on this YouTube or when you're doing your own personal research. That's when you actually gotta apply it, and then you grow, and then you'll be able to teach, you'll be able to spread the word, you'll be able to get on these panels, and it's better when it comes from your own experience with the knowledge instead of just knowing because of what you found out. It's when you have to go through real shit and check yourself.
King High yourself. I already, me already. I like to just play devil advocate and just ask shit that I know already. Just to so other people can build on it and give their perspective. But when you say check yourself or like knowing yourself, stuff like that. How would you? If somebody wants to know, how do I go about that? Like somebody had a question to say, how do you go about knowing yourself and checking yourself? And
Hmm.
say if you're a person that has a anger
I,
management
I,
problem.
I, I'll give you an answer. So it, it goes back into what we would call triggers. And so, how do you identify what triggers you or what creates certain things or thoughts or feelings or moods or realities? Um, a lot of things come from your childhood. So what I like to tell people is think about when you was a child because that was some of your most sacred moments in life. You was just learning what this reality is. You was just learning uh, what your parents was whatever your parents was teaching. You know that's what you was learning. You was learning what air is, all the simple shit we all learn, right? But there's things that happen when you're a kid or a child that didn't make sense to you or it went against what you wanted to do. And they taught you it was wrong, something was wrong. Or it's things that you had questions that never got answered. And you grow and you get older and you don't have no answers to these questions you always had. And you don't have um, your own thoughts because you're always told what is right and what is wrong. And then there comes situations as you're older that can trigger something or make you feel some type of way. And what you have to do is realize why am I feeling the way I'm feeling? And most of the time it's because of what I said. You have questions that was never answered since you was a child. Or there was things that was told right or wrong, but now you're facing it in a reality where what you thought was wrong might actually be right. Or
So
a question,
you got to
go
go to the
ahead.
root of the situation, basically.
Yeah, you got to know what is causing you to feel and go through the same cycles. Say you're going through a cycle. Let me give an example just to make it more clear. Say you're going through relationship issues, okay? And it's been happening to you since say high school, since you was about 15. You've been dating women or men, you know, and you have relationship issues, and it goes all the way to your 30s, late 20s, late 30s, and you're like, man, I've been dealing with this shit for a while. The same type of women, same type of issues, baby mama drama, whatever, right? What you got to realize is there's things that you may not have had answers to since you was 15. When the first time a situation that happened with a woman, if you didn't get an answer to that, and you realize you're going through the same thing all the way to your adulthood, that's when you got to check yourself. You got to check, hold on, what did I go through? Because at the end of the day, you are your own vessel. You're going through this reality. No one else is going through that reality that you're going through.
Facts.
So
Now,
you got to look at the roots to questions. Go ahead.
what would you? This goes for anybody could answer the questions too, but it's a building off what higher self saying. What do you say for people that's in denial with once you actually get to the root of the situation, you as a person that's listening or trying to help somebody solve because they're unable to go into it by themselves because of their belief system or how they came up or if they can't detect it and they're in denial of what is the root of the situation, how do you think we can work around that or work with somebody that's in denial of the actual root of the situation? Maybe the root was they've been raped or something in their life or sexually harassed, or they've been through, uh, you know, they had a father in their life and their mother was an asshole or something, or you know what I mean? And they're in denial with that, thinking that that ain't my, I never had a problem with that, or you know what I mean? But really, that is what's a trigger, but it's hidden because they're thinking that it was another situation, but really the anger that you carried on from the root of the situation that you didn't detect or knew about. When you're going through other situations, you get angry on that and you think it's that situation why you're an angry person.
That that will go back to what you were saying earlier about doing things that are not that you're not normally used to doing things outside of yourself. Because for someone to be stuck a certain way and they keep denying the fact that it's them, and For a long time, that was me. Like I was never the problem, but like King of Higher Self said, I had to check myself. Like I'm not the problem. It's just me. Like I'm too caring. I'm too
Right.
willing to let someone
Feel you,
do that
bro.
to me. Like I'm too much of like for someone to break out of that, they have to realize that you can't live life off of expectations every single day. Because every single thing is not going to go your way. Like prime example, 2 weeks ago, I went up in Kroger and this lady put the police on me and the manager for an ID. Now, why did she do that? Because I had an old ID and it wasn't the new one. But the funny thing is, right? I've been going to this specific Kroger for at least 4 to 5 months, and this same lady, Asian lady, this same lady has been ringing up all of my orders because I buy shells and shit like that. And she looks at my ID, scans it, and I go. She's the only person that scans my shit. Everybody else, they just look at my ID and be like, "Oh, you can go." So this one day, I don't know what her problem was. Like, I don't know what it was. I just came in to get my regular shit, leave. She, for some reason, and what was fucked up, my neighbor was there. Like, I didn't even know he was going to be there. I just walked in, he was there. I was having one of those days where I just wasn't feeling it. I ain't want to talk. Like I'm just trying to get in and out. She was just making it so hard. Like it was supposed to be a 20-second trip. She turned it into a 30-minute trip. So I'm sitting here telling her like I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. And my neighbor sitting there and even said like what is the situation? Like he comes here every day and does this. I even saw you ring up his stuff before. What's the problem? Like he ain't even say anything. And she's like, yeah, I can lose my job over this. And I just had a class. You want me to call the manager? I'm like, call the manager for what? I just need to get my stuff so I can go. So she calls the manager and the police, and they come over. And I go to talk to the manager. She gets in the middle. Oh no, don't talk to him. I talk to him. So I'm like, I can't talk to the help. Like you obviously need help, so I can't talk to the help. And I asked him, so if I come here the past couple months and use the same ID and everything is cool, what would be a problem now? He said nothing. And she said, yeah, this is an old ID. You can't use it. And he's like, oh yeah, that is our new law now and our new policy. So what I did was just took my shit and walked away. I ain't even continue arguing or none of it. And it made me realize because for a good 2 hours, I was pissed off. Like people kept calling me, I wouldn't pick up, put my phone on airplane mode. Like when I get mad, I have to separate completely. Like I can't even hold a conversation. Like I get physical. I have to literally bring myself back down to earth. And I started realizing like it wasn't even really her, it was me. Like I expected too much. I expected to walk in there like I normally do, get my normal pack of shells, and walk out like I normally do. But it made me realize like not everything is gonna go my way. Like not everything is gonna go the way that I planned it. And that's God because if everything went the way that I wanted it to, how would I know what failure feels like? How would I know that I'm either in a greater position or a lesser position if something doesn't go right? And it just made me realize, like, just I can't sit around here like I'm rich or something. Like, oh, give me my shit now. You better give it to me. You always see, no, like, that's your job. I can understand.
Will be. I
And
like what you
and
just said right there. Will be. Um,
can I add on
realize
something
you
real
that.
quick? And you gotta recognize what God is. God is always a way. Like just because you don't see it, that like your neighbor was there. Like any other time, like it'd be just you. But
Randomly.
you could have just
Randomly.
had your neighbor get it for you, and you've been done in and out.
Yep.
But you didn't choose that because you didn't recognize the situations. Like sometimes you just gotta slow down and think about it. You know,
Yeah, will be. That's important. What you just said. Just realizing that the expectations, always go in your favor, even though we can, right? But that's a whole nother story because that's gonna go into manifestation and things like that. Of that nature. If I break it down heavy, but I always grew up saying, at a certain point in my life, just going through so much bad luck in my life, I realized to say that I'm always going to just be prepared for the worst case scenarios. I'm always going to look at things when I go into things like, oh, this and that's meant to happen. But at the same time, if you focus your head like that, you're kind of manifesting negativity at the same time, right? So even though you know you're prepared for the worst, at the same time, you got to keep a balance where you say, I'm looking for high expectations, but I'm going to be prepared for the worst. But I'm going to keep a high expectation just to program your mind and your physicality, your aura to manifest what that positive expectation that you're thinking of. And the more you do that, you will come with a better outcome because even when things don't go according to plan with your positive ways of thinking and looking at things like I'm going to get this and you end up not getting it, you always be prepared for plan B. And not only plan B, but plan C and D.
it's like a smooth transition. You can always make it work out in your favor if you thinking ahead. You know,
Yes, you got to think ahead, but be prepared, just in case. But
because
sometimes,
you always gotta adjust. It's never like the
right,
way you
right,
plan that shit.
right, you got the adjustment is even more important at a certain point because even if plan B, C, D don't work out, just be prepared to adjust and even have a plan just in case those things don't work out. That doesn't even involve that plan anymore.
Man, and that's so powerful what you just said, cause like ever since that moment, like it really wasn't really fucking with me on the inside, but it just had me thinking like for a couple days, not a week, but a couple days, it just had me thinking like, why would some shit like that happen out of the blue? And then like another thing where I was lacking that I didn't set up a plan B or plan C. Like I already had it set in my mind, yes, it's a mission success. I'm gonna walk in the door just like I did the last week and the week before, get these shells and leave. But it didn't go like that. And ever since then I've been learning to readjust, like to actually like normally the shit that will piss me off, it's not even getting to me no more. Like the people that would normally get under my skin that I usually be around every day and talk to every day, starting to let everyone go. Cause I'm starting to realize what my energy and my life is. Like if I'm not feeling great, feeling good and happy, then I'm not about to sit around here being around people who are, because that's me bringing a negative energy to what they have going on is great. And
Right.
then not only that, if I have good energy, which I always do, and other people are being negative and always coming around, leeching onto my energy, I have to realize that that's how I started like readjusting my life, and I'm still doing it now. Just getting rid of people and just getting rid of all this toxic shit I kept doing, and like all the routines and keep going here and doing this and eating this shit. Like I just been every single day just chopping everything off and cutting it down lesser and lesser, and it's been getting great so far.
It will be, if you don't mind, could you like speak about some of the changes that you feel since you have done that? Like, What do you see differently since you have did that made that adjustment of cutting off certain things?
Man, like waking up, just that's just the first thing. Like when I wake up, like before when I didn't cut all of that shit off, like, cause the thing about like the way I think, I don't stop thinking. Like even when I'm about to go to sleep, I don't stop thinking. Like there's a thousand things that run through my mind, and it's not even random shit. It's actual real shit. Like, what am I gonna do about this? And then I got this coming up. It's not really worrying. It's just trying to prepare myself. And
Yeah.
like ever since I let go of those things, like before, I would wake up tired and drowsy, and like I have to take like an hour just to start my day and get out the bed and feel like doing something. Now I can wake up, do 20 push ups, go out the door, head for a jog, no need to smoke, none of it. Like, I can go 3, 4 hours without eating, training my body how to, like, not be so toxic and be stuck. Like, I've been staying away from being on my phone so much. I literally just got my phone cut back on. I had it cut off for like 2, 3 months just so I can just go without. Like, no distractions, nothing blocking my view. And ever since then, like everything that I plan to achieve, I'm either achieving it or it's already achieved. Like it's so many things that I thought was far fetched, and it's coming so easy to grasp now just by readjusting my life and just realizing the shit that kept holding me back and getting in the way.
It's called manifest destiny,
Yes, sir.
and that shit is real, bro. The power of it, and if you write it down, man, that's even more powerful. You making a contract with yourself.
Man, I got no lie. I could turn my camera and my light on in my room. I got 4 notebooks full that I just write shit down to myself every day, pages after pages after pages, just writing shit down. And I started doing this like a year, 2 years ago, and it's just was random. Like, man, just let me start writing this shit down. Like, what is it for? I don't fucking know. Why am I even saying this shit? Who cares? But
Yeah.
after, like, cause I'll write it down, I'll go probably like 2, 3 days not reading shit, not even looking, not even caring about it. And I'll open up one of the notebooks and I'll go to a page where like, oh, I don't remember writing this. How old was this? And I'll see some of the shit. Like I got shit that I wrote from back in sophomore year of high school that was talking about my life right now.
That's
Literally.
that's facts, bro.
With
I
the
thought I
date
was the
on
only
there
one that
and
did
all
that
of
shit.
it.
No,
Man,
I
I
do it too.
swear. It's
It's
So
like
so
writing
powerful.
a note to yourself in the future. I got that shit from
Yeah,
Back to the
cause
Future.
it's like you not paying attention to what you telling yourself, and then once you read it and you see how powerful the words are, like I just make statements like a quote. I don't like some of them are long sentences, and some of them is just like a one liner. And just me looking at it and just realizing like, damn, where did that come from? That came from me. Well, who did I learn that from? Damn, I ain't learned that from nobody. And I'm the one that said that. And look at where we at today. Like,
The energy in that moment be
yes,
powerful.
sir. Yes, sir.
hey, so let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all believe in magic?
Of course.
That
Well, I do.
that well, sleight of hand magic or manifest destiny magic or like what you talking about?
Well, if you ask me my definition of magic, I think everything's magic.
Yep.
So I'm just asking if you believe in magic. You can even give me your own perspective. But when I just say that word, whatever comes to mind, do you believe in that?
So I don't subscribe to like it's not like a order. I think everything got an order, an expiration date, So it ain't nothing just random. You know what I mean?
Um, do you think the moon does magical things? Do you think nature does magical things?
I mean, it will only be what I can't explain,
No.
or
So when I say magic, um, this is all right. Let me give you my definition of magic, and you can tell me if you agree with it. Magic to me is vibration, frequency. Um, and when I say magic, like if you tap into a certain frequency, you can create things. Like you said, manifest destiny. But also, not just that, but like the moon goes through 28 different phases in a month. In 28 days, the moon goes through phases. So that's something you can't explain. Or the subconscious realm, dreams, things like that, deja vu. I would consider that magic still, in a sense, because it's unexplainable. It's vibrational. It's a frequency. It's it's
Well,
another. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I well, from my perspective, right, from like the things that you mentioned, comes to the moon or frequencies and stuff. For me, at this point in my life, I don't really look at it like magic because those things are just natural elements that they're just invisible to the naked eye in this physical. So it's not magic for me because they're still natural, but we just even there's natural components that we cannot yet see until you tap in at one point, depending on how high you
Exactly.
are, or rapid you are. But for example, with frequencies, I can walk into a room now because I'm so in tune with people. I can walk into a room and just getting a little feel for everybody. I can kind of see who will get along, who I will resonate with, who who's going to do me dirty without it happening yet. And you know what? It could be me manifesting it by my thought, but at the same time, I always find myself predicting in the quiet. It actually just come through. This was the rotten fruit in the basket. This person was a good person. Even when something goes down, I can see what they're going to do before it happens. And it always just goes how I think about it. I don't know. It could be, well, there's times where I do know if it's me or not, but there's times where maybe it's just who they are, And it's a pattern because most people I see it, or
So
you know.
let's put it this way. I'll tell you. I'm gonna say two things. One, real quick, just off what you said. I would consider that magic. Just going to my definition. But before I go to that, let me say this. The reason why I brought this question up is because we was talking about writing down your reality, basically, or what y'all say, writing a note for the future. Okay. Now, witches, or what they called was witches back then, did the same thing. The Bible is another form of that. That's why people think the things that are in the Bible is being prophesied right now. And what do they call those verses? Scriptures. So what I'm saying is what you guys were talking about was a form of scripting, writing your reality out, which would be, like I said, something that witches, wizards, warlocks, whatever you want to call them, did. Even our ancestors did that. So that's why I asked, do you believe in magic? Because it's not also just the scripting part, but it's also, as you guys are talking about, manifest destiny, the mind. Um, you can use elements. That's where alchemy comes in, things like that. Or you can, meditation is another form of what I would call magic, aka tapping into your chakras. You know what I mean? Or even understanding astrology. There's reasons for but the reason what are those when you go to the root, what are those things? Vibration. That's what I said, but frequency, vibration. And then if you really look at it, a lot of these words, meditation, manipulation, manifestation, magic, they all start with M, just like mama. And then the mom is the subconscious, the womb, the darkness. So with those kind of things, you got to find your own light when you're in the darkness, which will be considering finding the right vibration to create your reality through the darkness. So that's my perspective.
Like
That,
you guys, like said, guys, I agree when you say there's different forms of magic, right? Just like you have black magic, white magic, or shit that appears on sight out of the invisible nature or nothing, or just the natural form of elements that we would consider or call magic because of how we're programmed. This is different forms. Like
yeah, there
for
is.
how I was brought up, kind of, it could have been a condition, but how I was brought up was like, I believe in, like, say, soul contracts. Many people won't believe in that or think of it, but I believe a lot of people actually have contracts with deities or things like that, or
Mm-hmm.
give a piece of
Mm-hmm.
themselves to them where they're able to summon things that without having the natural form of doing it. They're not using natural elements to do it. They're using the power that they got from giving a piece of themselves to a deity. So they're able to conjure things on call or make things appear out of thin air, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Illusions. And it's kind of like that's how I picture magic. But, when I say what I do, if I see, like, the invisible nature, to me is not magic. Like how music is playing through your ear from a speaker, I think that's just natural. It's just that we can't see those things, so it looks like just magic. But if you're somebody that's rapid vibrating, you'll be able to see sound waves. I've seen sound waves, so it's no longer magic for me, but maybe to somebody else it might look like it.
And I could get where you're coming from. I see what you're saying.
So it's kind of like they're still natural, like waves and stuff like that is still natural, but not all sound waves. Depend. It's artificial
Oh,
nowadays, but
right, and that's why I try to start with nature. I did,
yeah, yeah.
I I try to keep it simple because that's where, to me, that's where it all comes from. Like at the end of the day, nobody can really uh
Define nature.
right define right. So I just wanted to use the word magic because it's not always bad. Like I think magic is another word that usually people associate with, a trick or
Right.
or
Because it
hidden or
is though.
darkness.
So it's different levels to it. Like it's sleight of
Right.
hand. Like it's different levels to the magic, and then it's always selling out. Like you might be some dark entity shit because you don't got no love for nothing, and you're gonna get rewarded from the bottom half. But um, watch this joint called "Magicians Make the Spiritual World Exist," or what is it called? Magicians. Yeah, magicians confirm the spiritual world exists. Check that joint out. All right, King of
And
herself.
you said is magicians. Say that one more time.
Magicians confirm the spiritual world exists.
Okay. Magicians confirm the spiritual world exists. All right,
That
cool.
shit dope, bro.
And that's where I was trying to go with it, bro.
I know a lot of
Like I
people
said,
like.
go ahead, go ahead,
Go,
go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, I know a lot. I know many people. As I was saying, like in the beginning, the very beginning of the build, when it was just me and Bronze on here, I was saying some shit like, I know a lot of people, they speak on spirituality and all this stuff, but really, they don't really believe in it, even though they speak on it. Because if
Mm-hmm.
I tell you that I knew a couple musicians, and they all, the ones I knew, it was a good four of them throughout my life, and they all did really do some type of soul contract, and they'll admit it straight up to people like me that's not going to really, you know what I mean? go out there and
Mhm.
speak about them or this and that. Well, I can speak on them now, but I ain't gonna say names. You know what I mean? So I'm not really speaking on somebody just in general. So it's kind of like they all did like some type of contract where they can do these type of things, where they can conjure up things, and you know what I mean. And seeing magic in front of me and all that, but it's not. They didn't do it. They didn't get it naturally. But at the same time, it is natural, right? Because you're able to do it, like sell yourself.
But not yeah. There you go. Now you
Right,
get what I'm saying. I
right.
was
So
like, that's what I was saying. It nature is like it when they say trick, it is because think of the word tricky. Tricky, you can't even explain what tricky is. It's like it's think about it. We talk about manipulating. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, think
Right.
of the words. Like even manipulation go with it. But is manipulation always bad either? Like it's one of them words that's neutral. It's hella neutral, bro. And it's like you really got to think about it. Like, So that's why it's like this another form of magic. Like if cooking up herbs. That's why I say witches. That's why I like to use them because there wasn't always bad witches. Like witches was healers. They used to know how to manipulate the herbs to heal people. So that was using elements. Like I said, that's another form of alchemy, chemistry. You know what I mean?
but you
But
know what?
that's
Now,
that's tapping
What's
into
up, Q?
vibrations. That's tapping into nature. That's tapping into all of that.
you know what? Now, what would make it natural is when you go into the conversation of why did they do it or what are you doing it for? Because you have a lot of
Exactly.
people that actually
Yep.
do this stuff to actually get money or profit out of it. Now, that is unnatural because money is not natural. Oh,
See,
it came
so
from a natural element like a tree. Well, if you're from where I'm
right.
from, the money's made out of plastic.
No, see, exactly. That's what I'm
So
saying.
money's not
It,
natural. That means these musicians are not doing the right thing. Like
oh,
all of
now
them, or
you
these
going where
entertainers.
I'm going, bro. Yeah, that's why I said everything's magic. When you look and you're starting to do it. Now, yeah, think about it. They cut down the tree, like you said. It's not natural. Money's not natural, but
Right.
they created it. They manipulated nature because they're like you said, they're allowed to do it, even though we know it's not natural. But at the same time, it
Exactly.
manifested.
It's a duality
Think
right
about it,
there.
still manifested. That's what I'm saying. So now we got to think of the word we use a manifest when we talk about how things come about. So that's I'm like, is
Yep.
magic could be anything really. There's just
So,
levels to it.
yeah, when you use that word, man, a fest, like they're giving themselves the credit of creating.
Yep, exactly.
So it's like it's a trick that we play on ourselves that think we know everything. Like we don't know what the fuck this world is.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was going with it. So
And
that's why I
even
say even the hidden. Like magic is known to be hidden, but I'm like, well, shit. If we meditate and go into darkness or dream, we don't know everything about that.
Right.
but
Because
even if you
look
do
at that
figure,
movie. Look at that movie where the dude had all those personalities and he can change into a creature. Like
Yeah,
if you can manifest
exactly.
that shit, like the mind is a powerful drug.
Right.
If you
Go ahead,
believe that
Prophet
shit, it
Q.
might come true. Go ahead. Yeah.
oh, you said something important right there. If you believe that shit, it might come through.
Yep.
So even if you do figure it all out, there's a possibility at the same time you could be very in illusional. It might not
Mhm.
things might not be as it seems, even if you got all the facts together and it makes sense, it adds up, and this is what happened in your mind. It could really still be a psyop or an illusion.
Ooh, now you going deep, bro.
And that's just like a homeless person that doesn't have a home, nowhere to go, but still is happy, saying that they're having a great life, even though you would look at it as, damn, that's fucked up what you going through, but they're able to accept it and say, well, I don't see what's bad about it.
I know a lot of people will look at them like nothing, but Those type of people you just mentioned, to me, they're very powerful people. I mean, I've seen it, man. Like
Yep.
I've seen homeless
Got it.
people, ruggedy and shit like that, get what you worked your whole life for, and you in a good state of mind, your hygiene, your your wealth, everything's in good place, man. You're doing good in life. You're profit. You're
A
healthy,
peace of mind is priceless, bro.
right? You're still
Priceless.
struggling compared to the homeless person who's happy with not even having nothing in the material world, but he has something that you don't have. He just can't see it.
See, telling you, man, it goes deep.
So
You
you
don't
know,
know. We're all tapped in. So just to sum it up, bro, we're all tapped into different frequencies, vibrations that we use to create our reality. Like you guys are saying, even a bum has a reality that you can't see. So it's like they're manipulating them frequencies to inside their mind. So when it comes out from the inside out, they're okay. But from our outside and going there, we're like, man, not us, but just anybody from the outside. It doesn't look. We don't see what they see. We don't see what's in their darkness that they bring to light.
yeah,
So in a way, we're magical. That's where I wanted to go. We're
The
mysterious.
boogeyman. The
We're
boogeyman.
all of that. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying, like how we create what we fear. Like fear is a reaction.
Mm,
So we're creating that shit. Like it could be
yeah.
nothing in the darkness.
mm-hmm.
And you know
You
how people are
said,
gonna really go ahead.
did he say fear is reaction?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That is a a dagger. That is a cold line, because if if you want to be all the way truthful about it, you said fear is just reaction, and technically fear is just a challenge you don't want to face, or something you don't want to face or have to deal
I'll
with.
break it down even more. For different people, fear is something different for different people. 'Cause fear
Mm-hmm.
can also be, as you just said, a talent or a strength that you never tapped into. For some people, fear is an illusion. Depends on the fear also, right? Different fears for different people. And some people have more than one fear, but those two fears are totally different or for different reasons why you have them. So it goes back to perspective, right? Sometimes your fear is just manufactured.
Um, I get what you're saying, but I think it still has to deal with facing it at the end of the day. You may have
Yep.
initial different roots to each fear, but the fear is only because of you're like Will B said, facing it. Like that's what creates the fear. Fear is that, like you said, the reaction, bro. That is a deep ass. That's deep as fuck.
yeah. Just to be all the way at 100, fear don't exist.
But you
It's a
make it exist. You
mindset.
make it existent
Yeah, that's why I say it's a
Yeah.
reaction
because you create
because
your own reality.
yeah, like
Yo.
like if you fear nothing, then what's that? I don't fear shit.
Right.
And you know what? Not fearing shit could be a weakness also.
Now you
You got a
cooking.
point. Now you got,
Now you
yeah.
cooking.
Depending on who you are.
No, that's
Well, you know
that.
what?
That's a downfall too. Because
You know what?
if you don't
Go ahead. Go
fear
ahead.
anything, then you feel like there's nothing to be feared. So if you live in your life like, oh, what's there to be scared about? I ain't scared of shit. Death, who give a fuck? I ain't scared of that. Being shot, I'm not scared of that shit.
Right,
But
and
then
that's
what
when
Right.
that's
scare
when the
you?
reality lets you know it's realer than you.
But you know, these are these
It's the
are
paradox. It's a
the-
paradox. Like
these are different perspectives, right? Because like as you just said, right? If you, it could be for some people, it could be a weakness. So for some people, it could be just being naive. You just never went through something, so you don't fear it. But if you had went through that, you'll be scared as hell. But you don't know it yet because you never faced it.
So, fear could be before or after. That's what I'm thinking about it. Because look, fear can also keep you disciplined or not doing something because of what you
Right.
have experienced. So you're right, it is a perspective thing. It could be a before or after. Because if you don't say you went through something and you don't fear it, shit, next time it could be even worse. Because you didn't fear,
Yeah.
you didn't learn your fucking lesson to fear certain shit. So
And you
you're
got to think.
exactly right.
You got to think. Everybody, not everybody, but there are just some people that's just different. Where what I fear, it may not scare you, or what you fear doesn't scare me. But we
Man,
have the same walk of life and shit like that. We have the same walks of life, same background, everything, but we just have different fears.
man, I swear, like I'ma just say this and then I'ma mute up, but it just reminded me of a real life situation. Exactly what both of y'all just said. Cause like he said, you could be fearful of something and be naive and still like do it not knowing that you have fear or you're scared of it until like you said, like something happens where you realize, oh, that's why I was scared of it. Yeah, that's serious. Like
Yep, yep.
I would, it's this specific, like area, like these apartment complexes. Like when I was homeless and I ain't have a crib, I would go there to like back when I was selling drugs and shit like that. I'd go there to like get my shit off, and I had a homeboy with me. Like we ain't never like go out there together. It's just I go out there and he'd just so happily be there. And like fuck it, we'll just be there all day tonight. Every day. Like literally every day and every week. Like for months. Like all the way to winter. So like a lot of people in the area was getting shot and robbed. And I was fearful of it, but naive. Like I didn't give a fuck. I'm trying to get some money and take care of my life. Like I could give a fuck who getting shot and doing all of that. It ain't got shit to do with me. That was my mindset. And as I kept going out there, it's just shit kept happening and happening and happening. Then like that's when it settled in. Like dog, you can't keep coming back out here. Like I told myself that. Like I just woke up one day like man just get a fucking job. Like fuck that shit. Just get a job. Like you get a job, you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder. Police ain't about to arrest you at work. You cool. So me being the person I am, I don't try to tell somebody how to live their life, but I try to get somebody on the right path to where they'll just remember it in their head like, damn, I remember Will told me that. Like, man, I should just take that into consideration. Like, that nigga really cared. Like, he would have never told me that if he didn't care. And I was telling him, like, man, I'm not about to keep coming out here. Like, dog, you need to. Cause I knew what he was on. He wasn't getting no job. That he's just one of them niggas. Like, fuck a job. He wants to be a dope boy. So I'm like, dude, I know what you gonna do, but like switch areas. Like go to the south side or like go here with it. Don't keep coming back to this specific area. And he even said it like, yeah, man, you right. Like shit is getting hot out here. We can't keep coming back out here. Like I do need to switch locations. I'm like, yeah, because I'm not about to be out here. And if I'm not out here, who gonna be out here watching your back, making sure you good? You're like, yeah, you got a point. I'm gonna stop coming out here. I'm like, all right, man. I knew he was lying, but I took him serious because I'm like, I know he gonna keep coming back out here, but I expected like, man, he just gonna leave it alone. Like he just gonna take it in consideration, move locations, and carry on about his life. So I stopped going out there, and he kept going out there, and ended up dying from being out there because he never left. And it
You
just
know,
fucks with me till this day because dude was only a year older than me, and it's just sad because like when people are older than you, they feel like you can't tell them nothing. That's why I don't try to tell someone their life, but it's like, dog, if you could have just took into consideration, like, dog, I really care about your life. Like, I don't want to see you in jail. I told him that. I don't want to see you in jail having to put shit on your books and all that. Like, just do what's best for you. Get in a better area. And it's just fucked up because he just kept going back out there, and I knew what was gonna come from that, and it happened. It's like I forgot who that was a little minute ago that said like they'll see somebody doing something or somebody's life, and they'll predict it, and it'll actually happen. Like that's literally what happened. I seen it coming. That's why I had the conversation with him, and it just didn't sink in. Still
No, it will
fuck
be.
with me till this day.
It will be. What
That was
you know,
deep.
and most people would not want to hear this. Why? Because they're not who they say they are. Like when I say
Mm.
spiritual, right? Spiritual. When you say you're spiritual, you have to understand that means you're dealing with this. You understand or inner or overstand the spiritual aspect of life. Now, when we talk about spiritual, you can't be surprised if you're doing something that is. Yeah, some people say what is right, what is wrong. So it's going to go into a branch off another conversation. But obviously, selling drugs or doing certain things, right? You're kind of contributing to something that is negative on a negative balance side of the scale. So you can't be surprised when you end up in turmoil in your life. Karma is playing 24/7. Karma is always in action. No matter how nice you are to certain people or how friendly you are, if you're doing something
Facts.
wrong, expect something to happen to you. And I'm so in tune to this that I'm not surprised now when I hear friends I grew up with when they get shot and they're on their faces on the news or their mug shot is on the news. It's like, what do you expect? And what do I expect if I keep doing it, right? If I keep going in a certain area and mixing my vibration with other people, with negative people, your aura is being mixed up, right? What do you expect? Is if something happens to you, you can't be surprised or angry or nothing. Hey, it's going to happen sooner or later. Karma is always in action.
And that thing that keep you alive, that thing you said, like you got that sense or you got that vibe or whatever. Like if you learn to listen to that and let it guide you, and
Intuition.
let that be your best friend, and learn that, learn your instinct and your third eye real good, you can move anywhere and not be in fear. Like I feel empowered like God when I tap into that, like because I know that's the eye that's guiding me.
Now, balanced truth. I want to give you something right here, right? Say, okay, say you're vibrating high. And we're going to talk about false resonance, false high frequency. When you feel good, right? But really, your resonance is false. If you are vibrating high because you always try to override the negative feelings with trying to feel good and stuff, and it's working, but and you're overriding that low vibrational feeling of being, stressed, depressed, anger, those things, but you're still doing certain things that's supposed to fuck up your frequency, but you're so powerful in yourself where you're still able to override it. You know what? That frequency of high vibes could turn into a false resonance where you feel good, but really that karma is still going to hit you. So therefore, you have some people that you met and you're just like, damn, I never expect that to happen to him, man. He was such a good dude and stuff like that. But hey, you're doing something in his life that he never worked on. He kept overriding
Mm-hmm.
it with high vibes, and it will still come back on you. Karma will still come back on you. So it
Hey,
doesn't matter. Sometimes you feel good, but it's false resonance
and you
because you
know
were
what?
selling drugs, or you were doing this, or you were doing that. You know what I mean? You're fucking
And
all these girls,
and you
sticking
know
your dick
what?
in the wrong hole, picking up other people's vibration, and it caught up on you, even though you didn't die feeling low vibrational.
Prophet Pre. That goes into what I was saying. I learned that, bro. Like I had to really check myself and look at what was I doing. Like I know about vibration now. I know about these frequencies and all the stuff we're talking about. But what vibrations and frequencies am I in? Just like Will B said, he had to. Man, he had to look at that. Like, wait, what am I doing? What traits am I doing? Because it's not that you are the actual low vibration. It's like you said, it's a false high vibration. It's not you're not truly that person. You're just in
Right.
that space. But you're still that low vibration. You're just in that space. As soon as that space lets you at a destination, you realize how low you are still, and you're like, damn,
Right.
But
hold
what I was
on.
saying, what I was saying for that is you have to learn in any situation. Like if you're not being observant of your surroundings and what's going on and how you feel and what
Yep.
food you like and all that, if you're not in tune with that shit, it don't matter where you at or high or low. You
Right.
gotta be like really tuned in. Like when y'all say
Hmm.
niggas ain't spiritual, that shit is all the time. It ain't, you can't turn that shit off. Like I you know, it's crazy.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what though?
saying.
Why do you
Go ahead.
think that now? I'm gonna ask you too, King Higher Self, and you guys. Why do you think that now? Because it's an easy explanation. Because you can vibrate high within a negative vibration,
Yep.
Cause
but you're still
negative
in a
ain't
negative.
bad.
You're still in a negative. You're just vibrating
Negative
high
ain't
in a negative.
bad. Well,
Right.
see, you associate things with good and bad and all that shit. Like whatever it is to me, it's like it's supposed to be. So
Well, you can see, you know what it's like to say what happened was supposed to happen. That's what you're basically
yeah,
saying.
I mean
Yeah.
that's reality.
In the
But
truth,
that every action has a reaction. Why don't you just do the right
yeah.
action, right? No matter about how much you try to
It's
do, you still
It's
find yourself
about
doing the same old
it's
shit.
about do's and don'ts. It's not right or
Right.
wrong though, or good or bad though.
it's like your intentions. Like if you out here fucking up and got the wrong vibe already, what do you think coming back?
Right. Like
Even if you
exactly.
change,
But
like even if you
you just said,
change,
right, what is wrong and what is right.
It's do's and don'ts though. Like okay, if you don't want a certain type of karma, then don't do certain type of things.
exactly.
I
You
wouldn't
can
say
only
that
get what you put out. You can only get what
exactly.
you put out.
So it's not. That's why I say I agree about like good and bad or right and wrong. It's just don't do this if you don't want these results. Do this if you do want these results.
I agree
Cause
with
and
you just
effect.
to the point, balance true. I agree with you just to the point of saying that you need negative to become positive.
Yeah, that's
Just to
growth.
that point.
That's
But
growth. I mean, I see it
growth,
as growth.
exactly. But when you grow now, you know your
Uh huh.
do's and don'ts.
Hopefully,
Hopefully, right? Hopefully. But
right.
before that though, it's kind of like to say if you know better, you're accountable. But when you say that whatever was supposed to happen was supposed to happen, I used to think like that, but nah, I don't think like that anymore. I don't think so. I think that you really do have choices. There's different outcomes that's played out already for your life. Which one are you going to choose? What
Um,
door are you going to choose? That's how I look at it. I don't look at it like, oh, I was supposed to get, you know what? In certain things that do happen to you, it was supposed to happen, but nothing is supposed to like, he's not going to give you, or that being or whatever is the
so
force, the
so,
higher force is not going to give you what you can't handle. So it's not going to kill you unless you
but
make the choice to kill yourself.
that's expectation, bro. Like you can
Yep.
anticipate, but you can't expectate.
Yo, that's why I say there's just do's and don'ts. I keep it simple, bro. You want this, do that. Don't want this, do that. Because you don't know what's gonna come. You can't, like you see, you can't expect. So it's like,
Yeah.
all right, well, I
You,
know this is
What,
this type of vibration, so I'm gonna stay on this vibration. So whatever does come, because I don't know, I don't have expectation. I'm gonna be good or whatever you call good, and vice
but you see the
versa.
conversation that we having right now, right? It goes back to perspective, but what I'm saying doesn't have to do with expectations necessarily. It doesn't have to do with it. You just know the game of frequency.
well, that's you can anticipate. but don't expectate that you know the outcome or what's going to happen or how it's going to happen. You got to deal with it. Your life, the cards that you dealt. Like you played Tunk before or 21.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
Spades,
it's
all
the
that.
same. It's the same one. Same thing. Spades is more of a teammate sport. I mean,
I know
game. But
21 back in the
yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like that's yourself. That's
Right,
how
right,
you
right. Yeah,
can
my
kind
bad.
of play
Yeah.
life. It's
Yeah,
you
but
against the dealer and everybody else. So
Hmm.
when you play spades, it's a group thing. You know what I mean? It's you and
You're
your
right.
partner.
You're right.
but check this out now. You're gonna have
You still got
while
the
you
cards you got to
vibrate
deal with,
high.
though.
Somebody
Go ahead.
dealing the cards, somebody else dealing the cards, but your turn come around. But no, yeah, I'm getting too deep, man. My bad. Go ahead.
No, no, this is awesome, man. We need this is deep right here. You know, and it's funny because well, our listeners here they understand this shit, but say if you got some new people that's listening or not in tune with this type of shit, it sound very foreign to them. Like, what are these guys talking about? But this is awesome because when they finally catch up, they can go back and hear it. God, these are all perspectives right now that we're given. So even though we may disagree with certain things, it's still building up to something.
Right.
And the game, you can't deny the game of life is really a game of frequency.
Yep.
You as you just said, you give in, you get back what you put in. In some
Yep.
people's case, they don't get it back right away to the point you might still be struggling for a long time. But don't stop because you might reap in the end. Some people just want shit right now.
I call that the Google generation.
They want it right now. And that's what you're supposed
Instant
to be just saying.
access. Yeah, it don't work out like that. Like even when you pray, it don't come like the way you think it's gonna come.
Right.
It come how it come, and then you got to deal with it.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I can only speak from my experience and the experiences that I've seen around me. And it was like a pattern for me. But maybe for some people, it's not a pattern where they can disagree and speak about their point of view. Because the same pattern is like, if you're doing, you see it come back around. I always seen it come back around. So that's why I'm so sure about it, but at the same time, I still have an open mind to hear other perspectives. And I think that's the key to have an open mind to hear other people's perspective and not thinking that everything is one way or if it's not this way, it's that way. You have many that ways and many this way.
Hmm.
And that's the thing people need to get in their head. It's not just a couple perspectives. There's so much walks of life. There's some people that vibrate high all the time, never sold drugs in their life, never bust gun, did anything. They're probably virgins and they're still going through a rough time. So
Yeah,
it's
it's definitely not what you think it is. Life is weird.
it's all over the place. And you can not in every case, but you can always get to the root in most cases if you have an open mind. Because you just never know. It probably wasn't even him. It probably fell down on him because of what his people done in the past or his parents. And I spoke about this the other day. People may disagree, but I feel karma is in full effect in a generational sense. So you may not never reap all the bad you did, but guess what? Your loved one or your kids might. So thus, that's why you have people that they try to keep their hands so clean, but their life is fucked up. They can't hack it, and
Yeah, if
it
you
gets so deep when you go into that now. It branches off into other scenarios.
How y'all feel about that?
About karma,
We can speak on karma.
generational karma.
Oh, even that too. Going to that generational karma.
Um, that's why we're in these situations now.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. One of the topics that we bring up a lot when we talk deep on any form of conversation, we bring up our ancestors
Mhm.
because a lot of this has came down, and it's not, it's not. A lot of it isn't negative. A lot of it is due to ignorance, um, or like we said when we was talking about the words,
For some,
you know,
at the moment, like at moments in your life, ignorance could have been positive. At moments, for some people, ignorance could have been negative. But it
exactly.
changed. It worked out for the better, which turned to positive, or for some people, reversed.
Hmm.
So you're right. Nothing is really negative or positive because even some things that is negative now made you positive later on.
Yeah,
Vice versa.
like I use this one a lot. I grew up. I was raised. My family. We was raised as a Jehovah Witness, and now with the way I think now and what I know now and how spiritual I am now, I used to be like mad that I went through that. Like, damn, like all the stuff I know now, like I could have been such in another elevated mindset and manifested all kind of different things without this doctrine. But what I realize now is
It
I
wasn't
am
far
so,
off. It wasn't
bro.
far off at
Listen,
all.
I don't celebrate no holiday still.
Yeah, it wasn't
I
far
was
off.
like,
No,
I
They,
started
they they
realizing like I was
they were
already
close.
used to
They
not
were like the
celebrating no
closest to the
holidays.
truth, like shit, bro.
I'm like, I didn't fuck with college. Yeah, I still don't fuck with college. Like, I'm not gonna raise my kids to go fuck with this stupid shit. And I was like, damn, like a lot of that shit came from there though. Like, and I was like, damn, I used to think it was negative when I first got enlightened, but now I'm starting to even see positive things in that. And it's like, not everything is really it. It's perspective, bro. Like, I learned things there that made me comfortable to be who I am now. Like, I needed some of those things to be this version of me now. I wouldn't be who I am without that.
That part.
So yeah, man, nothing. Uh, I wouldn't say nothing isn't negative or positive, but it's what you make negative or positive, and
That's right.
there's levels to that because it goes to how conscious you are to the frequencies. But go ahead.
They basically work hand in hand.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Basically, for from my life experience, it basically worked hand in hand because if I wasn't the way I was back in the day, I could never be this person today because you wouldn't understand, have an open mind to understand all perspectives. You had to do that, and it's sad because it comes with a lot of conflictions. So now you have to build yourself up to move on from those conflictions of memories or reminiscences. But I always say at the same time, if you're true to what people look at positive as and you lose that negative to what they look at negative as, you might find yourself in scenarios that's going to give you more conflictions if you never learn to master your last conflictions. So they always go in hand in hand. You got to keep, even though we said like earlier, King Higher Self, that I learned to put the ego down and stop arguing with people and feeling like I got to prove myself to somebody because he dissed me. And I'm getting better at it, right?
Hmm.
But there's going to come a time, maybe, I don't want to manifest and say there will come a time, but there's going to be maybe times where I'm going to have to bring out some of that negative energy if it gets too serious in a personal sense where it's actually they're right there in front of me and want to. But you know what? I don't really believe that because I believe the more you're excelling in your rapid vibration, it's going to be the less of that type of turmoil you're going to go through. Your struggles are going to change to something else.
And you turn into the transformer when you need.
You
Right.
know
But
what?
you're not going to go through maybe the street beefs no more or like
The,
things
the,
like that.
this is the thing. You know what I think it is, Prophet Free? You have to go through those situations to elevate in a positive form by learning in those situations or from them situations to where as you move along your vibration doesn't track that low of a negativity or a
Right.
negative vibe. Like
Exactly.
you'll have something that may conflict your frequency, but it won't. You'll be in a
Be the
such a space.
same old shit.
Yeah, it won't even be that because you're not
Yeah.
even
Right.
there. You're not there.
There no
You
more.
just
Right. You
yeah,
graduated
you're
from
just
that.
not there. Yeah. But
Right.
there's
That's
always gonna be something like the higher you
yes.
go, there's gonna be still a low level to the highness.
Thank
And
you.
so
Thank
I
you.
got what you're saying.
You hit it on a nail. You're going to go through other struggles because you need struggles to continue excelling. What is a
Oh, it's not.
perfect world without struggles?
It's not a perfect world. That's the thing.
Mm-mm.
It
Ain't no such
always. It's
thing.
yeah. You think it's perfect, and then it'll show you it's a paradox. Whatever you do is a paradox.
But no matter how, even if you create your own paradise,
No, no, not paradise. Paradox.
paradox, even if you create your own paradox of, say, if you're a person that just wants comfort and peace, right? You're still going to have to go through struggles in
Because
other forms.
you need other things than that one. It's never that one. It's not a one all fix all.
Right, right. One can't, it can anyway. It's going to keep changing, right, to something else, right?
Yep.
So even if
It's
we
it's
didn't
like a
have the system
star.
in
It's like
place,
a star in the sky. Keep changing frequencies. Other stuff vibrate.
hmm
It's gonna make you change. Like you gonna start rocking to another beat sooner or later. If it's playing, you gonna start bobbing your head.
right? Like I used to love the fucking, for example, I used to like the fucking horrorcore rap, that gangster rap. Now I'm at a level where I kind of get bored of that now. I might every once in a blue moon go back to that, but it's not really my style right now, no more to listen to.
I feel that.
I'm bumping my head to some pop music, some soft rock, but you still have remnants of your old self where every now and then you might go back to that horrorcore, hardcore rap. I'm feeling it today. Today, damn, I got to go back to 10 years ago when I used to listen to. Let me see if that, oh shit, it hits you differently now because you graduate in frequency where you're looking at it from a different angle now.
And and that's when I would call that time traveling. Go back on the things you hear a song or stuff like that, or even like a movie. You know what I mean? It'll be a certain type of you don't watch a certain type of shows or you know what I mean? The stuff you don't do no more. Then you see a glimpse of it and you're like, oh shit. And then you
Nice
think
one.
about who
King
you
High Self.
was. And now it's
King
like you
High
time
Self.
traveled again. Like, whoa. What's
Now,
up, bro?
what you said, King High Self, right there, right? I want to ask y'all this now. You just hit something right there. I know this is a normal question too. We heard enough times too, because we in the truth community and if you think of back when you used to watch movies, right? You just maybe not you, but me, right? There's more time in just watching it for the fuck of it, maybe to catch something that makes me laugh or say, yo, that's sick or this and that. But when you move up in your knowledge or frequency or life. You're getting older, you're moving up, or you know what I mean. You go back and watch movies that you used to watch, and you catch something that you never caught back then. You're saying, "Oh, this movie was talking about that the whole time," but back then you
Mm-hmm.
never knew this shit.
Mm-hmm. I do it a
But
lot
right, so you can
on
go back and
purpose.
watch things
I
on
do it on
purpose. Me
purpose
too.
now.
Me too.
At
Yep.
first, I was doing it just subconsciously, and the shit was enlightening me more and more. I said, "Man, I'm about to like." I'll be like, "Man, what's that one movie?" And then I'll watch it, and I'll be like, "I knew there was something about this movie, but now I have the knowledge to understand it now." But I'm like, "Man, there
Yep.
was a reason why I liked this movie when I was, younger. It's because
Right.
my spirit knew there was something deeper to it, but I just didn't have the knowledge to grasp the meaning."
Now, you think maybe you don't, right? But let's use somebody else, for example, in your same situation that you just said, right? You might think to yourself, I caught everything in that movie. But then maybe 10 years down the line, you watch that movie again, you see more that you never caught right now as you're speaking about it. Even after watching it for the third time or fourth time, you catch something else again 10 years later. So 30 years passed now, you watched it every 10 years. This is the third
You
time
going
now, and this
deep.
is some whole nother shit now. It's like, holy shit, I never caught that. And you think now you caught something. Go and watch it the fourth time in the next 10 years. It
Yeah,
just
you
never
going deep.
stops. Knowledge
You right.
infinite.
It is. Learning is, isn't it? You was going deep.
It's
You
that
know,
we can never know everything. That's the whole thing.
but then again, vice versa too. You have some people that will watch a movie for the third time every 10 years, and they were smarter the first year of watching it. So they can't catch what they used to catch because they went down in their rapid vibration where they have to be reminded and say, oh shit, right, right, right. I remember I seen that part. Yeah. Did we miss that part already? Well, it depends on the state that you're in when you're watching a movie for the third time after 30 years. Literally, you have some people that don't catch what they used to catch, or they're not even paying attention to that. They're only catching the new shit now,
Or they too distracted.
it depends on the state that you're in when you're watching it, where you are, or what you're doing, and your mind.
Yeah, man. I'm about to digress, guys. It's about 3 in the morning. Gotta check out.
Hey,
Peace.
it was nice being with you. You know
Yeah,
what I
you
mean?
too, guys.
Peace,
Catch
brother.
you on the next one. You know
Peace
what I
and
mean?
light. Everybody stay safe in their energies and catch y'all on the next one.
Yo, take care of yourself, bro.
Yeah.
All right, you too, man. Hey, you remember that? You remember that? With the watch
Magicians confirm the spiritual world
exists. Yep.
exists. All right, cool. Got you.
All
Peace.
right. All right. Peace, guys.
Peace out,
Peace.
man. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I know that cousin was gonna come up, so we gonna wrap up the minute and shit. I'm gonna get ready and end it out.
yeah. Shout to Will B. Uh, Will B. He came here with some stuff too, and that's good. And everybody was on the panel earlier also. This is awesome stuff, and can't wait to see it progress and get somewhere bigger. And have more walks of life come on, and because it's better in a sense, right? Like we go back to like say no negative, no positive, right? But to some people, everybody being on the same page would be positive, right? But for me, I like it when you have different people that have different ideologies and they don't necessarily agree on everything. I think that is healthy because it's open up your mind back to different perspectives depending on who's on the panel and how you are, how you look at things. And we need that every now and then just to remind us that there's some people that stuck or look at things differently, and they may have a big following or something, or where they're just stuck in their ideology because they know a lot of people believe in what they believe in and they confirm it. And I like it when you have people of different walks of life rather than everybody just agrees on one thing. It's just a matter of making it more healthy where we can all build on the things that we disagree on. That's maturity where we can build like men.
Hey, we got Cuzzo in the building, and we got Big OG.
Yo, what's good?
What's good, brothers? How everybody doing? Much love, much respect to everybody.
Vibe,
Peace.
vibe.
What's
Respect to
good,
the
man?
gods.
Yeah, y'all was burning some brain cells up there, my brothers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's what we do. You already know how we rock.
And you know what? The more
Yeah,
brain
my
cells we
brother.
blow up, the more they'll grow back. Just
What's up?
multiply.
What's up, Bree? What's up, dog? You don't fall with a nigga no more, man? What's up, bro?
What's poppin', man? How
Damn,
you
bro.
doing, man?
Chilling, man. You alright?
Yeah, man, hey, this is one of the stuff that keeps me at a rapid energy pace. These type of bills right here. Um,
Shit, nigga. Ever since the first triggers, nigga. You know what I mean? Ever since the first triggers, we've been dropping shit, bro. You know what I mean?
yeah, I needed this shit, man. I need this shit, man. I just lost my little brother. He died, and this is something that I needed to tap into. It's helping me a lot right now. Away from the arts and all that. So this is awesome for me. Being able to just forget about things in your normal life and just tap in with other walks of life and mind states. And
Bro, a lot of most of my reasoning, just to be honest, on coming on these panels and stuff like that, bro, it's like a getaway for me, bro. You know what I mean? This shit's different from me. You know what I mean? This shit is it's not the same for me. You feel me? I never been on the internet this long, and I never really listened to another person this long as I listen to you guys. You feel me? This is every time I come on here, it's always a getaway. It's always a refreshener. You know what I mean? Because every day I step off my porch, I step into some bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? And when
Facts.
I'm actually, yeah, man, you hear me. You hear me. So when I'm on the internet with y'all, is the only time I get the peace of mind. You feel me? It's the only time I hear the correct shit. It's the only time I'm not getting my personal or my feelings involved getting twisted. You know what I mean? It's not getting twisted. Everything is kind of genuine. Everything is coming to me as knowledge. Everything is coming to me as straightforward. You feel me? But when I leave my doors, trust me, this is what I want people to know. When you leave your doors, bruh, you are getting conditional love. There is no unconditional love for you outside those doors, my nigga. So you just prepare for anything. You know what I mean? Anything. Be prepared for anything. You feel me? Trust no one, suspect all, man. That's how I live by. Trust no one, suspect all. Period.
Vibe.
you know what? You know what, Cuzzo? Um, I'm at this point right here, right? Yeah, a lot of people may disagree, but I'm at this point right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know me, I'm always talking about frequencies and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I find myself the higher I'm rapidly going is kind of like to say those things don't happen to me anymore. And And you know what? It's to a point that if it actually does happen to me, it just gives me a reason to protect my well being. I'm in the right if I have to protect myself. But I just don't find myself having to go through that anymore. You go through that more when you're mixing your aura with lower vibrational.
See, Pre, I'm not even talking about how I met you. I'm not even talking about the life that me and you used to live. I'm talking about in general.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you got to have your guard up for life, period. Like, period. Like me, I don't have to deal with that anymore. You remember
Yeah.
how you met me? You remember
Yeah.
how you met
Right.
me, bro? I don't have to deal with that anymore. That's not what I'm speaking about. I'm not speaking about what we started as, bro. I'm speaking about what we still have to deal with as black men, period, when we step out these doors, bro. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. It still
Period.
comes in different forms.
It still comes in different forms, my brother. We
Right.
still have to deal with some fuckery, no matter what. You get what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to make sure you know, because you're a strong brother. You feel me? That you don't walk through that storm, my nigga. You don't walk through it. You feel me? And we're gonna continue to have to keep walking through some mud. You know what I mean?
But
I
hey,
just want.
Cuzzo,
Hmm.
hey
What's
E.
up, brother? What's
Now,
up?
if you heard when King Higher Self and Balanced Truth is on here, the King is
Hmm.
still here. But when we were speaking on um the struggles upgrading,
Uh huh.
your struggles being upgraded. So
Hmm.
the struggle that you once used to go through, you may no longer face it, but you're going to face other struggles because the struggle always continues. You need it to help you grow more, right? So the more you grow, you're going to run into other struggles.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
You just said it too, right?
Hmm.
You could look at it like this, um, like chakras, right? You got your lower chakras and your higher chakras, or your lower self and your higher self. So you got versions of your lower self, aka root chakra, that you got to do to heal that chakra. And so there's a left to that, and there's a right to that. And once you balance it, you clear that level, and you go to the next chakra. And with each chakra, it's like that battle of balancing. You know what I mean? Figuring out your balance, because you always gonna have to balance out that lower and higher, or that negative and positive in each level of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to just say this real quick, brothers. I'm an OG, right? I appreciate y'all let me on y'all platforms because like I said, I'm 55 years old. I'm an OG. My generation, they dead, man. I can't talk to them, and it's like I have to come to y'all brothers, the younger generation, and not try to teach, but try to blend in because, like I said, my generation, man, they going. I just want them all wiped out because they too closed minded, and like I like to be around open minded people, and older generation they're closed minded, and I'm gonna sit back and listen.
Hey, Leonardo, man, I
Hey,
want to let you know you got my respect all the way, bro. I'm
yep.
gonna tell you now because believe it or not, you got a lot of younger men on here, but it's hard for us to even talk to OGs, bro, or have anybody listen to us. So just for
And,
that, bro, you always gonna have my respect. King of yourself, know that I always got respect for you, bro. That was some real shit, brother. Much
and
love
look,
to you.
let me tell you why that's some real shit. Let me tell you why, because I've been Kurt, you are my witness, bro. I've
Yep.
been saying that shit, bro. You feel me? I've been saying that, bro. You feel me? Let me tell you something. For the people that are older, you feel me? Who are saying, oh, these young cats are running crazy and these niggas are doing this and they doing that. Da, da, da. Listen, the generation has changed. It has evolved. It's a different wave. It's a different surfboard. It's either you get with the times or you get lost. You get what I'm saying?
I
The
love it.
older people the older people have to update their self. They have to update their self. They can't live as antiques the rest of their fucking life. It's a whole different world out here. You get what I'm saying? Me, I'm 34, about to
That
be
part.
35, so I'm midway. I have some of the old ethics. You feel me? Last dead breed. You feel what I'm saying? Check my words out. Last of a dead breed, because it's different now.
Yep.
It's not the same. You feel what I'm saying? and and you know, the older people, instead of downing the younger generation, they need to understand it more. And the younger people, I'm going to say about the younger people, they need to listen a little bit more. And the reason why I say that is because I remember when I was younger and some older people were telling me certain things about their life, I would look at them and be like, "Nigga, get out of here, nigga. You wasn't like, you ain't moved no 10 bricks. Get the fuck out of here. You don't even look like you moved 10 bricks." You feel me? But you know, when you get the background history, they have, and they can tell you some shit. You get what I'm saying? And you know, it's just it's like a give and take thing right now. It's like tug of it's like playing tug of war right now. You feel what I'm saying? And don't nobody wants to give up that step or that podium. No, we need to actually update each other. You feel me? Niggas need to come down to earth and update each other, meet in the middle. But niggas is
You
not
know what?
doing that. Older people,
Uh,
older people are acting like the younger people because they can't get through to them. So they just like fuck it. They can't beat them, join them. So they're not giving them no type of knowledge. Then they scared to do it because they, you know, you got to join them in some type of system nowadays. They're not giving a damn about no ranking, who's this and who's that. You get what I'm saying? But there's a reason for that. And guess what? The only way you're gonna know that is if you get in tune. You got to get in tune. Now, if you're
Yep.
gonna step on the outside and assume, guess where you're gonna be? Lost.
You know what? You know, me and Cuzzo was the same age, and I found myself, you know, in between two also, where I grew up with a lot of the older generation, like your age, 55 and shit like that. When I was
me
like
too.
9 and shit like that, you know, they're 40. You know what I mean? So I grew up around where I can see all walks of life. I understand the older generation and the newer. Plus, I grew up on 70s music, 60s music. So it's kind of like it's a blessing to have somebody like you on here who understands that there is people in the younger generation that can relate, you know, and being here on the panel with us also. And that's the beauty of this panel. Have
Yeah,
different
I
walks of life.
commend y'all brothers, man, because if it wasn't for y'all, the younger generation, our
Hmm.
fucking people would still be asleep, man.
Yeah,
Sleep.
We need
I'm
people
talking
yeah,
about
like you
sleep.
also, you know. We need y'all
yeah.
to still speak your piece even at your time because I'm pretty sure you have some shit that uh maybe I can't say I never heard before, but like you have the wisdom of going through it, right?
Right,
So
right.
so
That's
you know.
remember Prophet Pre. We talked about it. I think it was on Two Faces, man. A difference
Yeah.
between knowledge and wisdom.
Oh, right. That's a
And
great
that's
question.
the
Yeah.
yeah. And the thing is, what that's another thing I noticed. Like a lot of older people have that wisdom, even if they was ignorant without the knowledge. Like we expose a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But when an OG like Leonardo learns from us and he has the wisdom, it's like,
Yeah.
oh man, he has it's like both he has a second third eye that's open. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, they're very important to me because
For
I
sure.
ain't gonna lie to you. What I'll be honest with all you on the panel. It's not. I don't fear anything really anymore in life. But I'm not gonna lie to you. What bothers me a little bit is to know like the older G's are all dying out, right? And you're stuck now with lesser leaders, like from that time. They're no longer around, most of them. So you know, it's very. I'm very fortunate when I run into people like himself that's on a panel because
Man,
it's very important to me. Like all our leaders are dying that we grew up hearing, and you know, in politics and everything, and you know,
it's a different time now. You feel me? Like
yeah,
even if the leaders was still here, the younger people listen a different way now, man. That's what I'm
right,
trying to
right,
tell
right,
people. You
yeah,
got to explain to the younger people a different way now. You can't just
mhm.
give it to them
Yep.
with rules and regulations. You can't give it to
Oh,
them
right,
with rules and regulations. You got to come to them a
Yep.
different way
mhm.
in order
You
for you to get them to listen, bro. You get what I'm
right.
saying?
You gotta
you
answer our
And
fucking questions.
you gotta you
exactly.
gotta
You gotta
you gotta
answer them
come to
motherfuckers. Don't
them.
beat around the bush. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
You hit it right on the head. Like you said, you gotta answer them. But just like Cuzzo was saying, it's a different time.
Uh-huh.
Back when Leonardo was around, you could have.
a speech. You could tell everybody, let's meet up at downtown and go to this building. We about to talk about our problems as a black community. But
Exactly.
in this day and age, like Cuzzo was saying, you got to tell everybody, hey, get on Facebook. I'm about to go live. We about to talk about it. Hey, get on
Mm-hmm.
Instagram. I'm about to go live. You about to talk about it. Don't. And I was saying that it was crazy. I was saying that earlier in a rap song about how nobody goes out and speak to each other in public.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody talks anymore. Everybody's face is in their phone.
But
Nobody is looking eye to eye and giving each other hugs and saying, "How is your day?" Like my boss
yep.
earlier came in and did it, and it today, literally before I got on here, did it, and like you know how everybody would just be like, oh, like how was your day and like how you're going, like you, it's just normal. But like when she did it, I just felt something like a black woman just actually asked me that, and she actually cares. Like she's not doing that just to be judgmental. Like, oh, what you complaining about? You ain't got no kids or da da da. Like she really is concerned. Like, and I don't know her from a lick of anywhere, and she was genuinely looking out for me. That's why I could always respect the OGs that's willing to have that open ear, because they're the
Mm-hmm.
ones that still, like, even though we the ones that helped them, they're the ones that kick started it all for us. Like they're the ones, cause like what Pre was saying, the worst thing that is to come to reality about is that we don't have more of them like Leonardo. We don't have as many of them around anymore, because now if you look at the way that they changed the narrative, it went from black people being masculine and standing up for themselves and being honorable. Like we're not. I'm gonna die behind this shit. Like you're not about to come in my house and fuck with my kids and say you're about to vaccinate shit. I'm gonna die behind this shit.
Fact.
Now they didn't took the fathers out the house, and then they didn't like feminize the male so much. Niggas is wearing purses and chokers. Niggas like, all right, well, look, I'll take the vaccination tomorrow. I mean, shit, I'm gonna get paid, right? I'm gonna get a stimulus check. All right, fuck it, give me that then. And it's like they don't have that father figure in their life or that OG to tell them what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, stay your dumb ass in the house. Who told you to listen to the same people that got you down on Social Security and the birth certificate tracking you your whole life? But I digress on that.
It will be,
No, that's fact.
even amongst all that though, amongst all that turmoil and shit, what gets me relieved, makes me feel some type of comfort is to know that when I hear somebody come on the panel that's 19 years old and they got all this experience and they're so humble or positive or patient, wise, at 19, and when I see that, it makes me think that there is still hope, for the younger generation, because we have a couple of them that come on here, and that's a
Mm-hmm.
relief for me when I see that. And
Yeah.
I just
Hell
want
yeah.
older generation to embrace those, not thinking that they're all the same, because you have some old souls that's like 18, 19, 20, 21, and they can teach you something also. So
Man, we can learn from each other. Feel me? Like we can learn from each other. I got people of all ages that rock with me. You feel me? That I rock with, that I listen to. You feel me? Like that got a better understand. Listen, let me tell you, the three keys to this shit is wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Those are the three keys to this shit as you grow. As you
Woo.
grow and
I was
develop, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding are your three keys, my nigga. If you are missing any
yeah,
one of those keys, you're going to be lost, my nigga. You are going to
yeah,
be
that's a good
lost.
one. That's
Yeah,
facts.
because I could say I was lost for a long time. Basically, I was indoctrinated through religion and government. I'm a disabled vet. I was killed for this country. You know what I mean? And for a long time, I thought the American way was right until that tragic situation happened and woke my eyes up, and I'm like, damn, all this shit was a fucking lie, man. All this shit was built on a lie, man. And waking up from that lie and spitting out all that old shit and absorbing all this new shit, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. But you gotta regurgitate that old shit, cause that old shit,
Hmm.
that lie that they taught us, that lie that they cover up with a lie, with another lie, make the
Yep.
lie seem right. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's hard to regurgitate that lie, man. And
Just like
I'm
the
gonna
boy
mute
that
up.
cried wolf.
Yep. Y'all right.
So it's why we want to build. I know I said it like maybe last triggers or triggers before, but we just want to like keep building more on solutions because as I said, like if you keep complaining, you find yourself always complaining about what the system's doing and what people are doing and all that shit. Hey, trust me, man. 40 years, 50 years gonna go by, you'll find yourself as a senior citizen dying with complaints. You're
Dying
still
with
complaining.
complaint.
And it's like
There you
we're just
go.
gonna come up with solutions now more rather than just keep talking about the same old, same old. It's not gonna get nowhere just talking about it. We gotta just say solutions, how we can help each other out within the community, and the more people that come in the community, we keep building on solutions, and soon you're gonna hear it going from complaining to actually people trying to chip in with things that people can do better or how society can be better.
See, what my problem is when with some of the older ones, I'm like, yo, when they say, yo, I'm older, I didn't live this long to da da da, you know what I mean? They get stuck in their ways, I'm stuck in my ways. And look, there's nothing wrong with that because if you done built your foundation off of who you are at that point in time, it's okay to be stuck in your ways, but not mentally. Not mentally. You got to keep
That
that
part.
open. You got to
Yeah.
keep that open. You
That
have to
part.
keep that open. You hear me? Niggas,
You
they,
can't.
they start closing their mind as they start,
Mm-hmm.
as they start getting older. No, don't. You got to keep that open. You got to keep that availability open because this world is changing.
Hey,
Every 10
honestly,
years.
bro,
What's up, bro?
I think I think it should just like this. A kid's mind is open, right? When they first come in this world, they absorbing everything, and then
Hmm.
they find their structure and they going through their narrow road. I feel like that should be happening when you get older too. Like once you get
Mm-hmm.
older, you need to go backward, just like your body age and you got to do certain things that you used to do when you was a baby. Someone need to take care of you. You might have to wear a diaper once you get too old. It's like you recycling. I think it's the same way with your mind. Like you should get the older you should get once you accomplish certain things, you should be more open minded, more
Yeah.
open. You know what I mean? And I think that's another thing that they do to us. They you get older and they try to reverse that shit. They want to keep you super stuck in your ways.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not with that shit. You should grow in every aspect. You get what I'm saying?
Healing
People. People.
ourselves. We just said is very important. Trying to remain youthful. Remain
Yep.
youthful still. Like no matter how old you get, just always try and just always keep the youth in you. That keeps you young. Uh,
Keeping your mind open.
keep your mind open. Also, like your
That's what kids
flexibility,
do.
your laughter.
I ain't gonna.
Open minded. Trying new things. Not saying I ain't gonna do this because I'm a grown man now. It's like you can still be alpha and grown and shit like that, and still be youthful at the same time.
Man,
Exactly.
me and you,
Exactly.
we could be chilling. We could have all of us that's on this panel right now. We can all have a nice barbecue and shit like that. I'm the nigga that'll still ball up a piece of paper and throw it at your ass and start running. You hear me?
uh,
ain't nothing wrong with still having fun, nigga.
yeah,
The
what I mean.
big thing
It's
is,
very healthy, man. It's laughter. Laughter keeps you very young. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't have the mind where they can overcome turmoil that they went through in the past to the point where they don't laugh as much. And I program myself. No matter how much I go through, I laugh at pain now. If I'm going through pain in life or shit with the system, with police or wars and shit like that, I can just laugh at it. Keep you young and keep you not taking shit serious where you're going to go out of your character. You know what I mean? To retaliate or do something. You just always keep youthful, innocent.
Man,
I
like
think
my
that's it.
mother, she's stuck in her ways, and guess what? I can't say nothing about it because the foundation she built and the the growth that I can't, I understand why you got stuck in your why you get stuck in your ways, because it taught you certain lessons on how you needed to move. But how can you close down your brain? Don't close down the mental. Don't close that down as well. You feel what I'm saying? It's like you have to keep that a playground. You know what I mean? Because you can absorb so much from the youth, from other people that's around your age that you've never met, people that's older than you know what I mean? Like it's there's something to learn from all types of areas of ages, bro. Like, and
I
people
just
just, I don't know, people just shut down, bro.
I want to give like
Some people,
Leonardo's a retired. He's a vet. He said right. He's disabled vet, and I want you to know, Leonardo. People like you inspire me the most in life over any celebrity, anything, any movie I watch or anything. Like just people like you inspire me. Like people that's like disabled and stuff like that, and still able to just pull through life and stuff. You are the biggest inspiration in my life. People like you. You know. I just want you to know that.
thank you, my brother. And what I was gonna say real quick, what keeps me young, I got a 4 year. I'm 55. I got a 4 year old daughter, man. She got nappy hair, and I wouldn't change for her, man. I'm willing to die for it. You know what I mean? Gotta change this shit, man. Cause it's been going along on too long the same fucking way, man, for too long. They were turning the cheeks, get smacked, turning the other cheeks. Nah, man, that shit is over, man.
And see, look, you said you got a 4-year-old daughter, right?
Hmm.
When she gets a certain age, you know what I mean, she's gonna expect you to be a certain type of father, like as far as updated mentally. You know what I mean? She gonna be There's gonna be also certain new activities, certain new things on the internet, certain like a whole new 10 years. Because the world, look, the generations change. I want to say 5 years, but I'm gonna give it 10 years. Every 10 years, this shit is different. I'm talking about for real. Just just look at every cycle of the youth. Every 10 years is different.
Hmm.
Just check it out. So 10 years from now, your daughter, because my daughter would be 23. And 10 years from now, your daughter would be 14. It'd be a whole different type of thing. My daughter would be looking at what your daughter's listening to or looking at differently.
Hmm.
It's a whole different ball game. It's like you have to keep absorbing. You have to keep, at my job, everybody fucks with me of all ages because I know how to socialize with each of them. You feel me? But this other dude that's 49 years old who's really just kind of stuck in his ways, when we're all in the break room, it's like he's quiet. He doesn't really know how to socialize with all of us. You get what I'm saying? He doesn't know what we're kind of talking about. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? It's like he's catching up. It's like he's sleepwalking. That's what I call people blade. They're sleepwalkers, man. You know what I mean? That's all they is. They sleepwalkers, my nigga. They're not awake.
Because of we just said it's big right there. Because like you just said, like time flies. You know, time goes by so quickly. Where in 5 years, who was once a young man or a young lady is going to be a woman, and
Hmm.
it's kind of like worse even 10. And I always say like people need to start putting their pride down or their ego down when we're just working on yourself. You can do that. That's cool and all to build yourself up, but the focus mostly should be about the younger generation. We should focus on the kids now because we got to put ourselves behind in the sense where the world will be better if they grew up. Because what's going to happen if we don't do that? When they grow up, the world's going to be the same way when they have kids. The same complaints is going to be going on from fucking 30, 20 years ago and shit like that. So we just got to like focus on the kids now, make sure they're good. And I think if we do that in a bigger collective, population wise, a mass majority of the people, the world will be much better in 10 years' time, the next 10 years. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, people stuck caught up in their egos and pleasure, it's even the ones that have kids, they just still have an ego thing where they just want to have fun.
That goes back
yeah,
into that generational curses we was talking about.
Yeah. I'm telling you, if we focus on the kids right now, a mass majority of the population, we can change shit. Just put all your energy into the younger generation. So when they come up, they get all of this information in their mind and learn how to think with their heart now. All this shit. The world just changed. But unfortunately, we're gonna be old and not around. But hey, you're left. I don't know. It's kind of like a sacrifice at that point, right? And it's like I don't think a lot of people are willing to sacrifice. And if we did it quickly in a larger majority of people quickly in a shorter space of time, we will still be alive when the world changes.
And you know
Let me
what?
say this.
We got to remember we can't keep blaming also the youth on how they fucking acting. We got to remember that these parents are also around them talking about shoot 'em up, bang bang, nigga, smoking that blunt in front of them, my nigga, selling that dope in front of them.
Passion.
Matter of fact, let's start from when they was a toddler and they were running around they fucking apartments in Pampers and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like we got to remember that when we meet that child at 16, 17 years old, we got to remember he probably went through a fucking rough youth before we met that young boy. Point blank period.
But check this
Because
out,
I know
cuz.
I was one of them. I know I was one of them, nigga.
Check
If
this.
you would have met me at 17 for the first time, you wouldn't want to try to deal with me and try to spit your knowledge. Cause
Check
I'd
this
have
out,
been,
cuz.
Facts.
you know,
It doesn't just limit to like the teenagers. I'm speaking really basically the toddlers and shit like that, like the ones that have enough sense to learn at the youngest age, like say like an 8 year old, right, 7 year old, because you can learn something from a child, right? So it's kind of like to
mhm.
say they can even change the way the teenage generation looks at shit, where they see too much of them acting the same way off of being manufactured in the sense of going back to thinking righteous or naturally. They can also help the adults get better. But a lot of the adults are being influenced by the children also. You know what I mean? I could say that
Mm,
There
firsthand.
you
Like
go.
that's deep.
What
a
what did
19
I
That's
year
deep.
old a
what did I
19
tell
year
you
old
earlier?
like influences like a 35-year-old where I come from. Like you see them, they want to go back to getting the pussy. They want to say, yo, this nigga's like, yo, what? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you see them, they have influence also. You
Hey,
go,
and
you kind of go back.
What
There's
Yeah.
a
I'm
what
duality to
glad
that.
I'm
go
glad you
ahead, brother.
said because I wanted to say something earlier when you was talking about keep a youthful mindset because that is like something that everybody should do because at the end of the day you shouldn't just live your life just being negative. You got to enjoy it at some point. Like you just got to be happy and just let go. But it's still a negative to that because I wanted to say earlier, like I was talking to somebody about this a couple of days ago, and because you said keep the people youthful, like their mindset, so that way they're more open to new things. But because I'm
See,
younger, I'm about to be 24, so I know like most of around my age, like how they act, and what I noticed, like just like Cuzzo was saying, throughout the 10-year period, everything has changed. So in 2000, it was CDs and flip phones and Rebel. In
okay.
2010, it was cell phones, MP3 players. 2020
Hmm.
is Instagram, social media, OnlyFans, and shit like that. So the
Mm-hmm.
world is basically separating people from each other. Like you were saying about we need to get to the youth more. Back in the day, like I was still lucky enough to be around certain OGs that still hung around to give out knowledge, that decided to stay around and tell us like, hey, you don't want to do that shit. This is what you really want to do. You want to go to college, open up this business, and after that open up this business from that, and that's how you get here. Don't be like me because I failed. I still had people to put that in my ear. The generation now, they don't have that. There's not nobody on the corner telling them like, hey, don't end up like me. Like you don't want to sit out here drinking beers all day, missing teeth, like hair fucked up, life fucked up. You need to learn from me. They don't have that. They go to the internet and make memes out of shit like that. They laugh at shit like that. They find that as entertainment, amusement. They don't look at that as real life situations they can learn from. But Going back to what you were saying about the youth, like I was saying, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Like a lot of people don't know when, cause a lot of the kids now are having babies, like 15 and 14 and 16, like having babies. Babies don't
My
just
mother
become
was one of those
babies.
people. Even at her time, you know, she was born 70, 68, 69. So she had to be
And
very young, you know, like 16.
And
and
not to say that she didn't try her best, right? Because she did, right? Uh,
right.
Still, look what kind of life that we had, pre.
Right. Well, that's a whole nother story with my mother because she was
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to
was not
cause
good.
like basically the point I was about to make, cause this is something I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but I noticed this years ago, like a long, long time ago. But like the cause you said keep a youthful mindset, and it reminded me of like all the females I ever dealt with was either like a year, 2 years younger than me, or they was my age. And like what I realized, I'm not saying every female is the same. I never put every person in the same category, but male and female. This not even just applying to female. But what I noticed, like the parents that are younger, they have more of a childish mindset because when people have kids, I don't have kids, but I expect that when someone has a kid, they mind changes over. They automatically put all the bullshit on the back burner and say, all right, I need to start living like this because I got a kid now. I need to start doing this and moving like this because I have someone looking up to me. But what I've been seeing is like parents acting more childish than their kids. Like their kids have more discipline than them, and they're not even 5 and 6. They're yelling at their kid literally in the store, like, put that shit the fuck
So,
back. Who the fuck told you to pick up
so
that shit? What
brother,
the fuck is wrong with you? Having in this whole blowout, and the kid only like 2.
so
Will
brother,
be that
so
that's a whole
brother,
nother
check out.
conversation now too. Will
So
be because we could build on
check
that
out.
also. But that's a whole nother
No,
conversation too.
that's actually the same conversation I was saying. You feel what I'm saying? That's basically the same thing. This in the same. That's in the same lines, bro.
It's in the same,
It's,
but if I can elaborate it to where it branches off to other things.
go ahead.
I want to hear it.
Like, for example, you know, I touched on it in last bills, maybe two face or early triggers, but it's like I didn't touch on it fully or elaborate to this point. What like Will B was just saying. But if you really look at it, you know, a lot of women they're kind of having kids with the wrong man, right? Um, you know,
Yep.
you made a kid out of sex, not love. You made a kid out of lust or pleasure.
Yep.
And what happens out of that is you're bringing a monster into the world at that point because you didn't have in your mind to procreate off of having a family. You just did it off of sex and you end up getting pregnant because you didn't pull out or whatever the case is, unprotected, who knows, but different reasons for different people. But what happens is the father ends up not being in the mother's life for many different reasons. You know what I mean? Many different reasons. It could also even fall on the woman where she is making it where he can't see his kid, or other reasons too, right? Or he just doesn't want to. He's a deadbeat, or he doesn't want to be around. There's no different people, but what happens with that is a lot of the mother's anger falls on the kid, but it's really through your baby father, and you don't like your baby father, or you know, you see, once you do that, people don't know that you're kind of building a hate relationship with the woman that you have sex with if you're doing it out of the wrong reasons, right?
Yep.
So that's what happens. So a lot of it falls on the kid, and that's where thus you have women yelling at a kid, even though a kid's just being a kid, right? And you're getting mad, and you know, you out of anger, you know, it goes back to sex for the wrong reasons, right?
That goes back to the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You feel me? The female, some of them women who are having them kids haven't tapped into what they need to tap into to be able to take care of that child the way they need to because they're having them so early now. You feel what I'm saying? They're having them so early now that they have only tapped into level one, having a baby at level one.
The
So what
create
you think? You feel what I'm saying? They haven't reached their full potential yet in order to develop the baby the way they need to, like how it used to be. You get what I'm saying? Like
especially
my
if
mother, my mother was at a perfect age to have me. But see, since it was just her and she had to develop herself financially, she was already a woman, yes, but financially she had to develop. In order to do that, she had to be awake, working wise. And me, as a youth, just me by myself, who else you think is gonna raise me? Who else you
especially
think is
if
raising
you're
me?
taking advantage of, like, you know, like in Jamaica, a lot of cases, like in the Caribbeans, like, the father is much older than the girl, the woman. And what happens sometimes, maybe he's not around or whatever. And sometimes even worse when the kid looks more like the father. And
Hmm.
it's like a remembrance, and thus you
Yep,
have a lot of
yep.
anger coming towards you because you look like the dude that I never got along with, right? That kind of made my life a mess or whatever. But really, it's different reasons also where sometimes it wasn't always him. It was you too. All you had to do was just close your legs, you know what I mean? Or or just make him work for it more or something like that. Or what I mean? It goes both ways in different
Hmm.
scenarios. So, you know, you end
Hmm.
up hating your kid. You end up like really having hate for your kid. And but at the same time, some of them have a balance where they be a mother at the same time, but they got that tough love,
Hey man,
passive
it's
aggressive.
I'm a product of that, so I can attest to that. So I know how it. I seen other families too in the hood. Like it's the same shit. All of us basically grew up with a single mother, and two of us had a single father, no mother. So I seen it all with
Yep.
that.
it's even bad. It's even bad when you have both parents in the household, but it's a toxic relationship.
Oh, right,
You feel
Yep.
right,
me?
right, right. Yeah,
That's
right,
bad too. You feel me? Just watching that, man. I seen kids like for real, like that. The mentality is a whole different ballgame. They explode quicker. Like you know what I
right.
mean? Like I
That's
don't know.
that's because they created something. They created something with somebody they didn't plan to be with. Now they have to
Right,
deal
right.
with that the rest of their lives. And they're
Yeah.
coming to realize that, like, oh, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I just wanted you for a one night stand, a quick fuck, but that, like, you know how many? I literally know more than 10 females that then told me that they either didn't want their kid or like that was just not the plan. Like it was a mistake, baby, and it fucks me up because it's like, yeah, mistakes do happen. I understand that, but isn't there such thing called a condom or plan B or even before all of that? Isn't like because that go back to the mindset and triggers. It triggers the male and female mind to say, okay, let's be horny and have sex. It doesn't trigger their mind like, oh, we can manifest a kid and have to deal with each other the rest of our lives from this.
Well,
They're
will
just
be.
thinking in a moment.
I'll tell you this. I said this before, not in this bill, but I said this before, like in a sense where if you're playing the game, if you're living in the system and you're playing the game, and you know what the game is, what it involves, where you have a lot of dudes that is going to spit a certain game to lower in the woman, and you know what happens when a woman sleeps with you, you're kind of she kind of gets an
Submissive.
attachment to you.
Yep.
So what happens now is kind of like people need to stop playing this game of the system. Stop playing the game. Just be real with yourself. Be real with other people. Even if you're gonna miss out on pussy, just be real. And if
Hey,
everybody did that, it would be a better world where we're not gonna have all these kids being born out of just lust and all that shit.
but
It's
hey,
just
that could be another because that would be a whole different topic.
exactly.
But
It goes into other
but
things. That's what I mean.
yeah, but that could be because what you said, it made so much sense to the point it damn near made me realize what karma is. Like
Right.
it's not you like what you do, it comes back to you. Of course that's like the law of the universe,
It's deeper
but
than that. Right.
yeah, what if it's really like what you do comes with something like basically Cause like every action has a reaction, but like karma could be something like if it didn't happen, then your life wouldn't be the way that it's supposed to be. Like you wouldn't be who you are now without that.
For a lot
And
of people, for a lot of people, for some people, it's vice versa.
like a child could be karma because it's like you was living your life a certain way and doing shit a certain way and you was gonna end up a certain place. But with that child coming into play, now your life is redirected towards a whole different path.
Yeah, just I just told I what if people on a higher a mass scale of the population, if they just stop playing the game of the system, these things won't be happening like that.
Got you.
You just got to stop playing the game, man. You know what I'm talking about when I say play the game. Stop doing this to turn on a girl to get her attracted. Don't make your
Yeah.
materialistic lifestyle turn on a girl to have sex with her and shit like
The
that.
the player lifestyle, to
Yeah,
trying to
like
be
you
a
just
pimp
gotta
or
leave that
whatever.
alone, man. Just be real with people. Just be honest. If she don't like you, she don't like you. You don't have to like say, okay, I got these new shoes, I got this jewelry on, I'm a rapper, I'm doing this, I want to fuck these pussy. You end up having a kid with these girls. You spitting some game, or
A
some people do
gigolo.
this shit so they
But
don't have to
see,
spit no game, cause they're
see
lazy.
that
They don't
comes,
have no game.
but that comes with that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding,
Yeah, it
bro.
goes right back to that.
We're last of a dead breed, bro. It changed, bro. It's a different. You feel me? It's
It
the
just
way of
changed to the
thinking.
point where they're playing the game. That's it. Everybody's playing the game
Yeah,
on a wider scale of people.
yeah.
That's all. But and it was always a wider scale of people. It's just still going into the younger generation. So
It,
all the older G's have to do is start leading by example to the point where the younger kids might even influence the middle aged kids where they're not doing it and their lifestyle looks played out now because you're seeing a new breed of people grow up that's not living like that. And then women will say no easier now.
because oh man, nowadays, in order to really try to kind of change it in a way or whatever, like we would have to really start talking to the youth like when they're young, like 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Exactly.
We're gonna have to start then at that age
Yeah.
because certain things are being put in front of them early. You get what I'm saying? Way
Yep.
earlier than what it used to be for us. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I
So,
wanted to say
so
something real quick, because like I used, we do need to reach out to them because the alphabet crew is really trying to fuck their minds up, and everybody know what I'm talking about. The alphabet crew, because
hmm
they're putting that shit in schools when they're what 6, 7, 8 years old. They sending the alphabet crew to the schools now, man. That's crazy.
And guess who allowed that, right? We fucked that shit up, like, or the generation allowed that shit to happen, right? Because we're not acting on things, we're just speaking about shit instead of acting on it. And when somebody's acting on it, it's not enough people, so it kind of doesn't get world spread. Like it's kind of like to say, man, especially a lot of these pastors or these preachers are just conscious truthers that speaking to the youth and shit like that. How do you expect them to look at you if you're going to speak on something that you don't really believe in? Because you're speaking exactly what I'm saying, but when a young girl comes to offer you pussy, you're going to take it, right? And how you think you look. It's like, you know what I mean? And youth, I seen this growing up where the youth actually say, fuck that. You know what I mean? And you go back to their old ways. But you need people to lead by example where you actually stand on what you're preaching. Just like I was talking about people that speak about being spiritual, but really you're not that spiritual. Because if I was telling you about my experience with demons and angels or spirits or whatever, you're going to look at me like I'm crazy. So how do you think they look at you when you're speaking against the generation, sex, and playing the game of the system and shit like that? But you take that pussy when it comes to you out of lust, and then they see that shit. They see you walking with this sexy chick and shit like that. They're going to want to live like you're living. So you're not
Yep.
leading by example. So that's what's happening. It's a chain
Okay.
reaction.
And that's because it comes from them being influenced. Like Cuzzo was saying, we'll have to get to them very, very young, like 5 and 6
hmm
years old. But like even us, we have to just really be honest with ourselves. Cause me, I always put myself in their shoes. Like when I'm talking to a 14 or 15-year old, I still put myself in his shoes and be like, okay, when I was his age, this how I was thinking. So I have to remember I gotta talk to him a certain way. Cause if I try to come direct with the like you gotta slow down, don't live your life fast, like get a job, like stack your money, don't be around your friends, don't if I just come straight forward and be like, hey, like, you feel me, get your shit together, they're gonna be like, man, I heard that 1,000 times. Get the fuck out of my face. Like, you gotta come to them a certain way because,
You gotta keep coming. I hate
yeah,
the ones that say, I told man. When soon as he gets in trouble, man, I tried to tell him. What you told him one time? That's all you told him one time, nigga. No,
yeah,
you gotta repeat it. You gotta jam it in them. Like you couldn't just tell me something. I've heard the same thing from 1,000 different people at least once. What the fuck? Like
yep.
that doesn't mean shit. But if I hear it from that same person 15 times, I'm looking at that one person differently. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
It's also like this though. It's also like this. Like, you know, I can speak from just my life experience right now, and there's people I've seen and shit. It's kind of like I say, you come to a point where you just see that not everybody's meant to change. They're supposed to be who they are.
Yep.
Let them play their position because it's just helping you to grow. So it's kind of like to say it's only a few is what's that term called? A few is called. What's called? Many are called, but a few are chosen. It's kind of like that, where it's like it's only a few people that's going to be different to make that change. The vipers will always be there. So sometimes, no matter how much you beat into their head, they're supposed to go through it, or they're supposed to go through it on their time where they change and stuff like that. So it's kind of like to say you did your job when you gave it to them once or twice. Just leave it alone now if they're not listening. You know what I mean? Because that's who they're supposed to be. So
But
it's never gonna
no,
happen
I
because you
feel
need
you.
them to
I
be who
agree.
they are.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. That's a fact. But how do you know that's where they're supposed to be after telling them once or twice? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you never know. I mean, you really never know. You get what I'm saying?
But you
Because
did your job. You did your part where you actually
Yeah,
put it.
yeah,
You
cause
already told them, so you did your part already. Maybe it takes somebody else now to maybe finish off where you left off after they went
it
through some
go
turmoil.
what
Maybe
it
they change
really
later on. If they never change, it just never change.
what it really
It
go back to is back home, because if that's not your kid, then you will have no effect on that child. If you're not related to that,
right. It goes back to that too.
if you're
but
not
see,
that
that's
child,
what I was saying to you, bro. That look, okay, I like what you just brought. So if you hear me tell you 20 fucking times, like your parents do, listen, you hear me tell you 25 and a half times, like your parents do, you're gonna look at me a little different than another person that only told you once
hey,
or twice.
but see, you got 100% point, cuz, but the thing is, you're not the parent of the child. You can walk in the house, for example, you can walk in the house and tell that child 25 times, go upstairs and clean your room like I said. You can say it 25 times. Now maybe on the 26, 27, all right, I'm tired of hearing it. Let me go clean this shit up. I'm tired of hearing this nigga say it. But
Hmm.
I'm gonna tell you this.
the father of that child walks in the room and say it once. Get your ass upstairs and clean that room. They do it off of one say, because that's the person they're always around. They know they come from that. That's their bloodline. It's a different
Hmm.
type of influence when it's a family member. Like, if your cousin is telling you it, you'll take it more seriously. But a nigga on the street, you'll be like, that's cool and all. I'll catch you tomorrow, crackhead Joe. But your
Hey,
That's a
cousin tell
fact.
you,
I'll tell you this.
That's part of the leadership role. You feel me?
I'll
That's
tell you
part
this.
of the leadership role. When we talk about the streets, right? When we talk about the household, because you're definitely right about that. Because of course the dominance is different, the authority is different. But when we talk about the streets, when we step outside the household, parents don't matter outside the household.
big
You feel
fact.
me? Parents don't matter outside the household. So when you step outside off that porch, you feel me? Now you come to an individual like me in the street, you're right. You're like, yeah, you're right. You would want to listen to more of your brother, your cousin, especially if your brother, your cousin's out there playing in that same playground as you. You feel me? But if your brother and cousin are consumed by my leadership or anything like it. Just depends on how it all connects once you step outside those doors. You get what I'm saying? Because I might be a nigga that you seen around the block that has a lot of stain that I don't know that you might look up to me in a sense. You feel me? I don't know. You feel me?
Hey,
But my me telling you in a sense, you know, hey man, look, check this out, blase, blase, yada, yada, yada. You never know. You get what I'm saying? Where to go. That's what I mean by like you just never know when you're when you actually apply some pressure to the youth. You know what I mean? Because I
many are called,
Good
but a
point.
few are chosen, right? Many are called, but a few are chosen, right? Maybe a lot of people don't agree with it, but I find truth in there. And if you are meant to do something, trust me, like it's gonna keep coming around to you. Even if you ignore that door and you go to this door, that door will come back around to you sometime in the future to a certain point. You might keep bypassing that door where you skip it, but then there's gonna be a new door now, and you might find it, and then you go through that door, which is the right direction. But guess what? That right direction that was naturally supposed to be the right direction for you, it might not be anymore because you ignored the last door 10 years ago. So it's kind of like to say what's supposed to happen will happen, but if you're not choosing the right lanes in your life, it's not going to go that direction. So you're good for keep tapping in their head and all that. But as we said, and at the end of the day, I've been tapped in my head so many times where I was ignorant, where I didn't listen to people in my teenage years. But then later on, you know what? I look back and I appreciate them because their word that they told me came in handy 20 years down the line.
Yep.
So it's kind of like to say where you're supposed to be, you'll eventually get there if you keep going through the right doors. Like the shit will keep coming around to you, no matter how much
Hey,
you ignore it.
hey, just to add another tool to that, you know what it is too. A lot of the time, um, older people do not know how to try to relate to the youth, or they don't try to learn the youth or the person that they're talking to. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just a narrative that someone that's older might carry instead of asking what you into, man, what kind of stuff you like, what kind of music you listen to, who's your favorite rapper, who's your favorite basketball player, and and try to find something narrow or meet them on a mutual road to open up to learn them, so also you can put them on game. And then another thing, like relating, like bro, like how I do it, I dress a certain way or I do certain things that grab their attention, and they'll notice like, damn, this dude's still cool. Then they'll be like, hey man, why do you have that certain necklace, bro? I noticed you got a big ass stone. And I tell them like, yeah, bro, this is the kind of shit you need to get into. This is an amethyst stone, whoop whoop whoop. And now I'm teaching them some shit they didn't even know about, but I'm making it look cool in the way they like, in some fashion type way. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to relate to them instead of just, hey man, this what you need to do. This how you should do it. Sometimes you gotta, hey man, I see what you like. Let me show you some cool shit. And then when you show them some cool shit, it can open up a whole type of information or knowledge type conversation and make them think different and elevate itself. So
Facts.
a lot of the time it be just relating to them and learning what they like, man.
see because you're right. Look, my cousin, he now don't get me wrong. We grew up on the same type of music. You feel what I'm saying? But see me like I evolve with change. Like what I mean, I adapt. I'm up to date. Like That's just that's just me. Him, he still likes the older music. You feel what I'm saying that we used to listen to or whatever it may be, and that's fine. I could listen to it with him, but then, I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I want to listen to a different song or a different type of, what I mean, like a up to date type of song or whatever the case may be. And you can see he just gets out of tuned. Like what I mean, he's not with it. He's not relating anymore. We're not musically relating anymore because he's like, I'm not. Wait, he want to go back to listen to Diplomats. I'm like, bro, you know, you kind of like, but that shows when we do go out sometimes, and when certain niggas that's younger than us are acting a certain way, I'm looking at him like, bro, you don't remember? Like I'm looking at him like, nigga, you don't remember? Like you can't go down memory lane for a second, nigga.
Hey,
You get what I'm
excuse
saying?
me, brothers. Y'all have a good night. I just wanted to say much love, much respect to all y'all brothers. Have a good
Peace
night.
and love, bro.
I,
Yeah, good
I
night, my
got you.
brother.
I got your subscription, so I hopefully I'll get your notifications when you come on, my brother. Come support you.
Much love, bro. Take care of yourself.
Much love,
Yeah,
everybody. Peace. Have a good night.
yeah. Good night, brother. And then Kirk knocked out.
Kirk and his dreams fighting spiritual wars.
You hear me? Look at him. That boy done hit the snooze button. Yeah, y'all boys, man. Yeah, real talk, man. Nigga, I read like it's crazy. Right now, I can call somebody right now. He's fucking 21 years old. You feel me? But when like the only way you'll know he's 21 is by his voice. You could tell in his voice it hasn't, you know what I mean? Developed. But other than that, the way we talk, you'll be like, yo, it's crazy. You feel me? We having conversations like this right here. You know what I mean? Like what we having right now. So, I keep him close. I keep him close because it's like it's like when he's already have when you see that certain spec already there, you know what I mean? It's easier to kind of develop it or, keep it on the right path, especially knowing where he lives at. You feel me? And knowing where he's from and his background and coming where he's come from. I'm like, yo, you already have this type of knowledge, this 4C, you know, he just can't feel it yet. I done felt it already though. You get what I'm saying? I done felt it already though. So I'm like, okay, he gonna have to walk his path. He's gonna have to take his bumps. But I'm gonna keep applying. I'm gonna keep
Yeah,
keep him here and keep
and that's
showing
why
him.
you around, cause you there to basically put him on the right track. Like me, I never had, not even once, the guidance, the person to actually be there every single day, like you said, punching the shit in my ear, like fucking do this, like you need to do this. Stop. Why you keep doing this dumb shit? Like you said, once you walk out the door, the family is off the line. Your family is the block, and it's
What it
Yeah,
like
is, man. What it is, man. They need to hear it from more than one person. It needs to be a collective of people to let them know it's more serious.
facts.
So it's
I
like
agree.
definitely that too.
one person
Definitely.
can't do it because it'll be like, okay, that's just him. But when they see like a good 10 people in their life like coming to them, it's gonna be like come to a point where they gonna might say like, you know what? And at that point, it won't even matter about what makes them look at it like it's cool because he has some jewelry or his gear or his fashion looks proper. So I'm gonna listen to him. It's like enough older G's are coming to you where it's gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna take in that advice.
And that go back to what Cuzzo was saying about it being a different time, because
Yeah.
back in the day, you can come to the hood with no jewelry, no money, no nice car, and be able to get a crowd of people to listen to you and hear what you have to say in order to help them out and to see them do
Mm-hmm.
better. In this day and age, with all the social media and the internet shit and the
You
glorious
hear me?
lifestyle, if you pull up to the hood without no jewelry or a nice car or a nice
Yeah.
girl or some
Yeah.
Jordans
Yep.
or a
Yep. That's what I
certain,
was
it's
saying.
basically an image. If you don't come
Right.
with a certain image, then anything you say is in one ear and out the other, because they don't see it. They don't.
Yep.
They want to see you looking like something so they can be influenced by that. Oh, he
Yep.
got two
And
chains on. Oh, he got the
and
diamond in his ear. Okay, he
and
got some
that's
shit to say.
this the thing will be, you can do it your way. Like it ain't gotta be like the normal hip hop bullshit you see on TV. It just be your
Fact.
swag, bro. Your swag just
Mm-hmm.
hit them a certain way, like you said, an image. And when that swag hit them, they be like, "Damn, there's something about this dude." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they gonna start asking you questions because they like, "Damn, this OG like he into what I'm into," and then he showing me shit, and I like the way He's showing me stuff by just the way he look.
Hey, I love what you just said. That's how me and the nigga I was just telling you about click. That's how me and bro click. You feel what I'm saying? And we've been locked in for a minute. You feel me? Like that's how me and
Yeah,
him click. Just like that, right there. Because just how I move. Like, you know what I mean? Like we related. You feel what I'm saying? We related on different and we different ages. We related and we different ages. But I have, as far as when it comes to life, of course, shit, I got 14 years ahead of him. So of course I got more knowledge than he does at this point. You get what I'm saying? When it comes to life. You know what I'm saying?
right.
But
And
Experience.
you still
Get,
resonate.
Cuzzo though. I kind of disagree with that though. I got into not an argument, but like a while back, I remember me and my aunt we opposed on this because I don't necessarily agree with that because there's a lot of wisdom I have more than people that's 60.
hmm
They just never experienced what I experienced even when they were my age or throughout their life. They never experienced certain things that I experienced. So I kind of agree with that. Just that's a perspective thing or different walks of
No,
life because
well, that's really a fact statistically. You feel me? Now, if you're one out of the statistic that actually has that, that wisdom, that knowledge, that growth, you feel me? And that's great. But
oh
statistically,
okay statistic okay that's
yeah,
different yeah.
statistically, if
But I wouldn't say
15
every
years,
single
remember, I
person,
was
not
15
everybody.
years old. I was 15 years old by the time he was born. So think about that one. You get what I'm saying?
I know,
I was already stealing bikes and already lost
but it's
my
just
virginity and all types of shit. You feel me? But
And
when he was
but
coming out,
this
when he was coming
it's
out.
just some people. It's just some people. I'm telling you, like I'm
hmm
pretty sure there's a lot more of that because I can even look at people I grew up around. They have way more experience than probably most people that's a senior citizen.
hmm
It's just if you talk to a lot of senior citizens and you know about their background, their life, what I mean, you can just see they just don't have certain experiences that we will go through where I came from. So it's kind of like it is a statistically thing, but it's like it's a lot more than just a few that have more experience at a younger age than most older people.
Well,
and
coming from where me and him coming from, I have way more knowledge than he does. You feel what I'm saying? And just knowing that he pays attention to what I'm saying as far as a different aspect. You feel me? And it's not and the way I give it to him is not like I'm telling him or teaching him. You get what I'm saying? It's
But
like
you
we're
know
having
what too?
it's like we're having normal conversations.
You know
You know what I
what
mean?
too?
yeah,
It could be
that's
because knowledge is such a general thing, right? So it could be also maybe you have more knowledge in him in this area or these areas, but there's something he probably knows more than you do at
yeah,
his age.
that's what I was about to say. 'Cause basically,
Because I already know, like, I already know, like, it's like if I have that with a lot of older people, I know that there's people way younger than me that have something that I don't
Okay,
have,
let me, let me explain this a little bit better. Let me explain this a little bit
But
better because
statistics, when you say
I don't
statistics, that
think
makes
I don't
sense
think I
though.
don't think I don't think you get what I'm saying. Okay, so let me explain it a little bit better. Okay, I have more wisdom than he does. You get what I'm saying? Like he might have tapped into certain other things. Everybody has tapped into certain other things that you may not have tapped into. But coming from where me and him come from, I know more. You get what I'm saying? Just that's the
basically,
statistical.
you're
right.
more advanced. Like where he's at in a beginner level as a rookie, you've become much of a veteran,
It,
or
Like he has no
it's like
felonies.
this.
Listen, he has no felonies. You feel me? He has no felonies. You feel me? And I say, hey, bro, thank God you don't. Please don't
yep,
get one. Let
yep.
me tell you how I talk to him. I say, bro, thank God you don't. Please don't get one, bro. Please don't, bro. I'm telling you. And I explain to him about mine. You feel what I'm saying? That type of shit I'm telling you about. Not like,
Right.
oh, he knows about engines. Yeah, he might know more about engines than I do. I'm not talking about that way. You feel me? I'm talking
It's
about
it,
as far
it's
as
like
leadership. As far as leadership out here.
right. There you go. That's what I
Yeah.
was gonna go. It's like
Now I'll
leader.
tell you know, I know somebody touched on it earlier where it's the thing. I kind of didn't want to disagree because I don't didn't know how to put it into words fully. I have to be able to put things into words before I can say, okay, I disagree with that.
Not, I don't fully agree with it all the way. Not with what you're saying, Cuzzo, but it's like I would say this. I've been through enough to know the best and the worst that life can offer, in the sense where I don't have to go through certain things to know how it feels. And just because somebody else did actually go through it doesn't necessarily mean statistically it would. But there's some people that's different where they've been through enough, just enough to know even more in that area, even though you actually did it. I believe that. That's how I
No,
am.
your disagreement's a fact. Your disagreement's actually a fact.
Because it's
Niggas not.
like
Yeah.
I don't have to kill two people to know how it feels, but you have somebody that killed more people than I did, but they don't necessarily. It's like their wisdom is not on the level of it than mine is. I was more tapped in or something like that, where I actually know it more in depth than they do, even though they did
Exactly.
this more than I did, or did it
Exactly.
and I didn't do it. But I've been true enough to
Exactly.
know it on a higher degree than he does.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, to me, like wisdom. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know, just because you're older or you have more experience or you actually did this and he never did it. I don't think it
Mm-hmm.
means that you have more wisdom in him, even in that area. 'Cause I know, but statistically, what you just said, statistically, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Statistically, so
Mm-hmm.
that's where you're right. But there's some people out there. Trust me, they don't have to do it to know more than you do in it.
Yeah, it's
Just
just
depends.
like,
It just depends on what field, bro. Because when
yeah.
you just said the killing, when you just said the killing shit, yeah, you have to
Or
do it to
even
know.
drugs, like,
You have to do it to
or
know.
even even drugs or robbery, just different things. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a better
Nah,
example, but
that's what I'm trying to tell you on the street thing. Nah, you would have to do it to know. I'm sorry. When you talking about the streets, I'm sorry, bro. You
Facts.
ain't no
Yeah,
way in hell you gonna have way more wisdom than I do if you ain't do no street play. I'm sorry.
or just like you said, life
they could have
though.
just been around it to the point where it was always around them, and they were always around more higher
Oh, so
I
people
see
than
your
you
point.
were,
I see your
so
point.
and
basically,
you never did it, but you were around
basically,
it so
ba-
much to the
so
point
look, so
where,
check this out. So check this out. So I still do have more wisdom because I did it. You just have knowledge
Exactly.
to it.
Exactly.
Yep.
See, the thing is, wisdom. That's why the whole conversation is brought up. That the older G's need to be speaking to the young ones, because at the end of the
see,
day, when hold on, Prophet, when they give them that wisdom, they
Mm-hmm.
is gonna enlighten them young cats quicker, bro. Like
Mm-hmm.
they gonna be like, oh shit, since OG told me this, boom, boom, boom. By the time they 20, they gonna be elevating quicker than the OG because he took all the wisdom he got from him. He skipped all the motherfucking classes. He just gave them the cheat code because I already went through it. I got the wisdom, bro. So by the time you
Mm-hmm.
20, you gonna be here. Because when I was 20, I was doing this dumb shit, but you ain't even gotta. You can skip that shit, bro, because I got the wisdom for you. Boom. So now they tap into something other that you didn't at 20. So now they doing shit that you didn't do at 20 because you gave them the
Yep.
wisdom of
That you
the
didn't do. Exactly.
experience.
That you
I still agree and disagree. I
okay.
still agree with what he said. Statistically, it's supposed to be like that, where if you actually did it, you're supposed to have more wisdom. Statistically. Well, I just know that there, I'm speaking for myself also. I know if I'm like this, I know there's people that it's kind of like to say robberies. It's like I did enough to know like the worst or that it could offer or the worst feelings or everything. But you have some people that did it more than I did, but they never experienced certain things to that, or
But
just being
but
around it. Like
but brother, you just said okay. But brother, you just said
you said,
you
it's knowledge,
listen,
right?
listen to me, listen, brother. You just said you did something and they did something. So that means you've done something, right? You've done something and they done something. But before it was they haven't done something. Now, if they had, now check this out. If they haven't done something, they're not going to have more wisdom than me about this street play. You feel me? They could have some knowledge to it, but not more wisdom. Now, if they have done something level one and I'm at level three, then maybe they still, okay, I can give them some wisdom factor because they played in it. You get what I'm saying? That's a difference. That's a big
Okay,
difference.
so wisdom basically means actually doing something then.
Wisdom
You
actually
have
means
to
actually
you
doing
have
it.
to take
I
losses to
think
take wins. That's wisdom.
I
You learn
I
from
think
losses, bro. You
wisdom.
learn from actual doings,
Wisdom,
bro.
wisdom,
Yep.
wisdom. Basically, from what we're saying right now, it
Knowledge is
means
knowledge. Knowledge, you can sit in front of I can sit in front of you and learn knowledge. Wisdom, you have to fail. You have to fail. You
Yeah.
have to
Yeah.
experience things, bro.
yeah, like you have to do
Knowledge
it. You have to
is
go through it yourself.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Knowledge. What
yeah.
you're saying, wisdom is.
Yeah, bro.
Like knowledge is
Okay.
you learning, and wisdom is you experiencing.
So if that's the case, then there's times where knowledge depend on perspective. There's times, hey, and keep it in mind, statistically, it's not like that. What I'm saying, statistically, it's
Hmm.
different. But
Okay.
in this case, what I'm going to say is knowledge will be more experienced than wisdom in that sense. But for statistically, no, wisdom is more of an experience thing factor than knowledge is. But what I'm saying, if you take what I'm saying into account, that would mean that there's people that have knowledge, but their knowledge is so knowledgeable where they exceed wisdom. You get what I'm saying?
I get exactly what you're saying. You're saying you're exceeding the actual feel
Of
of
actually
the
going through it
experience.
then, because
Yeah, the
you
experience.
don't have to do it to know how it feels or nothing, because you already know that already. You did enough to know how that feels, even though you never did it to their degree.
Yeah, but okay, you know what? I understand that. You know what? I actually understand exactly what you're saying to that. That's crazy. I do actually
And
understand that shit.
that's a spiritual
It's
Yeah,
sense of
that's
just
looking at
like
exactly.
things.
That's a spiritual thing. But look, check this out. That won't help. Listen, for certain people, I'm gonna say for certain people. I'm not saying
Certain
this for
people,
you,
right, right.
but I'm gonna say for certain people, that won't help them in the real world. Because what you're gonna do when you actually have to make a move when a gun's in front of you? You get what I'm saying? That
hey,
spiritual feel is not gonna help you.
Right.
You gotta know what
But
to
then
fucking do.
you have some people that know what to do right away without even going through it because they've been around that shit so
That's
much or
that's why I said that selective few. That's why I said that selective
right.
few, bro.
Well, I'm one of
But
those people. I'm one of those
but
I
people
was
where
for
it's
gonna
like I
say
don't have
I'm
to
one
do
of
things
them.
no more.
I was gonna say Prophet P. I'm one of those people because
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't have to
around my.
like
But this
experience it
is
no more.
why well y'all both right because I
Yeah,
was
Cuzzo's right
around
too. What are you saying?
I was around the people that was had the wisdom to tell me like, hey man, you see this gun right here? Shit, woo woo, tell me a story. Then they be like, hey, but you gotta be careful. You gotta know this and this and that. And then the third, to where it's like, all right, cool. I didn't have to go through my own story of a revolver being pulled out on me and having to learn how to use it because the nigga was trying to shoot me. It like, all right, I learned from his wisdom. So now that
Right.
knowledge, like you said, the knowledge of just listening and learning
Yeah.
gave me wisdom.
look, let me be
With
honest
a
with
certain
y'all. Let me
few,
be
their knowledge
okay
exceeded
for
their
me.
wisdom.
Let me tell you a true story. So um, for me, like I was like all my people, they infatuated with guns. You feel me? They showed me how to break it down, oil it up, put it back together, all types of shit.
Yeah.
But it's a different feel when you're actually at a like working, right? Working. I'm telling you an actual true story now, y'all. You're actually working and nigga run into your job, nigga, on robbery, gun to your face. You feel me? Ready, I'm talking about ready to kill you type shit. If you don't open up the safe and you not the manager, you don't have no safe keys. It's a different feel. You know what I'm saying?
big
Different what you
facts.
do.
Hey,
What
hey, you
you
know the
do.
key word you said? You know what the key word you said though that we was missing? Feeling.
You feel me?
So know what
Remember I
I'm
said
saying?
that. I
Oh,
said
oh
feel. It's a
shit,
different
oh
feel.
shit. King of
Remember,
Higher Self
it's
just
a
gave me an
different.
idea with what
You gotta
Cuzzo just said.
remember. You
Yeah.
gotta remember. If you
He
try to bring
said
knowledge, if you
Snap.
listen.
he
If you
said
try to
feeling,
bring
bro.
knowledge, if you try to bring
I
knowledge
got
into an
some.
experience without having at least an inch of an experience, it's a different feel, bro. I'm telling you.
But
But hey, but
hey,
I'm telling
Cuzzo,
you.
King of Higher Self just said feeling. Like
Mhm.
you have some people that will no matter how much they do something, they'll never get the proper wisdom because they didn't have feeling. Like there's some people that
Exactly.
actually just don't have a soul like that. They don't have
No,
a
no, no,
spirit
no.
like that.
And this, but that, yeah, that part, I didn't even think of it like that. But what I'm
Oh,
saying
okay,
is
okay.
when he said You can have the knowledge. You like, yeah, a situation like someone tell you a story when a gun got pulled on them, woo woo woo, and they teach you, hey man, that's what you need to do. It's a different feeling when you have to experience it and from knowing it. Because just because you know what to do and someone showed you it, now when the opportunity's there or the situation's there and you got to actually make that move of the knowledge, it's a whole different feeling when you
Exactly.
already been
Same.
through it.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
Exactly.
okay, I get you. It's a different feeling because I've been in that situation too where I had the knowledge of something. And then when it
Mhm.
came, I was like, damn, like, it's like
Exactly.
I'm
Okay,
still
for me
Exactly.
rookie
now, like from
at the
okay,
same time in a way, like,
ch-
damn, all right, I know what this is, but
all right.
shit, I gotta
For me
move
now,
through this shit.
I'll give
Exactly.
example with like how I would be, right? How I am with something that I never did before, but I already have. Okay, I won't say wisdom because we already broke that down. I'll say I had the knowledge on knowing how it's gonna, the outcome is gonna be, the aftermath, right? I'm a
Hmm.
person. I found myself actually playing out things. It happened to me, and I played. I went through with it, and I already knew the outcome, even though I never necessarily did it before. And then when it happened to me, I was saying to myself, "Damn, man, why didn't you just ignore it? You already knew this was gonna happen to you." So it's kind of like I don't know, like for me, I don't know. I guess there's a spiritual version of wisdom then, because I already knew this was gonna happen, how I was gonna feel, everything.
Well, you know what? I
And
would call that intuition. That's what I would call that.
but you're still going through the experience. It's kind of like I don't know how to say it. It still kind of tampers with wisdom and knowledge, even though wisdom
I
is
know one
experience doing
thing.
it. But you already
I,
knew what your outcome, the aftermath was going to be, and when you went through the aftermath, it was just how you knew it was going to be. And you like to say to yourself, "I didn't have to do this to like feel this shit. Now I'm going
Yeah,
through this shit
I would
now.
say
Like
that's
damn."
intuition, bro. I would that resonate with intuition to me.
But it's still a sense of wisdom in a sense. Because I don't think wisdom is just experience, in my opinion. I think it's more than that.
yo, hold on. Yo, Adrian. Yeah, this me, man. You know, I actually was just smoking a blunt. You hear me? I'm high as hell right now. You hear me? But I ain't tripping tonight. I ain't tripping tonight.
But I could be wrong. Yeah, you know what I mean. You could be right with what you're saying there. But I just feel like there's something there.
Nah,
I
look, look,
yeah.
check this out. You're actually not wrong, bro. Like I remember I said you're actually saying a fact because there are certain people that, you know what I mean, are I get what you're saying. Trust me, because
Just
I
advance.
there's
Just
younger there's
advance.
exactly. There's younger people that was in my circle that, you know, you couldn't tell that they were young for real. You get what I'm saying? Because we was all on the, you know what I mean, same page and shit. And stuff like that. So I understand exactly what you're saying, but when it's far, but those are selective few, bro. You know what I mean? It's not, you know,
You
You
get where I'm
as
call
coming
them
from.
old souls.
yeah,
Because
bro.
I don't have to like go into nature to know how it feels. Like say if I just say to myself, I'm gonna disconnect from the system, right? And just go live in nature like nature boy. Right? I'm gonna go out there and create my own civilization. I already know how it's going to be, depending on at what point I go through with it in my
But see,
life. I
those are
already know the
those are
outcome already,
different aspects,
even though I
pre.
never
Those
did
are
it already.
brother. Those are different aspects. See, what we were originally talking about was stepping, you know, coming outside, leadership. You know what I mean? And when it comes to certain things like that, like, you know,
Yeah, but it goes
statistics.
hand in hand. It's the same thing when I'm saying like you already know
It's
the
like the
outcome, the aftermath.
it's like this. It's like this. Let's put it this way, Prophet Pre. It's like Neo and Morpheus, right? When Neo first went into the Matrix, he didn't have no wisdom of what the fuck all that shit was. He was like, man, what the hell is this?
Well,
And
he's
Morpheus
a
had
bad
to.
example in a sense,
No,
though,
no,
King
no,
of
no,
Higher
no.
Self, because
Listen, listen,
he wasn't
listen.
Oh nah,
conscious when
that's
he.
a great
No,
nah.
listen, bro.
That's a
Listen to
That
where
was
I'm
great
actually a good
going, bro.
example. I see
example.
where he
Listen
was
to
going
He
where
with
was
it.
I'm
good, but
going.
at the
You gotta
same
let me
time,
finish. You gotta let me finish, bro. Just let me finish it.
Go ahead,
Neo
brother.
didn't not understand how to manipulate the Matrix, bro. And Morpheus was giving him the wisdom, like when they first did the fighting scene, and then when they first loaded up the guns, when he first put the little damn thing in his head, he didn't know none of that shit. But as time went on, Neo tapped into some other shit due to the wisdom Morpheus gave him, and he was tapping into shit none of them could tap into at that point. And he was
Mm-hmm.
like a rookie in a way, but it was like shit. This nigga done surpassed us because he tapped in, but
Mm-hmm.
he didn't have the wisdom at first to even do that, bro. So that's why it's like it's a leadership. I see what he's saying. It's like a
I hear what you're
leadership in
saying
a way.
too. I hear what you're saying too. But why I said like, and I was probably wrong to say it was a bad example because it was good, but at the same time it was kind of like nah, because he who was he before he even met those people? He was a dude that was lost. Like he wasn't a
That's
conscious
my
dude like that.
point. That's why I used him.
When you're starting
Because
from
he
conscious
didn't
already
have the
though.
wisdom. That's you
This
saying what I'm
might be a
saying.
this might be a bad okay, this might be a bad example, but it's actually a great example only because of what he did to him. But look at Michael Jackson's father. You feel me? Like, don't get me wrong now. It's a bad example because he beat him and stuff. But I mean, as far as like musically, like how he, you know what I mean, like taught him music and showed him, look, if you want to be great, I mean he lost a lot doing it, but as far as talent, as far as music, as far as what he built, that came on wisdom. His dad did music. You get what I'm saying? That was just
Hmm.
carried down. And Michael Jackson tapped into something and something that his father couldn't and got way more advanced than him. But
Hmm.
he gave him the leadership. He gave him that, okay, if you want to make it, if you want to be successful, hey, you're gonna be bigger than me then. You get what I'm saying? And you know,
Mr.
and that
Miyagi
was his
with
way of
Karate
doing it.
Kid. And so you always gotta have that leader, bro. That's where that wisdom is. Wisdom is like the
Exactly.
leadership.
And each of those people that we just named went through it. They didn't just, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They
and
didn't just
and
go
and
ahead.
that's like cause y'all both have a point. Like I could prove both of y'all point like easily, but it's like y'all got so much of a point. It is a debate, but it's not really a debate because y'all making the
Hmm.
same point just in
Exactly.
different ways of answering it. Because like he said with the Matrix example, when Morpheus was in the karate scene with Neo, and he said, I don't know jujitsu or whatever, and they loaded it up into him, so now he knows it. But he kept he couldn't hit Morpheus, and Morpheus told him
Hmm.
stop trying to hit me and hit me. So
Hmm.
at that point he had to know, like, oh, I can hit this nigga. Like, I know I keep missing, but you know what? I know all of this jujitsu shit now. So now I'm wise
Right.
enough to know how to move and which way to do it. Like Cuzzo, you said it get to a certain point where you gotta have the experience. And I agree, but you gotta think, cause kids that go to college, they learn, or like say kids go to college to be an entrepreneur, have his own business or whatever. He has to learn throughout all of those years, learn. So then once he gets that certificate and he can open up his business and something negative does happen or something happens to the company, he already learned it through his courses in college. So now he isn't wise enough because he doesn't have the experience, but he knows, like, oh, they taught me this back then. Man, just do this. Hey, pay him this little 5,000. Tell him to shut up. Get on. Boom. But the thing is, just like what Pre was saying, like you can only cause it's like Cuzzo got a point too, cause you can only learn so much until you got to experience. Like you can only just keep learning and figuring out shit and hearing shit and being influenced until it's time to actually apply the action.
Cause how do you
Until
know if it's true if you don't experience or if you don't do it?
Hey, I tell you, okay, I'll tell you something right here. I give a good example, right? Uh, all right. Now, this dude been through more gunplay than I did, right, in my past, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he has more experience with a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But I have as much, let's say, knowledge, right, instead of wisdom, right? to the point that when I actually go through with the wisdom to experience, I end up using that gun better than he ever did, no matter how much years of practice he got.
Mm-hmm.
That I just use it better because I always had it in me. I already know what it is already. I operate it better, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like to say I always kind of had more. Okay, this goes back to saying knowledge can override wisdom in a sense. Because me picking up something for the first time now, and he been doing it all his life. When I pick it up, I'm just better than him off the back. Like I always knew how to do this shit. Just an example of to say that I don't have to experience wisdom to have wisdom, like or go through the experience to have the wisdom. It's not statistically like Cuzzo said. Statistically, that is invalid. But you have some people that's advanced that if they pick up something for the first time, they already knew what it was.
Yeah, it just depends on what you playing with, bro. If you know, if we talk, if we talking about what we
Or you
was
can say
originally talking
drugs, or you
about,
can
when
you
we
can
go
go into
back to what
different
we was
things.
originally, if we was going back to what we originally, what the original setup was about, you feel me? Then, yeah, you gotta actually experience those certain things that we were talking about earlier. That started in Chicago. Now, if we're talking about other things like what you just said, that's different. You get what I'm saying? Some people can tap into certain other things like that earlier than others. You feel me? Like there's people that are,
I feel
you
like it
know,
could be with
like look,
anything though, Cuzzo, with certain people.
there's younger people right now. Look, there's younger people right now that could tell me way more about a computer right now than I could tell them. Real shit. I ain't gonna front. And I've seen the
I'm
computer
talking
before
about
they was even, and I've seen the computer before they was even born. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? So
uh,
I understand that. I understand exactly what you're saying. But if we're talking about what we was originally talking about,
the streets.
you you have to you really have to go. You gotta know when we talk about these all robberies and
See,
all
Hey,
this other, you got to
I think differently with that because
but
like I
experience
see
that,
it.
bro.
It's
if
just
you
like
want to really,
walking, bro.
if
What
you
do you
really,
mean you think differently? Okay, think about this, bro. What you gonna tell Big Meech?
With how much
Exactly.
money you making and all that.
No, it's not about not about money. We talking about, you
the
said
Like the
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 hustle you
drug
talking
knowledge.
hit.
about.
We talking
I can
about
do.
the
I could probably do what he did, but it depends on perspective or who you are too. Because like some
but
people don't have as much
you
feelings.
can't just do what he did just based off knowledge alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
No, you can't. You
basically,
can't. But I'm pretty sure I could if I didn't give a
You said
fuck
you
about
can.
life anymore.
You said you can. Who said that you can do what you did off based off knowledge alone? Because if I'm correct, which I think I am, his brother's the one who taught him the game and showed it to him.
I'll say you get caught. Say you're a certain person, you get taught the game too. You could probably do more than he did, depending on who
hey,
you
but
are.
you want to know what? His brother. His brother didn't get caught though, did he?
His brother got caught only because of, matter of fact, to be honest with you, his brother taught him the game, and his brother's the one that they got caught. Everybody thinks Big Meech is the reason why they got caught because of all the flossing and the flashing, which would eventually got them caught, yes, but that wasn't the reason that got him caught.
It was his
What got him
brother.
caught was his brother because the wiretaps. He
Yeah,
was
I was
See,
gonna
talking
say
on
it's
the
the
phone.
phone
now
call. I
that
was just gonna
now
say it's the
that goes
phone.
back to like, cause knowledge and wisdom. This is what I was trying to say like a little minute ago, but it had slipped my mind.
Hmm.
Like, if y'all both want to just be honest and technical, you will
Hmm.
get the same result just in a
Yeah, it's
different
hand in hand.
variation. It'll be in a different variation, but the same result. So you can be
Yeah.
knowledgeable of I can get arrested by the cops. I know if I do this, I'm going to get arrested. Or you can be wise enough to know, okay, I experienced this before and I know this is going to lead to me being arrested. So if, for example, pre
Okay, that was a great example.
no, like this would be a better example. Like say if pre like
Cause you said like bringing it back to your point, like the street shit. So I'm gonna try to take it
Hmm.
there, not all the way there, but like as an example, like say he goes to the gun range and get his gun license. Now, Cuzzo, you don't,
Hmm.
but y'all both do realize that if y'all were on the same street shooting at the same target, y'all both will hit your target, but just in a different variation. Because Pre has knowledge of how to handle the gun, but you have wisdom of shooting the gun.
Exactly.
That's
See,
Yo,
there we
basically
bro,
go. There we go.
bro,
Okay.
hey, yo, hold on. That was a great example
Great
because
example right
look,
there.
that brought me to an actual real situation, bro. And this go because it goes hand in hand. You're right, it goes hand in hand. But see, that's what I mean by the leadership. You can have the knowledge, but this is where the leadership comes into play, where wisdom is a key for leadership. Period. Let me tell you why. This is a real situation. Now, there was somebody younger, right? He knows that he knows that he'll do 10 years for armed robbery, right? He knows that. He know he'll do 10 years for armed robbery. I know. I'm trying to tell him. We have a real conversation. I'm like, bro, you hit that fucking gas station, bro. You're gonna do 10, 15 years for what? $400, bro? Come on, bro. Ain't no money in that. If you're gonna do some shit, get some money, bro. Like you know what I mean? He like, man, I know I'm gonna get 10, 15 years for that. Da, da, da. He's knowledgeable about that, right? But I been locked up before. He hasn't. Okay, this is where wisdom come into play. Okay, yeah, you know you're gonna get
But
10, 15 years.
doesn't mean that he doesn't
But
know. He might handle it
but
better than you do, even with all the wisdom you have of actually going
but
through it all
he
the
may
time.
but see, that's the thing. You don't want him to handle it at all. You feel me? You're trying to
fact.
you're trying to make sure he
You wouldn't
doesn't
trust
go
it. You
handle
wouldn't
that.
trust
You
it.
get what I'm saying? We're trying to make no. I'm no. It's not that I don't trust it. I don't. Yeah, I don't trust. I don't trust the system. That's what I don't trust, and I don't want him to go there. So that's where I'm like, okay, I'm trying to tell him, regardless if you do it better than me or not, I don't want him in a fucking cage. You feel me? So just
Fact.
because you know 10, just because you know you'll go to jail for 10, 15 years, I already got the feel of that. You don't. You get what I'm
That
saying?
you don't know
So
that though. That's what I'm saying, Cuzzo.
bro, he's
I don't
never been
agree
to
with that.
jail. He's never been to jail. So how is he going to
But it
actually
does.
have the feel of it? I
Right.
Yeah,
think
but
you're
That's why I
missing the
said the
point.
it goes
feel.
back to what I
That's
was
why I
saying
said the
before, though.
feeling is important though.
Yeah, but it goes back
But,
to what I was saying before. It's like you could have went through enough to know what it is to be locked up,
Facts.
and then when you
Facts.
actually get locked up, you actually be like, "This is the same shit I knew was gonna happen to me." Nothing.
Solitary
See,
nah,
it's
confinement.
dog. Nah,
nah,
dog.
That
man.
don't
Like,
Nah, bro.
knowing is
Nah,
not
bro.
feeling, bro.
yeah,
Nah,
but you
bro.
actually nah.
Hell
See,
nah,
I
bro.
disagree with
Didn't
that. I
feel
disagree
it.
with that.
Bro,
Okay,
you
Cuzzo's
you
right in the in the
cannot
in the sense of
feel a jail
statistics.
cell in your living room, right? Do you feel a jail cell in your living room right now,
It don't
bro?
have to be living room, Cuzzo. It could be other
No,
things in
bro.
people's lives, man.
No. Real talk, bro.
I've been locked up, right? And when
Because
I
I'm
was locked up,
comfortable as fuck right now in my room. I don't feel no
when
damn
okay,
jail cell in my damn
I
room.
feel you
It's
on
two
that one.
different feels, bro. I'm
see,
telling you, bro.
nah, you see that okay, it takes a very spiritual person to understand that. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm,
It's
I'm
like
not
there's some
saying I
people
don't
that's different.
understand you. I'm not saying I don't understand you. I can't feel you on that though. You get what I'm saying?
I know.
Because
it takes a
because
real different person to
bro,
understand that.
bro,
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Cuzzo he just up the ante on that. Like, cause like, look, just logical. You can put yourself in solitary confinement at home. I've done it. Not just quarantine, but like actually putting
Right. That's
yourself
like
in a room and
it's
not.
a sense, in a sense. I get what
I
you're
get
saying,
what you're
Will
talking
B.
about. You're
I get what
talking
you're
But
about
you
a
saying.
can,
mental versus
but
a
you can,
physical thing.
but you
You're talking about a mental versus a
I get what
physical
you're
thing.
saying, Will B.
you
It's
But
can,
kind of
you're
like there's
missing my
different ways
point.
where
You
you
talk.
could know what it is. And it's
I
like,
think you're missing
Man,
my
pre,
point
you
though,
ain't
Pre.
gonna be able to feel that shit,
Because you
bro.
have never been to
facts.
jail.
You
I
ain't
don't
gonna
care how
feel it.
mental you are, bro. If you've never been to jail, I don't care how mental you are, bro. I'm telling you, it's a
but
Yeah.
different
okay,
feel.
okay.
Yep.
Before I went to jail, I knew how it felt already. Before I even went there, when I went there, it felt just like how I knew it was. This is like, okay, this is what it is. So
But
it's
you
kind of like to say I
felt
didn't
it.
have to
It's
go
You
through to
but
know
felt
how it
it.
it's
feels.
a difference
You
though,
felt
pre,
it to get
because
that confirmation.
before
You
you
guys are
went,
not understanding what I'm saying, bro. It's like it doesn't. You don't have to go through something to know how it feels.
I get you. I think I ain't
And
gonna
that's
I
lie.
just
know. I
facts. In
What?
statistic, like Cuzzo said, statistically, no, that's not a fact. That's not the point. Statistically, it's not going to be like that because most people don't have
So
that.
you don't have to fall off your bike to know how it feels?
No, I don't. I don't have to actually get shot in a certain area to know how it feels. That's what I'm trying to show you. I don't have to go through things. I've been
No,
through
okay,
enough already. It's
yeah,
just simple.
bro.
I don't know how people can
That's
understand
some
that.
that's some we on some. See, now we're talking about now we're doing a spiritual versus reality type of thing. So it's a
right.
different,
It
yeah.
just takes
Yeah, yeah.
certain.
Now we're on a whole different boat, on a whole different scale.
It's
So
just certain people. It's just like, and then most of the population will never understand this. But it's like I just have that into. I just know it. As you guys said, it's intuition first. But I just feel like it ties in with
Intuition
wisdom.
is no. This is how I look at it, bro. I'm gonna make it simple as I can. You got two sides of your brain, right? So let's say one is knowledge, one is wisdom. Intuition will be the middle point.
But can you guys understand now? When I just
So
said that,
no.
I don't have
So
to go through it to know how it
well
do
feels.
you get
now
what I
since
just said with the
so
intuition?
what you say,
That's
bro? Say
what
again.
I'm saying is with the intuition being in the middle.
Hmm.
That's where Prophet Pre is kind of going with it because he's saying he will know how something feels because of the knowledge. And then once you experience it, you be like, see, now I'm feeling what I already know. So it's like you know what
Exactly.
you feel, then feel what you know. But that's like the middle point, which would be, like I said, I think intuition is more of that middle point.
It's like,
So so for you to experience it is this confirmation of your intuition.
yeah, and I hear you, hey, Cuzzo, I understand
It's
where you guys are coming
bro.
from too. I understand that, but
Yeah.
it's like you have to understand there's some people that's a little bit different where they don't have to, let's say, go through
No,
things to know it because they already know
that's
life too
not a
well, bro.
now I understand, Pre. That's not a difference. We're not talking about a difference now. Now I understand. We're talking about a spiritual versus reality type of thing. You feel me?
Right.
That's not nothing different. I know a lot of spiritual people. See, I didn't know I thought we were talking about reality the whole time. Okay, so now we're talking about something different, brother. You feel what I'm saying? Because if we're talking about reality, none of that applies. What you're saying to me. You feel me? Now spiritually, okay, I get where you're going with this. You get what I'm saying? Mentally, yeah, we're gonna just talk about the mind and all that. Okay, I understand exactly what you're saying now, like to the T, like honestly. But
Because even if it's
but where it
spiritual,
started, but
All
where it started, like I don't know where it started. It was like,
It
yeah,
was real
hell,
earthly
I still
plane. I know what
feel
you're
like
saying.
yeah,
I
We
still
was
it
cause
was,
earthly
like
with it. It
what
wasn't
King
yeah,
so spiritual.
like
Go
exactly.
go ahead, Will B.
like what King of Higher Self was saying, like, cause I get what you saying, pray about like you don't have to experience it to know what the feeling is, but I'm just cause like I'm still like agreeing with both of y'all. Like I said, you get the same result regardless of who you agree with. But
Yeah, I agreed with him too. Remember, I told him at the beginning I agreed with him,
yeah,
but I didn't.
I
That's
just
why I
I just
think
didn't
that's why we talked about it so long because I didn't see that he was more balanced on the
yeah.
spiritual side of it. You get what I'm saying? How the conversation started off, it was more like grounded, more in front of us. You know what I mean? And that's what I was based on until I see where he's going with it now. You feel me? But either way, it's still all connected, knowledge and wisdom, all that. That's why I said wisdom,
but
knowledge, understanding. You
I
feel me? All
I,
of that is in one. All of that is in one.
I
Mm-hmm.
still feel like though, cause like you said, that's all in one. But to get that
Hmm.
understanding, that
Hmm.
comes after the knowledge and wisdom. So like,
Exactly.
so basically, I feel what Pre is saying, but I still have like my side of me that still can't like process how he's going about it, thinking about it, because I get the spiritual part of you get
Hmm.
it's you can know it without feeling it and be
And when you
Hmm.
knowledgeable.
feel it, it's like you already knew this shit. It's like,
But
what the
it's
hell did
like,
I?
but it's like I was trying to say, like with the room example, you can put yourself in a room, lock yourself in there, and put yourself in handcuffs, and resonate with your spirit and be like, this is what solitary confinement is. This is what it means to not being able to have freedom to go nowhere. I know what jail is, and this is what it is. So when I go, I'll be prepared for it. But you still, in the back of your mind and in your heart, know that when you want to walk out that room, you can get on your 2 feet and walk out that room. That's a experience for that moment. All right, boom, I'm in solitary confinement, but I'm not about to do this for 24 hours. I'm not about to do this for 7 days a week. I'm just doing this to see and figure out so I can know. All right, I know it now. Let me walk out the room. In jail, you don't walk out.
This
You,
what I'm saying, bro. It's a different. And then think about this. Look,
Now will
listen,
be now.
listen.
Like
You can
some
be
people
in
didn't have to do that.
solitary. You could be in solitary confinement in your room, right? But if your children still call for you, right? You can still come
yep,
out the room and say, see what's going on with your kids. You can't do that in jail.
yep.
See,
You can touch them
mentally,
and all
you in jail. Like, what do you like? I mean, I understand you can, but it's a different feel when you can't see your kids. Period. It's like
behind
that.
a glass.
Bro, it's a different feel. That's all I'm saying. Like when we talk about that aspect, I get what you're saying spiritually, and mentally. I understand, but
It's
it's a
just
different
basically just
feel, dog.
saying you know how it is before it happens. That's it. That's
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. You know you're gonna lose this. You know you're gonna lose that. You
But
know
you
what I
know
mean.
how
But
it feels. You know the actual feeling. You know the sceneries and stuff. Like for me, I can know everything like
Yeah,
before it happens.
preparation.
mhm.
I just have that thing where it's like I don't have to do this to know how it feels, even if I never did it before, because I did enough to know like it. A lot of things just tie into each other. Where it's like we're actually going through this. Like I've been through this before, but you never really did. But it's like you know it so well already because you did so much before. It's kind of like it's hard to explain, but you know what I mean. I have that
No, no, I
intuition.
I
get
think
you.
that
I
doesn't
get you.
apply to everything though.
Yeah, it
I just
doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't
cause
because if
let's
you
put it
go ahead,
this
brother.
way. Like when I I'm gonna go a
I'm sorry,
little
brother. Go ahead.
different with it. No, you cool. Like when I was a virgin, I knew what it was gonna be like to have sex, but when I had sex, shit, it was way different. Like the
Exactly.
feeling you got, you already kind of anticipate, like, yeah, then
That's a
once
great
it go
example.
down, this how it's gonna be. But man, when actually felt what it was like to be in some pussy, I said,
So
oh,
that's a great
wait a
example.
minute, this is
Nick
like, wait
free.
a minute. You know what I mean? So there's certain things that you don't really know. You could just kind of visualize it or like know what. Like that's what we were saying with Valid Truths on here. You can't really have expectations. So that's why you don't know the feeling all the time because you can't expect anything, man, in this life. But yeah,
It's an awesome
that was just
example.
one. Yeah, that was just one that came to mind. Like
Nigga
shit.
free. That nigga free. That's a good
I
example.
like that example. You know, it's an awesome example, and I can come back that too. King High yourself.
Yeah, because I thought I knew when I was a virgin. I swore I knew. I was like, man, I know it's finna, man.
Okay,
Shit, I felt
like
that shit. I said, okay, wait a minute. I got to think about life.
for some
Nah,
people, there was times where when they jacked off, it felt better than the actual sex.
And that part
for
too.
some people,
So
you're
now,
right.
we're going to that now. Let's just say for those people, you would have to say, did you know how I was gonna feel when
Hey,
you're
I
jacking
don't.
off before you had
But that be the people that can't get no ass though. They just looking for ass.
So when you finally had
Oh
sex,
shit.
the experience was the same. It's like, oh
Oh
shit,
shit.
like it felt better. It jacked off.
Y'all,
Oh
I'm
fuck.
just saying though. It's just certain things. Like
Them
yeah,
OnlyFans subscribers, you know them.
Yeah.
that was a great little.
No, it's awesome, man, because we're differentiating the knowledge and wisdom, and this is an awesome conversation, man. A lot of
Yeah,
people get it intertwined,
yeah.
and this was good, man. I think this should be triggers knowledge versus wisdom.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, that'd be
facts,
dope.
Yeah. Triggers eight knowledge versus wisdom.
big facts. That
Solutions
because you know
solutions to
what?
jacking off.
I forgot who said this, but one of y'all said it when it was like it go hand in hand. You feel me? That it does actually
Yeah.
go hand in hand though. You know what I mean? And in the long run, you know, you still need both. You know, you still need
Cause
both. It's
right.
it's just a certain way, you know, people would consume things. Like it's like you can know something that I mean, you can know something that's great. Now, when you're teaching it to somebody else, if you don't know the failure of the knowledge that you're teaching to the other person, then you
Right.
just you get what I'm saying? You just really kind of put the person on, but you set them up for failure as well without telling them what would happen if it doesn't go right.
And Cuzzo, and that's what I was gonna build with when I was saying intuition is kind of that middle point, because like like how Prophet Pre be like, you know how it feels, and then when you go through it, you be like, man, I knew it was gonna feel like this. You really don't get to experience that until you do something that you felt that you knew already. So you still
Hmm.
have to have that wisdom to even get to that point of knowing what it's like to have intuition, to where you know it before you do it. You have to experience what it was like to know what you felt, but then felt it first. You get what I'm saying?
Nah,
And
big facts because there's some dudes that there's a nigga that might have been scamming, right? But he's never went to prison right behind the scamming. He's just been scamming. He been winning. He never took no losses from it, right? Now I'd rather get advice from the nigga who actually was scamming, went to prison for it for 2 3 years, came back
mm,
out, and now he got
mm,
some new game. Like, look, hold on, my nigga, we ain't doing it like that. You feel me? That's what
All
got me up. I gotta hold on. Not
right.
better way of doing this where we in. You get what I'm saying? It's like I'd rather take that advice versus the nigga who's just out here like, oh
Because you'll
shit, nigga,
know
I ain't
what
got
to
caught
look
yet.
out
I ain't
for.
got caught yet.
That's what's
and
gonna create
that's
that intuition, because you know what to look out for because of the wisdom.
Yeah.
that's the perfect like like lucid dreamer said it perfectly in the chat. Like some things I'm personally gonna sit back and listen to, the ones with the hands-on experience to get insight, and that is basically literally the sum of like what I was saying about like Cuzzo and the 21-year-olds. Like, see, Cuzzo, you're wise and he's knowledgeable. See,
Mm-hmm.
y'all it's called steel sharpens steel. So you're like, cause you said when you was 15, he was being born, and that is true. But you still have to look at it in the aspect of if you didn't meet him, you wouldn't be sharpening up your skills. He's teaching
That's
you
true.
how to sharpen up on your wisdom, and you're teaching him how to sharpen up on his knowledge. Like
That's
like earlier, Leonardo said he had his 4-year old that keeps him happy, and that would be a prime great example. It would be a grandparent and the grandbaby. So the grandparent can teach the grandbaby how to live life, what is right and wrong, how to become stable, and the baby can teach the grandparent how to have fun again, how to enjoy and live life, what is life and what it was to them as a child, what made them lose that feeling of, man, I love life. And it's a yin and yang. It's them sharpening up each other's skills. The baby is making the grandparent happy and bringing them back to life, making them feel younger. The grandparent is dropping all this wisdom on the baby that when the baby turns 14, they're damn near ready to go to college.
mm, some real shit.
Like, man, for me, I don't know, man. For me, it's like that with almost everything. Like, I don't know what it is. I just got this thing where it's like, right, I just know how things feel already.
Me
You
too.
know, I don't have to get married to know what it is. Even when I'm with a woman, like before I even engage with her, if I get enough of my intuition or from a little bit of a talk with her or whatever, I already know what it is when I start dealing with her. It's just up to me now to progress in the positive part of that relationship. But it's like I already know what it is. If I don't, if I do, it's like I already know. It's like it kind of ruins my life in a sense with feeling excited. I never get excited anymore because I know how too much things feel already, and it actually
plays out. Sometimes I even test myself out in the past where I said to myself, okay, I'm gonna go through this just to see if it's actually how it feels. And I fuck myself over where it's like a disappointment, where it's like, damn, I didn't have to do that because this is the same shit I knew already,
Hey,
all
but
the time.
it's like you have to
Yeah.
cause like what you said, it reminded me so much of myself. Cause I literally, that's why I could resonate with you on the field part. Cause like no lie, right hand to God. Like it's been times where I walked in a room and I felt, oh yeah, this shit about to get shot up. Let me leave. It gets shot up. I didn't walk in the room and be like, oh man, I feel like they about to start arguing. I don't know what it's for, but I know these two, they about to argue. They start arguing.
Yeah,
I didn't
Now
walk in the store.
I know
Like yeah,
who
you
I've
would
could
been
be
through
to
that.
argue. That's the
you
thing with
like
me
you could
now. I know
feel it.
who's gonna
It's
argue,
that
man. But the
energy.
outcome,
But that's
I already
but
know.
my oh
But
my
y'all have
but
to
see
get to some
I don't know.
wisdom
I
to
gotta
get there, though.
yeah, I was about that. See, I gotta tap into that little part right there all the way. That's why I'm listening. I gotta see because I understand it, but I gotta tap into that. I need that. You gotta teach me that, Pre, because my thing is, I've like you. I feel like you had to have already seen that or felt that in a
In
way
other
if you
forms,
know
in
Exactly.
other
a
forms, to
fight
know
He
was
how that
about to
did,
form
pop
right,
off.
in
feels.
other forms. He said it. That's what
In
I'm
other
saying. At the
forms, to
end
know
of the
how that
day,
form feels. Right? It's kind of like
I
they all
think think
intertwine with each other.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. At the end of the day, this is why I do agree with Cuzzo. At the end of the day,
Exactly.
you
I agree with
had
him
to
too. But
experience. You had to experience what it was like to know how it was gonna feel, and you felt it after you experienced it. It's like, damn, I knew I was gonna feel like this. You had to experience that at least once to gain intuition. Because then you'll be
Be-
like, okay, now I know when I feel this way, that means I have intuition of knowing what it's going to feel like. But it's because I already experienced it.
now, you
Yeah,
see
because I
now,
actually
King
agree with
Herself.
y'all. Because I actually agree with y'all. Because it's like when I come into a room, I know, like you could feel that there was an argument before I even came there. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like I walked into the room, I'm
It's
like,
because of
damn, everybody
other
quiet.
things you
Yeah, man.
already been through. It
How
don't
I
have
can
to
break
be.
Exactly.
this
It don't
down
have
to
to
a
be the
point where I'll
specific
say that
thing.
it's a whole different conversation, even though it's the same conversation. The same. You see the duality in everything. Everything is a duality. You see what I'm saying? It's like I already know even what higher self is going to say. Like it's not, it's not it's deeper than that. Like I keep breaking it down more. It's kind of like I for example, I can break my pinky finger or my index finger, and you have an idea of pain, even though you knew kind of how it felt, maybe because of other situations that didn't have to do with your index or pinky finger, and it felt this. You already knew the feeling, and it actually felt like that when you broke it. I'm deep where I already know the pains of depending on what part of it I break, which area in the pinky I break, or how did I break it? If it bended back, or did the bone snap off, or did you lose your finger? I just know the feeling already, and I'm so sure that because of my other experiences where it keep happening numerous times, how it's going to feel, and if it does happen, it's going to feel like that, and that goes into other conversations too, because sometimes your mind is programming your feeling.
But you just said what I was saying because of other
Right.
experiences. So it's not even just the experience of something you haven't experienced. It's you could learn from something else you experienced to gain that intuition of something you haven't experienced.
Right.
hmm
But that goes
Yeah.
that's even okay, would you put that now, King of Higher Self, in knowledge or wisdom?
I
What
would
you
say
just said right there.
wisdom because of experience.
But
hmm
the experience you
That's the
experienced
only
didn't have to,
reason.
it wasn't that experience though,
But
right?
you still had that experience.
An experience that wasn't connected with that one, but because of that
Still gave you
experience,
enough intuition for the something else you haven't experienced.
right. There we go.
Exactly.
So you call that
Exactly.
wisdom?
Yeah, because it had
Yeah.
So there we go. So that means that
you're not born like that.
that means that what I was saying earlier, you don't have to go through something to have wisdom on
No,
it.
listen. You wasn't born like that though. You're not
You don't know
born,
that.
man. Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Out of all the kids I've seen, I haven't seen no child born and just didn't gain some kind of wisdom through experience. I just haven't seen that.
Right, right.
Facts. Even the
And
bad
I would agree
ones.
with you with that one because at the end of
Even
the
the
day, I don't
bad
remember much of
ones.
the shit when I was a kid. So I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's the whole point of life, bro. You got to experience. That's what I'm saying. Like there was something that you learned from the very first experience, from the first time you bit your tongue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right, right.
You that created a whole realm of intuition for you. Boom.
But when you say you wasn't
That's just
born like
like
that,
that's
right?
just
That's
like if
halfway
somebody
true in a
that's just like
sense.
if that's just like somebody like in school or like say just me and you. Say if I'm teaching you math. You feel me? I'm teaching you math. Okay, I gave you the knowledge of math, but
There's-
you don't know if it works. You get what I'm saying? You have to really add the two plus two. And when it comes out to four, you have gained the knowledge plus the wisdom to teach
Right.
somebody else. If you
Right. So
got it
now you
wrong,
got intuition. Exactly.
you get what
Yep.
I'm saying?
Well, King High Self now,
Just
it's kind of duality even with that too. When you say you wasn't born like that, there's a duality in there too, because you was born with something that made you have the intuition to actually go through this that didn't connect with this, but because you went through this, you know how that feels, even though they don't connect with each other.
Well, yeah, that would be your subconscious. Like
But
know,
not
you have
everybody
things.
has that, but you have it.
Not everybody has what.
That we just said.
Well, no, I'm saying everybody has a subconscious. Subconscious deals with like just breathing and just staying
Right.
alive. Like your subconscious take
Hmm.
care of that. What I'm saying is though that your subconscious is here to allow the consciousness to experience. So you're born with a subconscious. Okay, you're here breathing. You get hungry, things like that. Cool. But there's a certain way you drink from your mother's titty that you gain wisdom from. You knew you like you saying, okay, let's put it this way: you was born to know you gotta suck on your mom's titty, but you ain't know once you sucked on that titty, then it was like experience. Boom. So now you have intuition to where something else you don't. A child may not never drink from a cup. Maybe they just drink from a bottle, but they might know what it's like to drink from a cup when they get the chance because of the experience they had from just their mother's
Now
nipple.
we're gonna go a little deeper now. Um, one thing in this conversation that I figured that we're missing out on or didn't add to it was your alternate selves, your higher and lower selves, or maybe your past or your future self. Who knows? If y'all believe in that shit. But think about it. That could have been you before in another time zone where you actually have that experience.
and see that because what you guys said a little minute ago when you was like, you said, um,
But you can't remember your
no,
experience.
nah, you said basically you know what will happen because you feel it and you see it before it happens and you'll still do it and be like, damn, why did I do that? And that's why I said it reminds me of me because I've learned to take advantage of this feeling because it got to a point where it started off, I was questioning the feeling, and then I started denying the feeling, and then I started realizing the feeling. So it was like, okay, is this shit real? Like, am I some type of fortune teller? Okay, I know I'm not no fortune teller, but it's something going on where I keep predicting shit and it keep happening. Man, this shit can't be real. Let me just try to do it on purpose. Started doing it on purpose. Okay, this shit is really real because I'm doing it
Mm-hmm.
on purpose. Like, I'm actually
Mm-hmm.
manifesting this shit purposely. So
There you
that's when I
go.
learned to have fun with it. Okay, because knowledge and wisdom, great knowledge and great wisdom, it doesn't always come from good things. That's why I've been like
making mistakes
Experience.
purposely. I've been making mistakes purposely because it's like I know I
Ooh, you
didn't do
going
that
deep.
and I know I didn't fail in that area, but let me do it purposely so I know how it feels. So
Hey,
once I
Will.
go through this roadblock again, I will know exactly the wisdom. Man, I've been here before. I know
Woo.
how to get around this shit.
Hey, Will B, you going deep, bro. Like, I've been there to where I've done shit on purpose just to get the feeling. Like
Yep.
like you got the intuition. It's not even that you don't have the
The
intuition,
answers
but
and
it's like
all.
you just like, man, I'm about to experience this shit. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Just so you can say you know what it's been like, you know what the feeling
Yep.
was, all that. So you got a good point, and that might be what we do with our lives, like you said, past lives to future lives to this life. We probably been doing that shit, just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna experience. That's what I said. Life is just about experience anyway.
And
That's how
thus,
we.
thus you got dudes doing shit for the wrong reasons now because they feel like it's cool to be locked up. It's cool to sell drugs and shit like that. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, some people that never did it now they want the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There
And
you
guess
go,
what?
bro.
They fuck themselves over because that life is not for you.
Hey, you do you remember an old interview of what Pimp C said? These niggas is telling these niggas about the lifestyle about dope, but they ain't telling them what the consequences is. I
Right.
mean, those his exact words. You feel me? Them experiences, you got to go through them, like to be able to like let them. You got to, bruh, bruh. I can tell you what the consequences is without even going to jail, of course. But it's different. It's deeper. It's a more emotional effect when you know somebody that was on that end of that stick telling you. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's a whole different, it's a whole different ball game. You feel me?
They want to experience it because they made it look real. They get pussy. They get things, respect from other people, and they
Exactly.
want that same thing. They want people to look at them the same
Hmm.
way. So they say, you know what? Let me put myself in that situation.
And the crazy thing about it is, it that's what I mean by it evolved. It never was. It wasn't really like it as much that much. It was like that, but it wasn't like that as much. You get what I'm saying? It's like it was still incorporated that same type of way in when we were coming older because we still wanted to make a name for ourselves out there, but we was more quieter. We was it was the land of the whispers. It wasn't broadcasted on certain shit. You feel me? Nowadays, like I said, you got the media that you could really make a name for yourself. You feel me?
You know.
And
You
people are
know.
doing it. There's people in the richest part of the city out here that's selling pounds of weed. These niggas don't need to sell no pounds of weed. But see, social media made it a lifestyle for them. You feel me? It's a lifestyle for them. They could look good.
And you
They
know
could
what's
look good for
crazy
something.
though? The media nowadays is allowing shit that we grew up. That shit was like you don't want to put it on TV or record that shit.
Exactly.
Like now they got guns all in their music videos and shit. I remember the first
Hey,
Dog,
time I
and
was
that's
seeing that shit,
and
exactly.
bro.
that's
That shit
and
was
that's
fucking
the
me up. I was looking at my little brother like, hey, bro, what the hell? Like, I was tripping. And he played another video. I said, damn, all these niggas is doing this. You know what I mean? And I was like,
and
nah,
Remember
this
when
is
we
some
and
used
you
new
to
got to
shit
church?
right
think
here.
that's the way they
Go ahead,
set it
brother.
up. That's the way they set it up. Cause you got to think back
Right.
then there wasn't no cameras and computers and cell phones. You had to walk on the street and walk to the drug dealer house. You had to, hey, where you at? Round the corner. All right, let's go. Got to walk a couple streets. You got to knock on the door. You got to wait for him to answer. Now you just hit a nigga through Cash App and that nigga sends you the shit right back. Like back
Come
then,
on, bro.
like
Nigga,
back then,
niggas
like
could
back
barely
then.
curse on the radio.
See, like, look, back
That's what I'm
then, like you
saying.
said,
Couldn't
back then,
smoke
you
no
couldn't
weed or
even,
nothing.
yeah, you couldn't do nothing. It was censorship, parental advisory. It wasn't none of that
Yeah.
going on. See, it was hard to catch niggas back then. We got to find snitches. We got to get informants. We got to get
Hmm.
undercovers. See, where they got the whole world in the checkmate, they gave you a cell phone, they gave you Facebook, and they gave you
Yep.
Instagram and said snitch on yourself. I'll
Hmm.
take you down once I'm ready. I'll build my case with your pictures, with your gallery. Have
Yep.
fun.
Have fun. Yep.
This
Big
this is
fact.
why I said some people they might be younger to you in this physical world, but they got an older soul than you.
right, and I did mention that
So
that
that's why I say that it
that's
doesn't
where
matter
that
too much your age, because sometimes you're dealing with somebody in this physical realm. They came through in the
But
form of a younger person, but really their soul might be older than you, where they have wisdom that you don't have because of their past life experience.
that's far as knowledge, bro. I'm sorry. That's far as knowledge, bro. He
But they
still
could have
can't.
went through it.
He
They could
still
have
he
actually
still
lived
can't
that.
tell me about jail. He still can't tell me about jail if he ain't been there. I'm sorry.
But
He
maybe
can't.
he
He
did.
can't.
Maybe he went there in his past self,
Facts.
right?
Well, then hopefully his past self can tell me about my
Maybe it was a
present self.
worse
Because
jail
if it
back
don't
then.
relate, if it don't look, because if it don't relate, I'm gonna be like, nigga, what type of food were you eating? Because nigga,
Yeah, yeah, because it's like he could be knowledgeable and be like, oh yeah, I haven't went to jail, but I know about it. Yeah, I know about being in there and fights and
yeah.
commissary. But if you experience it, you'll be like, oh yeah, man, going behind the wall. Oh yeah, commissary, solitary. Yeah, level 4, level 5. Oh yeah, I know all of that. You ain't even gotta talk about it. But a nigga that learned it, you gotta explain it because he didn't
Mm-hmm.
experience it.
You have to explain it. There you go. Ooh, I like what you just said. There you go. That
But if
that was
that
that was
dude
great.
remembers his past, if he remembers where his spirit's been, he can say that, hey, you don't want to go to the jail where I came from in my time. And he's 16, talk to a 40-year-old saying, hey, you don't want to live where I came from in my past life.
Nah, bro. It's like I get what you know what I mean. I get what you're saying because on the spiritual sense, I get it. You feel me? I really do get it. But when it comes to teaching somebody leadership and certain things like that, you gotta it can't be spiritual with this one, bro. You gotta you know what I mean. You want to go all the way with them. You know what I mean. You want to tell them the wins and losses about this motherfucker. You know what I mean.
Well, because the way you do it, he's just saying, okay, let's just focus on the current life at hand. That's what basically what you're doing. The current
I mean,
life right now,
if that's
this
the
realm.
way, yeah, if that's the way the information needs to be given to that person, yeah. Now, if they need to be giving it to them in a spiritual way, then that'd be a different sense. We can, kind of elaborate and it, explain to them that way.
If he
But
begins to remember his lower self or his higher self where he was, it could have been a worser life than what's going on right now in this current realm that you experienced, for example, or that we
but he's still
experienced.
but he's still coming from experience, which we saying is still that wisdom though. Pre
Where you get on coming from, right? If we're talking about like different realms, right? Alternate realities of yourself, right? But you can't remember. Yeah, some people that literally had it way worse in their past
but they still
life or
got
whatever, but they can't remember. If
okay, so
y'all
okay,
still
so
gain
they've
deep with
had
that
wisdom
shit.
from that past life though.
there you go, and that's what I was just about to kind of get on. So my thing is, all right, so if they went through armed robbery, right, in their past life, right, something in their past life in that realm that you're speaking about, right? Now, if they explain to me and they talk to me and we're having a conversation about an armed robbery or whatever. Now, he might be knowledgeable this than the 30 tell me now. If we actually get into a situation where there's armed robbery, we're both together, it's going to show. I'm going to see it because it's a different field, bro. I'm going to see it. That knowledge that you told me is going to show.
But some people just don't have that knowledge on their past self, or
It,
maybe till
it,
later
it,
on.
here's another analogy. It's like you got your cousin from out of town that ain't been in no hood before, but he know what's in the hood. He know there's drug dealers, there's gangs, there's all that shit. So he come to town and he know this. You know what I mean? But when he come and them niggas is around him, he got a whole different feeling now. You see what I'm saying? It's like that. It's like he know, oh man, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna, I gotta watch my back. Niggas might try to mug me and all that. Like he know how it's gonna feel. But when that shit around, it's like, God damn, I'm actually feeling this shit. Like, ooh, this is what you go through every day. You know what I
Ooh,
mean?
my little cousin. My little cousin. Hey, bro. You hit it on the head on that part right there because my little cousin the same way. He knows about it. He's been infatuated with the hood since he was younger. And I used to always tell him like, "Yo, bro, this not where you want to come to." Like, you know what I mean, certain things like that. And then one day I brought him. He's 24 now. You feel me? I brought him when he was 21 though. You feel me? To one of these projects out here or whatever the case may be. And you can see in his face. You can look at him and tell it was lightning for him. It was infatuating for him. This he was looking like I am finally here type of look. You know what I mean? Like he's never you could we all notice that he's never been here or he's never, you know what I mean, experienced this type of like lifestyle or anything like that. You feel me? That he just knows of it. You get what I'm saying? Because he knows of it. You know what I mean? But he has not experienced it. And it showed. You can tell in his demeanor. He was quiet. My nigga's talkative when we on his side of town. Talkative. But when we, you know what I mean? He didn't utter a word too much. You know what I mean? He was being observant. Don't get me wrong. You can also say, oh, he was listening, learning, doing being observed. But what you got to do that for if you already know? You already got the feel. You get what I'm saying? So it's a whole different ball game when you got to actually feel a certain substance. You know what I mean? Like you know Polo cologne is gonna smell good, but you never experienced the scent, so you can't tell me how it's gonna smell. Okay, that was a good one.
Oh,
It
oh,
was. It was.
oh.
Just saying, you feel me? It's a certain
It's a
way
better
when
example right there.
you feel me, bro. You feel me? It's when you teach somebody something. Now you could teach them knowledge. Don't get me wrong. Now if you winning,
Right.
you know if you winning and any experience no losses, okay, whatever. You could teach them. You know, I'm kudos. You could teach them how to win or whatever the case may be. But you know, me personally, I like to teach this shit where I've experienced both sides of the fence, my wins and losses to it. You get what I'm saying? Because you be able to give them a different emotional balance feel for whatever
Right.
you want winning,
Pro,
whatever you want
Pro,
striving.
Prophet P is just like what we were saying when we first started building earlier. There's some people that, like you're saying, some people ain't really spiritual, bro. And that's because they ain't out there experiencing that shit. They know all this shit. They could be, oh yeah, this chakra and all this and oh yeah. And then when you meditate, this what happens and all. But you're not doing it, bro. So how?
And
What kind of teacher are you?
you know what? Just because, like how you just said that, it made me think of something totally like the whole time we was talking about knowledge and wisdom. This never sunk into you. Like just said that, uh, and it's like, is knowledge dealing with the body and wisdom dealing with spirit? Cause look, when you was a baby, right, you had to learn how to walk. That's dealing with the body. You had to learn how to stand on 2 feet. So after you were knowledgeable of that, being wise is you being able to hold your own. So now in your spirit, you know you can walk. You've experienced it, and every single day you get up, nobody has to teach you how to walk. You don't have to learn that no more. You've experienced it enough to have the wisdom to carry it by yourself. And that go back to what
I like how
Cuzzo
you
was
put that.
saying. Cause it's
Well,
like if you learn it, okay, yeah, you can run the streets, but you're still going to go through turmoil because you didn't experience enough. So
Hmm.
once
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
experience enough, then you'll know, okay, I can run the streets, but I can't do it like this.
That's what it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when you
now,
get that intuition.
will be. I think it depends on the individual.
It do. That's true.
Okay.
Statistically, now, like what Cuzzo was saying, I'll put that back into perspective because
Mm-hmm.
statistically, it may be where it's most people in just one direction, but there are certain people where knowledge is dealing with the spirit and wisdom is dealing with the physical, and vice versa for other people where it's the
Mm-hmm.
other way
Facts.
around. So, or for some people, it's both,
Yeah.
where knowledge and wisdom is dealing with the spirit and the physical. So it's like you have neutral, left, right, right there.
You're right.
Facts.
Right.
Right. Not,
And even within the left, right, and neutral, you have another duality in there where it might be another three different people.
I like how y'all put that. I like how
yeah.
I like how
It,
y'all put
it,
that.
it's like it's like having you know, you got your, like I said, your left brain, your right brain, in the middle, which would be like your third eye, your
Right.
intuition. You know what I mean? But like you said, say we go left brain, say we just say nothing but knowledge. There's a duality to knowledge. Then we go to nothing but wisdom.
Right.
Then there's a duality to wisdom. So now we got some more shit to talk about.
Exactly. And it just keeps
You know what I
breaking
mean?
down. Even when you break down that more shit, it's going to go into other branches of duality.
And you know what? You know why I always say why I said uh, wisdom, knowledge, understand. Like I said, it's all in one because you can have that wisdom and knowledge, but if you don't understand none of that shit, you're gonna keep doing it.
Yep.
You're gonna keep doing it. It's gonna be repetitive if you don't have no understanding of what just occurred or what you just experienced. You get what I'm saying?
And
It, it,
that's
it, it-
why you always get the same exact result every single time, because once you get the knowledge you get the wisdom, and once you get the wisdom you finally understand. There's
mm-hmm,
nothing else to gain, there's nothing else to learn or acquire. You've done it now.
mm-hmm,
Now,
mm-hmm.
can you say can you say like you can gain knowledge through wisdom also, rather than saying
Of
you gain
course.
wisdom through knowledge?
Yeah, yeah,
Of course, vice
yeah.
versa.
You
Right.
can, you can.
So let you know,
What?
like some people start at different times with their with where they are in their life.
That's
You
what I was
can.
saying. That's what I was saying earlier with Cuzzo and a 21-year-old. Cuzzo more
Mhm.
wiser, and the 21-year-old more knowledgeable. Cuzzo more able to drop that them jewels on him so he can wisen up, and he's able to throw his little 2 cents in. With Cuzzo, like, damn, this little nigga know that. Like, I need to get on my shit too.
But I think what I got from what Cuzzo was saying, that Cuzzo was speaking of knowledge from a wisdom point of view, and that youngin had a certain area of knowledge with what wisdom he went through, but it wasn't enough to what Cuzzo had.
Exactly,
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I got from it.
exactly,
Cause
exactly.
that youngin
Look,
still had the wisdom, but not on the level of, because as Cuzzo was saying, he's older and stuff like that. That kid fell under the statistic, basically under the statistic of wisdom being more to being older.
and he was one of the rare young ones in a big group that had that certain knowledge that I didn't even obtain at his age. You get what I'm saying? When I
Okay,
was younger.
Right. And that's how
okay,
it goes
okay.
in reverse, because I was just gonna say, think about it. A lot of going back to the street scenario, a lot of motherfuckers didn't know all the shit they knew, or they wouldn't have been doing what they did. But once they experienced jail and running from the police and getting shot at and getting shot, niggas dying that they knew, then they had the knowledge, like, hey, I had to wisen up, because what I was experiencing and not knowing what I was going to experience gave me this wisdom. So it has that opposite effect too. That's why it's like some of the OGs be having the wisdom, because they didn't have no knowledge. They were just out there getting it and then had to learn that shit was happening. Like, oh damn, I wish I knew this shit. Damn, now I gotta move wiser. You know what I mean?
And see when we dealing with leadership roles, like when we're actually dealing with real leadership role, I'm not talking about the niggas who just only have the knowledge but haven't experienced nothing. They just anybody anybody okay, I can teach you how to scam. You get what I'm saying? I can teach you how to scam. What the fuck? There's nothing. You get what I'm saying? I can teach you how to scam. But my thing is I'm not trying to learn from the nigga who just trying to teach me how to scam. I'm trying to learn from the nigga who actually is prospering. You know what I mean? I'm just using that as an example. You get what I'm saying? So
Been there and done that type shit.
you get what I'm saying? Then
Yeah.
you can't give me no leadership without that wisdom, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like if you just giving me leadership with knowledge, nigga, we in the same boat, bro. In a sense, you get what I'm saying? Because once you give me the knowledge, now me and you on the same level. Now you scamming, I'm scamming. Shit, we both scamming. You know what I mean? But if this nigga over here, he's teaching me how to scam, but I see him in a like a whole different light. Like it's just a whole different. It's a different ball game, bro.
And that
He gonna move different because he done been out there a little bit.
Exactly.
He can show you the fundamentals. Hey man, this how this work, this how that work. But once you see him moving a certain way, you like, hey, why'd you move like that? Hey man, one time
Exactly.
when this happened, boom, boom, boom. Now you gaining the wisdom because he telling you what the experience. Like, oh, that's why he moved like that. All right, cool.
what
Exactly.
what I would say is now go a little deeper. You already know the answer. I'm playing devil advocate. These questions, right? Just bear with me, man. This is just for the sake of people listening.
Okay.
I'll say this, right? You could have done lived a life past somebody now who never lived that life, but went through enough to know what that life is now. We kind of got that down pat. But now to apply it, he may be able to apply certain things better than you as a person that lived that life already. But there's certain things he needs to learn more. So it goes back to applying. How do you apply it? Kind of like to say, okay, cuz you get locked up, right? You already
Mhm.
did a lot of time, but this person is new to this shit. He
Mhm.
gets locked up. He may know how to do certain things while being locked up because of the knowledge that he gained without being locked up through other experiences. But you know how to kind of get around more because of your wisdom of being locked up and in there longer than he has, where you could tell him, like, okay, how do you get to your phone calls?
Mhm.
How do you get, you know what I mean? How do you get your
Mhm.
lawyer? How you trade food, whatnot, this, that, do.
You just hit it on the head. You hear me?
Right.
And I'm about to use my experience. You hit it on the head. You just spoke me, really. That's exactly because I knew my first time going when I was younger. When my first time, I knew about the phone call. You got to do this about the phone call. Like everything that you just said, I knew
Yeah.
before I went in there because my people's done went in there before. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
when you go in there, I didn't know how to move. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
Right.
I didn't know how to go about getting the phone call, what time you could start making the phone calls, or
Yes.
when the first rotation start going. There was people in there that actually was going through it that had to nurture me in there. You get what I'm saying? So you're definitely right, bro. You're definitely right.
Some people don't know that they got to read the rules on the walls. You know,
Hmm.
that paper with all the rules on there. Some people just go in because without the lack of wisdom, where they just go in without reading it. Like first time I ever got locked up, I ignored the rules on the walls. But because of my wisdom throughout my life, I knew how to move already. Where it was like, damn, he's not even violating nothing. He didn't break no rules, and he didn't even read the rules. So that's what I'm trying to show you. It's kind of like to say you still can move better than somebody that have wisdom in this shit because you already have enough life experience of how to move. But now the little things like what we just said now, the phone calls and when to do this
Yeah,
and that,
yeah.
you
Hmm.
got to get that shit now from the veterans.
Exactly. I can There you go. I can totally. Yeah.
So
Facts.
and you know what? For some people, they're just able to hack through where their time is easier, even though they're new to that shit. But even though they still had to get a couple of schooling with how to move in there when it comes to the specific things that'll get you in trouble, like taking a shower, when to do this, or when to take a shit, or different things. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's a little things. So it's like those things like is, and that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like it goes back to the individual and all that. But I agree with you when you said statistically, it's most people that on average is not gonna they're gonna have to get a schooling of wisdom, and and even the
Yeah.
person that has more wisdom than the person that's been serving more time is still going to have
Because
to catch on to
because
some
you know
little
how
small
much
things.
Cause you know how much shit my mother like in the house. You know how much shit my mother told me about the outside world. She told me all the right things. She told me everything that was outside my front doors. Guess what? When I went outside my front door, all that shit went out the window, and I had to experience and had to feel it in order to see what the fuck she was talking about.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? And when I felt it, I ain't gonna front. When I felt it, I still to this very day, I still haven't told her, look, man, hey man, you were right. You feel what I'm saying? About certain things. To this very day, you still haven't said it.
Yeah.
So, it's it's when you it's when you you know teach, when you say certain things, you know what I mean, when you, it's all about where that person's mindset is at. You feel me? Because my mother applied pressure told me the same thing 50 to 100 to a million times, but it depends on where your child's mindset is at. You feel me? Because my mindset, I heard her. You feel me? She gave me the moral, but when you're gone for 10 hours, there's other people that teach me that I'm a little bit more infatuated with. You know what I'm saying? And I moved accordingly to that.
Mm.
But I knew I would go to jail for smoking weed. I knew I would go to jail for selling weed. You know what I mean? But it's the feel when I actually went to jail. I'm like, wait, hold on now. No pussy, no,
Yeah,
no, nothing. I'm
exactly.
like everything. I'm like, hold on
Cause
now, hold on.
it's
I
just
started getting
just
claustrophobic.
like
You hear me? I started getting claustrophobic in that
it's-
motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie to y'all boys. I'm keeping it 1,000 with y'all boys. I'm like, hold on. That's why today I don't stay in the room. That's why I don't stay in the room for too long. You feel me? I'm not gonna be live, bro. I didn't did the longest time I done did was 2 years, bro, in the fucking cell, bro. 2 years, and that was long enough for me. You hear me? That was long enough for me.
right.
It's trust me.
And it be niggas that do 10 years and come back and do a 20.
You hear me? I don't care how mentally strong you are. If you have never been to jail before, when you first go, if you are a person that when you first go and you actually doing the stretch, you feel me? Mentally, you going through it in your head. You going through it. You gonna go through it in your head. Point blank. Period.
You gotta
Especially when you're on.
recreate yourself. You stepping in a whole new environment. Like your mindset, your daily routine, the way you wake up and go, all of that literally changes the day you step past that door. Like everything that you feel like, all right, chicken, ribs, let me get some ranch, extra hot sauce, let me call her at like 6 o'clock. That's out the window.
Man,
You
out the
getting you
window.
getting a turkey sandwich. It ain't
Turkey
even a
sandwich with some
sandwich.
cookies.
It's one slice of bread. It ain't two.
With two cookies, right? With two cookies, and the cookies are gonna be soggy because they're gonna be actually
Mm-hmm.
in the same bag as your sandwich, and and and
Mm-hmm.
and and you're gonna get mayonnaise, but it's not gonna be mayonnaise. It's gonna say salad dressing on the package. You hear me? Do you hear me?
And your
Then
bed
you go.
gonna feel like the floor that you walking on.
Oh my God! So check this out. See, I knew before I went to jail that I was gonna eat, but I had to actually go to jail to know that you only eat twice. Once at 3 in the morning and another at 3 in the afternoon. 12-hour periods. See, you gotta experience that. You feel me? There's a whole different feeling when you ain't got no money to get no chips, no shit, no nothing, and you gotta wait them 12 hours to eat again.
And
Yeah,
only
the cool tray and the worm tray.
and only a $70 to $80 limit on your food
Canteen.
box, your
Come on.
commissary.
Come on, man. Then the Doritos are $2. A little the 35 cent bag shit, $2. Get out of here. Fuck out of here. You get what I'm saying? Like it's I could tell a nigga all day, yo, bro, we gonna do 10 years for this shit. We're gonna do 10 years. Like, we're gonna go to jail, we ain't gonna be able to do this, we ain't gonna be able to do that. Yeah, niggas know that shit. But when they actually go there, then guess what? Why you think a lot of them they cry wolf then, right? You hear a lot of them like, nah, trying to get out and blaming others and doing certain other things. You get what I'm saying? Like, why do you think that's happening? Because mentally They start breaking down because shit start closing in. Like, okay, damn, I'm really actually in this motherfucker. I'm by myself. Nobody, I ain't got nobody to talk to. I ain't that nigga that I was anymore. You know what I mean? Shit starts sinking in that motherfucker.
I remember I slept on the fucking iron when I, it was the second time I went in. I remember I slept on iron, man. Like there was no mattress, you know. Everybody had
Hmm.
mattress. I didn't have nothing, like no bed because I don't know what happened to the last one with the last inmate. But I was on the iron and
Oh yeah, so
I
you slept on the spring shit. Oh
I was on
yeah.
I was on the bunk bed. I was on the top on the iron and fucking
Ooh, and you was by the vents.
at the top right by the ceiling, man. Fucking
Yeah.
I had to
Oh
I had
man.
to complain, file a complaint outside the window and say, hey man, I don't have no bed, you know, this and that. I remember they allowed me outside the cell, outside the range, and go into this room where they had these brand new fucking cushions and shit. I got a fresh one in the package. And I walk with that shit to my bed to my cell. So I'm walking through the range. Everybody's looking at me, jealous as shit. This guy's a brand new, you know. I remember, man. I was like a target right there, man. It's like, yo, this nigga
See,
has this brand new.
see, like with me, like there was some things I had to learn. Like it's cold when you in jail, right? It's real cold.
Yeah, it's
You
pretty
feel me?
cold in there. It's like a
Yeah,
hospital. I feel like a hospital is there for me. Like,
exactly. Exactly, bro. And in our jail cells, the vents are at the top where you sleep at the top bunk. So when you get to the top bunk, the I'm talking about the air is hitting you. It's already cold, but the air is hitting you, right? So I was freezing, right? And there was a nigga from Chicago, right? That was my cellmate at the time. He was an older nigga, but he already been in there for like 10 years. You feel what I'm saying? Like in and out for 10 years, for the past 10 years in that same jail.
yeah.
And this nigga said, "Oh, bro, you cold? All right, let me show you how to. You know what I mean? Let me show you how to fix that problem." And the crazy thing is, how to fix that problem is you gotta fucking break. You gotta get some tissue, break it up into little balls, and wet it up. Get it wet. Get it into
Oh, and
little
clog the
balls,
little holes.
and clog the little holes.
Oh shit. Hey,
Yes.
so Cuzzo, like when y'all smoke like weed in jail, like the people in there smoking, right? Did y'all
Mhm.
like blow through the vents and shit to like get more than few people high? Like you had to, and everybody put their head at the vent and inhale where the exhale part comes out.
Shit. To be honest with you, shit, I really didn't share my weed with no motherfucking body. It was just me and my. It was just really me. It was just me and my cellmate that really smoked. I didn't even say. I didn't even share any any weed with nobody in that motherfucker.
Like
I
the
really.
air is so pure in there. Like when I say pure, it's like the
It just,
air is like where the one little scent, that little bit of, even if it's just like a point two, a point three, not even a fin, like a little small touch of weed. Like it's like this shit will smell up the whole place, man. And they
mm-hmm.
lock everything down. The whole
Lock
place gets
everything
locked
down.
down.
Yeah, they lock everything down.
Everybody has to pay for that shit for what just two people did. Everybody's
Yep,
get
because it
locked
was
down
two
for a
people
couple
there.
days in your cell, stuck in there.
Exactly.
Man,
Exactly. Yeah.
that
This
shit was
shit crazy.
annoying.
This shit crazy, bro. It was a whole different essence. Then I'm sitting there not knowing what's about about to happen to me and shit like that. All that. It's a whole different feeling, bro. A whole different feeling, bro.
Yeah.
You know, knowing you're gonna get these felony charges and actually having the felony charges, shit, whole different position, a whole different teaching.
Hey y'all, I'm
Yeah.
about to digress, man. Peace and love to y'all.
All right, my
You
brother,
don't
man.
know,
Good talk, Brody.
Yeah,
don't know shit,
man.
Respect,
myself.
my brother.
Y'all be easy, take care of yourself, and keep doing y'all.
See, man.
All right, brother. Have a good night, bro.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
one of my favorite
yeah,
triggers. You know,
bro. That's facts, bro. Like Adrian, bro. Like I, I usually want to tell people both sides of the fence. You feel what I'm saying? If I just know how to sell drugs, I'm just giving an example. If I just know how to sell drugs, but don't know how to sell it and prosper and know what really comes with it, I'm not gonna really put nobody on to shit. You get what I'm saying? That's just I'm not gonna tell them. That's just like me saying, "Hey man, sell this dope, bro. You can get some money from this," and just leave them at that. And just leaving them at that. Just leaving them to for the outcome. No, I'm not that type of dude. You get what I'm saying? I'm not that type of dude. You gotta if you're gonna tell these youngins, you know what I mean, yo, this is the way you can make money, you gotta let them know now, okay, now if you choose to make money this way, blase, 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 blase. But I'm talking about don't just tell them something that a fucking ad can tell them, something that YouTube can tell them. You gotta you gotta break it down for them. You gotta I'm talking about you gotta even if it's your first and only time letting this nigga know, you got to break it down to him in the far as an emotional sense. Like, please, you get what I'm saying? And if that's the best you could do, that's the best you could do. But at least you poured your heart out. You ain't just treat that young child like a number. You know what I mean? Don't tell that you got to treat them all differently. Give them the same message, but treat them differently. Bro. For
Um,
real, for real.
you know, I already know y'all know where I stand with all this stuff, man. Because I'm gonna say again, you know what I mean? I'll bring it up again where I say karma's in play all the time, 24/7, no days off, no rest, and there's nothing you can take a shortcut to like pay off your bills or get somewhere in life, but you gotta understand, like you can get all this stuff with the money that you accumulated from the trafficking, but you won't get to enjoy it as much as you should have because someone's gonna come around back to you. Because why? You were supporting other people's habits.
Hmm.
And when you're supporting other people's, even if you're just making your own money, you're just doing it just to make money, profit, you don't give a fuck about a person, you are still supporting their habit by selling them the product,
Exactly.
which is killing their life or keeping them with a habit. And you know what? It's just like a drill or just like in a range. Somebody fucks up in the range, the whole shit goes on lockdown until they come to a conclusion or solve the matter of the situation. And it's like, say, you can say, okay, just get a job, get a 9 to 5 job. And you know what? This world is built crazy already. You can say you're still doing a job that ain't good. That job is supporting this and that, this system, or human trafficking, or this and that. But it's a regular 9 to 5, But end of the day, you trying to do what's right or legal with a system that in place. Because, hey, I look at it like this. I know a lot of people probably don't, but I look at it like the system is basically allowed to be in place right now to be the test, to test you to grow, make you grow stronger. That's how I look at the system now. I used to look at the system like, yeah, they're the enemy or whatever. But I used to be a person that just used to look at it like that and don't see nothing else. I find strength in the enemy now. I use it to my advantage. And even if I gotta slave a 9 to 5, what you gotta do is just find out where you belong in your life in the sense of how can you become your own boss if that's what you
Exactly.
really want. If you don't want to be under the system no more, find a way to make your own profit where you can work
Exactly.
for yourself
I agree. I totally
in
agree,
a
bro.
legal manner.
In a legal manner. Yep.
Right. So I ain't gonna lie to you. Thoughts come, even though I learned to block off my thoughts, override my thoughts with just action in a positive way. There's times
Hmm.
where those thoughts come in my head. I say to myself, you know what? I just might just see if I can get like a quarter key and just leave it alone. Just flip that one time, just leave it alone. Use this to build up myself as much as I can go and just leave that shit. But you know what? It's gonna come back around on me somehow.
There you go. Yo, you said some shit because yo, you know how many times I said, you know what, man, if I go ahead and just buy me a pound or two of some fucking exotic, I know what to do with it now. I know
Yeah,
what to how to move with it now. I know I could build something with it now, but it's gonna come back
It's gonna
around.
come
It's
back
gonna
exactly.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And you know what? You slaving in the factory to get where you need to be, that shit ain't gonna come back around on you. 'Cause you know why? The system's in place.
Exactly. You're right. No, you're right.
You
You're
know, the
right.
streets is in place too, but you
I
gotta
don't,
remember.
I don't think, cause like my, it's probably, yeah, I say yeah, it's a belief, but like my personal belief, like I don't think too nothing bad will really happen from weed, cause like that's not you killing anybody or hurting them.
Oh
Like
well, weed
now,
is okay.
if
I
it's
wasn't really
like
thinking about weed to tell you the truth.
pills or yeah, like if it's like a
I wasn't
hardcore
really thinking
drug
about weed.
though, yeah, that yeah,
Yeah, I was
cause
thinking
like
about like
even
I
but
was thinking about
even
like H
really
or some, you know what I mean? White, soft white H or some hard, you know what I mean?
yeah, like but
Pills, like you said.
even if like cause like yeah, you'll probably have your karma for that, and God will be like, you know, you shouldn't have did that. You got to pay for that. But in the same sense, are you really wrong? Cause it me personally, I hold people accountable for their actions. You the one that woke up and washed your ass this morning. So you the one that decided you wanted to get high. So
And look,
like
and check this out, Will
Yeah,
B.
but you're still
You're
supporting
actually
it though.
correct. You're actually correct, Will B. But see how I was like how okay, what I meant by yeah, because weed is not that bad. I would not to be honest with you, I would have no problem selling that.
Yeah, weed is out of the
But
question.
but the karma can come back in a way of okay, you got a pound or two, you're selling ounces. We talking about robbers.
yep,
We're
that
talking about
spotlight. Yep.
you feel me? We're talking exactly the spotlight that your wisdom should have tapped. You already should you tapped into the wisdom already. You know what comes with having a certain
Yep.
level of power. You get what I'm saying?
You get a
So
name with it.
exactly, you
And
know
you
what
know,
comes with it. You know what type of dealings come with it.
you know
So
what?
what's up?
Finish it with E. What you saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just saying you just know you just know what come with it. You know what type of dealings come with it, man. So it's like instead of me saying, you know what, I know I can make $3,000 real quick off these 2 pounds. I know I can do it. I know what to do with it now, but I know who's gonna come around with it. I know what's gonna come around with it. So should I actually make that move? You get what I'm saying?
And that go back to what you were saying about being wise enough. If you're wise, now knowledge, now that go back to that. You could be
Hmm.
knowledgeable and
Hmm.
end up getting robbed and end up going to jail. But if you're wise, you'll
Hmm.
know the people you sell to and that you can
Hmm.
count on. Like, oh, that's my favorite custy right there. Man, that's uncle. That's
Exactly.
uncle whatever. He just trying to get a little 20 sack. Man, that's little Ricky from down there. Man, I'm about to go to his
Exactly.
mama, tell his mama what
The
he doing.
the chances that you take, you'll make in your mind, because you never know, but still, you'll
Facts.
make
Can't let
better.
your guard down.
Yeah, you'll make better chances. You'll choose the better choices. You get what I'm saying? It's like everything in life that you do is a gamble. Everything in life that you do is a gamble. I don't care what the hell you name. Everything in life you do is a gamble. You feel what I'm
And a
saying?
choice.
Exactly. But you make as you grow through the experience, you get what I'm saying? You make the right gambles, you make the right choices.
Yes,
Like me,
sir.
like I know I'm a sore loser, first of all. I'm a sore loser, first of all. So, and I know I'm not that good at crafts, but I used to love playing it. You get what I'm saying? But it took a lot of losses for me to learn that okay, this ain't the game for me. You get what I'm saying? This ain't the game for me. But I love spades. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm good at spades. So I rather play spades than craps. But there's some people that still take that risk on craps, get mad, and just understand what they know is in front of them and still get mad. You know what I mean? And go off of their emotions after that point. You feel me? No, you gotta
That
you
go
gotta
back that go back
what's up?
to people having to know their own triggers. Cause if you don't know what triggers you, then you won't know how to react to it. See, you can go to gambling and doing shit like that, but that'll be you just jumping off the edge saying, "Hey, fuck it, let's live it up." Now, once you start losing money, you start realizing, "Damn, I had that phone bill. Damn, I ain't get nothing to eat today. Damn, why the fuck did
Mm-hmm.
I do that?" Now you being triggered, like, okay, so why did I start gambling again? Why was this fun? Like that go back to people having to know they self. People see somebody else gambling with money and oh damn, let me get in. I'm trying. I see he got a whole handful of 20s. Like this nigga eating good. Let me see if I can get a little. Now you done lost your shit walking home with both your hands in your pockets, kicking rocks.
Yeah, big facts. Big facts, man. I'm not going to, you know, make a certain choice now, and I know exactly what revolves around it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Don't do
Like
nothing that will harm you or that will cause harm.
exactly, bro. I'm talking about well worded. Like there's a couple people, you know. Okay, now, okay, I don't know if this pertains to this, but I'm gonna go ahead and say this. Like, there's certain people that it hurt me, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I to let go recently. You know what I mean? And I got to though. You get what I'm saying? It's because of I already knew there was conditional love presented my way, but it's like it's not like I ignored the signs. It's like I kind of pushed the signs to the side because of my unconditional love that I have for them. You get what I'm saying? Because there's certain specs that they presented. There's certain past history we've had together, but I know in my heart that it's not pure. It's not all the way pure that it's supposed to be. You feel me? So I had to choose to be alone versus
Yes, sir.
be with people that I felt like that wasn't as pure as what I was delivering. You get what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna front. From time to time, I'd be like, damn, bro, like I want to go over there, or I want to go over here, or I want to do certain things, but I stay put. And I find myself actually seeing, even though, I don't believe in this little money system that they got, this little value and shit, fuck all that. But I find myself seeing more money saved up. I find myself being more at peace. I find myself like, even through certain negativities that do come my way, because you ain't gonna stop it all. I don't give a fuck if you stay in the house or not. You're not gonna stop all the negativity that come your way. But the certain ones that do come in now, it's like I don't even give it any attention. I don't even give it any type of energy now. It's like the certain realm that I placed myself in. You can say it's the solitary confinement type of shit. You feel me? But it's actually helping me grow and develop everything around me because I had to actually put myself by myself. You know what I mean?
Yep. And I told somebody that Uh, I want to say this week. It was either this week or last week. But basically, you can't move forward with dead weight. You can't rise above holding on to extra luggage. Like so, I used to have the same issue. Like until this day, I still feel the same way as you. Like I got people in my heart that I know I genuinely love. I care
Mm-hmm.
about. Like you said, I want to pull up over there right now, smoke with them, eat good. Hey, let's go out. But I know, like you said, deep down, that just ain't gonna be reciprocated. That ain't gonna be returned. Like I
Mm-hmm.
know, at the end of the day, you my dog. I love you to death, but I can't be around you. It's certain like relationships that's just best not having them around. Not everybody is meant to stay. A lot of people are temporary and they're not meant to be forever. They're just there to show you something, to give you the little jewels in the experience, whether good or bad. It could be somebody you hate, like, man, why the fuck was I fucking with them? Like, I don't even know why I kept that motherfucker around. Like, I knew what the fuck, I knew we was gonna fall out, but damn, like, I should have been cut him off. But you still can't, like me, I learned to never have regrets. Never be like, oh, I wish I would have did this different. I wish I would have done that different. Like everything happens for a reason, and I learned from all of it. It made me who I am today. I can't be mad. I can't look back and try to change none of that. I can only move forward and be like, you know what? All the wisdom and knowledge I gained from that, like you said, I understand it now. I'm beyond that. Now I know I can never go through that again because I'm wise enough to know what put me there.
And you know what, Brody? And to be honest with you, bro, it's not even their fault. You know what I mean? It's my fault. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Because
sir.
because I gave out more than I was getting back in. You feel me? And I've been seen it. I seen it already, but it was like I'm just so like balanced. I felt like in my mind, if it wasn't hurting me to the point where I felt like hurt was a level for me, then I wasn't worried about it. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it was hurting me. It was anteing up. It was adding up. You feel what I'm saying? I always suggest to people, you feel what I'm saying? Nowadays, if you really want to know who's in front of you, if you really want to know who's in front of you and what you need to do for yourself and and and, and want to see growth and development, I I suggest a 6 month plan. Like stay to yourself for the next 6 months. You'll see who's in front of you. You'll see who's still gonna be there for you. You'll see what type of calls and text messages you get. You'll see. You'll know. You know what I mean? Like you'll see what's up. People will start dwindling out, falling out. You feel me? Because they'll be like,
Yes,
oh, okay,
sir.
well, shit. Bro ain't moving no more. You know what I mean? Bro ain't doing this no more. I don't see bro as much no more. Okay, well, you'll see people keep going on with their life. Not to say that they're supposed to stop, but somebody who really cares for you, they'll still be with you through the changes.
They'll still shoot you that text like, "Hey, you good? Like, you straight?"
Exactly.
Like at least that one little out. Like you said, just go 2 weeks. It ain't even gotta be a
Mhm.
month. Just go 2 weeks. Don't hit nobody up. Don't if they be like, "Hey, come over and smoke." Don't even come over. Don't
Don't even
smoke
do
your
it.
shit.
So
Don't
I
drink
want to
nothing.
ask y'all
Don't
now.
do nothing. Just sit back and watch. And like you said, it'll all unfold in front of
It
your
will.
face.
Because check
Have you
this
seen to
out.
this
Check
point?
this out. Go ahead, Pre. Go ahead, Pre.
No, finish what you're saying. Finish what you're saying.
Because check this out. When you what I was realizing, these little trips to the store I was doing for you, taking these little shorts, little amount of gas, or hey man, what you got on the six
Yep.
pack?
The
You
little
put these
small
little
shit. The simplest
yeah,
shit.
you
The
put these
small
little
shit.
$3 here on a six pack, or you put these little $10 here on the eighth of weed, and all that shit antes up. I started looking like all this shit starts anteing up, and I'm looking at my savings account, and it's looking like a complete zero, my
And
nigga.
you
You
and
feel
you
me?
look at them and they got the biggest smile on their face. They happy as the fuck.
Come on, man. For real, man. And they working, or we on the, I mean, it's just, I started seeing that I was doing too much. I was doing too much. It wasn't them really. It was more of me. You feel me? Now I'm seeing within these 6 months who's still in front of me and who's not. And I'm seeing like, you know, my account, I've, I've seen a lot of cash in my hands. But as far as when we talking about like bank account, yeah, right. I couldn't ante up over $1,000 period with a bank account. You know what I'm saying? Shit wasn't
That's
working for me.
because you was turning all those yeses and I'll do it to no, I won't do it.
Exactly. Now I'm like, focused. I'm exactly, bro. Now I'm seeing a number in my account I've never seen before in my bank account. You feel me? Because I'm actually saving. I'm actually establishing. I'm actually growing. So it's like it's a different feel now. I'm more at peace. You feel me? I'm looking like, okay, I just know what's in front of me. What you was about to say, Pre? I just know what's in front of me now, man. I just feel like people need to take a step back, see what's in front of them. Don't keep going along if you got some signs on your shoulders. If you're seeing them signs, you feeling them signs, you better start reading them, motherfuckers. Now, what you was about to say, Pre?
I was just gonna say, man. When you start when you start escalating in your life, doing better in your life, where you cut off certain connections or certain friends or family, you're trying to work on yourself, better yourself. which is kind of leading to your rapid vibration. When you start doing that, what do you notice? You start seeing. I'm gonna ask you if it happened to y'all, but I see it. I noticed the pattern in my life. God, I tested going down, being down back in life, and then going back up again, and seeing the same shit over and over.
Hmm.
Y'all see old friends come back, or like old girlfriends, or old people begin to call you when you're doing good in your life. Not to say that they
Yes,
see that you're doing good, but you're doing good, and all of a sudden, like it's like to say you resonate without even being seen,
yes,
and
yes.
they start popping up out of nowhere, like friends never heard from in a long time. Like, yo, Wagwan, how you doing?
Nah, big facts. Yes.
Some crazy shit, right? And they don't even know that
It's
you're doing good.
crazy. No, exactly. Like you start even with life too. Like even with certain bills. Like nigga, you might be doing good.
Yeah.
All of a sudden a bill come out of nowhere or something come out of nowhere. Like your baby mother call out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yo. I'm talking nah. Oh my God, Pre, you just said some shit. I'm about to tell y'all an actual fact about me.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
talking
man.
about just started. You know what I mean? Like I just started working like what the last week of October type shit. You feel me? And like it's like she calls me at the right time. Like it's like the right time. Like she doesn't know when my payday is. She don't even know I'm working yet. To be honest with y'all boys, she don't even know I'm working yet. You feel me? But it's like she knows when my paychecks come without even knowing because she asks me for certain things at the right fucking time, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck? Like, how the fuck do you know what I mean? Like, how the fuck do and see, and I know y'all like, why the fuck, I know if the females are listening, why the fuck your baby mama don't know you working and what you trying to, let me answer that. Let me tell you why. You gotta also know who you're dealing with. Know who you're
Yes,
dealing
sir.
with. Know who you're dealing with. I do for don't get me wrong, my son is straight. Not to say I don't do for him. What I'm saying is if she knows have any extra funds, there will be extra additives that is not needed. That's just how my baby mother is. Certain other people are different. I know how my baby mother works. There's certain extra additives that wouldn't be needed, period. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I let her know. Basically, I let her think I'm on level 2 when I'm really on level 4. You get what I'm saying? Type shit. You get what I'm saying? Because you won't be able to grow for yourself if if she really knew. I'm just being honest. You won't be able to grow the way you need to know if she really knew. You know what I mean? But we don't have issues. We don't have problems. She just, thinks of herself a lot. Period. That's just always been her. You know what I mean? So I'm just in tune to that. I know that. I know what I'm dealing with. So, I do what I need to do for him. But as far as her, you know, that gets cut short. It is what it is. So she doesn't know that because I don't need for her to know that. All I need to know is what does Travion need. You feel me? And I also help her out with her needs too because we have a great relationship. You get what I'm saying? A great friendship. You know what I'm saying? So we cool, we good. But I cannot let her know because I still have to establish certain things. You get what I'm saying? There's a certain pile that I piled up for myself that she doesn't know about because we're not together. There's no need for her to know. And the second reason is she's not obligated to care about it. You get what I'm saying? So in order for me to fix it, you feel me? I have to put myself in position. In order for me to do that, I need for her to think a certain thing. You get what I'm saying? So once I put myself into position, then I can further help her position in the long run. But you basically the art of hustle, if don't nobody know, the art of hustle is to say no. Let me repeat that. The art of hustle
Yes, sir.
is to say no. You feel me? Because if you're always saying yes, you're not going to make it anywhere. Period. You're not making it anywhere.
Even the millionaires, the billionaires, they still dress like they broke.
You hear me? Real shit.
I was
Real
just gonna
fact.
say that will be. I was just gonna touch on like being good in life and everything, but still making it seem like hey, like you're not trying to. show off. You know, you're not trying to like let it be known. Just to keep excelling, keep energies off of you type things. You know what I mean? Don't got to speak about your progress right now. I would say keep your progress to yourself. You know, people don't need to know how good you're doing or what you're doing. You got things got to work on. Just keep it to yourself. Go. We speak about certain things like your plans and stuff like that. Trust me, it may not even you might not even get to go through with it.
That's a
The
fact.
energies come to attack
And
you and
that
stuff like that.
and that right there, it remind me of it's this dude I know. I used to work with him. He probably I say he about up in his he about to hit 60 somewhere around there. He up there. He passed like the 50s. Real like he from New York, and like when you talk to him, the way he talk, he has like a certain talk where it ain't an accent, but you would think he's retarded. Like, and it's really how he talk. Like he don't really slur his words, but like how he sound and like the shit he does, you would think, man, this nigga's off. Like something wrong with this nigga. Swear this is the smartest man in the world. So I ended up not seeing him for about like 2 3 weeks. So I ended up seeing him at this one job, and all the people there. And now what's crazy is I didn't even know it was him. All everybody there, all the dudes, like they just kept cracking on him because like he just had his little and one sweatpants, little bummy shoes, a black shirt with holes in it, like just dressing like a bum on purpose though, purposely. Like, and they just like cracking on him, like not for his clothes or nothing, but they're like, man, you just an old man that just run his mouth. You don't know nothing. Like you always say you got this and that, and you doing this, that, and the third, and da da da. Man, they like everybody in there, and these ain't even young niggas. These are niggas in their 30s. Like they all saying the same shit. Man, show me something. Show me something. You keep talking to pull some money out. Show me some pictures. You say you got a girl, but you ain't got no pictures with her. Now me, I ain't know it was dude until cause he got a like slogan he say. Like every time he'd say something, he'd be like, huh? And you would think he's questioning you, but he's not. He'll just be like, huh? Like as in like how Cuzzo be like, you feel me? That's his shit. He'll be like, huh? So when he started doing that, I'm like, man, that shit sound familiar. And I realized it was him. So then got to a point I pulled him to the side. I'm like, man, why you letting these niggas crack on you and you know you can shit on these niggas? He was like, watch what I'm about to do at lunch. He was like, they don't even know we know each other. Don't tell them either. It's like, all right. So these motherfuckers made a bet with him. Everybody, all the niggas, all it was like 5 or 6 against one. They said at lunch, we all gonna pull out $1 to $20. And they said if you don't pull out $5 or a dollar, you owe us all $1. He like, all right, cool. So they get to talking they shit. Yeah, don't go to the ATM, old man. Hey, don't get no money off your WIC card, off your food stamps. We want real money. He like, yeah, I hear you. So I just hear him keep talking. Man, this nigga done been here 2 weeks. All he do is run his mouth. Oh, he did. And then that car he pulling up in. So me, I'm like, man, I know he got some cash on him, but man, he ain't about to pull out all that. Like he just about to just pull out a little 10. This nigga pulled out a whole 300 fresh from his pocket. And I swear to God, they all ain't say a fucking word. They just shut the fuck up and just looked at him in disbelief. He said, hey, youngster. He said, so you remember that bet? I said, yeah, y'all know y'all owe this man like $8, $10, right? Oh, I ain't getting him shit. Oh, he gonna have to wait till payday. And it just made me realize, like, wow, a wise man can be a fool, but a fool can never in his life be wise. The wise man knows how smart he is, but he also knows that he can be a fool and play an image that the world doesn't even know.
You know what? That's that. And you know what, bro? It's crazy how it might sound. That is also another way of playing chess, man. You know?
Yes,
Like,
sir.
and it actually works to someone's advantage if they know how to utilize that. Because there's certain things, there's certain topics I ain't gonna front. And actually, this is crazy because my cousin knows. He can tell you best. You know what I mean? Chris can tell you best. There's certain things, certain topics that you guys might bring up, and I might already have heard about it or know a substance of about it. But you guys kind of break it down in a different form where it's better explained and knowledgeable for me to understand. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all for that. But there's certain times where I even act dumbfounded in a way. You know what I mean? To also enlighten the debate. You get what I'm saying? To also increase certain branches of the knowledge to tap into certain aspects that we are speaking about. And like generators. One day we were talking about generators. I know what the fuck a generator is. You get what I'm saying? I know what I know what it fucking do. You get what I'm saying? But there were certain ways that I broke down the topic about generators. I'm like, okay, so what else does it do? You get what I'm saying? Like, what else does the generator do? Like, you gotta be able to build on top of a building. You know, this is how I look at it. You gotta be able to build on top of a building, man. Everything is the art of chess, bro. All this shit's the art of chess, bro. It's crazy, but I like that story you just put.
It will be. That it's funny because I survived a long time by people always tell me, especially women that I deal with, they'll tell me, never dumb down yourself for people. Just be who you are.
Mhm.
Never make yourself
Facts.
look lower for people. And I did that for a long time where I don't like to stand out or I kind of play the fool. I play the role of a joker or a fool just so people don't see too much of my intelligence. So they don't know what buttons to push. And I did that for a long time. And it's just funny you said that story because it just brought me back to how I came up. But at the same time, even though I hear that advice is what kind of that lifestyle of trying of dumb myself down so I don't stand out too much is why I'm still here.
Exact. Ex- it's, damn. Thank you, Pre, for ending it like that.
Yeah.
Because listen, let me tell you something. Doesn't mean you're stupid or you're idiot or anything like that. You get what I'm saying? My thing is, you'll never know what's in front of you if you're always the fucking loudest.
Right. Right.
You
The loudest in the room is the weakest.
feel me? You'll
But
never know.
you know what? We could break that down even a lot too. Because you know, like Puzzle said earlier, it's like statistically maybe because you have some people that's very quiet. You would say the quiet one is the hardest, or the quiet one is the most wisest, or this and that. But really, in a lot of cases, sometimes the person that's very quiet is just soft. They're just weak. But yeah,
Some people though that's quiet, they just sit back and watch. Like I
hmm
find
hmm
myself doing that. Like I just go into
yeah,
mute mode. Like I just wake up on that. Like yeah, today's a mute mode. Like everywhere
yeah,
I go, nobody's getting a high or have a good day. I'm not even responding. I just want to watch. I just want to listen and just sit back and see how it play out. Like I have days like that where I just be like I don't want to say nothing. I don't even want to express myself, no facial expression or emotion. I just want to see how it all plays out today.
right, yeah. I mean that'd be me
Uh,
nowadays. It's getting more quiet nowadays. Uh, damn, it's like I just
I,
find that the more quiet I am, is the more peaceful things are. Nobody has really much to go off on you, like to know what to go off of. You can't. It's lesser you're judged. The more you're talking, the less you're judged. I mean, if you were started off your whole life like that, though, you kind of missing out on a lot because you kind of need to have learned people of how they look at you in different forms, right? Or different times in your life and stuff like that. But I done that, so it's like to say I can just be quiet now and see a different perspective of a quiet man, you know?
Yeah, because it's like the more quiet you are, you become more in tune with your inner self. That's what happens
Hmm.
during meditation. You quiet the mind and quiet your energy just so you can focus in on you and your mindset and your reality. And if you go to places where you're around a lot of people or just around a couple people and you just test it out for yourself, you'll see a lot of people are not comfortable with being alone or by themselves because a
Exactly.
lot of people are not used to silence or just sitting in quiet and just being in tune with nothingness. It can only last for about 5-10 seconds before someone tries to bring up 20 conversations just so they don't have to be quiet.
And I
You
want to
know,
be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and it's crazy. Look, I grew up alone, right? I didn't grow up with my brothers and sisters and none of that. I didn't grow up with none of that. It was just me and my mother, right, in the household. So I grew up alone, really. So it was like every chance I got to sleep over my friend's house or something like that, I was overly excited, because I was always by myself. You feel me? Then when when I was able to start walking home for school, that's when shit started changing. When I started to walk to school and walk home for school and actually started being around my friends more and more. You get what I'm saying? Around company and shit like that. I felt like I was missing a piece as far as I was so much alone that I wanted to be around people. You get what I'm saying? And that's where it all started for me, like as far as trying to separate myself for the last 20 some odd years from people. You get what I'm saying? Like I needed to separate myself. I needed to actually go back to my roots as far as being alone. You get what I'm saying? And utilizing that and finding an imagination again. You get what I'm saying? I had to kind of tap into that realm. You feel me? Finding an imagination. Basically, let me give y'all a example of what I mean by finding an imagination. Basically, I I haven't played video games since fucking late 90s, early 2000s type shit. You get what I'm saying? Just to be honest, playing video games and shit like that. Nothing wrong with it, but I don't play it. You get what I'm saying anymore since fucking Grand Theft and all that other shit that like at the beginning. You get what I'm saying? When PlayStation and was first out on PlayStation 2. You feel me? But now I'm playing it. You get what I'm saying? I'm back on it, open back up certain realms to fill in certain blanks. You get what I'm saying? To keep myself and my mental stable and busy to keep me on that line where I need to be. Basically, I'm trying to turn my lifestyle into a schedule. Basically, I every weekend I was going out or I was with people every fucking day. Now I'm scheduling shit. You get what I'm saying? Now everything is on I move accordingly. You feel me? So that's what I had to start doing for myself. I had to tap into being back alone again. You feel me? And it's helping me out now as far as growth, as far as seeing what the fuck is in front of me. Being alone is not, don't get me wrong, I don't want to die alone now. You know what I mean? You know how people say, I don't want, I came in the world by myself, I could leave by myself. Come on, man. Look, listen, man. Listen, man. I don't want to die by myself, man. You feel me? You may not care to, but deep down, bro, no, you don't want to die by yourself, die alone, bro. You telling me you don't even want your own kids to love you or be there for you when you die? Come on now, stop, stop.
okay, you meant another way. You meant another way. I know people probably think how you say it because I was saying to myself, well, you clarified it just now. But
Yeah,
cause
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah,
reality
yeah,
of it
yeah.
is that
Okay, I
you
get
do
what you're
die
saying. I get
alone,
what you're
right?
saying. No, I get what you're
But
saying. No, I ain't just.
yeah,
No, I'm
I get
talking
what
about
you're
all
saying.
around, not relationship wise and shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah, with some
I'm talking
type
about
with some type of remembrance or something like that.
huh?
With some type of love or remembrance type of thing you're talking about, right?
Yeah, something like that. Like your kids or something.
Like
You
you
get what
left
I'm
a
saying, bro?
mark. You
Like,
left a mark in the world or something.
you feel me? Especially with your kids.
Yeah.
Like,
I was
you
gonna
know,
say, for me, cause oh man, I like. I find so much peace and comfort now. I was like what you're saying,
Hmm.
earlier on in my life, but now I feel so much comfort just being by myself.
Hmm.
It's like I feel sorry for. I won't say feel sorry, but like just to, for lack of words or whatever, I'll say I feel kind of bad for people that can't spend time to themselves. Like you always feel like you need to hang out.
Yeah,
It's kind of not
yeah,
healthy. You got to spend some time to yourself and look at a man in the mirror, or a woman in the mirror. Get used to yourself and
facts.
connect with your inner self, man, and your heart. Make your thoughts better. All that stuff. If you never spend time like that, how are you gonna grow and progress? You think you're growing, but then the minute you find yourself alone again, it's like shit. It's a whole new challenge now, and it's like that means you haven't been growing.
A lot
Exactly,
of
bro.
people go crazy though being by themselves. Like that's why
Yeah,
a lot of people when they go to jail they end up committing suicide because they're by themselves for so long and they never really sat for that long to really just have their mind to themselves and think and feel for themselves. They start to lose their mind. They start going crazy like as if they don't know their own body. Like they start to literally lose it to the point where if they don't have a cellmate or somebody to always talk to or always keep with them, they don't feel complete. They don't feel all the way there.
yeah. Like I never felt like for longest time, man. Even when I'm alone by myself and shit now, like I don't feel like I'm by myself for some reason. I could be
Me
alone,
too.
literally in the room, and it's like I just feel like I got company.
Exactly,
Surrounding
because
yourself with everything.
because you done positioned your mental where it needed to be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like I
Yep.
kind of lost touch with that. You get what I'm saying? I lost touch with that, and I was filling in the blanks with actual physical bodies. You feel me? And it actually, I was deteriorating, bro. I was deteriorating, dog. You feel me? And I had to realize, you feel me? Being by myself for growth is the best thing. You feel me? Now,
yeah,
when you have grown to your fullest potential, you tapped into it. You feel me? All around, then you can move accordingly. You can do the necessary things. Because now I can go by my partner house. I can go by my nigga house right now, and he say, hey man, what you got on the beer? Nothing. I don't got nothing on the beer. What you got on your own beer? You feel me? Like I can. It's a certain feel now. You feel what I'm saying? Like I can
yeah,
maneuver the way I want to without spending a coin. I can maneuver the way I want to without saying yes. Without it's a certain mind frame I tapped into now, knowing what was
yeah,
best for me after losing everything. You know what I mean? After the last thing in my name was taken from me because of me being a pure hearted person or me being a street nigga. No, man. Fuck that. I'm me at the end of the day, and I gotta account for me. And my kids are suffering by me losing shit or by me giving me time for other shit. That shit over with. You
I
know what I
tell you
mean?
something.
All my back doors are closed. Nobody can walk through my back doors no more.
On the flip side, that e on the flip side, that no,
Hmm.
not only for myself, I'm pretty. There's people I can speak for, but there's times where you may be alone for very long. Like for example, as much as I have, and by the time you start hanging out again, you ain't the same person to the point like you're socially awkward, where you don't connect with people the same way you used to because been alone for so long, right? In the dark, where you're just different socially now, where you don't really connect too much to it. I don't know
Mm,
if people could attest to that, but I'm talking about like spending years by yourself. You know what I mean? Not even months, but years by yourself.
yeah.
Oh yeah, like, cause I definitely can attest.
Yeah,
Cause before all of the corona and all of that shit happened would make it so crazy. I was quarantining before I even knew what quarantine was, and like you
exactly.
said, I was doing it for years. I was doing it for
Right.
like 3 4 years, like
literally. And I was just telling myself, like, man, just stay in the crib and don't go nowhere and just see what happens. And literally, my whole entire everything changed. Like, everything. Like, the way I do shit now, the way I operate, like, everything
Exactly.
completely changed. Like, and then, like you said, it started feeling weird because, like, once I started getting back out in the public, I just felt like, why the
Mhm.
fuck is
Like you don't
motherfuckers
belong or
stay?
something.
Yeah, like, why are motherfuckers staring at me? Like, what do I
Because
got? What
because
is
and you
me?
know what, bro? You saying some because niggas haven't seen you. You get what I'm saying? It's like you're a fresh face again. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm getting now. That's what I'm getting now. See, I wish I would have started y'all. I wish I would have started y'all playing earlier. Really, to be honest with you, I really wish I just started that in June, July, after a tragedy happened. All this other shit. I was like, fuck that. I got to put my foot on the gas in the right direction.
Mhm.
Blase, blase. And I found myself, I came out the other day, not too long ago, and everybody was looking like who's this or who's that or like I've never stood on this same street or came to that street before. Like never ever. You get what I'm saying? Like I was a fresh face when I stepped back out in the outside world and went out my zip code again. You get what I'm
You know
saying?
what it was? It's like they seen a ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, for the people that knew me, it was like they
Yeah,
seen a
it's like a
ghost.
ghost.
For the
Exactly.
people that didn't know me, for the people that didn't know me, it was like a different look, like a different, like a whoa, were you just born yesterday? Like that type of look, like
Yeah.
damn, my nigga.
Like,
You feel me, bro?
it literally be feeling like that because it's like, I don't know about y'all, but for me, like, once I started stepping out, I felt like I didn't feel like I'm the smartest in the world, but I felt like I was so ahead, like, with my knowledge, like what I learned. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I
Mm-hmm.
was so ahead to the point where I was eager to teach people shit. Like, man, who can I talk to about, like, I don't want to just keep this to myself. I want to help somebody else wake up.
Yeah.
I want somebody
Yeah.
else to be on the same shit. And I get in conversations with motherfuckers and it'll be like a
Yeah.
big disappointment. It'll be a letdown because I'll be excited and geared up and anticipated, like, man, first nigga I'm talking to, like, we about to have this real life hardcore convo. Like, this nigga about to feel me. He probably about to drop some jewels on me. And the nigga get to talking about Kanye West and the Kardashian show. And now I'm like, damn. And then I go on to the next person and they get to talking about motherfucking Donald Trump and stimulus packages. Then I go to the next motherfucker and they
Yeah.
get to talking about Cardi B and Offset. And it's like, damn, like, why can't I find a motherfucker that actually is logical? Like, it ain't even gotta be no smart conversation. Just talk about something that'll make me stay. They'll make me be like, yeah, we can do this for a couple hours. I ain't going nowhere. Motherfuckers
Bro,
that say
you
one
just
word
said
and
some
I'll be like, man, it's time.
shit.
All right, so what you about to do? All right, I'm gone. Like, I'll
Right,
be quick
right.
to leave a motherfucker. Like, soon as you say the dumbest shit, it's like, all right, yeah, I'll get up with you.
That's exactly
Bro,
how it is for me,
you
bro.
you you just said some shit. That is, bro. That's what I'm doing now. Even with people at my job, I'm doing that. You feel me? Like it's like you consume so much in life, and when you kind of put yourself in that box and been alone for a certain period of time and kind of dwelled on what you learned and what you experienced, it's like you want to come and share it with somebody and be like, look, my nigga, like it's like you want to share with them and tell them like,
Right,
look, bro.
like, you ain't know about this, and this. Like, man, let me break it down. You ain't know the Bible was fake, nigga. I could, man,
You,
look,
you
this
feel
where
me?
it's at.
Hey, bro, if you sign up for this shit, don't sign up for that. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you whatever it could be, like it could be anything. It could you just want to tell somebody and let them know, like, look, pass the knowledge along. You basically want to just pass the knowledge along.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm going through that right now, bro, because I'm seeing
That's
right
real
now.
though. Like that's
Because I'm
real.
like,
Where
I'm
you
like,
don't want to hear
bro,
certain things no more. You don't want to if they're speaking on stuff that's like unnecessary or just like
exactly.
entertainment shit. Is like you kind of get turned off where you just don't really want to know this person. Really, I don't know. I just
now
walk
now
away
I'm in the
from.
state now I'm in the state where I want to, you know the shit that I've been going through and the shit that I want to be able to, just speak out and be like, look, man, I want to be able to tell a person, bro, you got to be by yourself. You know what I mean? If we in the same kind of situation. I can't tell you to walk my path. Nah, that's why I hate when people just give one-sided advice. You can't give a person one-sided advice. They got their own path. You got to give them both ends of that field. You get what I'm saying? It does just because it worked for you doesn't mean it worked for them, my nigga. Like you got to give them both sides of the field. You know what I mean? So if you know when I hop out and when I come and give somebody some advice, I'm telling you, bro, it's not gonna be one-sided. You feel me? I
Yeah,
want to be
very
able to tell
fact.
that person. I want to be able to tell that person, look, like say I'm gonna give you an example. Say if it's a relationship advice, right? And now trust me, I don't know. Look, first of all, people got to put in the factor. Yes, I know Pre's my nigga. Okay, whatever. But if I'm giving him advice, the best life example I could do is first of all give him the right advice. So I don't know his chick, and there's two sides to every story. First of all, I'm a firm believer in that. I don't care if you're my friend or not. There's two sides to every story.
Yep.
Period. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I learned with wisdom. I used to always just want to take my Brody side, but my Brody could be fucking wrong. You get what I'm saying? Now I'm not gonna let nothing happen to him. You know, we gonna still make it home, but I'm gonna be on his ass if he's wrong. You get what I'm saying? So basically, no, I know Pre, but Pre asked me advice about a chick. He wants to leave the chick or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? But he knows she's a good girl, but he's not really ready for a relationship right now with her because he doesn't have the time that she needs or is required right now. Boom. Now he needs some advice though. You know what I mean? And he's not in a good position. He has a lot on his plate, but he does want somebody in his life, right? So I say, okay, let me give you some advice. He asked me for some advice. Now I'm not gonna just look at him as my Brody and be like, oh man, bro, fuck that bitch, bro. Shit, fuck that. Think about yourself, my nigga. Like, fuck all that, my nigga. You know that I'm not gonna do that because I gotta account your feelings too. You might really like this chick. You might really dig this chick. You might really don't want to leave this chick, and you're trying to find a way to still incorporate her in your life. You feel me? I have to factor certain things like that into it, especially if I love and care about you. You're my Brody, right? So I got to think like that. So boom. So instead, now if I once I get if I know your feelings purely too. So once I know that, I'm like, okay, look, bro, this is what I think you should do. Honestly, I don't feel like you should have gotten a relationship to begin with because you know you had a lot on your plate. But since you are in a relationship, let's think about this. Is she putting a deficit to anything in your life? Is she's causing another chain of reactions in your life? Is she's a problem? Is she's an issue? Anything like, I mean, is that, you get those things out the way. And if those are not any issues or any problems and stuff like that, you can't just automatically say leave that person. That person could be beneficial for. You get what I'm saying? So
Facts.
you got to really kind of balance out the way you give a person advice if it's your friend. You get what I'm saying? Point blank, period. You can't just think of, oh, this is my friend. So you're gonna no, you gotta think entirely because you never know who is beneficial for your friend. You feel me? And I'm
Hey,
giving
but
y'all a real life.
I heard the greatest like I forgot what song it was, but it's by Lil Boozy, and he said something about I forgot how the bar went, but it basically was like yo homie shouldn't. He said your homie shouldn't tell you about your girl, but he's supposed to speak on that if that's the way he feel. And it made me think like, man, that shit's real, cause like if a motherfucker knows something, like not even just about your girl, just in general, about somebody you hanging around or dealing with, and they know like, man, I just need to tell this nigga shit. Like before he get in too deep with this motherfucker, like before it get real bad, like let me just give him the heads up. Like like you said, it's a certain way you gotta say it, but it's just the truth is the truth. Like you can get mad at the truth or you can just accept it. You can get mad that you found it out and be like, man, why the fuck did you tell me the truth? Or you can just accept it and be like, man, now I know you the nigga that's gonna tell me the truth. At least I know who to come to for that.
But that's what everybody should be doing, right? Everybody, like, people need to start being this. Like this goes back to when I said, like, if you people are so used to just giving somebody the regular shit, like saying I'm gonna be there in 10 minutes. and then 10 minutes turns out to be half an hour, and you don't have the audacity to call and say, "Oh, sorry about that," or
Or
if
when
you
they
if you
just
say you're
pop
gonna do
up out
something,
of
just do it.
nowhere.
It's like people are programmed to just tell lies. Like even it's still a lie. Like, your word is should be your bond. Like your word, you know what I mean? You should take your word serious. I can't tell somebody I'm going to do something if I know that it may not get done. I always say I'll try to do something if I know someone's going to intervene. If I say I'm going to do something, I always do it, or I just don't say it at all.
Man, and I went through that specific thing a week ago, literally like a motherfucker I was cool with, literally the last motherfucker I was cool with, the last one. Everybody got singled out, everybody got canceled, deleted out the phone, blocked, all of that. The last one, my dog, like road dog. And it was like I was telling Cuzzo, it'd be the most smallest shit. And it's like, and it be fucking me up because it's like the shit is so small, but motherfuckers want to make it so big. Like, they want to act like it's nothing because it's so small, but
Exactly.
it's not important to them. They don't look at how important it is to me. And a motherfucker gave me his word. They wasn't even serious. Like,
Right.
dog, I left my, and I still got the evidence, the messages to prove. Like, hey, dog, I let. And it's crazy is he told me to bring my charger. Hey, you got an iPhone charger? Yeah, bring it. I need it. All right, cool. Ended up leaving the charger in his car. Hey, you trying to bring me that back? Oh yeah, I got you. You bring that back tonight? Yeah. Now this is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Yeah, I got you. All right, cool. I know you about to do your little moves or whatever. So boom, hit him at 6. All right. So when you coming with that? Oh, I'm gonna be here later. And da-da. All right, cool. Hit him at 9. Hey dog, my shit on 5%. What's up? Nigga not responding. Okay. Call his phone. Hmm. Nigga sending me the voicemail. Okay. Get on Facebook. Okay, you on Facebook. So let me try Facebook. Hey dog, my shit on 2%. Where's my shit at? You said you were going to bring it back. Reads my messages. Doesn't even bring it back. Hey dog, so how am I gonna hit you up if my phone's dead? How am I gonna contact you in any kind of way if my shit dead? Oh, just walk outside and use somebody's phone, bro. I'm gonna bring it at 7 in the morning. 8 in the morning come. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it at 12. 12 come. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it at 2. But then had the nerve to act like, man, what's the problem?
Exactly.
Like, what
Exactly.
what you mad about? What? It's not that serious to charge you,
Right.
dog. Like, it's not that. You
Right.
you expect me to get up and hop out my seat and rush to your rescue for a charge? No, 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 no.
No,
I
no.
don't expect
You
you to do
said
not.
that. You
Yeah,
said that
I
you're gonna
expect you
bring
to
it.
live up to your words. You
Exactly.
said
You said it
that.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now forever in life, every time I see your face, you're gonna be known as the nigga that can't keep his word.
Yeah.
Ever.
See, this is what I keep telling people. You feel me? If you tell me you gonna hit me back off with them $20 on Thursday, and I think me pre and so I forgot who else and Rashad, we had this conversation before. You feel me? If you say you gonna pay me back on Thursday these $20, you feel me? Communication is the key. You feel me? If you would have hit me up that Wednesday or that Thursday morning, be like, hey bro, hey, look, I thought it was gonna come through, but such came through. Shit happens. Life happens. There's plenty of times where I thought I was gonna
Facts.
be able to pay somebody back on that day, and it didn't come through that day. You feel me? But you gotta communicate.
Still
Let the
gave that
person
heads
know.
up.
Exactly. I will
You know.
respect the fuck out of you if you let me know. You get what I'm saying? Just tell
Yep.
me.
But check this out. Check this out now. Say if it was reversed, right? You were the guy that had the charger. You were him, and he was you, right? And you actually like came through when you said you were going to come through. You have some people that look at you like you're a waste because you actually like live by your word. Like they look at you like this guy ain't serious. So they take people that actually lie to them seriously. That's how people are programmed. Like they take the opposite thing seriously. The whole thing is backwards. They like people that lies to them. Just
It's
like, for
just
example, women nowadays, they rather a dude who's gonna spit some game rather than somebody that's gonna be real with them. You get where I'm coming from?
oh yeah.
Like people like somebody that's gonna lie to them.
See, see, you said, hold on. You said you a female would rather what now?
For example, I'm talking about not every female. I'm talking about most females nowadays, like the manufactured females.
Hmm.
They rather a dude that's gonna lie to them.
Oh yeah,
Like they rather a dude that's gonna spit game
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
somebody that's gonna be honest and straight up.
And
You
that
you
go
know
back to the father
why?
thing because if they had a father in their life, they would know what a real man should treat them and how he should talk to them.
Right. They're like a joke. Even and this is like men. Men nowadays, they're like women. They think like how these
Yep.
manufactured women think. So they're just like that. They picked up that same thing because they were raised by their mother or whatever. They pick up that same
Yo,
thing where they like somebody lying to them. They respect you more.
niggas
Crazy.
are pretenders and females are good actors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that again. Niggas are good pretenders and females are good actors. You hear me? And that's just how that shit works. You feel me? Nowadays, instead of a female being way more authentic now what they have done is really kind of applied the pressure on us now because we've been playing the game for a long time, right? So they like, you know what? Since they gonna and females have too, they just been more secretive. You feel me? Now they like
Yep.
since niggas be broad day, we gonna be broad day. So what they're using us as is ladders. We're like ladders.
I
You
think
feel me?
I think the roles really the whole paradigm just shifted. Like I
Yeah.
ain't really took a chance to really sit back and look at it, but the whole paradigm shifted. We went from Yang Yang twins and booty rocking everywhere to girls talking about they're
To
getting
the
head
WAP.
and telling a nigga to
To the
get out
WAP.
the car. Like
Yeah. We went
what?
we went from Yin Yang twins
Wow.
booty to the WAP. That's what we went to the WAP. You hear me?
And
That's where we at with it.
kids are see now back then like you said we really can't fault them because like we were kids listening to that shit like
Thank
all
you.
skeet was playing on the radio in every
Thank
car
you.
in every club and in every car like you were bound to hear that shit and you were bound to dance to that shit like let's be serious but now it's like they're being so like upfront with the shit it's like no hose barred. Like, which, like, what did they say? Like, do you talk to your mother with that mouth? Like, they talk so crazy. It's like, damn, like, we threw the whole man image, we threw the man masculine relationship, getting married, we threw that all out the window for a Birkin bag and the OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I
You know
mean,
what
shit.
though? I like this shit. I like it because it just makes me more hip to game and
Yeah.
society. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It lets you know that you're different. Like us right here, we're different. And the thing is, we have that differentness where we can also relate to those people because we were once like that. Well, not like when it comes to not being about my word, but I used to play the game of life too. You know what I mean? Where you're gonna spit some game, or you're gonna be that dude that they want to see or they look up to.
But it come a certain point in life. Cause me, it really is confusing to me. Cause me, I got it when I was 17. Like that's when I really got out of the phase of buying Jordans and jewelry and mall shopping and being seen in parties. Like it really just left. I was like, okay, and I wasn't even out of high school. It just hit me one day. It was like, yeah, that shit's irrelevant. A nigga about to be grown as hell. Like that's cool and all. We was in high school and middle school, but we're about to be
But
grown.
That's coming with the growth and development process. Like with me, I know what that like, and not all clubs, but I know certain substances of clubs what I'm gonna be walking into. You feel me? Versus a bar or versus a lounge. I know what
Facts.
certain substances I'm gonna be walking into. You get what I'm saying? So it's like if I gotta ask myself, this is what I do now. It's the first thing I do if I ask myself, should I go over there? I just say fuck it. I don't even go. That's what I do now. That's what I do now. If I question it if I step out the door, I step out the door. I'm gone. But if I question it before I leave the house, hey man, should I go to the club or shit? Should I go to Jacob house? Shit, I ain't doing it. I ain't
Like
doing it.
it's only you only do like that's where I am right now. I'm only going to do what's necessary in my life,
Hmm.
and that includes like with going places. If I know that I don't need nothing over there, or it's not going to benefit me in no way positively to contribute
Right.
to my goal, my aim, my future, what I need to do in life, I don't need to be there. I'm not going to go because if something happens, you have to remember that you are here unnecessarily anyways. For example, there's nothing for me in the club. There's nothing for me at a club. What's the point of me going to a club right now with my
That
mind state?
that or because I never went to a strip club. I swear, like maybe if somebody took me there, like for a birthday party or something like that, I'll probably
You
go,
know,
but not with my money. No, 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 because it just makes no sense. I'm there throwing my rent and my bills and my food at a
but
girl who does this every night
even
is
will
gonna
be
get the same thing tomorrow.
even if well, that's where I am. Even if it's like my birthday now or something like that, to treat myself, you know what?
Hmm.
I might consider, but nah, I don't need to go there. If a friend is asking me, yo, let's go to a club, nah, I'm cool, man. There's none. I don't care whether it's my birthday or anything. I ain't stepping out to nowhere where I don't need to be. I don't care about seeing naked ladies dancing on a pole. You know what I mean? It doesn't do anything for me right at this point in my life. I just don't belong there anymore. At one point, it did fit me and all that, but I would fit the scenery, light up the scenery, but not anymore. It's just not been. There's nothing there for me. A club, a strip club, a dance hall. You know what I mean? A session, hanging out. It's not for me. It
A
doesn't do anything.
protest, none of it.
Nothing. Yeah,
First
not
of
even
all,
done.
the first key, and going back onto the loan and money real quick, my bad boys, because I'm still on that subject too. Like, first of all, another key thing I had to learn, and that came through, the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding shit. Like, I had to know if I was gonna loan you $20, I better have those $20 to loan. Like, there was times where I loaned $20 and I know I shouldn't have. You get what I'm saying? Because I needed it more than anything at that point. You feel me? But
Because it was on the
like real
$20.
shit, just being honest. But see, now I know if I loan you the $20 and you don't pay it back, I'm still good. You get what I'm saying? Because I've subtracted it. If I said yes to you, I've already subtracted it in my head of my finances to where if you don't give it back, you just burnt the bridge. You know what I mean? I'm still good. You just burnt the bridge. You know what I mean? Now I know. But before, it was like, oh, fuck, man. Damn, man, why the fuck I gave this nigga this $20, man? Knowing I need some damn weed. I'm just giving an example. Like, just anything. Just giving an example. You feel me? Or whatever, knowing I need to get some food or whatever the case may be. Like I know better now. You know what I mean? Communication is the key, man. You gotta say no. You gotta say no, man.
Yeah, because it get to a certain point, you can't let your emotions overpower your logical thinking. Like you got to be clear in your mindset. Emotions are only temporary. Like love and happiness, mad, stress, that's temporary. Logical thinking and common sense, that's permanent. So it's like I a lot years ago, I cut that off. I've been stopped giving people shit. Like just for the simple fact, it ain't even about. It is about them not paying shit back, but it's just deeper than that. It's like if I can't call nobody and they loan me $20, if I got 20 contacts and not even one is gonna give me that 20, then how am I going to be your blessing if I don't know if you got somebody that'll give it to you, but I know for a fact that you have somebody that has more potential than the people I know that'll give it to you. You came to me because you know what type of energy I have and what type of person I am. You know saying no is not, it's not what I like to do. So you're
And
taking
I
advantage.
and I definitely know in my era, shit, we, you know, the clubs when it was around like nigga, the songs that were playing in there, like East Side, West Side, or nigga slap a bitch, see a bitch, all that shit, like body slam this nigga, fuck that nigga, do all that shit,
Bone
nigga.
crusher, yeah.
Yeah, what, nigga, go. We knew what we were going to. You understand what I'm saying? We knew what we were going to. But it was all fun and games. You get what I'm saying? See, but nowadays, niggas is shooting you inside that motherfucker. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And,
last time I went there, they just people just don't. You're on the level that, for example, we're on right now, or what I'm on is like when I go to those places. Not too long ago, is like to say, I just felt like everybody just looked stupid to me. I don't know. It just that's how it felt to me. It just like people just look weird. It just looks like stupid at this point. I guess God, that's how much I matured. Where it's like I don't know. I wasn't having as much fun, even though you had some sexy women dancing around, this and that. You know, the liquor's there, but it's just it's at a point where people just look stupid to me, man. I'm like thinking in my head, what am I here for? I just supported my brother's birthday party, but it's like, what am I here for? It's like it just basically support him. Let me just hold a corner, you know what I mean? Drink my liquor, whatever. And as far as money goes, like or anything, I'm at a point right now. I don't lend out things anymore. If I'm gonna give you something, it's for you. You can have it. I don't expect none back for you. I'm giving it to you. I don't lend things out no more. I'm done with that lending out life. Because I learned like when you lend somebody something, you're not getting that shit back most likely. So when I give
yo,
somebody something, so from the bottom of my heart, here you go. Here's 20. You just keep that, hold that. And what I
and
learned, it's like to say they want you to feel like they want you to give. They want you to feel like I want you to expect me to give you back something. Because you know why? They want to play that game of not giving you your money back, or not giving you your device back, or not giving you what you lend them back. So even when you give somebody something, sometimes yeah, it's for the best, but depending on who they are, they might be disappointed because they're hoping that you're thinking that they'll owe you back something, so they could play the game of not being about their word. Because people get a kick off that.
Either it's either that or they want you to forget. They want to see how long your courtesy can extend. They'll do
No, but you're gonna
something.
forget because you're giving it to them out of your heart. So you're giving it. You're not lending it to them. So obviously, I'm
Not
gonna
like
forget it. You're telling them.
they'll purposely do something. Well, I've had it happen. They'll purposely do something for you to forget. Something that they know is a major distraction, like let's let me bring some girls around, or like let's smoke, and I smoke up all of my shit with him so he just forget about it, or like, and me, I'm the type of person, shit just sits in the back of my head. I'll let you think I forgot. You'll probably thought that I don't remember that, but it'll still be in my, I just won't say nothing. I want you to say something. And if you don't say something, then forever hold your peace and be held accountable for that.
Yo, E,
yo,
you got background noise, man.
oh my bad.
Yeah, yeah, yo, you come from Will be. Where you come from too. But when you take into what I'm saying now, when you're lending, when not lending, you're giving it to them,
Yeah, big difference.
right? And it's like you're saying, "Hey, hold that," and don't worry about it. You don't have to owe me nothing back. Just hold this though. It's like to say some people just feel like, "Wow, okay, he doesn't expect nothing back from me. That's cool. That's cool." But you have most people out there that they look at it like they want you, they want to do something where They want you to feel like you have to owe them back, or I mean, they have to owe you back. They want to take it from you, knowing thinking that got to get a kick off, not owing you back what you gave them, or like what you were just saying just now. But if I given you something without lending it to you from my heart, this is for you. You shouldn't even be worried about that or thinking about anything like that. You know. So me, I no longer lend out things no more. I'd stopped doing that a long time, man, because everything I loaned out, I never got the shit back.
Facts.
You know.
Exactly. That's why I mean. That's what I mean by all back doors are closed. You feel me? At this point in time, you know,
Yeah.
those doors are shut. You know, I can't reopen it for nothing because every time I left the back and the front door open, people just felt like they can come and exit whenever they please.
Right.
You feel me? So that's why. That's exactly why I say that, bro.
You know.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, and that's a great example, like you said, leaving all doors closed. Because once they find any way, anything, it's like I say, even the smallest little thing that you can be vulnerable on, that's when it's like, okay, now I have to hit them right here in this spot and go full speed, all gas. Like, let me keep pressing this same button 1,000 times and let me see if I get 1,000 coins out this nigga. Let me see if this nigga keep popping out cash like a piggy bank. And
Right.
then once he get mad, I'll act like it was his fault and be like, nah, nigga, yeah, I took the bread, but nigga, remember that shit I did for you 2 years ago? Man,
Okay.
nigga,
Yeah.
you
Now
ain't
you getting
shit.
somewhere, Will. Yeah. This is what they like to do. Just like your Charger situation, right? That dude seems like a dude that turned into that type of matter. He's the one that said he's going to give you your shit back, and he made a
Yep,
false promise like damn near 6 times,
yep.
and now he's
And
getting mad as
evidence.
if it's your fault. It's like what? That's how people are built. It is weird like that. They get mad now off a promise that they didn't live up to.
And
You
it's
know, and
just like what Pale Horse Rider said. Once them negative thoughts come in, that like I literally that day, it took me. I had to take a walk. I had to sit down. I had to put the phone down. Like I couldn't even smoke. Just like I was so. It was to the point where like if he would have pulled up at the times he said he was gonna pull, we definitely would have fought. That's like a 100,000%. If he would have came at any one of those times, any even the first one that he said, the the coming at tonight, that like even if he would have came that night, I still would have been mad just because of the simple fact. Because I told him, how you gonna ask me for something and you know I left it in your car and you're not willing to bring it back, and I brought that for you to help you out, and
yeah,
then you're trying to tell me like like I want you to jump out of your seat and do no. I don't expect you to race to my rescue and do no. I expect you to live up to the words you said. And if you can't do that, give me my shit. I shouldn't have to keep going through this back and forth shit like a female just for a fucking charger. I was about to buy a whole new charger and just block the nigga. But I'm like, dog, that's gonna make me even more mad. I'm like, so I'm gonna just wait. And once I really weighed it out, that go back to being by myself. I just weighed it out and just kept like I was so negative, but I'm like, man, just let it go. It ain't that serious, dog. Like you gonna get your shit. It ain't that deep. Like yes, it is that deep, but man, after you get that charger, you ain't even gotta talk to this nigga no more. And when I
yeah.
got it, it was like, dog, I don't even know why I was even tripping over this shit. Like, I still could have waited longer and been cool. Like,
But it was
yeah,
just the principle, kind of the
yeah,
principle of
cause
him giving
yeah,
his word, like telling you
exactly.
something.
The integrity, the honor, like if I say, dog, you got my back, yeah. If all right, I expect you to have my back. Like, dog, we about to go out here. We might get popped at. We might not make it out alive, but shit, if you got my back, then we definitely making it home. Oh yeah, for sure. We get out there, yo ass leave.
Oh yeah, and I could tell them off the back, like people like that, their acquaintances or friends. I could see who would be there for me in what in different situations. Who's not built for this type of situation? Who is? And they don't know. Sometimes I don't tell them just to avoid things. I just know when and where not to go with them. And it's kind of like even when somebody tells me something now in my life, if somebody gives me their word and tells me that they're going to do something, even if it doesn't involve giving me their word, most time when people speak and they say they're going to do something, I'm so conditioned to people not doing as they say that I don't even listen to people when they
Facts.
tell me shit no more. It's like it's a joke to me when somebody says they're going to do something. It's like, okay, cool, cool, we'll see. But they want you to invest in what they said so you can feel a way when they don't do it. So when they don't do it and they see that you don't even react to it because I didn't take you serious in the first place, they can learn off that shit. Or they can feel stupid in themselves. Or know that next time you tell me, okay, this guy's not a guy I can really fuck with. He doesn't really give a shit. You know? I don't take people
Yeah,
serious at
like
all.
it be well to me it be funny because like I said, I had days I go mute and won't say shit,
Yeah.
and sometimes I'll talk, but then like after a certain point in the conversation, I'll go mute because then I want to know somebody's intentions because it'll be a great conversation, it'll be going perfect, but it'll be going too perfect. And it's like, okay, I know you need something. Like we ain't just having this great ass convo and we don't even know each other, my nigga. Like we having this fire ass convo. But it's just too goddamn good though. And it just like I know you need some dog. Like you said, you can feel the shit. And that's why I said I learned to have fun with it because it's like once I go mute, I get that feeling like, oh yeah, this motherfucker think he manipulating me. So I'm about to let him think that. So when it lead up to when he hey, so can I get oh no, I ain't even got it right now. But you just said, man, I said that. Man, my fault. I ain't even know I said that. What the fuck? Man, you can't even be listening to me. I'll be high, bruh.
And look, check this out. Check this out. Before I get off of here because well, I was driving to work or whatever the case may be that and I just pulled up and shit like that and plus my phone dying. I want to just say this one more thing real quick. Uh, if you're going to have somebody live with you, if you're going to tell somebody and you know they're down on their ass, that's your homeboy, homegirl, whoever the fuck it is, whatever the hell. If you're gonna have them stay with you, like, cause you know they're down on their ass, you've been there before, whatever, blase, blase, you know how that story goes. Then understand that your light bill will be a little higher, or your
Yes,
water
sir.
bill, or certain other attributes to your household will go up. Know that. And the reason why I say that is because there are people that when they get that next bill or that bill after, because you told this person, hey man, you good, just get yourself together for, you got 90 days, get yourself together, whatever, however long you tell them, what I mean, you good, what I mean, if you can give $100 a month, that'd be okay. But I know your situation, blase, blase, whatever. Now, when they get that bill, now they be trying to find little ass bold letters at the bottom of the verbal contract, like as if they told the person, oh, you still got to pay for extra added. Like, no, don't do that. You get what I'm saying? If you're gonna do a good deed, keep it as that. You get what I'm saying? And if you need some extra funds, you communicate in a better fashion. You know what I mean? Some of our people need to get that shit correct. You know what I mean? You can't do a good deed and then throw extra additives on top of that shit. You feel me? And then
Yep.
even after that shit is over with, you hang it over the person's head. Don't ever do that. You don't get nothing. You don't get nothing coming in return from that. You get what I'm saying? So I just want people to have better communication with each other. You feel me? Know that your shit is gonna go up if you invite somebody else in your household. Your shit's gonna go up. So basically, let the person know from the get go. Okay, you on your ass? Just give me $100. Give me 150. You good? That should take care of whatever went up. Now, if it's outrageous or if the nigga doing some extraordinary shit or whatever the case may be, then okay, that's a different ball game. But as far as when we talk about this thing called money, which, I just want to say, some of our black people, we got problems. We got motherfucking problems when it comes to that communication with money. You feel me? Please understand that your shit's gonna go up. That's all I wanted to say. You feel me? And I respect y'all boys, man. Real talk. We had a great fucking talk tonight, man. Real talk. And the pale horse, look, we all met online, but we've been talking to each other for a minute. We already done grew a foundation with each other. You feel me? These my brodies right here. You feel me, Kirk? I met Kirk in person. There's other people that we a family on this bitch. You know what I mean? We don't cut each other off. If we do, we apologize. Shit, we don't get rowdy. We get into our level one phase of debate. We don't go no further. You feel me? These my brodies. So, I appreciate you for coming too. I read all the comments and shit. We were just full flushed in the conversation. So I appreciate y'all boys, man. I'm gonna hop back on here again or whatever. I'm about to go ahead and clock into work, y'all.
I
Yes, sir.
Respect,
appreciate
Respect, my
that
respect.
always,
brother. Go
brother.
ahead and get that money right.
You know?
You were saying John Horse?
No, it was talking to Pale Horse.
Oh, it's another guy named Horse?
Yeah, he be on the stream with me.
Yeah, but I mean, fuck. There's so much, the conversation is unlimited when it comes to this shit. There's so much examples and
Facts.
things you could bring up and stuff, but I think we touched like on enough type of shit like that we can really touch on. But like I would always say, man, people need to get their perspective into check. Learn not to expect shit from people. Get your expectations from yourself. What you expect to happen, and put that into play. Don't expect shit from people. You know, people are just human, or some just do what they do. Most people are the same, or some people manufactured. Most is manufactured. Their mindset, the way they think. It's like you can't expect things from people. You gotta know what, and even if that's the case, never rely on somebody. Just like E was saying before he left, like just know your shit's gonna go up. What you should do is plan accordingly, and the money you're gonna charge that person to stay with you. So when the shit goes up, it's being covered by what you put in place in the beginning, keeping that in mind that the shit's gonna go up. So just little things like that, man. If you lend something to somebody, you don't expect to get it back. Even if you do, even if you are lending to get it back, if you are doing it to get it back, don't even do it in the first place and just giving it to him and it's a good friend, they will give it back. But hey, if that's all you got left, you don't have a second device or second of whatever you're letting out, don't do it. This is that simple. It's you
It.
at the end of the day.
I ain't gonna lie. It's been times where, cause I could see your point when you were saying give and not lend. It's been two people. I could say two people where they asked me for something and I gave it to them and told them they didn't have to pay me back, but I cut them off. Never spoke to them again. And to me, if at first it was like that's kind of like fucked up to do, to give it to them and then not talk to them again. But it's like it's not really fucked up because if I keep talking to them, they're gonna keep asking. They're going to keep coming back. People get comfortable real easily, and it
Kindness for
doesn't
weakness.
matter with who. They just get comfortable. Like it could be the old lady up the street that keep giving out free pieces of candy. They're going to get comfortable with that. It could be the dude at the store who always lets you go on the 30 cent, 40 cent charge because you ain't got the extra change. They're going to keep getting comfortable with that. People love taking advantage of what they can get comfortable with.
Right. And most people do make a lot of connections with different people just to have more things coming to them or have more
Yep.
opportunities to get things from them. It's not genuine connection. You're just their friend because when they need something, they're going to ask you for it. So it's kind of like once you can learn to detect spirits off the back before fully engaging with people, you know to expect the faster you can detect the spirit that they contain. Because now you off the back, you know already, not even to get to know them to that point where they're going to ask you for something. You can kind of detect that spirit if you've been through it enough times and seen the patterns that these people have. Some people have that spirit down there so deep where they actually look like that spirit. They look alike like the people that do the same thing. When I say look alike, I can detect the same spirit within three different races of people. That's how in tune I am to spirits. And they sound kind of weird to some people. Are like, oh, that's bullshit or whatever. Hey, you speak for yourself. I'm speaking for myself. I can detect them off the back. For some people, it might take a little bit of engagement, like a little conversation or something. For some people, I can see it right away. Or for some people, I can see how they deal with other people. And just say, I don't want to really get too close with this person. I already been through that already with other people that remind me of this dude, you know. And even no matter how good you get there, sometimes you might slip again. We might do the same mistake again because some people, their demons show later on. Their demons come later on. They feel you out. You think everything's good and all gravy, but then they strike 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line. They strike. And then it's like, okay, so his true colors are showing right now after all this time.
Yep. You
They're
want to
so
know?
professional.
You want to know somebody's true intentions? All you gotta do is go over their house and don't have nothing with you. Don't bring nothing, no weed, no food, no girls, no drink, nothing.
Uh,
Just show up empty handed, nothing. And just see how they react throughout the whole situation. Like, because what I
mm,
learned is like weed and liquor brings out the truth in people even before they even smoke or drink. Cause you'll have a whole conversation with somebody and it'll be dull. It'll be about nothing. It'll feel dry as hell. Like, man, oh yeah, 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 nah, not really, nah, yep, mm-hmm. I mean, I guess. But then you bring up weed or drinking or girls, and I bet you that conversation it gets lit up within 5 seconds, and now y'all talking about everything in the goddamn world.
that's real. I'm glad you say that, man. And Will be, you got a whole soul, man. That's deep right there, man.
To be honest, I just be learning a lot. Like I
Yeah,
just sit, like I said, I just sit back and just try to come up with my own. That's why I was telling that to Chris earlier, like about the definition thing. Like I don't go off of what the world says. Like yes, that's what the facts is, and we of course we can't deny the facts. We would never
yeah,
deny the facts of reality. But me personally, I define things for myself. That's how I
right.
survived so long, and that's how I became who I am. Just defining things for myself instead of letting somebody else define it for me.
You just creating your own path. That's all.
Give Will be that vice versa thing with what you just said. It's kind of like this, right? And I said this a few months ago, brunch, on another build. Oh, and we'll be touching it in a different way. Like
Mhm.
I tested this a lot of times, mainly with females, but like even friends or just different meeting people or acquaintances or whatever. Especially with meeting women or something like that. If you are speaking about bullshit, like things of the materialistic world, right? Like how to get more money, or like women, as you just said, or things of pleasure. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That conversation will go for a long time. You guys can talk for a long time. But the minute you go into some spiritual type shit, or like speaking on some like truth type shit, conscious type shit, yo, I'm gonna call you back, scene. We're gonna build, they can't hang with that. They say, yo, we're gonna talk another time. You know what I mean? Some people just do it nicer.
And
But like,
that be killing me too. It's confusing me too, cause it's like I never had that. Not even one person. Not one. Well, yeah, not even one person. Like, not even one. I can't even name one. A person that came to me purposely trying to wake me up. I've had teachers, principals, but someone I can see on a daily, like every day, I can meet this person or he meets with me and he's intentionally trying, and I'm that person. And I started realizing like I can't keep, like I said, carrying dead weight. Shit just affected my energy. Like I knew it was a problem where I could try to wake somebody up and tell them the truth about like what's going on or what they should really. Because when I try to wake someone up, I don't just tell them like everything I know. I just tell them things they should look up and things that they should figure out for themselves. Like, hey, you ever read about this? You ever heard about that? You ever heard about this? Well, you should look this up. You know, this happened during that time, and you know they got this going on. And I knew it was a problem when people were like, "Oh man, here you go again. There you go with that shit, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that." But you'll be quick to let somebody steer you down the wrong path and get you high, and then get you in a jail cell.
mhm. All right, they think that he's like me. He's on my level. He about that life too, you know. And you have a lot of spiritual, so-called conscious people who are awake or woke or whatever, but you still have a toe in the streets or one foot inside, or it could be just a quarter of your foot. Doesn't have to be one side in, one side out, but you just have a little bit in the street where you still get peer pressured, where you still have an ego thing where you want people to like you. So you're scared to speak a little bit of consciousness or spirituality to make people know you better because you don't want to lose that friend or that girl. So you're acting. You spend your life being under peer pressure. Oh, you're that good. Your heart is that powerful where it's not peer pressuring you. But the fact of the matter is, you still looking for validation. You don't want to lose those connections. So you're trying to have one foot in, one foot out, rather than just be your new self or who you are now, what you learn, and trying to take action with that. Nah, you don't want to lose what you once had, right? So you still play the game. I am past that bullshit, man. I don't care about losing pussy just because I'm being who I am now. You know? What are you scared to lose? You don't think you can get a woman just being real with who you are now?
Facts.
It's like people are just so scared to lose what they once had. And that is still a form of peer pressure, even if you don't feel it inside your heart. You don't feel a pressured feeling. You're still living off validation. You know how much people I done lost in my life because I bring some truth to them and it's too much, it's overwhelming. They don't want to hear that shit. I had to cut them off or they had to run away. And when I'm vibrating high in my life, doing good, without them even knowing, you see them calling me back after a year or two, trying to get with me. You just be true to yourself. Shit comes to you when you're doing good. You don't have to go out looking for nothing. It comes to you. I think they call it the
Yep.
law of attraction.
Yep. And that's definitely 1,000% real. It's just like I was saying about um the feeling like that I was at first didn't know, then denied, and then finally realized it. It's the same way with the law of attraction. Like, didn't
Hmm.
think it was real, denied it, started doing it purposely, and now it's like having fun with it. Cause it's like I feel like it's getting damn near. Cause like how you said, you be alone and still feel like you're not alone. Like I be doing the same shit.
Yeah.
Like little shit be happening. Like last night, spilled some shit on my carpet, and I knew I had to clean it up. But a couple months ago, I would have got pissed off. Like, man, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck did this shit just fucking spill? Like, I gotta pick all of this shit up and throw it in the trash. Like, how the fuck did I miss the trash? But when I did it, it just made me laugh. Like, you know what? I think God, cause I feel like me and God been having this game where like God's doing it. I don't know if it's like God's fucking with me on the funny side, or God knows like what I'm trying to do with my life and manifest. Cause it's like so much shit been going perfect the past couple weeks. Like it just been lining up, and I've been literally like every single day planning out my day. This how it's about to go. I'm about to do this. I'm about to go here and get this. I'm about to go here and do this. This is about to happen. I'm gonna come home with this. And it happened every single step of the way, and it just got me tripping. Like, cause it'll be little weird shit that happen where like a little kid would come up and play with me for no reason, or like a
Hmm.
fucking three blue birds would be outside my house sitting there staring at me, like waiting for me to come out. Like, and it'd be
Yeah.
little weird shit that's like, is God like trying to fuck with me, or is he just like, you know what? I know what you're doing, nigga. I got you.
The the creatures in society, a lot of them are even attracted to high energy, like positive resonance. They're looking for that. Like I was saying one time, like where you're vibrating so high where animals like to come around you. You're attracted to
Yep.
like nature, and they don't bother you. They ain't trying to attack you. They want to be around you. It's kind of like that with even people. They're missing out on that side, even without them knowing. This is why they're calling you out of nowhere, out of the blue. Your ex starts calling you.
That's that energy, because they know you got something that they won't find in somebody else. They've been all around looking for that same thing. That's what makes everyone unique. You leave a certain impression on someone that after a while, because like you said, like was like how it went for me was it started off like I didn't want a lot of friends. I just ended up having a lot of friends. Like, and every day I go and I see them, and I'll be like, "Hey, what's up, man? Where you going, man?" Like, I'll be happy. But then once I cut everybody off, the tables turn. Like you said, I started just seeing random motherfuckers I ain't seen in years, like just out the blue. And
Yeah.
then the tables are turned and so much where they're happy to see me, and I'm just like, dog, I'm just trying to get these rap snacks, these little boozy rap snacks, and get the fuck back home. I ain't planning on having all this big ass conversation with you. I really don't even want to talk to you. And it be tripping me out because it been so many people. Like, and it's like, I be in the back of my head, like, damn, man. I remember all them fun times we had, but I can't fuck with you though. Like, like I gotta give you a fake number, a fake address. Like, yeah, you can hit me up on Facebook, even though I don't be on Facebook. Like, I just gotta do all of this shit And it's not me portraying the character, because me, I don't like letting people down, because like I feel like that's the only thing that people really can hold against me. Like, he did this to me and then dipped off and ain't never say shit. Like, yeah, but what did you do to him to make him do that? That's what people
Right.
never ask. Like, they never be like, what
Exactly.
did you do to him for him to just up and bounce and never talk to you again? Like,
Or just
that's
with anything in your life. What did you do to actually go through that negative situation?
exactly.
You know.
I just been learning to protect my energy. Like, your energy is like the most important. Your energy and your peace of mind. And like you said, with people always wanting to go out and get acceptance, they don't put the jury on for themselves. They put it on for the public.
Exactly.
They don't get a shiny card because they like it. They get it because you like it. Like,
Yeah,
they
they get it
want to
cause the
go
in
under
thing. Like
pressure.
this is
They
what's being
want you
talked
to be,
about.
yeah, like they want you to be like, damn man, you got the
Right.
beamer, like, damn nigga,
Validation.
your Rams, nigga, your girl, nigga, look at your damn your wrist, damn, you out here. They want you to do that, so because that's making them feel valuable. Like, hey, even though I'm broke, just like you in the hood, just like you, at least I got more value than you. But we're in the same position. But I
And what
feel like
happens now?
something because I'm accepted. Like, that's the acceptance, and it's sad because you should wake up and accept yourself in the mirror before trying to get accepted by the world. And I'll fall back on that.
And, you make fake friends. The friends you meet
Yes,
because
sir.
of the nice car that you got, because they want to know
Material
you now.
friends.
They're not even the real friends. Even if they do all this shit for you, just because you seem valuable, so they want to help you and all this shit. In the long run, you'll come to see that they ain't really for your ass. And I see all those people that came back after those couple years when you're doing good in life and they come back out of nowhere. I just look at them like shit is coming around to test me to see how I am going to handle them this time around. That's how I look at it. Cause
And it's just like what Cuzzo said. It wasn't them, it was me. Because I finally realized you're trying to build something off of me. You're trying to get a name off of me. You're trying to be recognized because of me. When I go somewhere, I don't have everybody. Oh, Will, it'll just be about a couple people. Though. Oh, that's Will. Hey. And people will see that and they'll start feeling like, damn, I want to be that. But it's like,
mhm,
what is that? Like, I'm just a regular dude that, like you said, have that type of energy. It's just me. Like, I don't go out here, hey, I'm back in the hood, y'all. Hey, look at me. I'm right here. Like, no. Like, I just came out to see my folks and go the fuck back home. I ain't come out here to stand outside, be seen by 30 cars, go over to Shanae house and chill on the porch. Like, I just came to chill and go somewhere. People really need the acceptance in their life in order to feel like they got a life.
right,
Cause it's like, if they're not accepted, then they feel like, what value is their life? If the world, if Instagram, if the people out in the world watching them like pull up in their car or whatever, like they feel like if they're not all eyes on them, then something's wrong. They're lacking something because they're looking at the next guy and being like, I want what he's got. Like, how come he got it all? Like, how come he got to be the one? What do he got that I don't got? And that's like, why can't you just focus on yourself? Because if you focus on yourself, it's irrelevant what he got or what he's doing. You'll be much greater worrying about yourself than worrying about anything else outside of yourself.
right. And you never will learn because you're so stuck in that good feeling of validation, what it gives you, that false resonance. And you may learn one day, but by the time you learn, you missed out on all this other experience because of just living for the materialistic shit that gets you love, which is fake love.
Yep, material love.
You know, and it's sad. And you see that a lot. A lot of people learn when they get senior citizens. It's like you damn near miss out on everything now. Or some people just never learn in general. They might learn something, but not to the capacity of what it could have been.
Like everything is always a life lesson to it.
You know, and it goes back to saying, it probably wasn't their time. Maybe they skipped their time. So many
Or
times they went through the wrong door.
or maybe they just didn't want to, cuz you said that was a powerful thing. You said a lot of people are called. You said many people are called, but only few are chosen. And that is just so powerful because it's like, personally, I believe God gave everybody one shot, and not even a shot to be successful. I'm saying one shot into waking up, being conscious, and getting on a level of being higher than what you used to be. Like being on a level of knowing God in your own life to the point where there's no denial behind it. Like the the more the more we go forward in life, it's like the more we get held back because we're trying to succeed and we're trying to become better, but God will rather wake you up and give you knowledge before all of that. And that's why I'm grateful that I'm learning so many things before I manifest a lot of money, because I wholeheartedly know if I manifested a lot of money before I learned
Right.
most of
You're
the
not
things
going.
I've learned, like these past couple years, I know where and then it's the mindset too, because like once people get a lot of money, it goes to their head. Now they start feeling like can't nobody tell them shit because now they have all this money. But if you have, like you said, the knowledge before the money, then you'll know, okay, when I get the money, I've been through that and I know what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah, it's gonna last you way much longer than it would if you would do the right things with it this time.
Because it's like
Mhm.
God gives everybody a chance where, and maybe even two to three chances, because I'm pretty sure God don't just give up like, they missed their shot, they blew it. I'm pretty sure God gives you a couple chances, because God definitely did it with me. I could say more than 5 to 6 different times, like personally, where God just kept trying to wake me up and I didn't care, kept ignoring it. Man, who gives a fuck? Like who's really trying to be smart? Like who's really trying to have common sense and critical think? Who really does that? And then it just started sinking in and it just started coming in like in 2017, it just started all just I just started coming to my senses and realizing like, and this is before I even came across anything conscious, like anything valuable, before I even got into reading. Like I just started feeling like I knew my worth and I knew what I deserve and I knew what I need to go out in life for. And ever since then, it's been a railroad, but I can say it's been the best journey because I learned so much and I've done so much. And it's to the point where I feel like I'm ready for damn near anything
Cause like you said, I'm so knowledgeable and learned so much. I'm damn near wise to the point where if I do experience that, it's so old in the back of my mind, I gotta bring it back up. Like, okay, I remember I said I could go to jail. Okay, they said this and that could happen. Oh yeah, now I remember. Oh, so that's how you get through this shit. Like, like you said, having a plan B and plan C, because plan A might not always go.
Yeah, yeah, it's the best thing, man. No, I say to people, rather than always, you know, it depends on who you are too, at what part you are in your journey of life. But I always tell people, your mind could be your worst enemy. Um,
Definitely,
learn to think with your heart rather than your mind. When you learn to think with your heart,
your heart
then
can be an enemy too, though. You got to learn to
exactly,
balance them both out. That's why they say keep a level head, but you should keep a level heart too.
yeah. But guess what, Will? Now everything starts from like the root, right?
Yes,
So as
sir.
it goes up, the heart will be first before the mind, right? So even as you just said, that's a valuable point where some people don't have the right heart to accompany the mind or to get the mind stronger because their heart is all fucked up. So it depends on your walk in life now. You got to work on the heart first. Some people, yeah, depending on who you are, you can kind of go backwards, but you're just going to have to go backwards in order to get up again, to go up again to the mind, because it ends with the mind, right? The last chakra. So it always comes back to getting your heart right. 'Cause if your heart is not right, your mind cannot be right. It can be a vice
I
versa
can
thing, but it
agree.
always ends with the mind.
That's how I could agree. Cause how I started, I had to get my heart together before my mind. Cause my heart was so big. My heart, like I wear my heart on my sleeve. Like everybody got my heart. Everybody had my love. And like I said, once 2017 hit and I got to sense of my own value, it was like my heart started shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and then it just disappeared. Cause it was like, okay, I've been getting taken advantage of. Ain't nobody did shit for me. Everybody knows the shit that I'm going through. Motherfuckers keep asking me for shit, knowing what I'm going through. Nobody's checking on me. Why am I checking on them? Why am I even coming to their house? And I don't have a house. Why are they not even caring about me not having a house? And it just got to the point where it was like, yeah. And that's why I said, like, your energy and your heart and your mindset is the most important things to protect. Because once you let anything in this world affect that, then it can affect you in the long run or just physically, period.
Check this out. You know, uh, what I see with most people like to compare themselves with others, even without even doing it blatantly out in their face or saying it, or without knowing that they like to compare themselves with people or they're doing that. A lot of people like to know that you are going through what they're going through, or even better off if you're doing worse than them. Sometimes when you're talking about something good that you go through, you got to watch who you're saying that to, because most people, they kind of look down on that.
They
It
look at
bothers
your
them,
success as a come up,
or
as
that
something
too,
they
or
can
that too,
use.
or that too. If they ain't doing that, or they're looking at it to how it can benefit them,
Yep.
you know. And it's got you got this. People need to be mindful of the company they keep, man. It's like got to look at what's around you, the energies that you're keeping around you. They can hinder you in the long run. And I said before, you don't want to be mixing your aura with people that's not healthy for you. That's not in your well. They don't wish you well, and goes right back to recognizing spirits before you fully engage with them. Because if that can really screw you up if you're not recognizing spirits that you engage with. I damn dare I damn dare don't even shake people's hand no more, or really give props and daps to people anymore. I be careful. I don't even hug people like family members I ain't seen in a long time and shit like that. I'm very mindful of all those little things. If I don't know what the hell you've been doing in your life and who exactly you are, even if you're related to me, if I ain't seen you in a while, I'm very mindful to hug people nowadays. You
Yep,
know,
because
it's very serious.
it's just like what Pale Horse said. Love changes and thugs change. Like after a certain period of time of not being around someone, you don't know what they experienced or what they're dealing with because they're not telling you. And you come around a person after a while and you can see the whole. And I had a friend like that. He ended up dying too. But after he lost his mom, you could just tell it wasn't him. Like the facial expression, the the way he just started living and acting, and it basically got to the point he was really ready to go. Like it was
Mm,
like damn near every day he couldn't wait to die. And like that go back to what Cuzzo was saying. Like once you leave the house, the family is out the window. Like now your family is on your block. Like we were his family. Like we was the
yeah.
ones holding him down. He didn't have no one else to go to. He had his sister, but his sister's going through the same thing he going through. They lost their mom. So like how much comfort can you get from somebody that's grieving and going through the same thing as you?
Mm,
And it's like and it be just certain shit where I look back at my life and really wish that like I took a lot of shit more serious. Like I did a lot of playing around with my life and I could have lost my life multiple times. And just playing around, like taking shit as a joke. Like and it just be certain shit. Like him, I just wish I would have got to him more. I know I could have. It just was like, what am I gonna say though? Like I still have my mom. He don't. Like
right.
I still got that parent to come back home to. He doesn't. And we were in high school. That was like freshman year. So it was like, I don't know how to comfort him, but I know that I'm here for him. And it was just damn near sad. Like just seeing somebody every single day, you know that's not them. Like you could just tell, man, that's just not him. That's not the same person from a year ago. Like everything he's doing, the way he living and moving, that's just not him.
Mm,
The body's there, but the spirit is gone.
right. It's an empty vessel at that point.
Yep,
And you know what happens when the pieces of your spirit goes away slowly till it depletes to the point there's not much left in there. Your body starts to break down, deteriorating. Your aura doesn't
yep,
shine no longer. You start to see a walking body bag, a
literally.
walking body bag.
And I didn't have moments like that where I didn't went blank. Like
Yeah, same here, man.
so many things going on at one time. I just go blank and just I'll be here but won't even be here.
Like,
Yeah.
and I'll be seeing right through. Like how we were having. I have a whole conversation face to face with somebody, and they'll be looking me in the eyes, and I'll be looking dead right past them, like not even hearing or paying attention to anything, like frozen in time.
They be asking you, yo, you heard me? You heard what I said? Yo, you didn't hear me? Type thing.
And then like I said, I'm the person where I don't want the sympathy, and they'll keep asking, "Am I good? I need to talk about it." Man, just speak on it, let the shit go, and get it off my chest. And I'm just so, cause I don't keep everything balled in. I eventually express myself, but I only do it with myself. Cause a lot of times, not even a lot of times, every time, every single time that I try to not even open up to somebody, just like I had somebody that was close to me, real close, like even the nigga I was just telling you about that I was cool with, like even him, like he even know my situation and all of that. And like it'll be times where I'll just try to like, cause people will ask like, why you still do this, or why you still like living over here, or why you still like doing this. And I'll explain to them, and literally I'll explain the whole fucking thing, and they'll hear just about one thing out of that and just run with that,
Oh,
and it'll
okay.
make
That's
me.
most people. That's most people right there.
But the thing is though, it's not most people. I'm saying people that you've known for 15 plus years.
Oh,
Like
you're speaking
it's
about people
not
that
it's
matter
not
to
just
you. That's
like
supposed to
a
matter.
person you friends with, like, oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
my friend
you're
from
speaking
two,
about
3 years ago. Like these
people that
people,
matter to you that do that.
yeah, like you go to their mom house, you don't knock on the door, you walk in the door. You don't knock on the
Yeah,
door, you walk in and sit on the sofa. He's not even home. You're there with his mom and his sister waiting on him to get home. You're in there
yeah,
watching the TV with them. You're at cookouts. And it's not just
yeah.
one person, this is everybody.
Well, you now you because it matters with you now because that person is supposed to be somebody that's going to hear everything you said, right? But what
Yeah.
you just said now, that's like most people that actually do that shit. Even if it's your friend you're talking about, somebody's supposed to matter. Like most people do that where you're talking to them and you're
But
breaking down a whole bunch of shit, but all they
but
heard was
like
this one
it's
thing and run with it.
like when like the reason why I said I get mad from it is because like I know what you're saying. Like it,
Hmm.
like an average person, yeah, I figured that out a long time ago. But like I'm saying, like, because people know how, first of all, one thing that irritates me and pisses me off when people try to play stupid, when they try to act dumb, when they try to just act so ignorant, like so baffled and so confused, like, and they know damn well they have a brain just like I do, and they know how to use it just like I do. And the reason why it be getting me mad is because when you hold a conversation with somebody, you know what type of conversation it is. You'll know if it's a funny one, a sad one, a smart one, a regular one. You'll know, like, oh yeah, we just talking about sports or entertainment, or we just talking about the family and all the drama that been going on, or we just talking about what we about to do next week and where we about to go and take a trip. But if it get to a certain point in the conversation where it gets real on both ends, and then now you explaining your end so they can further, because they're ignorant of this the whole time, they're trying to figure you out. You've been around them for 15 years, and if somehow they still haven't figured you out,
Hmm.
and you're expressing it to them and they still do that, and it's like, oh, okay, so why did I keep you around for 15 years? And why did I have to fight people over you, damn near lost my life over you, we did all of this other shit, I didn't put bread on your books and did all of that, like, just for you to not care about the one thing that I told you about. Like when it's a serious, but like if somebody told you they was raped, you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, this is a serious conversation. But it's like for a motherfucker to only get one context out of that, yeah, you was right. Damn, that's fucked up. Like they just told you who it was, where they was at, how it happened, how it fucked their life up, how they can't get over it. Me, that's not blowing past my head. I'm willing to have that. I can't speak on it because I've never went through that, but I can be here to listen and give as much as I can to respond to it so you feel better from that. Like I'm not just gonna go off of yeah, just rate. I'm gonna go off of okay, that story means something because you told it in detail, and you when you told the story, your whole demeanor changed. So it must be serious.
Hmm. Now, when you were speaking to that person about the situation, was there once upon a time where he was actually able to hear everything you said instead of just run with that
That's
one
the
thing that you
thing.
heard?
But that's the thing. I'm not just talking about one person. I'm talking about everyone. Like
Okay.
family members included, parents included too. Having that real convo, like that sit down, that one convo where it's like you remember that convo. You're not forgetting this convo. Even if it blew past your head and you only took one thing out of it, I bet you 2 weeks later you still gonna remember what we was talking about because you saw my demeanor change and you saw how serious it got and you saw how serious I was acting like and gave vivid details. Like that's the whole thing about it. That's why I said I hate when people play stupid because that just makes me mad. Like now I gotta leave you alone. I can't fuck with you because you're gonna play stupid every time and you're gonna piss me off every time. Cause it's like it's okay for you to not know what to say and not know how to like be there for somebody. That's cool. But it's another thing to totally ignore the whole thing and only take one thing out of the conversation. And everybody do it, not just one person. Every single person does it. That's why I said I learned to just express shit on my own and just do shit on my own. And that's how I came up with all the answers.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's similar. What you got going on is similar to my life story in a lot of a lot of different ways, or in a certain sense. It's exactly what me. Just gave up with explaining shit to people because it's always the same outcome, and you just start just learn how to deal with things on your own. And as you do that, slowly you begin to get answers.
Yep.
You know, sometimes over time, sometimes you might get the answer partially now, but then like 5 years later, you get more to the answer, or you move on to different things that give you a bigger picture, where that answer that you once was looking for begins to not be as important as what you're on now, but it help you to get where you are, to see a bigger picture, to have bigger questions. But I always seen that shit, man. You know, especially in like relationships, stuff like that, breaking shit down and doing your one thing. You know, so that's why it goes back to the conclusion of, as a solution, as people trying to spend more time with themselves. You know, get to know yourself in and out. Some people think they know themselves, But the minute they start to try to do that, or you're forced into that situation, you begin to go crazy. Now you gotta ask yourself, do you really know yourself? Guess you didn't know yourself as much as you thought you did. You know, hey, and that's why look at like a quarantine, like we were talking about earlier. That's why everything is not always bad or good. Sometimes it's both. You know, different perspective, but there's a good thing that comes out of that also, right? Getting time to connect with yourself more. That's what good comes out of that. I guess for some people, it's a harsh feeling. I mean, I spoke to a lot of people that just don't like to be by themselves. You know, and for y'all that don't like to be by yourselves or it spooks you out or whatever, you're missing out on a lot if you're not getting that time to yourself. I'm not talking about when you rest your head at nighttime, you know, or you're in a hospital in an injury. I'm talking about when it's spare time. Stop giving your spare time away to other people all the time. Give yourself more spare time, your inner self. Dedicate some spare time to yourself rather than always using it to mix your aura with other beings. It's a time for that, especially if you always do it. You know, you kind of basically self neglecting at that point. You
And
know,
being ignorant of yourself.
hmm so you know, it's one of the best things you could do. And it's one thing that even if you do it, it's not going to say, "Oh, that's going to make you complete," because okay, it's just only one spectrum of it. Now try to mix it up a little bit. Try to change habits and stuff like that while you're doing that, while you're giving all this time to yourself. See if you can work on your habits now. See if you can, how long you can go without this and being by yourself at the same time.
Hey, and what's crazy about what you said, cause you said being by yourself, you'll find out things that you never even knew about yourself. And it literally happened with me. Like, I was by myself for so long and smoking so much, because I've been smoking forever, like since sixth grade, literally. So I was like, you know what? I might just try to stop smoking just to see if I can do it. And I did it. And it was so amazing because it's one thing to set a goal and say you're going to do it, but it's another thing to achieve it and conquer that and be like, wow, I surpassed that. And I knew I could. And I told myself that. And I did it by myself.
Mhm.
And that's how I've been learning like to work so much in my favor and do things in my favor. Like now it's to the point where like I don't even
What was your biggest secret to, I didn't say secret, but what was the thing, the technique or something that you used whenever you felt to go back and do it?
um gum, chewing gum.
Interesting.
Cause I meant to say this earlier when Cuzzo was talking about playing a video game and saying build yourself a routine, cause that's the same thing I've been doing. And I meant to throw this in there earlier, but I had forgot. But basically, the brain remains active like even after you're dying. Like your brain is still like 30 seconds or 60 seconds, some shit like that, still active and going. So the brain is constantly, even in meditation when you being completely still, the brain is still constantly moving. and creating energy and thinking. So if you don't keep your brain busy, then you're going to succumb to whatever it is your desires are. And that goes back to emotions, and emotions are only temporary. So me wanting to get a high was only temporary. And I started to realize that like every time
Okay.
every time I smoke one blunt, I'll have to smoke another 20 minutes later, and then another one 20 minutes later, and then another one 20 minutes later. Like every time my high comes down, I have to keep boosting it back up just so it can stay there. And
Hmm.
it was me realizing, like, you know what? Let me just see if I can just challenge myself. And it was really the second time that I challenged myself. The first time I challenged myself, I wasn't even conscious. I wasn't even like woke, if that's what you want to say. But I was like, I'm about to quit this job and get a better job. And I'm going to manifest some more money. I don't know how and I don't know what way, but I'm going to do it. So I ended up quitting the job and was going through it for like 2 weeks. Like, damn, man, how the fuck am I going to make this shit right? Like, I just quit this fucking job. Was it a reason to? Yes, but I should have fucking prepared myself. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. And then out of the blue, like a person that I met from that job got me on with a job doing construction. And it literally played out exactly how I said it would. Like, I'm going to get in a better position and do this. So then when I was like, I'm gonna stop smoking, I was like, whoa, I know I'm gonna smoke again because you gotta be real with yourself. You can't just be like, oh, I'm never doing that again. Like when people say they're never drinking again, I'm never ever in my life doing that again. And then tomorrow they're drinking. So it's like you
Hmm.
just gotta set goals for yourself. And every day you wake up, you gotta keep that in the back of your mind. Like, okay, what's the goal for today? Oh, yeah, don't smoke. Damn, what am I gonna do without smoke? Well, chew some gum. Okay, well, what the fuck? Play the game. Okay, well, what the fuck? Go eat something. Okay, well, go read something. You know what? I just got through the whole goddamn day without smoking. Let me see if I can do it tomorrow. All right, let me see if I can do it a week. Let me see if I can do it 2 weeks. And it just manifested like that.
You wanna know what I did?
That's real. That's fucking real. Go ahead, free my bad.
One of the biggest things. It may not work for everybody at this point in their life, or but one of the biggest things I did, where I learned, was to stay out of my head. Like when I say that, is to interject thoughts, override thoughts, with doing what you need to be doing. So like you would say like, damn, that the thought comes in your head like you want to smoke or you want to drink something, or I just override it and say that, damn, I got these beats to make, or I got to do this or that. Let me just do this. So something that is more necessary to be done, you override it. That's what I kept doing. Every time those type of thoughts would come in my head, I ignore it and do something else to replace that thought. That was like my technique for the longest while when I went cold turkey for like a year.
That's deep because that's how I learned how to, and literally what you just said, I just learned that not this year, but I'm gonna say around November, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Basically, like I learned because I seen, and it's crazy, but like how it even happened. But I seen because I that's how I deal with negativity. That ain't how I deal with
Right.
being
That too.
sober. But
Yes.
like you said, so many thoughts being in my head, and they
Yeah.
don't stop. They're constantly just keep going. Like they won't. It's damn near to the point. It ain't even damn near. Like it was times, like I said, throughout those months where I lost myself, and every single day I'll be in my head having an argument with myself, like going back and forth, like why the fuck you do this? This is why. Well, what the fuck you gonna do next? Well, do this. Like going back and forth. But I had seen a snow truck, a snow plow, and it was just seeing that. I didn't see them all my life, but I don't know what it was. I just seen it, and it just made me think, like, if I just put a snow plow in my mind and plow all of that shit that I'm thinking to the side and just go blank and just think clear, maybe it'll work. And that's literally what I've been doing. Like every time something irritates me or get on my nerves, I imagine a snowplow coming through all those thoughts and shoving it to the side and having a
It's
clear
interesting.
vision and clear mind. And now ain't nothing running through my mind. Now I'm able to be level headed.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. You know, as you said, even with negativity, just like negative thoughts come in your head, like I just override it with something else, or a thought comes in your head like, "Yo, I don't want to fuck a girl right now," or something like that, or just override it with something else that's more productive. It's going to do something for me. You know, anything. Bad thoughts of the past, flashbacks. I just override it with thinking forward. And it's like just doing that slowly after a while, it kind of stirs your thoughts in the right direction, in the form of you have more control over your thoughts. I like that idea though, the snowplow. That was a mechanism that worked for you, but you know, everybody needs to find their mechanism. What works for you? If you're unable to do what I said, or if you're unable to do what he said, with some type of replacement or an image to just use that as a mechanism. Try what I said. If you can't do that, come up with your own. But you gotta learn how to override thoughts that's just gonna kind of sink you deeper into that life, or a negative mind state, or thoughts that's not gonna do nothing to you but lower your energy.
And,
Or
and that, and that, and that right there basically explain cause that's dope. Y'all call it triggers, cause those are triggers. Wanting to smoke, wanting to have sex, wanting to drink, even wanting to be hungry and eat like
in
unhealthy
the
food.
form of
That's a
anything,
trigger. But like you said, you have to
habits.
put something in your mind to where you can block that out. So you have to deal with a trigger with a trigger. So if something
Right, right,
triggered you to do that, you have to trigger something to block that or distract that. So that way you don't, cause
right.
it's funny you brought up the sex thing, cause I didn't seen it happen like with my own cousin, like as a prime example. Like I didn't seen people, like we'll go from a conversation, then like we'll start talking about females. And that's why
Yeah,
I said you'll find out somebody's true intentions or what they really care about through bringing up like females, weed, or drinks, or like going taking them somewhere. And it'll always manifest action. Cause y'all talk about weed for about 30 minutes, now y'all trying to smoke some. Y'all talk about chicken wings for 5 minutes, now y'all going to get some. So me and him started talking about females, and then now I'm trying to change the subject. Now he won't let it go. He's still, oh yeah, yeah, all right, cuz, but you remember, yeah. Hey, cuz, come on, we about to go, we about to go, just roll around, all right, cool. But looking on somebody's face and seeing what their intention, like, what? I mean, I know we about to ride around, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, what?
What are we riding around wasting gas for? You on the prowl to get some ass, and you won't let it
Yeah.
go. That's a trigger. Like, it's okay to want to have sex. Like, for you got to be human at some point, but to be horny on the prowl, that's what make it be like, okay, yeah, you need to get your situation, like get a girl or something. And his problem is he can't just have one girl. He just wants multiple girls. Like, and it's like I said, I'm not the type to tell somebody how to live. I'll just drop something on them to where I hope it resonate and I hope you took it into consideration. But I started to let people's lives turn out the way that God wanted it to, because it is not in my hands to direct somebody's life a certain way or tell them what to do and not to do. Like, if you want to go on a prowl to go get some ass, that's on you. But that don't mean I'm on the same mission. Like, my mindset is so, like, it's not like on a higher level or surpass. I just know my mindset. Like, I'm not about to ride around looking for a random bitch to fuck on that everybody probably done fucked on. Then not let alone fuck all of that. I'm not even, why would you bring this chick to your crib? Like, I don't even like calling girls bitches. Like, why would you bring her to your crib? Like, you don't know her from a lick of nothing. She can have somebody running your shit by tonight and you just trying to fuck. And that's what, and like I done seen people get set up like that. Like, literally ride, walk home barefoot, no shoes, no cell phone. Like, all over some ass.
Hmm.
And that's the one detrimental thing about those triggers. Your trigger can become your detriment.
Your trigger can make you end up getting triggered.
Exactly. And
Getting
that's
triggered in real
why
life.
I said, I forgot where I said this at, but I said it somewhere. I said, don't make your next decision be I said, don't make your next decision be your the sentence, like something like that. Like, basically, don't make your decision be the reason you get a sentence. Cause like people don't understand, like when you make, like you said, every action has a reaction. And me, ever since a kid, even before consciousness, I just was more aware of my actions, of how I'm moving around. Like, I knew, okay, if I go here, I can only be here for so amount of a time, then I got to go and leave. Like, I can't stay around here, or I can't be around this person for too long, because this is going to happen. Like, every decision that you choose to make, you should think about it carefully, because it could be your last one. That's why I just wake up like this. I just think, like, when I walk outside that door to go to this corner store that I always go to, this can be my last time. Like, do I want it to be? No, but that's the reality of it. Like, babies is out here dying. So what made me special from death?
You
That's
know,
why I make every decision carefully. And like you said, I think about it before I do it. I think about it before I say it.
the more you the more you do what's necessary is the less you have to face those unnecessary obstacles
Yes, sir.
while going through life. Because when you're just doing what you need to do, it's kind of like you can basically, if you have to pass through the hood to get somewhere that you need to go, but you know it's usually risky passing through this part of town right now. If you have to do something which is necessary and you keep doing it over time, you're going to be able to kind of walk anywhere without nothing happening to you. You can even walk amongst danger and nothing will touch you.
Yep.
And at the same time, it's vibrating high at the same time when doing what's necessary. You kind of find yourself just walking through danger, but it's not troubling you, even though it's around you, because you're just going where you need to be going. So it's like I literally believe in that a lot because I'm a walking proof of that. You know, I can just walk past a gang of people probably having war with each other, and I walk past the war zone because I can just going where I'm going and I'm vibrating high now. You're not letting anything scare you. Just looking forward. You ain't paying attention to nothing around you. People say people you'll be like invisible to people. You know, so I kind of move through life like that, where it's like I can pretty much walk anywhere or survive anywhere now, just ignoring shit, just doing what's necessary for me. You know, and the better you get in life, what I would recommend is that you get yourself out of situations now where you don't have to no longer walk in there. Get yourself in a better neighborhood now, because you manifest a lot of more money or profit to get yourself out of situations where you have to pass through here to get there. Because even if you're vibrating high and still doing what's necessary, if you never take yourself out of the situation, something might just happen to you one day because you should have kind of got yourself in a better situation in life now. Now something's happening to you because you didn't take your life to the next level. You get what I'm saying? So now walking through that war zone the next time now, after all this time you had to get yourself together now and get out of there, something might just happen to you this time, even if
Yeah,
you're not engaging.
being that, cause that's go back to being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But like what I've learned, and I don't know if it might apply to other people, cause I've seen with my own two eyes other people do this, like not just like um tough people like nerds. Like I didn't see nerds like niggas. You give me your lunch money. Like buy me this shit from the store. Like motherfuckers you can punk. I didn't see and I've done it because that's where I learned it. Like you say, like going through like neighborhoods and like something can happen, but you gotta reach that destination. And so I started seeing them do the shit fearlessly, like literally to the point where they know somebody can shoot them or beat them up or rob them or whatever, but they're so fearless, they're not afraid of that. It's like, okay, if it happens, who gives a fuck? Like, just let me go home, dude. And literally, like, the places where I was at and living at, I started doing the same. Like, not even on some let me be bold and stick my chest out. Like, nah, I just want to see if losing fear actually works, and it does. Like, I done been around straight wolves, like wolves. Like, if they don't know you, then you will wish that they knew you, because you're not making it back to the crib with all your shit. Like,
Hmm.
and still made it out scratch clean, like areas and all of that. Like so much shit happening, but fearlessly going through it, and nothing ever happening to me, phasing me, none of it.